Chapter 61. They quickly arrived at the classroom, where the students were hiding. Both the front and back doors were tightly closed, but strangely, all the curtains were down, and the dusty windows offered a direct view into the classroom. With just a quick glance, Shirzwan noticed Dean Huang standing at the back, his right hand lightly wiping his eyes. Even Dean Lin's eyes were red. The students in the classroom weren't as cheerful and optimistic as old Lin had described. They hadn't even comforted the two deans. After the deans and Xia Ting and Zhu Lin left, he wondered if they had truly given up hope from the beginning, or if they were simply trying to save themselves. A dozen or so students, divided into boys and girls, formed two groups. The curtains on the wall had been taken down and used as blankets to cover them. Everyone was quiet, heads bowed in silence. Shirzwan quickly counted the number of people. There were indeed only 15. "Should I knock?" he asked softly to the people behind him. The two deans hesitated for a moment, then nodded, managing a soft "Knock, knock, knock." A crisp knock broke the silence. The students inside looked up at the sound, their eyes meeting the faces of those standing outside through the glass window. A thin, bespectacled boy sitting on the far right was the first to stand up. His body abruptly left the curtains, the heat escaping, and he shivered, rubbing his exposed arms with his hands. He strode to the door, moved the desk blocking it, and let the group in. "Lin Jiahao, what's the situation with Song Ling?" Xia Ting couldn't help but ask as soon as she entered, regarding the girl in the blue dress in the stairwell. Lin Jiahao froze, not expecting her first words to be like this. "How did you?" He wanted to say, "How did you know?" But then he realized that Xia Ting and the others had just come in from outside. "Did you run into her in the stairwell? After you left, a few girls were so cold they couldn't stand it anymore, so we said we take down the curtains to cover ourselves and warm up. But the wet clothes sticking to our bodies were too uncomfortable, so someone suggested we put the curtains in the middle and take turns taking off our wet clothes." Shirzwan scanned the empty desks in the classroom, where wet clothes were neatly spread out to dry, belonging to both boys and girls. The girls probably still had their underwear on, several of them huddled together, hiding under the curtains for warmth. Everyone agreed, so we drew the curtains. The boys and girls stood on opposite sides, unable to see each other. But just as I was about to take off my shirt, I heard a girl scream next to me. The boys, thinking something was wrong, stopped undressing and stared nervously at the curtain, their gazes almost burning a hole in the light green polyester fabric. Out of politeness, he didn't immediately step through the curtain, but instead loudly asked the girls what had happened. Then came a sparse commotion, accompanied by soft screams. A minute later, perhaps after the girls had put their clothes back on, they abruptly pulled the curtains open. Of those who had escaped, there were 10 boys and 6 girls. 5 girls were holding hands, hiding towards the podium. In the center of the classroom, a girl in a blue dress looked terrified, the delicate folds of her floral skirt crumpled into a ball in her hands. She's turning into a monster. A girl in the huddled group suddenly pointed at her and screamed. Lin Jiahao then noticed that the girl in the blue dress had turned extremely pale, even inhumanly ashen. One hand gripped the fabric of her dress, while the other hung limply, as if all strength had been lost. Her lower body, her knees, were twisted unnaturally, as if struck by a force, almost forming an S shape. She nervously looked down at the strange changes occurring on her body, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. She could still speak, but the grotesque, zombie-like changes to her body were tantamount to a death sentence. The execution was extremely painful, forcing her to watch her body slowly become hideous, a sight that even terrified her. Lin Jiao's heart felt like it was being squeezed by a giant hand, his lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a word. Are they just going to watch her turn into a zombie? What should they do now? Should they do what the villains in movies do and drive her away? Song Ling. A girl beside the podium called out to her. Lin Jiahao finally knew the name of the girl in the blue dress. Song Ling slowly raised her head, looking towards the source of the voice, and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm not injured. I wasn't bitten by a zombie. I don't know why I became like this. I don't want to die, I beg you. I don't want to die. I have excellent grades, I received scholarships for 3 years, and I won so many dance competitions. I can't die, my mom is waiting for me to come home." Her cries were deafening, their piercing screams stabbing at the nerves of everyone present. But everyone was powerless, forced to stand with her and watch helplessly as more and more inhuman features appeared on her body. Her symptoms were even more peculiar than any zombie they had ever seen before. Her transformation was slow, like a grand, brutal torture. until she herself could no longer bear the torment inflicted upon her limbs. I was wrong, please, let me die. Let me die. I don't want to become a zombie, I beg you, kill me. But those present were all naive students, who could bring themselves to do it. They could only stand there, dumbfounded, unsure what to do. At that moment, the girl who had just called her name broke the silence. Song Ling, you done so well to get this far. I'm so happy to have been your roommate for 3 years of university. Thank you for taking care of me all these years. I really like you. The girl's voice was sincere, tears streaming down her face as she spoke. Hearing this, Song Ling stopped crying and stared blankly at the girl. Under everyone's gaze, the girl swallowed hard, seemingly gathering her courage, and released her grip on the arm of the girl next to her, walking towards Song Ling. Then, to everyone's surprise, she raised her arms and gently hugged Song Ling. The hug lasted only 5 seconds. Song Ling pushed the girl away. Her face, once again revealing its former pain and struggle, was now devoid of any trace of struggle. What remained was a calm acceptance of her fate. I wasn't attacked by zombies, but when it first started raining, I saw many people catching rainwater with their mouths. I thought it was funny, so I copied them and caught a couple of drops, and then I ran for my life with everyone else. I turned into a zombie. You didn't get wet, you maybe. Get out. I can't hurt you. The toxin seemed to have spread to her brain, affecting her speech and normal logic. The others remained silent, watching helplessly as she dragged her weak leg, repeatedly saying get out, towards the back door of the classroom. Everyone present had reddened eyes, and several boys and girls, unable to bear the scene, couldn't help but cry. Lin Jiahao's heart was also weighed down by emotions as hard as stone, and he couldn't speak. Seeing Song Ling about to reach the door, but blocked by the desks and chairs, unable to move them with her hands, he hurriedly stepped forward to help. Once the path was cleared, Song Ling even whispered a thank you to him before pushing open the door and walking out. The door closed again, and immediately a muffled thump came from outside. The students rushed to the window and saw Song Ling, who, upon stepping out, seemed to have lost all strength, crawling on the ground like a spider. She had completely transformed into a monster. As Lin Jiahao recounted the story, many students couldn't help but shed tears. For them, seeing their comrade, with whom they had shared life and death, suddenly mutate into a zombie before their very eyes was too painful. Lin Jiahao himself was also struggling to contain his emotions. After several deep breaths, he continued, Dean, before Song Ling left, she mentioned using her mouth to catch rainwater. Could that be the reason she mutated into a zombie? After she left, we all checked our previous actions. None of the remaining people had used their mouths to catch rainwater, so I suspect that rainwater can only cause infection if it enters the digestive system. The reason Song Ling was able to persist until now, before turning into a zombie, is probably because, as she herself said, she only drank 2 drops, which is why her infection time lasted much longer than those classmates who kept drinking it. He was only expressing a suspicion, based on his current professional knowledge. Therefore, his first reaction was to ask Dean Huang, the professional authority. But before Dean Huang could speak, he was interrupted by Xiao, who had been silent all along. That's possible. If the zombie virus's target isn't lung cells, then lung cells don't have the receptors the virus needs. In this case, even if a person inhales virus particles, they can't enter the cells and won't cause infection. Then its target is very likely a specific type of epithelial cell on the intestinal lining, which is why it causes infection after entering the digestive system. Xiao finished explaining, even adjusting his glasses with an air of authority. Lin Jiahao was stunned. Who is this? Although his grades weren't good, and he wasn't studying any specific virology-related subjects, he could still understand what Xiao was saying. Because she could understand him, she also understood the significance of what he was saying. Seeing his bewildered expression, Xia Ting quickly stepped forward to introduce him. This is my brother. He does virus research. He came to the school to find me, but he got trapped here too. This is my brother's friend. She then pointed to Shizhuan and introduced him. He was Dean Lin's former student. What a coincidence. Suddenly, she remembered something and turned to ask Xiao, by the way, where are brother Zichio and sister Jiang? They've been dealing with zombies so much on the way here, that they completely forgotten about the two of them. With the parents making such a scene in the dormitory lobby, they wondered how the two were doing. Seemingly noticing the worry on his face, Xiao reached out and rubbed the back of his neck, her eyes gentle, and comforted him. It's alright, don't worry about them. Jiang Si is still there. Cough cough cough. Xia Ting coughed lightly, giving them a warning look, as she watched their inappropriate actions. No wonder her brother Zichu was smitten when he was cricket fighting with her last time. He's currently in a state of unrequited love. He's too afraid to make a move, so he's just playing along. At first, she thought it was Sister Jiang, but she never expected this. She shook her head and continued, "Our first priority now is to help these students find clean clothes, and then figure out how to control the current zombie outbreak." "That's right," the two deans echoed. "The problem is, how?" Shirzhuan and Xia Ao exchanged a glance, breaking the silence. "Old Lin, can you come with me for a moment?" Chapter 62. Old Lin pointed to himself, somewhat puzzled. What couldn't be said here, requiring a private discussion? But Shirzhuan's expression was serious, and he was rapidly waving him over, as if his wrist had a spring attached to it. It seemed there really was something important to discuss with him. Dean Lin gave Dean Huang some instructions, and then followed him out. The two entered the classroom next door one after the other. The curtains in this room were drawn tightly shut, making the room dark and carrying the damp smell of the wooden tables and chairs after the heavy rain. "What did you call me out for?" Dean Lin asked bluntly. Shirzhuan, who had called the man out, felt slightly guilty. He scratched his cheek with his index finger, and after a long pause, said, "Old Lin, do you really care about your career? What kind of nonsense is that? If I didn't care about my career, why would I be the dean? I just resign and go back to my hometown to farm." This was utterly absurd. Dean Lin was earnestly listening to his serious talk, but the first thing he said was about his career? "Hey, don't be angry, don't be angry." Shirzhuan quickly tried to calm things down, then took a deep breath, ready to go all out. "Can you let me into the school's explosives lab?" How dare he? The old man glared, practically ready to jump up and punch Shirzhuan on the head. "Have you forgotten all the lab regulations after working all these years? Our department's lab has always been the most strictly managed. So you really want to get me in there?" Increasingly enraged, Dean Lin glanced at the podium, then swiftly grabbed a blackboard eraser and hurled it at Shirzhuan's face. Shirzhuan was startled by his sudden outburst. This was the first time he'd seen the old man so lively since their meeting. 10 years ago, Dean Lin had indeed been approachable and easy to get along with his students, but since this meeting, the atmosphere had been tense. He hadn't expected old Lin to be so unchanged. Thinking this, Shirzhuan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, dodging the blow as he did so. Old Lin, who was chasing after him, saw this and became even angrier. He abandoned his close-range attack, releasing the eraser and aiming it squarely at Shirzhuan's shoulder. "Ouch!" Shirzhuan cried out, raising his other hand to clutch his injured shoulder, curling up and crouching down. He looked extremely pained. Old Lin was startled, thinking he was as formidable as ever and had actually been seriously injured. He quickly rushed over, pried the man's hand away, and intended to check his injury. But to his surprise, the man who had been clutching his shoulder and crying in pain a second ago suddenly stood up and dodged to the side, causing old Lin to miss his target. "Hee, just kidding." He grinned cheekily. "Not getting down to business." Old Lin, tricked, glared at him angrily, and turned to leave the classroom. "If I can't beat you, can't I at least run away?" Seeing that he was really about to leave, Shirzhuan quickly chased after him, apologizing, clearing his throat, and getting down to business. "I want to go into the lab and make some bombs. Besides, given the current situation at school, there's no way to solve this without firearms, right?" He hit the nail on the head, leaving old Lin speechless and only able to listen to him continue. "We're both here, and I have 7 years of experience. Don't worry, I'm qualified. I wouldn't blow up the school lab. Of course, this kind of dangerous stuff can only be used to exterminate zombies. It can't be used on humans, and it can't be distributed to students indiscriminately." He made it very clear. Making firearms, only for use against zombies. The only problem lies in the precautions he took from the beginning. If the apocalypse ends and their unauthorized manufacturing of firearms is discovered, it might not just be his career, both of them could end up in jail. Old Lin fell silent. Shirzhuan, standing beside him, also stopped, not wanting to disturb his thoughts. After what seemed like an eternity, so long that Shirzhuan thought he was asleep with his eyes open, old Lin finally spoke slowly. "The school lab is heavily guarded. After the apocalypse, with the power outage, it's practically completely locked down, like a bank vault door. How do you plan to get in? The impact of your little pulse bubble is completely insufficient." Did he mean he agreed? Shirzhuan felt a surge of joy. Getting Lao Lin into their group would be half the battle won. He deliberately lowered his voice, saying, "Isn't there a ventilation duct in the lab? We can climb in through it, Who told you that? It's like they're doing something like these. Lao Lin glanced at his sly grin. Although what they were planning was no different from thievery, he still couldn't get over that mental hurdle. Besides, where did Shirzwan find out? The lab he used to be in back in school wasn't as strict as it is now. Shirzwan looked away. He wouldn't tell them that Zhu Lin had told him. He chuckled, trying to quickly change the subject. Never mind where I found out. Just tell me if you're joining the crew or not. You little brat. All that talk was inviting him to join. If he refused, Shirzwan would still try to sneak into the lab with his friends, just secretly avoiding him. You're overthinking it. I'm not refusing you. It's just that you can't climb into those ventilation ducts even if you wanted to. Old Lin smiled helplessly. Do you think the people who designed the lab wouldn't have thought of what you're thinking now? Such a high-risk experiment was designed from the outset to absolutely prevent unauthorized external intrusion. These ventilation ducts are all fixed with steel plates, each vent only as thick as an adult's forearm. Multiple vents are combined to make it look like it could accommodate a person crawling through. He hadn't expected to get stuck here. Shirzwan was a little annoyed. Should he just give up like this? At this moment, a mysterious smile appeared on Old Lin's face. But it's not entirely hopeless. Huh? Shirzwan immediately looked up, his eyes shining. There's a generator in the school. Once I find its location, I can connect it to the outer security door and use facial recognition to get in. Where is the generator? Old Lin shook his head. He still had to find it. Shirzwan was like a balloon that had been carefully inflated, only to be pricked and deflated. Just as he was fretting, he seemed to hear a faint sound coming from the speakers at the front of the classroom. It sounded like someone was using the microphone on the broadcasting station. But how could this be? The power's been out for so long. Shirzwan thought he was hallucinating, so he rubbed his head, trying to clear his head. But before his hand even touched his forehead, a voice actually came from the loudspeaker. Hoo. Good morning, everyone. A nonchalant boy's voice came through the loudspeaker, but due to distortion, it was impossible to recognize his real voice. Hee, you guys didn't expect to be able to listen to the radio in the apocalypse, did you? This is all thanks to... Ouch. See, don't. Hey, can you hear me? After the commotion on the loudspeaker, the voice changed to a girl's. That name. It's definitely Song Zichu and Jiang Si. How did they manage to get the power back? Not only Shirzwan had this question, but the others in the next classroom, who had been discussing where to find clothes, were also extremely surprised as they stared at the loudspeaker. Xia Ting rubbed her ears, unable to believe what she was hearing. This is... Brother Zichio and Sister Jiang? Xia Ao was also surprised, and quietly waited for the two to continue speaking over the loudspeaker. Please rest assured, students. Our school is working very hard to control this crisis. Please don't panic, stay in your dorms, and wait for rescue. The school will not abandon you, and the country will not abandon us. That's right. As soon as Jiang Si finished speaking, Song Zichu snatched the microphone away again. Everyone must be obedient and listen to me. Don't leave your dorms. And don't drink water exposed to the elements, like river water or rainwater. Who knows? There might be a zombie virus hidden in those. Song Zichio then took over the loudspeaker, recounting the zombie habits they had previously compiled, essentially giving the students a science lesson. Unexpectedly, he was quite eloquent, lightening the initially serious atmosphere considerably. This prevented the situation where tense nerves caused everything to swirl in the brain without leaving any trace. Then he announced a long list of names, at least 30 or so. After calling out names, Song Zichu added, "These students, upon hearing this announcement, please proceed to the isolation dormitory building number 7, ensuring your own safety. Your families are very worried about your safety." What did this mean? When did he join the parents' group chat? Just when they thought the broadcast was over, Song Zichu suddenly turned around. Also, student surnamed Xia and Sher, please come to the broadcasting station to find us. This isn't an amusement park, don't wander around. Student surnamed Xia, Student surnamed Sher, Crazy. The broadcast finally ended, and Shirzwan and Lao Lin returned to the students' classrooms. Xia Ao was also waiting for them. As soon as Shirzwan entered, he raised his eyebrows twice, as if asking if the matter was settled. Settled? How could it not be settled? If you include the electricity that Jiang Si and Song Zichu somehow managed to get, then it's actually settled, isn't it? Hiding behind Lao Lin, he secretly put his hand in his pocket and made an okay sign. In fact, Lao Lin saw it clearly out of the corner of his eye. Lao Lin made a fist and put it to his lips, clearing his throat twice. So what do we do now? Xiao Shi and his friend should go to the broadcasting station. Lao Huang, go help the students find clothes. Before Dean Huang could even speak, he was unexpectedly assigned a task. No, I'm going to find some clothes. What about you? Ahem, I haven't seen Xiaoshi in years. I go with them and catch up. He said it so casually, which inexplicably annoyed Dean Huang. Old Lin, you're being too heartless. You're just letting me go alone? Don't you care about my life? Dean Huang, I go with you. At this moment, Xia Ting offered to help. Although Zhu Lin was timid, she slowly raised her hand, indicating that she could take her along. But Dean Huang hesitated. You're all students this. There's nothing wrong with that. Xia Ting interrupted him. At a time like this, what's the difference between students and teachers? Everyone's just trying to survive. Hearing this, Lin Jiahao also squeezed in, saying he wanted to go with everyone, but this time he was rejected by everyone. Dude, you really shouldn't be wearing just those underwear. Even though there are zombies outside and hardly any living people, you can't turn the school into an exhibitionist's world. From the moment they arrived until now, Lin Jiahao had only been wearing shorts. Earlier, to keep warm, he had stripped naked like the other students. Being pointed out by Xia Ting in front of everyone immediately brought a blush to his cheeks. Finally, ignoring the rejection, he slinked back to the boys' group, drew the curtains, and wrapped himself up tightly. Chapter 63. The group decided to split into two groups. In this apocalyptic world, overloading wasn't an issue. The six of them squeezed into an SUV. Xiao drove the other three to the parking lot first, then they switched to Dean Huang's car to go to the academy's activity room. The activity room contained a complete set of clothes bought for a previous event. While not particularly stylish, it was sufficient for basic clothing. Afterward, the students would have to stay in the classroom for 24 hours to ensure they wouldn't mutate into zombies again, before they were driven back to their dormitories. Meanwhile, Xiao, along with Zwen and Dean Lin, set off for the broadcasting station. Since neither Xiao nor Zwen knew the way, they switched drivers, with Lao Lin driving. However, unexpectedly, as soon as he got into the driver's seat, Zwen opened the door and ran off. 2 seconds later, the back door opened, and the two squeezed into the back. Old Lin chuckled, annoyed by their antics. You think I'm your driver? Sure, Zwen. Is this all the sincerity you show when asking for a favor? Hee hee, Teacher Lin, this is a business relationship, each getting what they need. Old Lin rolled his eyes, speechless. With someone driving, Xiao was finally freed from the driver's seat. However, he hadn't expected Shirzwan to sit in the back seat with him. Why did you sit here? Shirzwan's expression remained unchanged, as if he should naturally sit next to Xiao after he moved in. It was as if Xiao was being nosy. What's wrong, classmate? Aren't you welcoming me? No, not at all. You explained things to Dean Lin, haven't you? Shirzwan nodded emphatically. Don't you trust me to handle things? It sounded like a reproachful question. Xiao was startled by the thought that popped into his head, and quickly shook his head to let it go. He felt that Shirzwan was acting strangely today, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Unaware that he had been labeled strange in Xiao's mind, Shirzwan secretly gave himself a perfect score for his behavior. Playing the victim without making a move, huh? Waiting for him to make the first move, huh? No problem, I show you my dazzling techniques for pursuing people. He grabbed Xiao's hand, which was hanging normally on the chair, pulled it close to his face, and examined it closely. He even gently touched the red marks on it with his other hand. When he wrapped his skin with plastic wrap earlier, he deliberately wrapped it tightly to prevent rain from getting in, and the friction from the back and forth movement left red marks on his wrist. Shirzwan deliberately moved very close, his hot breath spraying onto Xiao's wrist. Xiao felt as if 1,000 ants were crawling on his wrist, unbearably itchy. But because Shirzwan was holding him tightly, if he resisted or struggled, Shirzwan would likely twist his wrist again. He had no choice but to endure it. But Shirzwan didn't seem satisfied with that. Seeing Xiao's silent, pursed lips, his mischievousness intensified. He moved even closer, bringing his mouth to his wrist, slightly pursing his lips, and blowing a soft breeze. Damn, this was unbearable. Xiao recoiled like a startled snake, shifting his position to the side to maintain a safe distance from Shirzwan. What's wrong with you today? He lowered his head in silence, avoiding Shirzwan's gaze. He wanted to play dumb, but curiosity got the better of him, and he couldn't help but ask. Huh? What? Shirzwan looked innocent. What's wrong with me today? Weird, so weird. Alright, you two, what are you muttering about in the back? Get out now that we're here. Before Xiao could even ask what was going on with him today, Old Lee had already driven the car to the lab building, turned off the engine, and urged the two of them to get out. He felt that if he didn't stop them, the two in the back seat were going to start biting each other. Shirzwan scratched his face, a little embarrassed. He didn't want Old Lin to witness this. He and Xiao deftly opened both car doors and got out. Dean Lin watched the two of them flee, his nose twitching to one side, and he let out a cold snort. You brats. Dean Lin's driving skills were amazing. Seeing that the building's main entrance was open, he estimated the width of the car and the width of the door, felt they were about the same, and actually drove the car directly up the steps and into the lobby. Sometimes, Zwen carried it as they ran. The few scattered zombies in the lobby posed no threat to them. They were sniped before they could even get close. The last zombie. He fired another shot into its neck, but this time it wasn't fatal. The zombie swayed, then steadied itself and lunged at them again. Zwen braced his shoulder against the cannon and fired 3 more shots before the zombie slowly collapsed. The impact made his shoulder ache. He clutched his shoulder and announced some painful news. The flamethrower under the bucket was out of gas. The spare flamethrowers they'd gotten from the supermarket were all used up, and the school cafeteria was almost certainly out of the question. Unfortunately, the small pulse cannon could only accompany them this far. Shirzwan reluctantly placed it at the elevator entrance. It was useless to them now, but if someone happened to be escaping here, it might save their life in an emergency. Let's go! They should try to avoid direct combat with zombies from now on. If they encountered any blocking their way, they have to fight hand to hand. Shirzwan squeezed the small folding knife he always kept in his pocket. Its advantage was its small size, but its quality was definitely poor. It was probably only good enough to be destroyed once. Hopefully, their luck wouldn't be that bad. The 3 of them composed themselves and started climbing the stairs. The broadcasting room is on the 6th floor, Old Lin said. He was sandwiched between Shirzwan and Xiao. He had no weapon and wasn't very strong. Shirzwan followed behind him, cautiously looking around, wary of zombies attacking from behind. But when they reached the 6th floor, apart from a few falling corpses, they didn't encounter a single zombie. The zombies must have been cleared out by Song Zichu and Jiang Si, who went upstairs earlier. Your 2 friends are quite capable, Dean Lin praised. Clearing out so many zombies at once must have taken considerable effort. The wounds on the zombie corpses weren't fatal with a single blow. They must have fought a long and arduous battle. Xiao hadn't expected Song Zichu to be so reliable. Or had Jiang Si undergone a super evolution? Fighting so many alone and winning them all? The stairs led to a dimly lit corridor. The building was shaped like a U-shape, with classrooms at the end of each path, making the corridor poorly lit. Usually, with the lights on, it wasn't a problem, but with a power outage like this, it was easy to lose one's bearings. Room 615, pay attention to the room number. The room number Old Lin mentioned was hanging at the very top, smaller than a lighter. He glanced at it himself, couldn't see it clearly, and gave up, passing the task to the young man. Okay, at least tell us whether to go left or right next. Although the rooms in the building were arranged in a U-shape, a corridor extended from the middle of one teaching building, connecting to another adjacent teaching building. Even though Shirzwan wasn't directionally challenged, he was completely disoriented. Luckily, Xiao's glasses were reliable. Even in the darkness, he found the directional sign on the wall. Turn left and you get there. Sure enough, after turning left and walking through only 2 offices, they arrived at the door of room 615. Xiao placed his hand on the doorknob. The door was locked from the inside. Frustrated, he knocked lightly twice, and before he could speak, the door opened from the inside. Come in, come in! Song Zichu opened a crack in the door and waved furtively at them. The 3 had no choice but to obey him and sneak into the room. What are you doing? Shirzwan entered and found Jiang Si leisurely sitting on the sofa next to him, fiddling with his hands. A long table stood in front of the window, its surface densely covered with sockets and numbers. There's no need to be so sneaky, is there? Song Zichu rubbed the back of his head and chuckled. Nothing, just feels like this creates a nice atmosphere. Meeting in the dark, isn't that what creates the atmosphere? It has to be sneaky. Everyone present, except for him, was speechless. I told him to stop being such a jerk, but he wouldn't listen. Jiang Si stood up to make room. The sofa was a bit small, but 4 people could squeeze in. As soon as Xiao sat down, Shirzwan immediately pressed his butt against it, the heat of his skin burning his thighs through the thin fabric of his trousers. He awkwardly tried to move aside, but the armrest of the sofa was right next to him, leaving no room to go. You? What's wrong? Shirzwan looked directly into his eyes, unmoving, his long eyelashes curling upwards, revealing bright, clear eyes. For no reason, Xia Ao's imposing manner softened, and he whispered a reproachful remark, "Your butt's taking up a bit of space." Sure enough, even when shy, he couldn't shake his sharp tongue. Shirzwan took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, while keeping his expression unchanged. Even the curve of his lips was exactly the same as before. "Huh? You mean I squeezed you? There's nothing I can do. The sofa's only so big, for people have to squeeze in. Just bear with it for now." Jiang Si and Dean Lunglin, who hadn't even sat down yet, looked at the half-full sofa. Their butts weren't that big after all. Xia Ao still felt he was acting extremely strange today, like he was deliberately teasing her. But Shirzwan definitely didn't like him. It must be her imagination. Or maybe he thought it was funny, and was just playing with her. Whether it was, it couldn't be that Shirzwan had feelings for her that went beyond friendship. Little did she know she had completely missed the point. Jiang Si pulled Song Zichu up from the only office chair in the room, and made her sit on the sofa with him, leaving a single seat for Dean Lin. Dean Lin really didn't want to squeeze in with these younger people, especially with that stupid student almost sitting on top of someone else. He felt embarrassed just looking at him. Fortunately, Shirzwan remembered the important matter, and didn't continue to torment everyone's eyes. "How did you two end up here from the dorm? It's pretty clever of you to come up with the idea of using the loudspeaker to find people." Song Zichu smiled smugly. "How about that? Isn't your brother Song clever? Jiang Si, before we came out, those parents in the lobby on the first floor started causing trouble. What happened after that?" Xia Ao had clearly given up on getting information from Song Zichu, and simply ignored him, moving on to another target. Jiang Si was much more reliable, recounting what happened after the two left. "After you two left, weren't we searching for plastic wrap in the other rooms? When we opened the door on the second floor, we bumped into people rushing out. Song Zichu and I were embarrassed, but they completely ignored us. Then more people started running downstairs, and that's when we realized something was wrong. Honestly, we really owe a lot to Song Zichu this time." Chapter 64. The two of them followed the panicked crowd down to the first floor, where they saw a large crowd gathered in the lobby, with people arguing in front of the glass door at the front. The two were completely bewildered. The glass was blocked by the people in front, so they couldn't see outside and had no idea what was happening. "What's going on?" Song Zichu casually grabbed the arm of the person next to him. "Brother, why are there so many people around?" This young man, although he had arrived late like them, and could only squeeze into the outermost circle, knew much more than they did. The students outside have all turned into zombies. The people at the front are parents who are worried and want to go out to look for their children, but the dormitory aunties have locked the doors and won't let them out, so they're trying to break down the doors. The other group are people who fled here. They don't have any relatives at the school, so they definitely won't be happy if they break down the doors. He explained the whole situation in 2 sentences, but his tone was light and casual, as if he were one of the second group. Sure enough, seeing a parent physically attack someone trying to stop him, the person immediately shouted, "If you don't want to live, don't hurt others." He was just another one who loved watching the drama unfold. Jiang Si gave Song Zichu a look, and the two squeezed through the crowd into the empty laundry room, finally able to catch their breath. These people hadn't showered in ages. The smell of them crammed in the crowd almost made Jiang Si faint. "What do I do?" She took 2 deep breaths of fresh air, feeling her lungs clear a bit, but facing so many people in the hall, she was truly helpless. As soon as she asked the question, Jiang Si regretted it. Why was she asking Song Zichu this? He couldn't think of a solution either. Forcing her to intervene now would be useless. Everyone was in a highly agitated state, and if she said anything, the target of their attack would immediately shift. Just as she was racking her brains, Song Zichu suddenly appeared, pulling out a large megaphone, exactly the same one she and Shirzwan had used at the high-speed rail station. "What are you planning to do?" Jiang Si asked nervously, watching him prepare to leave with the megaphone. She quickly grabbed his sleeve. "Don't worry, this is where I can really put my professional skills to use." Song Zichu waved the megaphone with a smile. Since the zombie apocalypse, he'd been like a mascot in the group, sometimes even feeling useless himself. But today's situation was exactly where he could shine. He gestured for Jiang Si to follow him and wait, then swaggered back into the hall, raised the megaphone, and began his performance. "Parents, let's calm down and say a few words." He leaped onto the only long table in the hall, his elevated position drawing everyone's attention. "I know you're all anxious. In this situation, who wouldn't worry about their child, their family? Little Song Shanshan understands your feelings. Then open the door quickly." Let us out! Some people noticed the familiar megaphone in Song Zichu's hand, and, assuming he was with the dormitory ant, blocked the crowd from leaving. They immediately jumped up and started hurling insults at him. They used all sorts of vulgar language. It was extremely offensive. But Song Zichu remained unfazed, continuing, however, I hope you can patiently listen to what I have to say. I'm about the same age as your children, and I have parents too. Since this damned apocalypse, I haven't been home once, and I don't know how my family is doing. I know you all want to go out and check if your children are alive and safe. But from a child's perspective, I want to say a few words to you uncles and aunts. We understand your concerns, but as children, we hope even more that all your parents are healthy and safe. Get down. The children are out there fighting zombies, trying to create a safe environment for everyone. If everyone rushes out, they won't help the children, and might even cause more trouble. How about this? Uncles and aunties, let's stay calm, line up, and register your children's names here one by one. Xiao Song will definitely find a way to inform your children of your concerns, so they can come to you safely. The parents in the crowd were mostly middle-aged and elderly. Once they realized their actions might cause trouble for their children, they immediately fell silent. A few middle-aged men, still trying to argue with Song Zichu, were silenced after their wives tugged at their ears. Jiangxi stared blankly as Song Zichu put down the megaphone, winked at her, his face practically screaming, Praise me! Praise me! Wait, she was a little dazed. Was this still the same Song Zichu who always managed to mess everything up? The crowd jostled and pushed, and fearing a stampede, Song Zichu quickly jumped down from the long table. He then asked the dormitory Annie for paper and a pen and tossed them to Jiangxi. See, help them tally this up. Uncles and aunties, let's line up and register our children's names with this pretty girl. Huh? Before Jiangxi could react, a notebook was shoved into her hand, titled Student Dormitory Visitor Entry and Exit Registration Form. She was about to grab Song Zichu to ask what was going on when he slipped through the dense crowd as if he had oil on his feet. What was he going to do next? Before she could see, her view was blocked by a curly-haired auntie who had just squeezed in front of her. Girl, quickly write down my son's name, his name is. The hall was still chaotic, but at least no one was trying to break into the dormitory anymore. They were at peace. Jiangxi breathed a sigh of relief and resigned herself to helping Song Zichu. Some parents spoke with regional accents, and even within H city itself, the dialects varied greatly from village to village, making it quite tiring for her to understand. It took her about 10 minutes to write all the names down on the blank page at the back of the notebook. Then she tore the page off with a snap. After writing down the names, some parents still crowded around her, unwilling to leave. She had no choice but to continue persuading them. Okay, everyone, uncles and aunties, I've written down all the names. Don't stand at the door anymore, it's too tiring. Go back to your rooms and rest. She talked herself hoarse, and only managed to persuade about a third of them to leave. Fortunately, Song Zichu returned at that moment. Unexpectedly, he managed to get the parents to obediently leave with just a few words. It made it seem like all her talking was a waste of breath. Only they and the dormitory had remained in the lobby. She thanked the two of them and went back to her room. Here, the list is finished. Jiangxi handed the paper to Song Zichu, but he only glanced at it quickly, folded it twice, and stuffed it into his pocket. She asked curiously, Are you going to help them find people? Not exactly. Song Zichu shook his head. Although this method was indeed a temporary solution to control the situation in the short term, he didn't intend to treat it as just an empty promise. He just hadn't come up with a suitable method yet. He couldn't exactly run around the streets calling out names one by one. His cautious explanation, fidgeting with his hands, made Jiangxi burst out laughing. Seeing you making such a big show of it, I thought you already planned everything. Oh dear, I didn't think that far ahead. I was just worried that if they really broke down the door, everyone in the building would be doomed. The noise of the two groups arguing had already attracted the zombies outside the door. If the arguing continued, either the people inside would riot and break down the door, or the zombies would smash it open. Either way, they were going to die. In desperation, Song Zichu came up with this plan. Before the apocalypse, he worked in marketing, managing several accounts. Each account had a different target audience, some aimed at young people, others specifically targeting middle-aged and elderly people. He had some of the scripts memorized to the point of reflex. They would come out of his mouth without him even thinking. Jiangxi still had some questions. What about those people who escaped from the villages and towns? How did you persuade them to go back? Did I agree to some unreasonable request again? Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. Song Zichio tried to defend himself. Those people were only causing trouble to guard the dormitory door. As long as we affirm them, even if the uncles and aunts start to get anxious after we leave, they will still try to stop us. This involves the incentive mechanism. After they receive Song Zichio's support and praise for stopping the parents the first time, if they encountered a similar situation a second time, even without an explicit purpose of seeking this reward, they would still be subconsciously driven to stop them again. This trick works well for both the elderly and children. Wow, Song Zichio, I never thought your lousy job of scamming people online would actually come in handy. Jiangxi was genuinely praising him this time. She knew Song Zichio did this kind of work before, and although he repeatedly pointed to him and swore he never spread false information, his job had always been a thorn in her side. Even though she didn't cling to the traditional male strong, female weak value system, she always felt compelled to defend Song Zichio's image whenever her family asked what her boyfriend did. But her answers were always the same few words, lacking any real persuasiveness. Her family began to have doubts and urged her to break up with him. She never told Song Zichio about the pressure from her family until later, when they broke up due to differences in their lifestyles. So AC, aren't I amazing? Seeing her fall silent, Song Zichio immediately nuzzled his face, wagging his tail for praise. He wasn't ugly at all. He had big eyes and long eyelashes. His only flaw was his thick eyebrows. His sudden closeness to Jiangxi was hard not to draw her attention. Ah, see, look how amazing I am about getting back together. No way. He thought that after showcasing his professional skills, Jiangxi might change her mind. But all he got was a cold rejection. He instantly lost all his strength, weakly squatting in a corner, muttering why? Repeatedly. Upon closer inspection, he was completely shrouded in an inexplicable shadow. Sigh, why did he have to pick such a bad time? She had just looked up and met those two crayon-thick eyebrows. She really couldn't agree. Chapter 65. And then? Song Zichio deliberately avoided mentioning his own rejection of his attempt to reconcile. Everyone only heard him use his professional advantages to calm down the two groups arguing, while simultaneously taking on the task entrusted to him by the students' parents. Although Song Zichio added a lot of self-praise to his story, almost portraying himself as a Chinese version of Martin Luther King Jr., it must be admitted that, given his background in journalism and later his involvement in marketing, setting aside the subjective aspects, his story was actually quite interesting. Shirzwan was already impatiently asking for the follow-up. Jiangxi, unusually, didn't interrupt his incessant chatter, letting him show off. Song Zichio glanced at everyone's reactions, straightened his back even more, and continued, someone like me who keeps his word, the next thing I need to do is figure out how to solve the task entrusted to me by my aunt and uncle. However, at the time, he genuinely couldn't figure out the best approach in a short period of time. At this moment, the dormitory aunt came out of the room and handed a key to everyone. This is the spare key to the dormitory door. It'd be easier for you to come and go if you really need to help them find their child. As she spoke, her eyes darted around unconsciously, her fingers fiddling with the edge of her old, frayed clothes, as if she wanted to say something more to the two women. Auntie, please just tell us what's wrong. If it's something we can help with, we definitely will. Jiangxi, seeing her hesitant look, patted his chest and assured her. The dormitory aunt was silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and finally voiced her concern. I don't know where you're planning to go. If you run into those deans, could you please pass on my message that the food in the quarantine building is running out? Her hair, which she had dyed specifically for this purpose, had developed at least 2 centimeters of gray hair at the roots due to the stress and toil of the past few days. When she told them that the food supplies for distribution are almost gone, her brows furrowed, and deep lines appeared on her forehead. To prevent parents from causing trouble or forcibly taking supplies, the food for the quarantine building was delivered daily by the dean and students. Each delivery only guaranteed a 2 or 3 day supply. As a result, the bread had just been distributed last night, and today's supplies hadn't even arrived before this rain started. Seeing the two remain silent, the aunt quickly waved her hand and explained, I'm not forcing the school to take more. I know that in this situation, it's already difficult enough for everyone to ensure their own survival. I'm just worried that those parents and refugees might. Jiangxi couldn't possibly misunderstand the meaning behind her unfinished words. Auntie, if I see them, I definitely pass on the message. But the school might not be able to provide that much food right now. Oh, it's alright, I understand. Auntie is so grateful that you're willing to help put in a word. The dormitory auntie happily grasped her hand, the warm touch making Jiangxi blush slightly. At this moment, Song Zichu suddenly interrupted. Andy, do you know where the school's broadcasting station is? Also, does the school have a generator? Jiangxi looked at him, her expression visibly shocked. Song Zichu thought she was praising his cleverness, and proudly stuck out his neck. It's all right. No need to praise me. I just happened to look up and saw the megaphone hanging overhead. His arrogant demeanor. Jiangxi shook her head helplessly. Did he think he was blind, unable to see what was above him? Jiangxi clearly remembered that when she suggested finding a way to notify all the students on the list, her first thought was the broadcasting station. But it was only a fleeting thought. Even if they got to the broadcasting station, without electricity to start the system, it would all be for nothing. Leaving aside the possible long distance between the broadcasting station and the generator, Auntie has never been to the broadcasting station and doesn't need to generate electricity. Isn't it a bit difficult for you to ask Auntie this? She leaned against the edge of the long table beside her, finding balance, and placed half her body weight on it, coldly casting her gaze at Song Ziqiao, questioning him. I just thought of it. Song Ziqiao was startled by her icy tone, even avoiding her eyes, lowering his head, his voice growing softer and softer until he was completely silent. Was he hurt by her? Jiangxi stared at him for another minute, and he really didn't look up or meet her gaze. Before she could ask any further questions, the dorm auntie next to her suddenly clapped her hands excitedly, grabbing Jiangxi's sleeve and almost pulling her over. Hey little girl, I know. Ah? Auntie, do you know where the broadcasting station is? Where no one was looking, someone's eyes lit up, but the auntie nodded, then shook her head. I don't know. The two little light bulbs quietly went out. But I know one person who definitely knows the location of the generator and the broadcasting station. Who is it? Auntie, tell me quickly. Jiangxi had only uttered 2 words when a dark figure darted over like lightning, shoving in front of the dorm auntie, her expression excited. She couldn't help but hallucinate that this person had a tail wagging rapidly behind them. The auntie hadn't expected his emotions to fluctuate so much in such a short time. She was momentarily stunned when he suddenly grabbed her arm by her clothes. Finally, after Song Zichu's repeated urging, she finally explained. Whenever there were problems with items being damaged or power outages in the dormitory building, the school's dedicated maintenance personnel would come to resolve them. Coincidentally, one of the dorm supervisors had briefly left school a couple of days ago to visit family, but after a family emergency, he had to return only to find the school under lockdown. He was currently staying in this dorm room. Great. Annie, please take us to him. Song Ziqiao couldn't wait. At this point, finding the students on the list wasn't his primary goal anymore. He needed to prove his intelligence to Jiangxi. He was fired up. The dorm supervisor picked up the register on the table, flipped through a few pages, and pointed to one of the dorm rooms, saying, Go to 314 to find him. I won't go with you. Someone needs to stay here and guard the door. Okay. As soon as she finished speaking, Song Ziqiao dashed towards the stairwell like a wild horse. How rude. Jiangxi glanced at the direction he left with dead fish eyes, sighed, and said, Thank you, Auntie. We go upstairs now. Okay, come down and I open the door for you. She nodded and followed Song Ziqiao upstairs. Later, they went to room 314 and met the electrician, who told them that the broadcasting room was located on the 6th floor of this teaching building. Coincidentally, several small generators were stored in the storage room on the 1st floor of the building. So the two went back to their dorm to pack their things, and when the rain stopped, they drove to the teaching building. Although they were small generators, they were still quite heavy. If they took them directly from the storage room and carried them upstairs, they might encounter zombies and have trouble dealing with them. Just in case, they first went upstairs empty-handed and cleared out most of the zombies they encountered along the way before climbing the stairs again to bring the generators up. And Song Ziqiao really put in a lot of effort in clearing out the zombies. He really wants everyone to praise him. Jiangxi directly exposed his little scheme. Song Ziqiao was quite shameless, hearing her say that. He showed no embarrassment whatsoever, his eyes fixed on everyone present, waiting. One. Song Ziqiao, you are truly an excellent teammate. Surviving the apocalypse with you makes me feel very safe. He finished speaking, his gaze falling on Xiao beside him. Good buddy, it's your turn. How did that just slip out? Xiao felt 2 piercing gazes on him. Do I really have to come? Song Ziqiao stares. Xiao helplessly lowered his gaze, at least avoiding eye contact with this godlike figure. Fine, the sooner the better. He closed his eyes. Song Ziqiao, you're awesome. After the apocalypse ends, I definitely give you an award. Song Zichu nodded in satisfaction, letting go of the people on the sofa, but then his gaze fell on Dean Lin, who was sitting in his office chair. Old Lin had been acting like it was none of his business from the start, even leisurely swishing his chair around. Who would have thought that the King of Hell would be counting him in his roll call? He innocently pointed to himself, reluctantly confirming, "Me too." Song Zichu nodded emphatically, crushing his hopes. "Fine. Thank you, Song Zichiao, for your great contribution to the school's zombie elimination plan. We will never forget it. Is that enough? Are you satisfied now?" Old Lin's toes were practically grinding against the soles of his shoes. Having lived for so long, he rarely felt this awkward. At the crucial moment, that brat Shirzwan was also sitting on the sofa, watching him with a look of utter amusement. "Back off. Back off." Fortunately, although Song Zichu's request was inexplicable, it was easily satisfied. Just 3 simple sentences were enough to make him beam with joy. Finally, Jiangxi gave him a concluding compliment, and he immediately sat back on the sofa, completely satisfied, lost in his own world. Shirzwan coughed twice. "Now that we've found the generator, let's go to the lab." He hadn't expected everything to go so smoothly. "Say generator, and here it is. Old Lin, do you think this generator can be used to open the door?" As he spoke, he stood up and picked up the generator, revealing the specifications on the bottom. He told Old Lin the numbers on it. Just activating one access control system, this wattage should be enough. He roughly calculated it himself, looked up at Old Lin, and only after Old Lin nodded did Shirzwan suddenly breathe a sigh of relief. "In that case, let's not waste any more time." Xia Ao stood up from the sofa, picked up another generator. "Let's go now." "Okay. Alright. Great. Let's go, let's go." Outside the window, the rain had stopped for a long time, and the dark clouds had been blown away by the wind, scattered and heading in the same direction. It has to be said, when they're lucky, it's ridiculously good. Carrying the generator down from the top floor, they didn't see a single living zombie except for the corpses, and returned to the car smoothly. The sun finally pierced through the clouds. Sunlight shone brightly on the white car, and tiny raindrops, sparkling and translucent, refracted like diamonds. After placing their belongings in the backseat of Jiangxi's car, the group got into their respective cars and returned to their seats. This time, Shirzwan and his group were in the lead car, driven by Lao Lin. He didn't mind taking on such an important task, but couldn't those two in the back be a little more mindful of the situation? Why are their eyes glued to each other again? Chapter 66. The area around the experimental building was the most secluded part of the entire campus. Built on a clearing behind a grove of trees, 2 6-story white buildings stood side by side, occupying a considerable area. The exterior walls had been freshly painted just 2 years ago. The paint was of excellent quality, after 2 years of wind and rain, and even the annoying dampness of the plum rain season, except for some yellowish watermarks around the roof, the rest remained pristine white. However, because it had just rained, damp dew still clung to the walls, touching them would likely leave your hands wet. In front of the buildings was a row of greenery, with a French sycamore tree planted every meter. As for the other flowers and plants, Shirzwan couldn't name them, only remarking that they looked quite pretty together. Normal people rarely came to this place, and now, only a few zombies were visible. Wearing white lab coats stained with blood and dirt, they moved listlessly and slowly. Xia Ao observed for a moment, guessing that these zombies had probably been starving for a long time. Without food, their bodies couldn't support their movements, so they could only waddle slowly like snails in a small space. It wasn't until their car had been stopped for quite a while that the zombies slowly staggered towards them. "Then these things pose no threat to us," Song Zichu shouted, waving his arm. After Xia Ao reached this conclusion, Shirzwan immediately lowered the car window with relief and relayed the message to Jiangxi and the other person parked beside them. This was indeed good news. If the zombies outside had been starving for a long time, it further confirmed that this area around the experimental building had indeed been sparsely populated in the past. The fact that the zombies ran out of food so early meant that even if there were still zombies inside, they would be just as sluggish as those outside, posing no significant threat. Especially after Shirzwan's pulse cannon ran out of fuel and became unusable, this was practically a godsend. They hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. They almost thought that bad luck and ups and downs had become their team's defining characteristics. The 5 of them got out of the car and cleared the zombies outside with almost no effort. 2 paths branched off at the edge of the clearing, each leading to one of 2 buildings. Both buildings were currently locked, their dark gray glass doors obscuring the view inside. Old Lin walked in front, introducing the labs. The building on the left is basically for biochemistry and polymer materials. Our lab is on the right. Because the fabrication and testing processes are quite dangerous, they absolutely cannot be located with other labs. He walked to the main entrance, reflexively waiting a few seconds in front of the access control system. After a while, nothing happened, and he suddenly realized he hadn't connected the power yet. Old Lin smiled sheepishly. Look at my memory. It's alright, you can rest now. Xiao, carrying a toolbox, opened the lid and held it in her hands. Before leaving the teaching building, they had gone to the storage room again to get some basic tools for connecting and disconnecting circuits. The access control system was a palm-sized screen embedded in the wall, with no exposed wiring. To connect it to the generator, the screen had to be removed from the wall, and then the electrical wires had to be found, cut, and connected to the generator. To prevent the inability to use facial recognition without internet access, Lao Lin even brought his faculty ID card. The task was actually quite simple. It didn't require so many people crammed together. Shizhuan could handle it alone. Xiao served as a toolbox stand and could temporarily be excluded from the person category. The others were shooed aside by Shizhuan with the excuse that standing in a circle would block the light and make it impossible to see anything. Give me the knife and crowbar. He held out his hand, waiting for the human tools to place the items he requested in his hand. He was bossing him around with an air of self-righteousness. Aren't you going to thank me? His bossy manner reminded Xiao of that time at the high-speed rail station. He had also asked him for help, but back then Shizhuan had at least been polite and thanked him afterward. But now? Annoyed by his slow movements, before Xiao could even place the item in his hand, Shizhuan clicked his tongue and snatched it away. Not only did he not thank him, but he didn't even look up after taking it. Thinking about Shizhuan's recent strange behavior, Xiao's heart sank. Was his subtle advances in expressing his crush too obvious, and Shizhuan having discovered it, and Shizhuan didn't like him at all, but didn't want to reject him directly, so he came up with all sorts of underhanded tricks to express his protest? Was stopping thanking him a way of disliking him, a way of keeping his distance? Xiao reflected on his recent actions and Shizhuan's behavior, becoming increasingly certain of his guess. His already thin lips pursed, the corners of his mouth unconsciously turning down, making his complexion appear even colder. Shizhuan was engrossed in his work. The access control system was too secure, and it took him a long time to pry up the edge even a little. Completely unaware that while he was busy, the tool beside him was undergoing a dramatic internal struggle. The scissors, He finally managed to pry off the casing and asked Xiao for the scissors to cut the thread, only to be met with a face full of sullen anger. What's going on? Why is he suddenly angry? Are you unhappy? He dared to ask, only to be met with Xiao's extremely cold no. His voice was flat and emotionless, his speech faster than usual, and he didn't dare to deliberately avoid his gaze. Something's definitely wrong. He's definitely angry. But he hadn't finished his work, and everyone else was waiting, so Shizhuan couldn't pry into what was wrong. Without knowing the reason, he couldn't comfort him. Ugh, this is so frustrating. Unable to think of any other way, Shizhuan quickened his pace, identified the power wire, snipped it with a pair of scissors, and then connected the severed wire to the generator. The machine was incredibly loud once it started, hurting everyone's ears, and he was even more worried it would attract zombies. Old Lin, hurry up. He quickly called Old Lin over. A thin card was swiped on it, and the door opened. The explosives manufacturing lab they needed to enter was on the second floor, and they had to pass through several doors to get there. Shizhuan followed the same procedure as before, opening each door one by one. Finally, he pushed open the last one, and they saw a long white lab bench and half a table of experimental equipment. The materials were stored in a special storage room by the side door of the lab, kept completely dark. Old Lin was fully prepared, and had even brought the key to the small room. He opened the door and let Shizhuan, who had been eagerly waiting, inside. As soon as he entered the room, he rushed towards the glass cabinet like a puppy seeing a bone. Hurry up, I don't want to end up singing tears behind bars with you after the apocalypse. Although Old Lin said this, seeing that Shizhuan still genuinely loved his job, he couldn't help but smile. If you ask me, you should have joined the system back then. I saw that was your career plan before. How did you end up working for a company in H City? This topic. Old Lin didn't know the real reason why Shizhuan left B City, so when he saw Shizhuan's passion for the industry, he still felt sorry for his choice back then. But Xiao felt heartbroken thinking about the night Shizhuan cried. Director Lin. Everyone has their own ambitions, Old Lin. You wouldn't want me to be exiled to a no-man's land for 10 or 20 years without a trace, would you? Before Xia Ao could explain, Shirzwan interrupted preemptively. He even winked playfully, showing no trace of pain or sadness. Why? He always gets a cold shoulder when it's his turn, doesn't he? Shirzwan took out the materials. He and old Lin were the main force. They placed the materials on the workbench and prepared to get started. Jiangxi and Song Zichu stood curiously beside them, watching them transform the scattered materials into real firearms. It seemed as if he couldn't fit in. The slight hesitation that had arisen in his heart was like a seed that had sprouted, its roots drawing water from the soil and growing wildly. He watched Shirzwan intently fiddling with something in his hands, surrounded by a lively discussion, as if he were the only one isolated from the atmosphere. For some inexplicable reason, he felt that everyone present was an eyesore. A throbbing nerve in his temples tormented his brain. Staying here wasn't a solution. He'd definitely drive himself crazy. Xia Ao instantly concluded this. Taking advantage of the moment before his outburst, he quietly left the room. Shirzwan caught a glimpse of the departing figure at the door, assuming he was just going out to take care of some personal matters, and didn't pay much attention, continuing to collect the gunpowder residue. Meanwhile, he also had to deal with Song Zichu's inquisitive questions, keeping him constantly busy. Judging from their appearance alone, the two laboratory buildings on H University's new campus were undoubtedly costly, time-consuming, and labor-intensive from their design to their construction. The entire building was hollow. One side of the corridor housed laboratories, while the other side consisted of a half-wall and railing directly facing the atrium below. The courtyard was beautifully paved with pebbles, and two short, stout banana trees stood in the center, their long, wide leaves easily obscuring the body of an adult. Xia Ao emerged alone, gazing at the distant banana trees, finally feeling a little better. He couldn't understand why. In his past 20-odd years of romantic experiences, love had never been a part of his life, and a partner hadn't suddenly appeared in his future plans. Song Zichu constantly claimed he was asexual and had no need for romance. That wasn't entirely wrong. He preferred to dedicate his time to virus research, a cause truly beneficial to humanity, while everything else was a waste of time. Therefore, the slight flutter of attraction after his initial one-night stand was mistaken for the palpitations of discovering the apocalypse. Later, when he was escaping with a team, he repeatedly reassured himself that it was just a normal heartbeat after exercise, not caused by any emotion. Until even Song Zichu noticed his odd behavior and ruthlessly exposed him, tearing out his deeply hidden, desperately beating heart and revealing it to the world. He couldn't deceive Song Zichu, nor could he deceive himself. He could only admit that he had indeed fallen for Shirzwan. Tangled thoughts clogged his usually quick-thinking mind, leaving him staring blankly at the banana tree in the courtyard. A breeze blew by, causing the heavy banana leaves to sway slightly. Suddenly, Xia Ao's sharp eyes caught a small patch of black beneath the banana leaves. Chapter 67. It was a very small piece of black cloth, but it stood out remarkably against the white cobblestone ground. The wind stopped, the banana leaves returned to their original positions, and the spot was hidden again. From exposure to disappearance, it was only a fleeting moment. Xia Ao even wondered if he had misjudged it. But in the zombie apocalypse, even the slightest danger could be fatal. Without hesitation, he immediately turned to go downstairs to check. But just as he passed the half-open laboratory door, the hairs on his body stood on end as if he'd been electrocuted. One of the generators they brought up was missing. Someone had stolen the generator while they were in the lab. Damn it, he hadn't noticed anyone passing by the door at all. Xia Ao was furious at himself for being so preoccupied with self-pity that he hadn't even noticed something so important. He reflected on his actions as he jogged downstairs. To avoid alerting the culprit, he tried his best to minimize the sound of his footsteps. But the man seemed to have been watching the upstairs activity, and when he arrived at the banana trees, there wasn't a soul in sight. Where did he go? The courtyard was completely open, the light illuminating the rectangular area in the middle of the building. Besides the two banana trees, there were no other tall objects providing cover in the central courtyard. Logically, any living thing should have nowhere to hide in such a spacious place. Where could that person have gone? He recalled Shirzwan and Lao Lin repeatedly emphasizing the high-risk level of their professional laboratory, and that all experimental materials must be strictly guarded to prevent any misuse. They were able to enter this laboratory building today thanks to Lao Lin's access privileges. Then who stole their generator? Was it a student majoring in explosives engineering? A teacher? Or perhaps not even from the school, trying to sneak into the labs with an ID card they gotten from who knows where? His heart tightened. He had to catch that person before they did anything wrong. Xiao swallowed hard and immediately began searching the labs closest to him. All the labs required an ID card to unlock. Unless that person intended to lock themselves permanently inside a lab, he dared not close the door. Nothing, nothing, nothing. He pressed the doorknob 6 or 7 times in a row. He had tried opening every lab on this floor. But not a single lab door was open, and even the doorknobs weren't noticeably dusty. Had that person run upstairs via another staircase? Xiao was just about to use the brute force of searching all 6 floors when he heard the sound of metal hitting the ground outside. After searching for so long, it was outside. He sprinted towards the main entrance he come in through, and peeking out, he saw the door to the adjacent laboratory building was wide open. Damn it! He couldn't help but curse. He hadn't even thought of such a simple answer. Although not as dangerous as the materials in the explosives lab, the various chemicals in the other laboratory building were still extremely dangerous, especially to ordinary humans. When he reached the entrance, the access control machine had been removed using the same method Shirzwan had used. This meant that from the moment their 2 cars parked in the open space, a pair of eyes had been secretly watching them. A weight suddenly settled in Xiao's heart. Just in case, he went back to his car to get a crowbar, then cautiously entered the adjacent laboratory building. The 2 buildings were architecturally identical, except for the number of banana trees in the courtyard and their placement. However, it was immediately apparent that there were more people here before the apocalypse. Bloodstains were splattered on the light gray floor tiles, along with discarded backpacks, laptops, and various scattered documents. A large patch of white pebbles in the courtyard was stained red with blood, and a zombie slowly emerged from behind a banana tree. It must have been trapped here for a long time, without food, too exhausted to stand, and could only crawl like a maggot in the open space. Xiao only glanced at it quickly, determining that it posed no threat, and then looked away. Where did that person go? He anxiously searched the area, preparing to open each door one by one using the same method. But before he could exhaustively try to figure out which lab it was, there was another sound of a lock being removed. On the 2nd floor. Xiao pinpointed the location. This time, he was determined not to alert the enemy. Carefully ascending to the 2nd floor, the only sound in the silent space was the clanging of metal against hard plastic. About 10 meters away, Xiao hid behind a load-bearing pillar, watching a figure hunched over in front of a door, fiddling with the access control with tools. The figure would occasionally glance towards the stairs, seemingly aware that they had been discovered, but the contents of the lab were too important for this person to risk. The distance was too great for Xiao to see clearly, even with his glasses. Judging from his build, the person wasn't tall, probably only about 1.6 meters, but his movements didn't suggest a woman. He was dressed entirely in black, almost blending into the shadows. For some reason, this person gave him a strange sense of familiarity. Had he seen him somewhere before? He tried to recall, and then, click, the door opened. Just as the man was about to slip into the lab, a fragment of memory flashed through Xiao's mind. This was the man on the motorcycle who had chased them after they left the gas station that day. He opened the door, and suddenly, as if sensing something, turned his gaze towards where Xiao was hiding. His sharp gaze pierced through the dust floating in the air. Xiao quickly pulled his head back, pressing his back tightly against the pillar, the cold touch seeping into his skin through the fabric. His right hand gripped the crowbar tightly, cold sweat soaking his palm, his ears pricked up, intently listening to the sounds behind him. Footsteps approached, seemingly heading in his direction. Slow, but the crisp sound of shoes hitting the tiles was exceptionally clear in the silent lab building. Had they spotted him? Xiao swallowed hard, gripping the crowbar tighter, his waist and leg muscles straining, ready to strike at any moment, but when they were less than 2 meters away, the footsteps suddenly stopped. Were they leaving? Xiao tried desperately to control his breathing, but his heart pounded like a drum set on a stage, thumping incessantly. It felt like it was trying to pierce a small patch of skin on his chest. He dared not relax, his calf muscles ached, and even his left hand rested on the crowbar, awaiting the motorcyclist's reaction. The other person seemed to be deliberately stalling him. Neither of them moved. 5 minutes passed, and sweat trickled down his forehead, dripping onto the bulging veins in Xiao's neck. The footsteps behind the pillar sounded again, this time receding into the distance. Xiao thought the man had left, and was about to breathe a sigh of relief when suddenly, a dark shadow flashed past in his peripheral vision. This motorcyclist had no intention of leaving. He deliberately mimicked the sound of walking back, just to catch Xiao's slightest relaxation. The instant their eyes met, a dark gun barrel was pointed at Xiao's face. The motorcyclist's knuckles twitched, and he mercilessly pulled the trigger. Damn it! Xiao was thankful that all his muscles were still pumped up. Almost the instant the gun barrel appeared in his vision, he quickly propelled his legs, propelling his entire body to the right into the open space. He rolled to his knees, regaining his balance. Bang! The bullet left a charred black hole in the pillar Xiao had just leaned against, and at the same time, the motorcyclist's entire appearance was completely exposed to him. Although the man wasn't tall, he had a muscular build and his skin was tanned dark. It didn't look like the marks of professional training, but rather the result of years of working in the fields, planting rice and herding cattle. His hair was short, but curly, twisting and turning like a broken steel wool ball spread across his head. His small, sharp eyes were fixed on Xiao, and his ugly, hooked nose dominated his face, making him appear vicious and cold-blooded. The gun he held wasn't made of the black carbon steel material shown in the online pictures. It looked like it had been made from a random piece of scrap metal. Even the butt of the gun was speckled with rust. Xiao got up from the ground, watching the motorcyclist's every move. He would immediately sense and react to any move the motorcyclist made. The motorcyclist then turned his gun and fired 3 more shots at Xiao's current position. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Xiao lunged forward. He grabbed a nearby trolley and threw it at the motorcyclist. Various empty glassware clattered and rattled on the trolley, eventually losing stability and toppling over, scattering shards of glass everywhere. 2 bullets hit the ground, and another struck the trolley, but thankfully neither hit Xiao. Damn it, this guy had a gun, and he only had a crowbar. At this distance, there was no way to fight back. But hiding like this wasn't a solution either. He could dodge once or twice, but eventually his strength would be exhausted, and the motorcyclist could easily kill him with a simple change of wrist position. What to do? At this point, it seemed there was no other option but to gamble and turn the long-range fight into close combat. Either wait to die, or try to seize that sliver of hope. Anyone would know which choice to make. Xiao crouched again, like a nimble cheetah, using the overturned cart as cover, and pounced swiftly towards the motorcyclist. 3 meters? 2 meters? A flicker of surprise crossed the motorcyclist's eyes, but he quickly recovered, raising his gun and tracking Xiao's direction. Now! When he aims, he inevitably focuses on himself. That means his defense will be somewhat lacking. Xiao accurately spotted this little habit of the motorcyclist. While dodging the bullet's trajectory to the left, he forcefully kicked a half-shattered glass bottle on the ground with his right foot. The glass bottle flew almost skimming the ground, and the motorcyclist instinctively tried to dodge. In those fractions of a second, Xiao grabbed a crowbar and pounced on him. Using his left foot for leverage, he sprang into the air, delivering a heavy roundhouse kick to the motorcyclist's wrist with his right leg. The motorcyclist tried to fire, but was startled by Xiao's sudden movement. Before he could adjust his posture, he took the blow. The muzzle was knocked off course. The bullet flew out, struck the laboratory wall, and scattered dust. But Xiao didn't stop. He gripped the base of the barrel with both hands and struck the motorcyclist's waist with force. This was one of the most vulnerable parts of the human body, and Xiao had used almost all his strength. The motorcyclist wanted to retaliate, but the sudden blow sent a terrifying pain coursing through his body from his waist. He convulsed in pain, and the gun in his hand slammed heavily to the ground with a dull thud. It hurt too much. The man curled up on the cold tile floor, clutching his stomach, breathing heavily. After this fight, Xiao was also exhausted, panting heavily. But he hadn't forgotten his primary objective. He continued to hold the crowbar, pressing the sharp end against the motorcyclist's neck. Tell me, who are you, and why did you sneak into the lab? Chapter 68. The man on the ground was still panting heavily. The force with which Xiao had struck him on the side with the crowbar had been too great, possibly rupturing his internal organs. At this moment, blood filled his throat, and his breathing was like a broken bellows, extremely unpleasant. Despite this, the motorcyclist's lips remained tightly sealed together, as if glued shut. Xiao asked again, but still received no answer. The man's black leather jacket was wrinkled and crumpled, with numerous small tears at the cuffs and elbows. Seeing that he remained silent, Xiao frowned and prepared to reach into his pocket. Stop! Before he could unzip the jacket, a male voice suddenly interrupted him from behind. Let him go or I shoot. It was the motorcyclist's teammate. In an instant, Xiao felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. From the moment, he began obsessively pondering Shizhuan's attitude towards him. His brain felt as if it were controlled by some demon, losing its ability to think. He clearly knew at the gas station that day that there were at least 5 or 6 of them, so why hadn't he thought of that? How foolish. Xiao turned slightly, wanting to confirm whether the motorcyclist's teammate really had a gun. The next second, a bullet landed at his feet. Now, immediately remove the crowbar from Brother Li's neck. Cold sweat trickled down Xiao's forehead. Unseen by others, the thin layer of fabric on his back was already soaked with sweat. But he still wouldn't give up. Who exactly are you people? Why did you go into the school lab? This teammate was much more talkative than Brother Li himself. Although his tone was aggressive, he actually responded to Xiao's question. You people went to university, and don't even know your own parents' names. I think you're all a bunch of ignorant, ungrateful wretches. Still guarding the gate, and not letting us country bumpkins in. Who do you think you are? Our boss has worked in a chemical plant. This stuff is nothing like yours. Bigfoot. Shut your dog mouth. Oldley had just recovered a little from the pain in his back, when he heard that idiot and his team spill the beans about their background. Kill him. Absolutely don't let this guy leave alive. They absolutely couldn't let this kid report their presence to those old men at the school, otherwise those idiots would definitely have them all kicked out. Stop talking nonsense, just do it. He ordered Bigfoot in a hoarse voice. Oldley must be the boss Bigfoot was referring to. Bigfoot was very obedient to him. Upon hearing this, he immediately raised his gun and aimed it at Xiao. What to do? Meeting the dark muzzle of the gun, Xiao's scalp tingled, and his usually fluent tongue felt as if something had blocked it. I won't tell anyone. I also have a background in chemical engineering. I can help you. Attack! Xiao tried to appease him, but Oldley had already made up his mind, and was determined not to let him live. Just as Bigfoot's finger was about to pull the trigger, suddenly, Xiao caught a glimpse of something flashing past the entrance downstairs. For some reason, he instinctively felt that the person was Shirzwan. This feeling was strange, and completely unfounded. Just a little longer. He forced his rusty brain to work again. Bigfoot! His shout was so loud that Bigfoot flinched, interrupting his firing motion. At the same time, downstairs, Shirzwan used that shout to pinpoint Xiao's location. 40 minutes earlier, Xiao had left the lab. He was busy organizing the materials at the time, and hadn't given Xiao's departure a second thought. Anyway, they had confirmed that there weren't any particularly dangerous zombies in the building. Xiao was just going to the restroom, and would be back soon. So, he let himself immerse himself in his work. Who would have thought that after he finished 5 grenades, and wiped the gunpowder residue off his hands, he would learn from Jiangxi that half an hour had passed. Half an hour had passed. Why hadn't Xiao returned? At this moment, everyone in the room finally realized something was wrong. If Xiao had planned to go out on something, she would definitely have informed them before leaving. But this time, she disappeared without a trace, and even half an hour passed without any movement. Something must have happened. Shirzwan felt a sudden unease and immediately put down his things, saying he would go out to look for her. But searching alone would be time-consuming and exhausting. Song Zichu offered to go with him, while Lao Lin and Jiangxi stayed in the lab to continue working on explosives. Everyone said it was fine, so Shirzwan and Song Zichu hurriedly went out. Like Xiao, their first instinct was to search the entire teaching building they were in, but after circling it from bottom to top, they couldn't find Xiao anywhere. The two men descended the stairs, bewildered. Suddenly, Song Zichu noticed that the generator they had initially placed by the door had vanished. Is he trying to borrow equipment from the biology lab? Song Zichu guessed. That was somewhat plausible. Although they hadn't guessed the truth, it led them out of the explosives lab building, where they found the access control system of the adjacent building had been removed in the same way, and the door was wide open. There's no doubt about it. Xiaogu is really something. If he wanted to do an experiment, he could have just said so. Nobody would have stopped us. Why did he have to sneak around like this? Song Zichu criticized Xiao's individual heroism and his lack of camaraderie, while observing the removed access control system hanging in the air. But Shirzwan still felt something was amiss. Firstly, Xiao himself didn't advocate individual heroism. Unless it was a particularly risky situation, he wouldn't have kept everyone in the dark. Secondly, why does he have an ID card for the biology lab? Xiao's every move since entering the school has been with him. There's no way he could suddenly get an ID card for the biology lab from somewhere. This is very strange. Shirzwan, keeping a watchful eye, told Song Zichu to shut up. The two cautiously entered the hall. Upon entering, they saw the exact same scene Xiao had witnessed. Just as their attention was drawn to the zombie crawling haphazardly on the cobblestones, a loud shout suddenly came from upstairs. It was a familiar voice. It was Xiao. What was he shouting? Bigfoot? Who is that? Immediately following, another unfamiliar voice appeared, clearly in opposition to Xiao. Oh no, Xiao is in danger. They have to get up there right now. Shirzwan and Song Zichu exchanged a glance, and immediately jogged up the stairs without making a sound. Shirzwan walked ahead, reaching into his jacket pocket to feel for something inside. Luckily, he grabbed 2 small hand grenades when he came out. These 2 were the prototypes he made when he first tested the dosage. The 5 he made later were for dealing with hordes of zombies. He set the dosage to maximum, so that a single ignition would obliterate at least 2 square meters of zombies within the blast radius. They could even easily blast through walls. Only these 2 small ones could maintain their normal power without affecting the surrounding environment. Killing at least 1 person would be effortless. Shirzwan gripped the grenades tightly, thinking, if Xiao's life was in danger, he would absolutely disregard the explosives not for people agreement. He absolutely had to keep Xiao alive. The 2 rushed to the 2nd floor. Just as they crossed the long corridor, they saw a man with his back to them, while Xiao, whom they had been searching for, was now using a crowbar to hold another man to the ground. The 2 sides were locked in a stalemate. Xiao seemed to have noticed the 2 men lurking in the corner, and deliberately shifted his body slightly to the left, blocking the man's view. Out of Lao Li and De Jiao's sight, he quietly made an 8 gesture with his hand, indicating that Shirzwan and his companion had guns. At the same time, he kept his voice steady, trying to buy as much time as possible. De Jiao, my friend is in the next building. They soon find out I'm missing, and then neither you nor your boss will escape. I don't know how people like you manage to sneak into the school, but my friend will immediately notify the deans and others to get rid of you parasites. Don't think you can get away with this. Shirzwan precisely caught his gesture, and almost without hesitation, pulled a small grenade from his pocket, held the pin with his right hand, and was about to throw it at the person in front of him. Song Zichu stared at him in shock, his eyes bulging. Use this? What if he dies? And that person is so close to Brother Xia. What if he gets hurt? He nervously grabbed Shirzwan's arm, trying to persuade him to think of another way. Unbeknownst to him, several meters away, Xiao's back was already completely soaked with cold sweat. He was frantic with worry. Why hadn't Shirzwan made a move yet? Didn't he understand his gesture? The situation was critical. Shirzwan didn't have time to explain to Song Zichu, nor did he care about his fragile heart. He forcefully shook off the hand on his arm. A split second later, he flicked the safety and threw it towards Bigfoot. Song Zichu's heart leaped into his throat. He even made a promise. If his brother were ever arrested and imprisoned because of this, he would visit him every week to keep him company. Seeing the grenade about to hit its target, Song Zichu dared not watch any longer, nervously closing his eyes and waiting for the explosion. Beside him, Shirzwan stared intently, not daring to miss a single detail. Bang! A deafening explosion erupted, and black smoke from the burning gunpowder quickly spread, obscuring everyone's vision. Now, Xiao was already prepared. The instant the smoke filled the air, he moved the crowbar from Old Li's neck and slammed it down on Bigfoot again. The first blow landed on Bigfoot's shoulder, his arm went numb, and the gun slipped from his hand, falling to the ground and being kicked away by Xiao. The second blow, just like with Old Li, struck him in the lower back with the crowbar. De Jiao felt a sharp pain in his lower back, then all strength left him, and he collapsed heavily onto the tiles. As the smoke cleared, Shirzwan rushed over and saw the 2 people lying on the ground, with Xiao standing between them, his face covered in soot. Are you all right? He asked anxiously. Before Xiao could answer, he immediately started checking his arms and clothes for wounds. Xiao hissed involuntarily as his cold fingertips pricked Shirzwan, which only made Shirzwan more anxious. His voice trembled, as if he were telling himself, "You can't be hurt." His eyes reddened, thinking Xiao was seriously injured. Chapter 69. Hey, don't cry. I'm okay. A single, clear tear was stuck at the bottom of his eye socket, threatening to fall, a heart-wrenching sight. Xiao quickly grabbed his icy hand, trying to comfort him. But the tear still insisted on its own way, sliding down from the corner of his eye and dripping onto the back of Xiao's hand, burning his skin. The alternating hot and cold sensations on his palm were driving him crazy. Shirzwan's head drooped lower and lower. Xiao was truly at his wit's end, wishing he could kneel before him. I really didn't mean to. I had just come out of the lab when I discovered our generator had been stolen. I was afraid someone would sneak into the explosives lab and touch the dangerous materials inside, so I... He rambled on and on, but Shirzwan completely ignored him. This damn gunpowder smoke was too pungent. How did this idiot manage to be completely unaffected at the epicenter of the explosion, chattering on and on? His eyes were stinging from the sting, and all his attention was focused on the explosion. His ears were completely blocked. He had no idea what Xiao was saying. On the other side, Song Zichu kept his eyes closed, waiting for the expected explosion before cautiously lifting his eyelids. How is it? It's okay, as long as Brother Xia is alright. Anyway, he didn't stop Shirzwan. He's guilty too. At worst we both go to jail. It's okay. He finally managed to calm himself down after a while, struggling to look at the location of the explosion. Huh? How come the person who was blown up still has all 4 limbs intact, not even a scratch or blood? Huh? Why are Shirzwan and Xiaogu clinging to each other like peas in a pod between the 2 lying down people? Huh? Why does it seem like only he's oblivious to what's going on? He stared blankly as Xiao, flustered and helpless, apologized to Shirzwan in his arms, saying something like, "Don't cry." Did he make someone cry again? Based on his previous experience, Song Zichu still felt it was all Xiao's fault. Shirzwan was fine just now, but he's already crying his eyes out as soon as they found him. If it's not his fault, whose fault is it? He stood there righteously, running up to the 2 of them, hands on his hips, ready to question Xiao, but accidentally stepped on a large foot sticking out from under him. He tripped and turned around, about to curse, but the large foot made him speechless with pain. He didn't bother to comfort his waist or foot, writhing on the ground in a bizarre manner. Like someone with lice on their back, who couldn't find a scratcher, simply rubbing themselves on the ground to relieve the itch. He glanced at it briefly before looking away, completely unconcerned. After all, he had important business to attend to. Xiao, why did you come here alone? Do you know how worried we were? Especially Brother Shi, he was practically crying. Who? Who was crying? Song Zichu's voice was loud, immediately piercing through Shirzwan's ear canal and reaching his cerebral cortex. Song Zichu, are you crazy? I'm not crying. His eyes were red, and although he seemed highly unlikely to believe it, he still didn't give up on saving face. It's because of this smoke, understand? I'm not like some cowards, who can't even look a grenade being thrown. Provocation. This was pure provocation. Seeing the 2 about to argue, Xiao intervened, grabbing Shirzwan's thin wrist and pulling him back from his taunts. How did you find out I was missing? Shirzwan was still angry and remained silent, so Song Zichu had to explain. He deliberately emphasized that Shiji was the first to notice he was missing, and the first to search the entire lab building out of concern. Shirzwan himself turned away embarrassedly, changing the subject. Who are they? He pointed to the 2 men groaning on the floor, their postures contorted like shrimp on a grill. Xiao couldn't help but want to smile at his shitty gaze, but the next second, meeting the threatening look in Shirzwan's eyes, she obediently shut her mouth. Then she explained the whole story from beginning to end. Upon hearing that these 2 were the motorcyclists who had chased them at the gas station, Shirzwan frowned, grabbing old Li's hair and lifting his head off the ground. Tell me, what are you doing at the lab? What happened to that girl? Why were you chasing her? Pa! Even with his life in their hands, Old Li remained defiant, spitting bloody saliva at Shirzwan. That little wench deserved it. What? You want to seek justice for her? Old Li's eyes were filled with venom, making Shirzwan feel extremely uncomfortable. She didn't look very old, and her clothes didn't resemble those of a country bumpkin. What could she possibly have to do with you? It wasn't that Shirzwan had any preconceived notions. She remembered the girl who died near the gas station. Tall, with fair skin, her face and body perfectly proportioned, clearly the result of meticulous care. Old Li and Big Foot, judging from their skin tone, the thick calluses on their hands, and even their tone and vocabulary, seemed like ordinary people accustomed to farm work. These 2 groups shouldn't have any connection unless... Shirzwan suddenly had a bad feeling. Old Li scoffed, looking down on the way the men were interrogating him, and said viciously, that little girl was bought to be my wife. She'd been eating and living at my house for a week for free, and just when we were finally about to have the wedding, this mess happened. That brat was always headstrong. When she was first brought to his house, she wouldn't let him touch her no matter what. Even after being beaten for so long, she still wanted to run back home. Their place was very remote. The nearest town was a half-hour drive away. Without help, the women sent to their village couldn't escape. This little girl was clever. She was even said to have gone to school and attend university. However, no one expected she could even ride a motorcycle. One day, while he was drinking at his brother's house, she stole his motorcycle keys, intending to escape to town. Luckily, before she even left the village, her uncle, who happened to be returning from selling ducks in town, ran into her and took her home. Later, he chained her to the chicken coop, planning to release her on their wedding day. But before their auspicious day arrived, people in the village suddenly started staggering, acting like mad dogs, biting anyone they could find. Those bitten would also become exactly like those mad dogs. Old Lee was initially frightened, but his father told him, before he was bitten, that there was a pistol under the bed Abu used to sleep in. He rushed back and rummaged around, finding 2 homemade pistols and a full basket of bullets. What was there to be cowards about? With these 2 things, he could just grab the guns and go for it. In Old Lee's eyes, holding a gun made him a god in the village. I can shoot a zombie with 1 shot, and they all be begging me to save their lives. The girl had been unchained and brought back to the house on the day of the incident. It wasn't out of a pang of conscience, but because he suddenly realized that most of the women in the village had been mutated into zombies, and the god couldn't satisfy his physical needs. He thought it over carefully. If he brought this woman into the house, she could help him pass the time and serve as a food reserve when he ran out of food. I gave her a chance to live, but that damned woman wasn't satisfied. She killed my brother on night watch and then sneaked off on her bike. I have to make her pay for my brother's life. As he spoke, the malice in his voice almost made Shirzwan and the other 2 vomit. Seeing their expressions, Old Lee was even more satisfied. He grinned, revealing a set of broken yellowed teeth. She's dead now. This is karma. Karma? What right did he have to say karma? Xia Ao clenched his fists angrily. From the moment he started saying the girl with the ponytail was a traffic college student, he couldn't help but put himself in Xia Ting's shoes. What would Xia Ting do if she encountered such a scoundrel? A chill ran down his spine, and all his words dwindled to a single, powerless sentence. Human trafficking is illegal. Ha, this is all just a gimmick you city folks made up to swindle money. Whose wife here wasn't bought? We all paid money. Isn't it only natural to buy things? He called the abducted girls things, treating them like commodities, torturing and trampling on them, finally concluding with human life is nothing but a fragile thing, before forcing them to die. Lying nearby, Bigfoot, who hadn't spoken until now, was in so much pain he couldn't even utter a word, yet still managed a couple of forced groans to express his unwavering agreement with his boss. The 3 men were enraged. Song Ziqiao, especially, pushed aside Xia Ao and kicked Old Lee twice more in his injured side, still not satisfied. He demanded from Shirzwan, Brother Shir, you still have a bomb. Take it out, I'm going to send this idiot to his death. Just moments before, he had thought that no matter how hateful this man was, he didn't want Brother Shir to bear the burden of murder for him. But now, after hearing his self-righteous words, he immediately threw all his moral constraints to the wind. Shirzwan, his throat tight with unease, actually pulled out another grenade from his pocket, intending to join Song Ziqiao in his scheme, but was stopped by Xia Ao. His sharp gaze immediately shifted to the side, ready to hear a clear explanation of whether he was covering for someone else. Xia Ao, feeling utterly guilty under his gaze, quickly distanced himself. If you 2 blow him up now, we won't be able to figure out why they went into the lab, or if they have accomplices hiding in the school. Old Lee remained stubbornly silent. Despite the 3 of them using every possible method of coercion and inducement, they still couldn't get him to reveal the reason for his presence. And whenever they shifted their focus to Bigfoot, every time they asked a question, Old Lee's rebuke immediately followed. He threatened that if he revealed anything, he would make his life miserable. It was unclear what kind of spell Old Lee had cast on this kid, even though Xia Ao had sternly told him that if he didn't confess, his days would be numbered. But in Bigfoot's mind, Old Lee's intimidation power seemed far greater than the 3 of them. This couldn't go on like this. Shirzwan pondered, chin in hand, then pulled the sleeves of the 2 beside him aside for a small meeting. A minute later, all 3 unanimously voted to interrogate Old Lee and Bigfoot separately. Chapter 70. Song Ziqiao was adept at speaking, which is why Xia Ao and Shirzwan placed high hopes on him. Shirzwan had prepared a mental table beforehand outlining the main points of the interrogation, assigning him to handle the Jiao alone. And what about you 2? Song Ziqiao was suddenly left behind. On the surface, he was being expected of him, but behind the scenes, were these 2 going to find another opportunity to be all lovey-dovey with him? His credibility was a bit low, and Song Ziqiao looked at them with suspicion. Shirzwan coughed twice, raised his right hand, fingers together, and pressed it against his temple. I swear, I will work hard and live up to the organization's trust. All right, make sure you show a positive attitude. Let everyone see. Yes. Xiao watched the two idiots inexplicably putting on a show and sighed helplessly. He would never participate in such a pointless affair. While everyone else was drunk, he alone remained sober. Xiao slipped away from the mysterious space between the two, then stepped on the two writhing figures on the ground. Behave yourself. He then retrieved the two guns that had been removed earlier. Old Li, seeing what Xiao held in his hand, was clearly enraged, his movements becoming even more erratic. These were the key tools for his godhood. How could Xiao take them? His face flushed crimson, as if his veins were about to burst. But he ignored it, enduring the pain all over his body, and tried to get up from the ground, only to be stomped back down by Shirzwan, who had just finished reciting the oath. Xiao handed one gun to him, and the other to Song Zichu. Let's go. Song Zichu nodded, and the three began to move. What are you doing? Old Li exclaimed in shock, realizing his hind legs had been lifted up, both legs. The scenery before him slowly receded at the edge of his vision. He tried to turn his head to see what was happening, but his limited flexibility, coupled with the unbearable pain in his side, made it nearly impossible to turn around. He immediately turned around and saw Song Zichu's gun pointed directly at Bigfoot's head, while Bigfoot, half turned to the side, watched him being dragged away with a smug smile, even waving at him in a very irritating manner. Damn it! Where are you taking me? Before he could react, he felt a sudden sense of weightlessness, followed by his chin scraping against the stair steps, slamming heavily onto the solid tiles with each step. A piercing pain spread from the tip of his chin to his entire face. He tried to cry for help, but all that came out were groans and screams. Regardless of whether he begged for mercy or not, Shirzwan and Xiao dragged him downstairs slowly, carefully controlling their pace, not so fast that Old Li wouldn't have time to fully experience it before it was over, nor so slow that he would have enough time to recover. By the time they reached the lobby on the first floor, Old Li's jaw, already fractured from the past few days, was drooling uncontrollably. Then, they squatted down, looking at Old Li's desperate and resentful eyes, and continued to relentlessly provoke him. Old Li, we're giving you one last chance. Explain why you're here, or else. Shirzwan, disgusted by the drool on his face, simply kicked the back of his head with the sole of his shoe, turning his head to face the zombie in the courtyard and the blood-stained, blackened pebbles. Otherwise, we cut your flesh off piece by piece and feed it to that long-starved zombie. What if he tastes your flesh first, finds it delicious, but it's not enough to fill his stomach? Wouldn't he keep chasing you, no matter where you run? As soon as he finished speaking, a look of terror appeared on Old Li's face. He didn't want to become a zombie. And these two devils who dragged him down from the second floor were absolutely capable of doing what they said. Once the zombie had a small piece of flesh in its stomach and its energy was replenished, Shirzwan would tie a rope to Old Li's stomach, like walking a dog, watching Old Li struggle with all his might to escape the zombie's pursuit. If he ran until he was too weak to run and wanted to give up, the two devils would pull on the rope, forcing him to keep running until the blood from his wounds dried out, witnessing himself being gradually transformed into one of their own kind under the zombie's jaws. Seeing Xiao holding a small knife and walking towards him at Shirzwan's command. I talk! Old Li, panting heavily, was finally forced to speak. Xiao and Shirzwan, one holding a knife and a gun, the other toying with a homemade grenade, waited patiently for Old Li to explain. There's a big boss in our village. He can extract leaves, and he earns this much money from selling them every year. Old Li gestured a number with his fingers, making it seem as if the boss was related to him. He was even more proud than the other man. But because zombies broke into the village a couple of days ago and damaged a lot of his tools, we brought him to the school lab. Leaf? Shirzwan and Xiao's eyes sharpened immediately. Xiao was a local, and knew that this plant was still grown in some rural areas of H City. But now the crackdown was extremely strict, and those who could be caught had been thoroughly investigated and eliminated. They hadn't expected that Old Li's village still harbored such a supply chain. This was a double offense. The nature of the crime was now far from ordinary. The two didn't interrupt, waiting for Old Li to reveal more secrets. That big boss gave us a lot of money. As long as we safely get him into the school lab, he'd give us shares after the apocalypse. A glint of greed flashed in his eyes. We won't have to do anything. We can just lie around and get paid. Shares, huh? Upon hearing this, Shirzwan knew that Old Li had been tricked. Given the big boss's money-making methods, forget about giving away shares. Going public was impossible, and they wouldn't even get a 100% chance of receiving operating capital. Xiao frowned and continued, why is your big boss still involved with Yi Zi? It's the apocalypse. The outside world is full of zombies. No one will pay for it. We don't know. Oldly turned his head, a mocking smile on his lips. We're just doing our jobs for money. The big boss told us not to ask, so we just do our work and get paid. Bosses, you see, I revealed everything I need to. Why don't you just tell me? How many companions are with you? Shirzwan asked again. 3. Including the big boss, there are 2 other brothers protecting him. Where are they now? I don't know. Oldly shook his head, his neck stiff. Shirzwan didn't believe him. He took the gun from Xiao and pressed it almost against Old Li's withered forehead. You don't know? You came together, and you're telling me you don't know? We separated as soon as we entered the school. They went to hide in a safe place, and I go find them, and call them back when we find a place, Old Li stammered. You said you find them when you find a place, so why do you say you don't know the location? Xiao precisely caught the contradiction in his words. No, the big boss only said to meet at midnight tonight at the school cafeteria entrance. They only agreed on a time and place to meet, not where the other was at that moment. Seeing that he seemed to have revealed everything he should and shouldn't have, there was no point in asking further. Shirzwan leaned close to Xiao's neck and whispered about how to deal with the 2 men. After all, if it weren't for the apocalypse, these law-abiding young people would definitely have to invite them to participate in the competition. Normally, if you eat something on the street and can't find a trash can, you have to wander around with your trash until you get home to dispose of it. Now, suddenly encountering a truly heinous criminal, they were hesitant to make a decision. Just then, Song Ziqiao, who was interrogating Bigfoot upstairs, finished and poked his head out from the corridor railing, calling to them. Bigfoot was similar to Old Li, even slightly less so in some details. The group discussed it, and decided to keep the 2 with them for now, and then, after meeting the big boss's gang that evening, they would capture them all and hand them over to the school's deans for safekeeping. This was far more reasonable than resorting to vigilante justice. Song Ziqiao retrieved 2 ropes from the lab door, which was open nearby. He used one to tie to Jiao's wrists, and threw the other down to Shirzwan and Xiao. Old Li, seeing that they hadn't kept their promise to let him go, and had instead tied his hands behind his back, became anxious and shouted that they had broken their word, and that he would never let them go. Behave yourself. Shirzwan kicked him in the waist area again, signaling Xiao to help. The 2 of them tied him up together, lifted him up, and prepared to drag him out. At this moment, Song Ziqiao also carried Jiao downstairs. Old Li was under Xiao's control. His years of gym workouts had paid off. Only Shirzwan was idle, staring blankly at the stairs, waiting for the people upstairs to come down. He watched Bigfoot struggle for his life in Song Ziqiao's grasp. Just then, something flashed past them from behind. Damn it! Song Ziqiao, come down quickly. At the corner of the stairs upstairs, a zombie poked its head out from above the railing, its eyes bulging, staring intently at Song Ziqiao and Bigfoot. It seemed to possess sentience. Upon hearing Shirzwan's warning, realizing it had been exposed, it immediately pounced on the 2 on the stairs. Damn it, too late. Run! Don't look back. Upon hearing the first command, Song Ziqiao instinctively wanted to glance back, but then received Shirzwan's urgent urging. The trust cultivated over so long made him almost unconditionally trust his companion, so he instantly stopped turning his head and quickened his pace. But at that moment, Bigfoot's dazed mind seemed to sense something, and instead of Song Ziqiao's action, it turned its head, meeting the zombie's ugly, disgusting face. Ah! It screamed, instinctively twisting its body. Song Ziqiao was already struggling to carry him, and now the zombie was wriggling and twisting like a maggot, causing Song Ziqiao to lose his grip. The large foot slipped off the zombie's arm, and the zombie slammed hard onto the steps, its face bleeding from the sharp edges of the tiles. The zombie, smelling the blood, became even more agitated, accelerating its pursuit downwards. The next second, the slicing sound of sharp teeth piercing flesh rang in Song Ziqiao's ears. In this tense situation, his mind went blank. He couldn't even turn around to check the situation, only remembering to run downwards. He could only run downwards. Chapter 71. Xiao and Shirzwan stood at the bottom of the stairs, nervously watching behind Song Ziqiao. They witnessed a zombie suddenly pounce on Bigfoot, tearing at the flesh of his neck. Stinky blood splattered onto the staircase floor. Even the crawling zombie in the courtyard was attracted by the smell, seemingly willing to take a gamble, crawling towards them with all its might. Old Li's arms were bound behind his back, unable to move, and he could only watch helplessly as Bigfoot screamed and fell into the zombie's mouth, his limbs stiffening and then hanging limply. A few seconds later, Bigfoot on the ground began to twitch strangely. Oh no! Run! Bigfoot is turning into a zombie. Xiao shouted in alarm. 2 zombies were already enough of a headache for everyone. This sudden addition of another one left them no time to consider the possibility of fighting back. Just then, Song Zichio came down the stairs. Without even turning around, he knew that Bigfoot was already dead in the zombie's jaws. Shirzhuan and Xiao were waiting at the top of the stairs. The moment his foot touched the ground, they immediately led the charge towards the door. At that moment, everyone was only concerned with themselves. As Xiao turned to run, he caught a glimpse of Oldly beside him. Oldly seemed startled, standing frozen in his spot, a clear yellow liquid trickling down his trousers. Only when the zombie pounced on him did he suddenly react, trying to run away. But it was too late. The smell of urine was too strong, easily making him a prime target for the zombies. Xiao didn't need to look closely. The voice he heard again clearly indicated Oldly's fate. Regardless, those 2 deserved their fate and died a worthy death. It was impossible to feel any pity for them. The 3 survivors had been running around outside since the apocalypse began. After nearly a month, their survival skills aside, they had certainly honed their running abilities to superb levels. The 3 moved swiftly, from slipping out of the main door to running into the adjacent laboratory building, then up the stairs and into the lab, all in one fluid motion, leaving the zombies outside, pounding on the door in impotent rage. The 3 finally breathed a sigh of relief. Song Zichio collapsed to the ground, the generator he had been carrying all the way slamming down heavily. You 3 went out to steal? Jiangxi was startled by their disheveled appearance, and quickly looked away from Old Lin's workbench. Shirzhuan was also panting heavily, but he mustered his strength to raise his index finger to his lips in a shi gesture. After about 5 minutes of silence, the violent pounding on the door ceased. The zombies left through the door. The 3 of them found seats and sat down. Jiangxi then spoke again, asking them what had happened. How come after Xiao disappeared, the 2 of them said they were going to look for her, but then rushed back, covered in sweat? Xiao was the first to regain her normal breathing, and began to recount how she had found someone hiding under a banana leaf after going outside. Of course, she deliberately concealed the reason she had gone out. Old Lin also put down what he was doing and joined in to listen. When the 2 heard about the girl who had been driven to her death, they were filled with righteous indignation, wishing they could immediately open the door, grab those 2 zombies, and whip their corpses. They had arranged to meet the big boss at the school cafeteria tonight. Then let's go too. Old Lin slammed his hand on the table, absolutely not allowing these parasites to lurk in the school and potentially harm the students. For the rest of the time, Old Lin and Shirzhuan practically glued themselves to their lab tables, suppressing all physical needs, working like an assembly line. During this time, Xiao pulled out a piece of bread from somewhere, unwrapped it, and tried to feed Shirzhuan a piece, but was waved away and told to go play elsewhere. About 9 hours passed, and the cramped lab witnessed the bright afterglow of the sunset, and the moon slowly climbing into the sky. The bright moonlight shone through the glass, illuminating the large lab tables, highlighting the numerous small gadgets arranged on them. Phew! Shirzhuan was exhausted after a long day. He propped up his chair legs and leaned against the row of lab tables behind him, trying to relieve the discomfort in his lower back. Since turning 25, he had felt his body was increasingly weaker than in previous years. Specifically, after a long day at work, he suffers from back and neck pain, wanting nothing more than to lie in bed and rest. He's too exhausted to even speak. During overtime, he yawns 20 times in 10 minutes, his physical stamina far inferior to the newer young employees at his workplace. Yet, those in his line of work are either buried in labs for long hours or trekking through fields to measure data. To ensure he can enjoy his retirement, he continues to live in a small, dilapidated apartment building, saving most of his monthly salary in the bank. Right now, after working for nearly 10 hours straight, his eyes are strained, and his cervical spine feels like it's been broken, causing unbearable pain. Old Lin endured it with him for 6 hours, until finally, unable to take it anymore, he found a chair and laid down beside him for a short rest. The remaining work had to be completed by Shirzhuan alone. Although the other 3 stayed by his side the whole time, helping him pass things, record data, and organize it, anyone would find the prolonged, high-intensity work unbearable. He was exhausted. Finally finished, he tried to relieve the strain by turning his neck. Suddenly, a warm, large hand covered the back of his neck, gently and rhythmically kneading it. You worked hard. His voice was gentle, like soothing someone in a cradle, which sent goosebumps down everyone's spine. Jiangxi quickly put his hand on Song Zichia's shoulder and pulled him towards the door. Let's go check on Lao Lin. Is he fast asleep? They had specially opened a nearby lab for Lao Lin to rest in, worried he might be uncomfortable. With 4 hours until midnight, Song Zichu glanced at his watch. Okay, Brother Xia, let's go sleep next door for a bit. We're leaving at 11:30, remember to wake us. They immediately pushed open the door and left, as if they didn't dare stay in the room for even a second longer, afraid of ruining the ambiguous atmosphere. Shirzwan watched their fleeing figures, and couldn't help but chuckle. I've been exploited and haven't even run away yet, and they already done it. He pointed to the carefully closed door, and Song Zichu's fawning face behind it, seemingly accusing him, but actually not taking it to heart at all. He picked up the water bottle on the table, took a big gulp, leaned back in his chair, and enjoyed Xia Ao's service. The moonlight cast their profiles onto the wall, gentle and comfortable. From now until 3.5 hours before departure, only the two of them would be in this laboratory, perfect for solving some long-standing problems. Shirzwan broke the silence first. Why did you suddenly run out alone this morning? Xia Ao was just happily working as his massage assistant when Shirzwan suddenly asked, startling him. He inadvertently increased the pressure on his hand, leaving a large red welt on Xia Ao's fair skin. Shirzwan hissed in pain. Damn it, even if you don't want to answer, don't hurt me on purpose. Xia Ao, thinking he had hurt him, hurriedly leaned closer to examine the welt, but Shirzwan dodged him. His hand hung in midair, awkwardly unsure where to put it. Was he angry, so he wouldn't even let him touch him? He withdrew his arm helplessly, his head hanging low, his hair obscuring his vision, afraid to hear the impending judgment. But Shirzwan's reaction wasn't as bad as he had imagined. He even joked, don't touch it. I need to keep it to get a doctor's assessment. It definitely qualifies as a minor injury, and you'd be getting a summons from court. He exaggerated so much, as if Xia Ao had really tried to kill him. The wrongly accused massage therapist was utterly innocent, complaining that he had handled it lightly and deliberately scared him. If it were a minor injury, you'd be lying on the ground unable to move by now. In short, he couldn't pretend in front of him. Shirzwan regretfully withdrew his hand from the back of Xia Ao's neck. Sure enough, the red mark had faded. You're so uncooperative. You wouldn't cooperate when I asked why you went out, and you wouldn't cooperate when I asked you to act with me. Xia Ao wanted to defend himself, but the next second, Shirzwan's shocking words silenced him. You don't cooperate when others pursue you. Xia Ao's head spun, as if someone had placed him on the spout of a kettle, the steam from the boiling water engulfing him from head to toe. What did you say? Who's pursuing me? What? Was he just playing dumb? Shirzwan thought he had been very clear and open, but he hadn't expected this guy to be so ungrateful, pretending to be innocent. This made him a little angry. Fine, don't cooperate then. With that, he picked up the bottle on the table and took a sip, the clear water moistening his dry lips. There was some food in the bag next to him, brought out by Song Zichu and the others. He was about to get up to rummage through the bag for anything left when Xia Ao, who had been dazed for a while, seemed to finally come to his senses, excitedly pressing him back into his seat. A large gush of water poured from the bottle, soaking Shirzwan's clothes. The wet fabric clung to his skin, the cool breeze blowing in from the window making it feel refreshing. But the gaze of the person in front of him was so bright it was scorching, like he was being roasted on a hot stove. Who are you saying is chasing me? Xia Ao planted one knee between his legs, his palm burning hot, pressing against his collarbone, pitting him against the back of the chair. The distance between them was incredibly close, their heartbeats exploding in the confined space, each pounding so loud it felt like it would pierce their eardrums. Shirzwan was still angry. I don't know, but it wasn't me. Then it must be you. He never imagined that his words of rebuttal would become Xia Ao's evidence to convict him. Xia Ao was so close, his breath felt like licking his exposed skin. He wanted to dodge, but the back of his head was already pressed firmly against the back of the chair. There was nowhere to escape. When did you start chasing me? Xia Ao asked curiously. It wasn't his fault. He genuinely didn't have any feeling that Shirzwan was chasing him. If he had been aware of things before, he certainly wouldn't have been so upset this morning, and he certainly wouldn't have endured until now. Today? Oh no, it should start from yesterday. No wonder he hadn't noticed. So that commotion was someone chasing him. He really thought it was someone who disliked him, and was doing it on purpose. He looked down and met Shirzwan's blinking eyes, only to realize that this person's pupils weren't pure black, but mixed with a gray like bird feathers, very beautiful. The only reflection around the pupils was the moonlight and himself. Chapter 72. Shirzwan's eyes were innocent. In his view, Since he started seriously pursuing her, although it had only been less than 2 days, he had been humble and sincere. Even when Lao Lin asked about his university days, he didn't want to share much and just laughed it off. He never expected that Xia Ao would see it as isolation. He looked at the anxious man with a teasing expression, raising an eyebrow. I didn't expect you to be so petty. Xia Ao was speechless, because what he said was absolutely true. He didn't want to label himself as petty or jealous, so he quickly changed the subject. You said you only started pursuing me yesterday, so you only started liking me yesterday too? So curious. Xia Ao leaned closer, waiting for his answer. Shirzhuan kept him in suspense. He wasn't really keen on discussing these details. They always made him feel like he was being completely stripped naked. He was born into a family where expressing emotions wasn't easy, and as an adult, he remained bad at it. When did he start liking her? It's hard to pinpoint a clear line for that. Perhaps it was the time Xia Ao was injured at the gas station, when he suddenly realized his heart was being stirred by someone else. Or perhaps it was that emotional outburst in the isolation dormitory that day, when he revealed a secret he kept hidden for 10 years. Shirzhuan quietly watched the trembling, tense face so close to his thin lips pressed into a thin line, swallowing hard, his Adam's apple bobbing noticeably. Instantly, his mischievous side resurfaced. I won't tell you. With that, he swiftly raised his hands to cup the other's cheeks. The instant his fingertips touched skin, a jolt of electricity coursed through his body. Xia Ao was stunned by his action, his eyes glazed over. Before he could react, Shirzhuan used his waist to lift his upper body and lean in, stealthily pressing a kiss to the corner of his mouth. The movement was too fast, the soft touch was fleeting, almost instantaneous. Given almost no chance for either of them to register it. Shirzhuan, his plan successful, hummed contentedly twice, then shrunk back into his chair. Seeing that Xia Ao still didn't move, he tried to slip away from under his arms. His stomach was rumbling after a hard day's work. He desperately needed something to fill his empty stomach. But before his bottom had even left the seat 10 centimeters, a tremendous force pressed down on his shoulder, shoving him back into his seat. Before his gaze could focus, the familiar face before him pressed down on him, the prominent brow bone striking his glasses with a sharp pain, but neither of them seemed to notice. Because what followed was a mingled breath and a heart pounding like drums. The lips were squeezed together, their narrow openings escaping with an ambiguous tone. Shirzhuan reflexively tried to open his mouth to get some breathing space, but this only gave Xia Ao the opportunity to slip in. The soft flesh, as flexible as a snake, pushed aside his teeth, diving deeper and ruthlessly stealing the air from his mouth and lungs. Inadvertently, their teeth collided, making a crisp clanging sound. Under the soft moonlight, the sound of rushing water sent chills down one's spine. Shirzhuan only had time to be thankful he was already sitting in a chair, otherwise, his limbs would have given way, and he would have fallen to the ground in a comical fashion, drawing the culprit's laughter. Another minute passed, until the air in Shirzhuan's lungs was completely sucked out, and his whole body began to turn red and tremble from lack of oxygen, before Xia Ao finally finished his crime and released him. Huff, huff. Shirzhuan finally had a moment to breathe, as if grasping at a straw, gasping for air to replenish his depleted lungs. You? He glared at the culprit, but the prolonged lack of oxygen had caused his eyes to fill with tears, which, under the moonlight, looked like puddles of water, offering no threat whatsoever. Before he could react with anger, Xia Ao forcefully cut off the syllables he had just uttered. I like you. A gentle breeze swept through the treetops outside the window, then quietly slipped into the room, caressing their cheeks. Tears of hair on their foreheads were ruffled. His eyes were glued to Shirzhuan's beautiful eyes in the moonlight, and he didn't flinch, staring intently. His sharp gaze seemed to pierce through their skin and penetrate their very soul. Shirzhuan hadn't expected him to add such a statement after his outburst. How to put it? It felt like getting on the train before buying the ticket, incongruous. This made him blush slightly, and where no one could see, he scratched his toes lightly on the sole of his shoe. Ahem, what time is it now? Are you tired? Do you want to rest a bit before we leave? His gaze darted away. After the intimate contact, the current distance seemed too much. He placed his hand on Xia Ao's chest, trying to push away the mountain pressing down on him. They already kissed, this should end there. Unexpectedly, after the kiss, Xia Ao's mind seemed clearer. He keenly sensed Shirzhuan's attempt to change the subject, ignoring the soft hand on his chest, and moved even closer. He pressed his side against Shirzhuan's neck, his head slightly tilted, his chin resting on the crook of his neck. His warm breath sprayed evenly onto a small patch of skin, seemingly relentless. In an instant, an alarm bell rang in Shurzwan's cerebral cortex. Every cell in his body screamed for escape. What else do you want? Unexpectedly, his voice was distorted, trembling noticeably. This made him even more annoyed by his body's pathetic reaction. He worried that Xia Ao was still longing for his swollen, pitiful lips if he leaned in again, so he tried his best to stubbornly resist, but a large hand pressed down on the back of his head and pulled him back. What am I supposed to do? Overwhelmed with nervousness, he instinctively closed his eyes, awaiting his judgment. But the hands of his watch spun a full circle, and the expected touch didn't land on his lips. Instead, he heard a soft chuckle beside him. Shurzwan cautiously opened his eyes, and saw Xia Ao suppressing a laugh, her eyes crinkling as she watched his subtle movements. It seemed she had never intended to kiss him at this moment. It was all just his wishful thinking. Damn it! He'd been tricked. Shurzwan's cheeks flushed crimson instantly. What exactly do you want? Seeing that he was on the verge of exasperation, Xia Ao quickly grabbed his struggling arms and revealed her true thoughts. You haven't agreed to me yet. He patiently repeated, I confess to you, but you haven't said yes yet. Only if you say yes can I officially become your boyfriend. Huh? I didn't say yes. Shurzwan protested his illogical behavior. Besides, I confessed first, you coward. How can that be considered a confession? Xia Ao disagreed and could only appease him. Give it a little ceremony. Fine, fine, you young people only know how to pursue these trivial things. Shurzwan seemed to be complaining, but actually, countless pink bubbles were rising in his heart. Seriously, does it have to be the whole process before it counts? Is he a primary school student? He struggled to overcome his embarrassment and met Xia Ao's expectant gaze, his voice barely a whisper, yet exceptionally clear in the quiet night. I promise you, boyfriend. The words had barely left his lips when Shurzwan felt the hand lightly pressing on the back of his head suddenly tighten. Then everything went black as a handsome face pressed down on him again. Damn it, this guy definitely had ulterior motives. His mouth and nose were once again filled with another scent. He thought he had become completely immune to the smell of floral water after all this time, but he still felt overwhelmed by this strong fragrance. The empty laboratory was left only with the two of them embracing tightly, their heavy breathing filling the air. When Xia Ao finally pulled away, satisfied, and licked her lips, she realized that an hour and a half had passed in their intimate embrace. Shurzwan, pinned beneath him, was completely limp, his head spinning, only able to breathe through muscle memory. I like you. I don't like you. You pervert. Shurzwan felt like his lungs were about to explode, his lips were swollen and numb, and he had a distinct feeling of something stuck in them. He wanted to speak, but a sharp pain forced him to shut his mouth, his lips twitching. Well, now his heart was about to explode with anger. He couldn't speak, only listen to Xia Ao's incessant ramblings about his love. From the moment this man took his first step, it was as if his meridians had been opened, and he could utter the most vulgar words. Towards the end, Shurzwan had to develop his own unique technique. He would just let what Xia Ao said go in one ear and out the other, ignoring it completely. Although Xia Ao continued rambling, his excitement still not fully released, he noticed Shurzwan's drooping eyelids and the weariness in his eyes beneath his eyelashes. Are you sleepy? Even answering a single word was extremely difficult. Looking at his drowsy, half-closed appearance, Xia Ao couldn't help but smile, and said softly, then sleep, I wake you up when it's time. With his promise, Shurzwan closed his eyes completely. At 11:30 p.m., Xia Ao's hand patted Shurzwan's back precisely on time. Get up. Shurzwan groggily opened his eyes, meeting Xia Ao's magnified handsome face. The hour and a half before bed had been too much, causing him to instinctively try to move away. After all, the brand on his lip was still incredibly painful. Xia Ao smiled and pulled him up. It's time. Get ready, and go find them next door. Song Zichu and Jiangxi had done a good job of bringing them together, giving the two ample time alone. There hadn't been a knock at the door yet. 11:28 p.m. Were those 2 minutes deliberately reserved to wake him from his dream? Quite thoughtful. Shurzwan sprang up from his chair. 2 hours of sleep was far from enough for a normal person, let alone someone who had just finished a 10-hour workday. His body desperately needed rest. He stood up, still feeling somewhat drowsy and exhausted, though his limbs were weak. Given the limited space, he had practically slept sitting up, and his cervical spine felt like it was broken. Just bear with it. Get a good night's sleep after this is over. Xia Ao noticed his discomfort, and gently massaged the back of Shurzwan's neck a few times. Despite the discomfort, he couldn't let drowsiness affect his plans for the evening. His mind quickly went over old Lee's numerous misdeeds, and Shirzwan instantly snapped awake. Let's go! Okay. Xiao watched his eyes gradually brighten and sharpen, and his lips purse, and couldn't help but give him a small peck. Chapter 73. Are you done yet? We're about to leave, and you're still not doing anything productive. Shirzwan raised his wrist, and tapped the clock on it. The minute hand had clearly passed the 6 mark. He didn't say a word, but the accusation was clear. Xiao was amused, and finally regained her composure, focusing her attention back on the business at hand. Late at night, moonlight streamed through the openwork roof into the courtyard, illuminating the corridor. The two gathered all the finished products on the table into a large bag and finally pushed open the door. After confirming there were no zombies on either side of the corridor, they knocked on the door of the adjacent laboratory. The crisp sound was extremely loud in the night. Almost the instant Xiao's knuckles struck the door, it opened. Jiangxi and the others seemed to have been waiting behind the door, awaiting the signal to depart. Under the soft natural light, the group exchanged glances and set off. Shirzwan had been hiding behind the door ever since it opened, his fingers nervously rubbing the seams of his trousers, his lips pursed awkwardly. The swelling on his lips was so pronounced he could notice it even without a mirror. He thought it would go away after a good night's sleep, but it showed no signs of abating. He wasn't exactly magnanimous enough to openly display the extent of their relationship or the intensity of their kisses in front of his companions. But he couldn't let his embarrassment affect tonight's plans. So he remained hidden behind Xiao, trying to conceal his unusual appearance with the shadows. Things seemed to be progressing smoothly. Song Zichu and Jiangxi merely glanced at him briefly before turning and heading downstairs. Old Lin paid absolutely no attention to him, focusing solely on Xiao. It seemed no one noticed. He breathed a sigh of relief and continued to sneak behind Xiao, acting as if nothing had happened. Upon exiting the lobby, they were faced with 2 cars parked at the entrance. Strangely, this time Old Lin offered to ride in Jiangxi's car. Perhaps the 4.5 hours of shared sleep had forged a deep friendship between the three. Shirzwan didn't think much of it, and eagerly climbed into the passenger seat. Unbeknownst to him, in the other car less than a meter away, a heated discussion erupted the moment Shirzwan closed the door. Song Zichio couldn't contain himself any longer, jumping up from the passenger seat. Did you see that? Did you see that? Wow! He excitedly grabbed Jiangxi's hand. Wow, Xiaoji is amazing. After all these years of being asexual, he suddenly broke his vow, and kissed Shiji so hard his lips were swollen. 4 hours earlier, he and Jiangxi had moved to the adjacent laboratory. As soon as Jiangxi closed the lab door, she excitedly brought up a previous bet. Would the two of them be together tonight? Last time, Song Zichio had lost to her without a doubt, and upon hearing about another bet, he quickly joined in, waiting for her to announce the terms. The bet was whether they could finally break through that barrier tonight. Jiangxi, chin in hand, carefully considered their recent behavior, quickly siding with them, and then, never one to shy away from a good spectacle, urged Lao Lin to join them. Lao Lin, still half asleep after waking up, widened his eyes instantly upon hearing their discussion. He wasn't clear on the development of Shirzwan and Xiao's relationship, but he sensed an unnatural, ambiguous atmosphere between them during their brief time together these past 2 days. So this was the final push, but he knew Shirzwan's personality fairly well. In all 4 years of university, he never shown any interest in dating, always sticking to business. Now, everyone's energy was focused on dealing with zombies and escaping. Could he possibly run off without any qualms about dating a newly acquainted man? No way. So, Old Lin confidently stood opposite Jiangxi. He was just waiting for Song Zichu to choose a side. He lost the bet to Jiangxi last time, and this time, he tried his best to think things through, hesitating for a long time before casting the same vote as Jiangxi. 2-1. But Old Lin remained unaffected, firmly believing that truth lay in the hands of the minority. If Shirzwan had been there, he would have definitely refuted Old Lin righteously. While he never mixed personal feelings into business, that didn't mean he had to be completely disciplined during breaks. He wasn't some saint, he wouldn't pretend not to see someone sitting on his lap. Old Lin, you better keep your promise. Song Zichu grinned slyly at Old Lin, who was still reeling from the shock. There always has to be a wager. Although siding with Jiangxi meant he wouldn't get the prize he wanted, beating Old Lin wasn't bad either. They agreed in the lab that if Old Lin lost the bet, he'd have to let them take a quarter of the completed bomb. That was already an outrageous percentage. But he was the one who made the bet, and he was the one who agreed to the condition. He couldn't very well go back on his word in front of the younger generation. Old Lin could only grit his teeth and tell them to do as they pleased, while inwardly exasperated. What's wrong with this kid? His mouth's been chewed all over, and he still doesn't know how to control himself. Not a bit reserved. The two cars weaved through the buildings, using the darkness to conceal their vehicles, and quickly found a spot. The cafeteria was very close to the dormitory building they had previously been separated from, less than 100 meters away. Sandwiched between two boys' dormitories, all the windows behind the balconies were tightly closed, and the curtains were drawn. He wondered if anyone would notice their nighttime plans. To avoid making too much noise and attracting the attention of Big Boss and his group, they parked the cars in front of a dormitory building behind the cafeteria. Then everyone got out of the car, and Shirzwan, as usual, slung his bag over his shoulder. This dormitory building opposite the cafeteria was the only one in the entire campus with a different decor from the others. All the other dormitory buildings were uniformly painted a clean white, but this one, connected by a long corridor, stood out with its brick-red facade. The first-floor corridor was open and airy, and many students would use it as a shortcut to class. Two doors each opened on the far west and east sides of the buildings for easy student access. The small door on the east side faced the main entrance to the cafeteria. It was 20 minutes until noon, and the area around the cafeteria was eerily quiet. Not a single mouse could be seen. A few zombies were wandering around the entrance, but Xiao and Song Zichu quickly dealt with them, dragging them behind pillars in the adjacent corridor. Will they appear at the cafeteria entrance? Shirzwan asked uncertainly. When Old Li told them the agreed location, he hadn't specified whether it was the main gate or the back gate. However, Dean Lin's words dispelled their concerns. Those people just arrived at the school. It's unlikely they meet at the back gate of the cafeteria. A food stall area bordered the back gate of the cafeteria, and turning in from the side intersection required navigating a long, narrow path. That path was only about a meter wide, with several lush ornamental trees at its entrance. Newcomers to the school would have a hard time finding this hidden path unless they walked out from the food stalls. Shirzwan gently brushed his stinging lips, thought for a moment, and said, "Since we can limit the location to the main gate, I think we should hide a few bombs there first. If an emergency occurred, being prepared in advance would make things a little easier." However, the number of remote-controlled bombs was limited, and seeing him take away a third of them at once, Old Lin couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. The old man clutched his chest and sighed, making everyone laugh and cry at the same time. "Old Lin, what's there to regret? As long as you're alive, you can always make something again. Your brother Shir's teacher, your craftsmanship is definitely on par with his. Just go back to the lab and make some more after today." Song Zichio couldn't understand why he was so anxious about the finished products. They're all skilled people. What's there to be afraid of not being able to make anything? The reason they made so few remote-controlled bombs this time is twofold. Firstly, it does require an extra step in the process compared to others. Secondly, they didn't have a large number of infrared sensors. They could only make a few. After tonight's business is over, Old Lin can go find some more, and mass production will be a piece of cake, right? But what made Old Lin sigh wasn't the problem at all. After you guys leave, I won't have any workhorses I can command so easily. My old arms and legs can't take a whole day in the lab. Shirzwan, So she was sad because she was worried about not being able to enslave him. After the four finished their banter, they waited for Shirzwan to carefully bury the bomb in the flower pot before hiding behind the wall. At either end of the corridor were the doors to two dormitory buildings. The dormitory aunties and several security guards were behind the glass doors, their eyes widening at their furtive behavior. Luckily, Old Lin knew the different dormitory buildings well, and the auntie immediately opened the door after seeing him, urging them to come in quickly. She assumed the five of them had nowhere to go, and had been chased here by zombies. "Come on, let's go in." Old Lin glanced at the time. There were still 8 minutes left, so he waved for everyone to follow him into the dormitory building. The group, bewildered, complied. After Xiao, who had brought up the rear, squeezed in, the dormitory supervisor immediately locked the door again. Looking at their travel-worn appearance, she anxiously asked Dean Lin, "What are you doing? How are the zombies outside? Will we ever have a chance to get out again?" As soon as she spoke, several security guards standing at the door surrounded them, eager for an answer. But there were more pressing matters. Old Lin waved his hand, telling them to calm down, then led Shirzwan and the others deeper into the dormitory corridor. Is this connected to the outside? Xiao's mind quickly flashed back to the dormitory building's design she had seen from the outside. A small door on the east side led to a small fruit shop, leading out to another open corridor. Two thick pillars stood beside the steps, blocking half the view. Old Lin didn't speak, but tacitly agreed. The dormitory building was connected to a fruit shop, and he planned to hide inside and wait for the big boss to arrive. Seeing their serious and tense expressions, the dormitory auntie realized the situation was serious and opened the door for them without disturbing them further. Time ticked by. At 11:59, faint footsteps approached from afar, growing clearer in the empty night. The wind rustled silently through the treetops. Everyone huddled behind the wall, their Adam's apples bobbing, swallowing nervously, their eyes fixed on the direction from which the sound came. After a while, a short, stout man emerged from around the corner, accompanied by two companions. Chapter 74. The man appeared to be under 1.7 meters tall. His belly was bulging from his trousers, like the overflowing flesh of a cupcake. He wore thick-soled, brand-name sneakers. The glaring logo was clearly visible even from this distance. His gait was a little strange. His left heel seemed twisted, each step lagging slightly behind his body movement. But it wasn't enough to be classified as a limp. It wasn't noticeable unless you looked closely. Two men stood on either side of him, presumably the henchmen Oldley had mentioned responsible for protecting the big boss. However, these two henchmen were burly, their muscles bulging beneath their thin clothes, appearing much more robust than the large-footed men beside Oldley. If he's so concerned, why are both of Oldley's guns with him? Wouldn't firearms be safer than having two strong men guarding him? Shirzwan frowned involuntarily at this thought, exchanging a glance with Xiao, who also sensed something amiss. Although they didn't show it outwardly, both of them were on edge. The big boss led his underlings to the steps of the cafeteria entrance. It was already the agreed time. He looked around but didn't see Oldley. Although there was a considerable distance between them, the darkness and quiet allowed the men hiding behind the wall to easily hear what the big boss was saying. "Where's that guy surnamed Lee? Weren't we supposed to meet here at midnight? Did he run off with the stuff?" The voice carried from afar. He kept checking the time on his wrist, but after looking around for a while, he still couldn't see Oldley. Unable to suppress his anger, he grabbed one of his underlings by the collar. "Tell me, where's that guy surnamed Lee? Did you guys plan to mess with me here?" The underling was completely bewildered. Despite his muscular build, he could only meekly admit he didn't know in front of the big boss. This further convinced Shirzwan and Xiao that he definitely possessed some kind of life-saving weapon. They couldn't let him continue being so arrogant. If he really did possess something powerful, the danger he posed to the student population would be unimaginable. Seeing that the big boss couldn't find him, and was about to turn back in frustration, Shirzwan quickly stood up and patted Xiao, who was about to follow him, lightly on the shoulder, telling him to wait patiently. He then nimbly stood up and ran towards the cafeteria entrance. Xiao wanted to follow, but being patted back made it seem abrupt when he tried to catch up again. He had no choice but to squat back down and wait with the others. The three men at the cafeteria entrance were startled when someone suddenly ran out of the dormitory building next door, instantly becoming alert. Two of the underlings quickly formed a human wall in front of the big boss, their limbs straining with all their might. One of the underlings shouted at Shirzwan, "Who are you?" However, with wandering zombies nearby, he dared not shout openly, so his rough voice, coupled with his breathy tone, sounded extremely comical. Shirzwan tried to regulate his breathing, deliberately mimicking a panting appearance, as if he had run from a great distance. Are you the big boss?" His voice, broken and gasping for breath, carried an undisguised naivete and immaturity. Not only the four secretly spying thought this, but even the big boss, hiding behind the human wall, couldn't help but slightly lower his guard upon hearing such a pure voice. He didn't answer Shirzwan's question, but instead asked, "Who are you?" Shirzwan had deliberately created the persona of a pure college student when he jumped out, and now, to establish this image, he was pulling out all the stops. Fortunately, his face held up well. Despite 7 years of being stuck in an annoying job, and with a nasty boss, he hadn't even developed wrinkles or eye bags, only a faint dark circle under his eyes, making him look more like a young college student playing games late into the night. He first glanced around, making sure no one was eavesdropping, before covering his mouth with his hand and whispering, "An uncle surnamedly asked me to come to the cafeteria entrance tonight to find someone. He specifically told me to keep it a secret. Do you know this guy called Big Boss?" His eyes blinked in unison, perfectly fitting his persona. Upon hearing that Oldley had sent him, Big Boss quickly pushed aside the two henchmen blocking his way and stepped forward. He introduced himself. "Hello, my surname is Wu. The guy surnamedly sent you? I'm the big boss you mentioned." He then extended his hand to Shirzwan in a friendly manner. But after waiting for a while, he didn't reciprocate. One key point in imitating the innocent college student. Although college students are naive and willing to entrust their trust to strangers, there's a hierarchy of trust. Oldley came first. The task entrusted to him must be handled with even greater care than one's own affairs. Scherzwein cleared his throat, forcing a suspicious look in his eyes. How can you prove you're the big boss? Big boss, eh? Don't you see anyone else waiting at the cafeteria entrance at midnight besides them? Oh right. Scherzwein slapped his fist, as if suddenly realizing something. Imitation of the clear college student. Key point 2. Show your unreliable side at the right time to lower your opponent's guard. What exactly did he send you here for? Where is he? Why didn't he come himself? Big Boss wasn't interested in his rambling and directly steered the conversation to the point. Scherzwein stopped there, starting to weave a story for him like toothpaste. When the zombie outbreak happened, I was doing experiments in the lab, but I was the only one there that day, and I had the door closed and was wearing earplugs, so I lost track of time. By the time I realized something was wrong outside and everyone had run away, the school had already cut off the power, the doors automatically locked, and I was trapped in the lab. Luckily, there was a water dispenser in the lab, and half a bottle of water. Plus, I often get hungry halfway through my experiments, so I always keep some snacks in my bag. That's how I managed to survive until now. When Uncle Lee found me, I run out of food several days ago. I was so hungry, I had no strength left. Although Uncle Lee is fierce, I begged him for half an hour, saying I was willing to work for him, and only then did he rescue me and give me some food. As he got to the point, 2 tears welled up in his eyes. He seemed genuinely grateful to Uncle Lee and willing to be his slave. But the big boss looked suspicious. You said you begged the guy surnamed Lee for half an hour, and he rescued you? Can that guy surnamed Lee really be a good person this once? Scherzwein pretended to wipe away tears from the corner of his eye. I have the ID card needed to enter the lab. Please let me out. I can give him the ID card and even help you out. The third point in imitating the innocent college student. Although college students who haven't entered society yet are naive, directly offending people like a fool makes it seem more fake. After hearing this, the big boss stared into his eyes for a few seconds and nodded. Scherzwein breathed a slight sigh of relief. It seemed he believed him. He had to get them to the lab building quickly. But before he could even begin to entice them, the big boss asked again, where is Oldley now? Why didn't he come personally? He still hadn't let his guard down. Those in his line of work live like they have a knife to their throat every day. If he were ever foolish enough to easily trust someone he just met, he'd be dead 800 times over. Scherzwein, once again keeping a low profile, said, Uncle Lee said he opened all the doors to the other labs for you, so he sent me alone to take you there. He said there's too much equipment, and it's too messy over there, and he doesn't know which one you want to use, so he's going to clean it all up for you. Hearing this, Xiao understood that he wanted to lure the big boss and his underling to the lab building before dealing with him. But Song Zichi was still oblivious, and nudged Xiao's arm in a low voice. Is he going to take him to the lab building? His whispered question faded into the endless darkness. Seeing that the others hadn't noticed this, Xiao had no choice but to explain his and Scherzwein's earlier guess in a low voice. We suspect the big boss also has a gun. What? Jiangxi almost cried out, thankfully covering his mouth in time, but his eyes widened in disbelief. If we confront them here, the gunshots will definitely cause a commotion. The students are still in their dormitories, so close together, a conflict here would be extremely chaotic. This is why Scherzwein went to such lengths to orchestrate this whole drama. On the other side, the big boss, after hearing Scherzwein's explanation, seemed to believe him. He turned half his body to the side, letting Scherzwein walk in front of him, ensuring he could move within his sight the entire time. Lead the way. Wait, boss! Scherzwein suddenly stopped him. The big boss frowned, puzzled. What now? He seemed somewhat impatient, and the moment Scherzwein reached for him, his right hand made a small movement towards his waistband. It was only a small arc, and he immediately controlled it, but Scherzwein still keenly noticed it. Why was he still so wary of him? Had he overlooked something during his explanation, giving himself away? Scherzwein's heart sank, anxiety and panic crawled all over his limbs like ants. He was uncertain. His rapid heartbeat made his chest tighten. He glanced discreetly at his companion's hiding place, his heart pounding. Could Xiao understand his meaning with just that one glance? From an outsider's perspective, his gesture only seemed like he was hesitant about the operation, hence the unease in looking around. What to do? Should he gamble? It wasn't a bad deal. If Xiao understood, they could quietly subdue the big boss right here. If he didn't understand, then They could just take the gamble and lure him to the car. Anyway, he was alone here. At worst, we would expose him. Xiao could definitely adjust his strategy quickly based on the situation. A few breaths passed, his Adam's apple bobbed, he swallowed hard, and continued, "Boss, are we going to walk there?" "What else?" Boss Wu's eyes were unfriendly. He stood behind him with his arms crossed, motionless. Seeing his brows furrowing deeper and deeper, Shirzwan quickly waved his hands, explaining, No, it's just that the location is a bit far, and it's quite inconvenient to walk there late at night, plus there are quite a few zombies on the road." Boss Wu's fleshy face twitched twice as he spoke. "What exactly are you trying to say?" "I just want to say that my car is parked nearby. I can drive Boss Wu and the two of you there." Chapter 75. Even from a distance of over 10 meters, Xiao's heart was in his throat. Everyone huddled behind the wall, barely daring to breathe, their eyes glued to the big boss's every move. Half a day passed, and Shirzwan was still entangled with the big boss. He couldn't join in, he could only wait patiently on the sidelines. No amount of impatience would change anything. He could only wait for someone to give the signal. Time ticked by, and the prolonged squatting made the tendons in his knees feel like they were about to snap. Xiao felt stiff, and was about to shift his position slightly when, at that moment, Shirzwan at the cafeteria entrance moved. He turned slightly, his gaze sweeping over Xiao's side so quickly that even the shape of his pupils was indistinct. But in that instant of eye contact, Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Incredibly, he seemed to understand the meaning Xiao was trying to convey from that fleeting glance. "Prepare to make your move," he whispered. "Didn't you say we were going to take him to the lab building to deal with him?" Song Zichu asked, puzzled, quickly following Xiao as he rummaged through his bag. Of course, he wouldn't question his companion's decision. Although confused, he still mimicked Xiao's actions, pulling the bomb out of his bag. Xiao didn't have time to explain much, summarizing it in one sentence. Shirzwan might have been exposed. What? This was a big deal. The group instantly tensed. Xiao then took 2 pistols from his bag and handed them to Jiangxi and Dean Lin. These were confiscated from Old Li during the day. He took a deep breath, giving one last instruction before leaving. "Those 2 underlings don't matter, just make sure that Big Boss doesn't die. I still have many questions to ask him." Old Lin and Jiangxi took the guns, deeply feeling the weight of their responsibility, and nodded vigorously. Everyone turned their gaze back to Shirzwan, who was leading the Big Boss and his men towards the parking lot. He walked at the front, his pace deliberately slowed, clearly indicating he was intentionally stalling. They weren't the only ones who noticed. 2 henchmen guarding the Big Boss's sides, seeing Shirzwan's dawdling pace, wanted to urge him on, but the Big Boss stopped them with a hand. He didn't speak, only slightly shook his head, which chilled Xiao, who had been observing the situation, to the bone. They had definitely been discovered. They couldn't wait any longer. He pressed his fingertips against the hard shell of the bomb in his hand, the cold touch making his fingertips ache. "Move." In the darkness, the 2-word command was clear and calm. The other 3 gritted their teeth, watching the situation across the way, waiting for Xiao's command. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao and Song Zichu abandoned the wall's cover and rushed towards the cafeteria entrance. Like ravenous cheetahs, their steps were almost silent, yet incredibly fast. By the time the Big Boss and his underlings reacted, Xiao was less than 2 meters away. "Damn it!" The 2 underlings cursed, but reacted quickly, turning to step forward and shield the Big Boss. But 2 meters was just 2 steps for Xiao. Before the underlings could even assume a defensive stance, he took a running start and leaped, delivering a flying kick to the left underling's head. Having lived through so much of the apocalypse, he had accumulated considerable experience fighting zombies. This kick was delivered with almost all the strength he used to fight zombies. The henchman was completely overwhelmed. He felt something explode inside his head, then everything went black, and his body flew to the side, crashing heavily to the ground. His exposed skin embedded in the hard stone, blood flowing, but he was already unconscious, having lost consciousness. Seeing this, another henchman quickly stepped in front of Song Zichu. His fighting skills were superior to the one who had been sent flying. Facing Song Zichu's equally powerful flying kick, he didn't use brute force. Instead, he tilted his body to the left to dodge, simultaneously twisting his waist and wrapping his arm around Song Zichu's waist, controlling his forward momentum, and throwing him to the ground with a slam. A sharp pain shot through his back, and his head scraped against the ground, his scalp likely chafed and burning. A wave of dizziness washed over him. But Song Zichu remembered his mission, gritting his teeth and enduring the pain, while simultaneously raising his arm to grab the henchman's leg. Let go! The man had originally intended to pounce on Xiao to avenge his brother, but he hadn't expected Song Ziqiao, who was lying on the ground, to grab his leg. He tried to pull away but couldn't, and in a fit of rage, he kicked Song Ziqiao hard in the stomach. This kick showed no mercy. Song Ziqiao struggled to hold the man's leg with both arms, the heavy blow to his abdomen making him feel as if his internal organs had shifted, almost causing him to vomit. Finally, Xiao rushed over, his elbow striking the henchman's side. The immense impact sent him swaying uncontrollably to the side, causing his foot, which was on Song Ziqiao's stomach, to twist. Now, Xiao seized the opportunity, his arm nimbly climbing up his underling's muscular frame, coiling around his neck like a python, tightening its grip. Stop! Suddenly, a sharp male voice halted Xiao's actions. It was the big boss. He stood behind Shirzwan, revealing most of his body. He held a silver-gray pistol, its design somewhat similar to the two Oldly carried, but noticeably more refined. He was shorter, a good half-head shorter than Shirzwan, so he couldn't control his man by strangling him like Xiao. A gun was enough. The dark muzzle of the gun pressed against Shirzwan's lower back, the cold touch piercing his skin through the thin fabric. Song Ziqiao was in excruciating pain, his body numb, still curled up on the ground. The situation had reversed. Xiao had to stop, but his arm remained locked around his underling's neck, like a giant clamp controlling his movements. The big boss seemed completely unconcerned. He immediately asked, "Is that guy surnamedly in your hands now?" Right? His only target was the location of the laboratory building. He didn't care whether his two underlings were alive or dead, or even whether Oldly was alive or dead. The spot where the gun was pressed against his lower back gradually heated up, like a piece of red-hot iron. Shirzwan's Adam's apple bobbed. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead, disappearing into his collar. But he remained motionless, cooperating with the big boss's actions from beginning to end. Out of the big boss's sight, his eyes were fixed on Xiao. Seeing his perfect cooperation, not even struggling, the big boss couldn't help but chuckle. What? Knowing your scheme has been exposed, you're just waiting to die? How did you find out? Huh. He seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. The fat on his stomach jiggled with his laughter. That guy surnamedly already killed one of your students to get the ID card. Why would he need to rescue you and use your card? Even if he lost the card and needed a new one, he would just kill you and find your card in your pocket. His methods are much cruder than mine. Shirzwan fell silent, only then realizing that this was where he had slipped up. The more he said, the more mistakes he made. Damn it, why hadn't he considered this? He nervously looked at Xiao, his eyes flickering. Since they split up, he and Xiao hadn't had a chance to communicate. All their actions relied entirely on tacit understanding and a gamble. Now, his only gamble was that Xiao had a backup plan. Old Lin and Jiangxi weren't here. Strangely, the two hadn't exchanged a single word, but he still received a positive response from Xiao's eyes. It seemed he was being told to hold on a little longer. Shirzwan pinched his palm with his fingernails, quickly clearing his mind and adjusting his words. Oldly is waiting in the lab building right now. I'm not lying to you. Oh! You say you're not lying to me? Boss Wu scoffed, the gun barrel digging deeper into Shirzwan's flesh, making him uncomfortable. You little liar, you never tell the truth. 1 second he was putting on a friendly smile, the next his face had turned icy. Now, take me to the lab building, or don't expect him to live. This was directed at Xiao. He thought that by taking Shirzwan hostage, he could get a free guide. Unbeknownst to him, two cautious figures suddenly appeared behind him, slowly approaching. Xiao quickly changed his controlling posture, forcefully pressing his palm down on the henchman's head. His cervical spine couldn't withstand the force, emitting a harsh cracking sound. Despite this, the big boss continued to watch his actions, his expression unchanged. He even seemed to have a leisurely, almost spectator-like interest. This actually provided Jiangxi and Lao Lin with an easier time launching their sneak attack. Both were novices when it came to guns. They had only ever seen them used on television since childhood. At this moment, the big boss's body was mostly intertwined with Shirzwan's, and his body wasn't even slightly swaying. Firing rashly could very well injure Shirzwan. Jiangxi tried to aim, but the next second, the big boss's arm shifted from his lower back. TSK. She exchanged a conflicted look with Lao Lin, seeking a solution. A glint flashed in Old Lin's eyes. He gestured for her to calm down, then turned his head, his gaze passing over the robbers and hostages in the middle, meeting Xiao's eyes. He mouthed a few words, unsure if she could see them from this distance. But before he could think of a safer solution, he heard Xiao speak from afar. I can take you there, but you have to release Shirzwan first. Release him? Do you think I'm an idiot? If he released the man he was holding, without a hostage, how could he be sure Xiao would take him to the correct location? I can switch places with him. I can't drive, unless you want to test your unlicensed driving skills. It was truly remarkable that someone who could drive at 300 kilometers per hour could come up with such a lie. Boss Wu remained silent, staring intently into his eyes, as if trying to confirm whether he was telling the truth. Xiao showed no fear, his gaze open and honest. After a long pause, seemingly oblivious to what was happening, he agreed to Xiao's suggestion of exchanging hostages. The two henchmen left by the man surnamed Li were both incredibly burly, but their speed in falling to the ground was unparalleled. They were no longer of any use. And he didn't intend to be killed in a car accident while driving without a license before finding the lab. His life was precious. He couldn't afford to gamble with it. Put your hands up and slowly walk over here. Boss Wu slowly raised his gun, aiming at Shirzwan, until Xiao was only 2 meters away from him, before releasing Shirzwan. The instant he was released, Shirzwan quickly took 2 steps forward to create distance. Bang! A gunshot pierced the quiet night, and everyone's nerves were stretched to the limit. Chapter 76. Ah! Boss Wu suddenly clutched his arm, his shoulder contorting in agony as he screamed. The gun he had been gripping fell limply to the ground, bouncing a short distance before coming to a stop. Upon closer inspection, blood was gushing from beneath his hand. His expression was contorted with rage as he looked around furiously, searching for the culprit. At first, he thought it was Xiao, but the man's hands were empty. Where did this sneak attack come from? Until he turned around, meeting the gun pointed directly at him and Jiangxi's hand, trembling slightly from prolonged tension. You? Taking advantage of the moment Wu was wounded, Shirzwan quickly retreated from his side, picking up the fallen pistol and running to Xiao's side. In his haste, he tripped and fell directly into Xiao's arms. Are you alright? Xiao caught him, and anxiously checked him over from head to toe. Shirzwan breathed a sigh of relief, and waved his hand to indicate he was fine. From the moment he suspected the big boss had discovered his lie, he immediately adjusted his strategy to buy time. Thanks to Xiao's accurate reception of his distress signal and timely arrival, the big boss didn't have a chance to attack him. He glanced at the gun he had just retrieved. The metal gun body gleamed coldly, the stock was intricately carved with fine lines to prevent slippage, and even the beveled surface extending from the barrel to the stock was smoothly finished. This was definitely not a handmade piece. Shirzwan shifted his gaze back to Boss Wu, who was clutching his arm and shouting in the middle of the road, puzzled. Where did he get this? Boss Wu thought he had everything under control, but he'd been outmaneuvered and was now furious. The one who ambushed him was a thin, frail-looking woman. Beside her stood an old man, also holding a crudely made pistol. Notice their guns, the rough design, the familiar style. What didn't he understand? Old Li was already dead. Blood was still gushing from the bullet hole in his arm. He gritted his teeth, trying to figure out a solution. Old Li's 2 henchmen were useless. One lay motionless on the ground, looking like he'd been kicked half to death. The other, clearly uninjured, was trembling with fear, a pale yellow liquid dripping from his trousers. He squinted, glancing sideways at the people surrounding him. The young woman and the old man behind him each held a gun, while the man who had pretended to be a college student had stolen his gun in the chaos. It seemed he had no chance of winning. The gunshot had been deafening in the darkness, attracting a large number of zombies nearby. The dormitory building was right next door. Students who had barely overcome their fear to check the situation on the balcony after hearing the gunshot were terrified and screamed at the sight of the zombies wielding guns. The piercing scream shattered the night, and more zombies converged on them. In this situation, Shirzwan and the others had to divert their attention to deal with these zombies. Seeing this, Boss Wu felt his opportunity had arrived. He wasn't some naive teenager. How could he possibly be carrying only one gun? He secretly glanced behind him, confirming that Jiangxi and Dean Lin were busy fighting off the approaching zombies, paying no attention to him. Only Shirzwan's attention remained on him. Who exactly are you? Why do you have a gun? You absolutely can't get this in China. Shirzwan questioned coldly. After all, in his understanding, guns have been banned in China for many years. Except for things like Old Li's, where someone's ancestors acquired a gun years ago for hunting wild animals, kept hidden and not confiscated, only to pull it out at the end of the world. That would be barely understandable. But Big Boss's gun, from beginning to end, exuded 3 words: standardization. It was definitely a factory product. Seeing his tense expression, Boss Wu couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile, his eyes radiating malice enough to burn. Kid, don't be so narrow-minded. The world isn't just as big as the little thing in front of you. He spoke with an unpleasantly lecturing tone, while his uninjured left hand slowly moved towards his side pocket. Just then, only Xiao was behind Shirzwan, dealing with the zombies that were closing in from behind. But the number of zombies was steadily increasing, and despite having a gun, it was difficult to deal with such a massive number. At the critical moment, the magazine ran out of bullets. His heart skipped a beat. A zombie was lunging towards them, and behind him was Shirzwan, who was confronting the big boss. If he moved aside, the zombie's claws would be on Shirzwan in the next second. Damn it! He had no choice but to rely on his mortal body to withstand the attack. The zombie's bloody claws were aimed straight for his face. Xiao immediately adjusted his posture, spreading his legs into a horse stance, using the momentum to raise his forearms to block. To avoid being scratched by its sharp claws, he deliberately rammed his forearm into the zombie's forearm, while parrying, a dull pain exploding between the bones. The zombie, slowed by the night, didn't expect its attack to be blocked by a human, and its body was forced to fall to the other side due to the recoil. Xiao seized this opportunity. Using his calf muscles, he drew a small semicircle on the rough ground, using a clever kick to strike the zombie's ankle. The zombie completely lost its balance, crashing face first to the ground. Dust billowed up, tiny floating debris refracting into tiny specks of light in the moonlight. The zombie fell, but before Xiao could straighten up, he caught a glimpse of a strong figure in a tank top lunging toward Shirzwan. Its gaping maw emitted a nauseating stench of blood. Damn it! Shirzwan, get out of the way! Less than half a meter away, Xiao's pupils dilated, the brief few seconds stretched endlessly in his eyes, as if more than 10 minutes had passed. Hearing his shout, Shirzwan immediately turned to face the zombie's ugly face. In an instant, the nerves in his brain stretched into a taut thread, as if about to snap. His blood surged, every cell screaming for him to run. Just as those claws were less than 10 centimeters away, Shirzwan reacted with lightning speed, maneuvering his body to fall straight to the left, narrowly avoiding the zombie's fingernails. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. A line of blood appeared on Shirzwan's right upper arm, bright red blood seeping from the skin, swirling in the air as his body fell. Directly opposite them, the big boss, whose left hand was uninjured, had somehow produced another gun, wisps of white smoke rising from its muzzle as he calmly observed Shirzwan. Even though he was the one shot, Xiao felt as if the bullet had landed inside his brain, making him dizzy. He couldn't faint. Ignoring the chaos in his mind, almost instinctively, he propelled his leaden legs toward Shirzwan, who was about to crash to the ground. He caught him before he hit the ground, pulling him into a tight embrace. Meanwhile, Jiangxi and Dean Lin, seeing the increasing number of zombies, realized this couldn't continue. They stopped fighting and, covering each other, helped Song Ziqiao, who lay motionless on the ground. Dean Lin's gun was out of ammunition, so he took on the responsibility of carrying Song Ziqiao on his back. But who would have thought that just as they hoisted the person onto their backs, they turned around and witnessed a bullet flying toward Shirzwan. In an instant, chaos erupted at the cafeteria entrance, and the students gathered upstairs grew increasingly noisy. Several timid boys even screamed at the sight of blood. The screams, combined with the darkness, sounded especially terrifying. A few students recognized Old Lin and whispered among themselves, even running downstairs to try and call them inside the dormitory through the door. But Dean Lin was completely oblivious to their cries. His former student had been shot right before his eyes, and the culprit stood unharmed among them, even protected from approaching zombies thanks to their efforts and Xiao's efforts to clear them away. His anger flared fiercely. He didn't know where the strength came from, but even with the unconscious Song Ziqiao on his back, he still managed to snatch the pistol from Jiangxi's hand. Bang! Bang! The first shot hit Boss Wu's left hand, causing the gun to fly out of his grasp again. The second shot struck his left thigh, and his knee buckled, unable to support the weight of his body, causing him to kneel on the hard ground. Holy crap! Dean Lin is so cool! Cheers erupted from the dormitory building behind him. Of everyone present, he only recognized this Dean. Knowing his usual style, he unconditionally sided with him, already imagining a scene of the great Dean bravely fighting off an armed villain for his students. But he remembered Shirzwan and Xiao's special instructions. This big boss couldn't be allowed to die. He glanced at the students anxiously calling for him behind the dormitory door, and at Shirzwan clutching his injured arm, and decisively ordered, into the dormitory building. Xiao Jiang, you and Xiao dragged that dead man in. Although Shirzwan had been shot, because he had been lying on his side, the bullet had only grazed his skin. It hadn't affected his mobility. Dean Lin carried Song Zichu at the front, clearing the way. Xiao whispered to Zwan to confirm he was alright, then immediately helped Jiang Si drag the collapsed Mr. Wu into the dormitory building. Shirzwan brought up the rear, and the instant the glass door closed, he pulled a small black remote control from his pocket. The moment he pressed the raised circular button on it, the bomb he had buried under the flower pot detonated. First, a blinding white light shattered the darkness, then thick black smoke billowed out. Just watching it made one imagine how choking it would be to inhale it. Immediately afterward, dark red blood mixed with palm-sized chunks of flesh slammed against the door, slowly dripping down the smooth glass. The cramped dormitory lobby on the first floor was already crowded with students. The dormitory auntie and 2 security guards had been waiting for a long time, and finally, when Lao Lin and his group returned, they quickly brought water, clean towels, and a first aid kit. Shirzwan's wound wasn't large, but in the current harsh living conditions, it could easily become infected if not bandaged promptly. He didn't stand on ceremony, accepted the first aid kit, thanked them, and began treating his arm wound independently. The crucial issue now rested with Song Zichu and Boss Wu. Chapter 77. Song Zichu was first violently thrown to the ground, his back and the back of his head hitting the cobblestone simultaneously, his black hair smeared with sticky blood. But that wasn't the end of it. Even after falling, he struggled to stop the henchman, resulting in several hard kicks to his vulnerable stomach. He only breathed a sigh of relief when Xiao pushed the man away, letting his head spin and drifting off to sleep. The students watching downstairs were very helpful. Some who lived on lower floors ran back to their dorms to get bandages, but after comparing the wound on Song Zichu's head, they reluctantly withdrew their help. Jiang Si and Lao Lin worked together to place him on an empty cot in the lobby, but considering his injuries from both sides, they had to let him lie on his side for the time being. Dean Lin immediately lifted the hem of his shirt, revealing a large bruise on his plump belly, though it was impossible to tell if any internal organs were injured. He could only tend to the abrasion on the back of his head first. There was no pillow on the cot, and Jiang Si was worried he would be uncomfortable lying down, especially since the position would cause blood to rush to his brain. So she took off her own coat and placed it under his head. Even after his head had been moved around like that for a while, Song Zichu still showed no signs of waking up. Could he have hurt his brain? She frowned, her voice filled with concern. Thinking this, she pinched the flesh on his cheek. Hey Song Zichu, wake up! For so long, everyone had been running around trying to survive, sometimes starving, sometimes full, and Song Zichu's cheeks had lost a lot of their plumpness. His once round chin now had a thin, pointed chin. Jiang Si used considerable force, thinking that being in pain and conscious was better than being left in the dark, so he maintained the force and poked him several more times. Finally, the man's eyelids trembled and slowly opened a crack. Everyone around him breathed a sigh of relief. After he woke up, Xiao glanced at Boss Wu lying on the ground beside him. Several boys surrounded him, quickly bandaging his bleeding wounds. But not because they were particularly kind. They had probably seen Dean Lin and his men dealing with him from the dormitory balcony earlier and immediately labeled him a bad guy. The timely bandaging was simply to prevent him from losing too much blood and fainting, so that Dean Lin and his men could finish treating Song Zichu's injuries before questioning him. Seeing that people were treating both sides, Xiao briefly focused all his attention on Shirzwan. From an official standpoint, Shirzwan's injuries in this operation were definitely not serious. At first glance, the fair skin was cut open, the wound wasn't wide, but it was nearly 5 millimeters, revealing the tender flesh beneath, from which blood was constantly seeping. Perhaps because of this, he was surrounded by an empty, deserted area. He stood alone beside the empty long table, a cotton swab in his left hand, having just been dipped in iodine from a small brown bottle, as he laboriously moved it to his right arm to disinfect the wound. He looked rather pitiful. Xiao walked to his side, took the cotton swab from his hand, and carefully applied it to the exposed flesh. Despite his deliberate gentle movements, the sharp sting of the medicine upon contact with the wound still tormented his fragile nerves. Shirzwan quickly swallowed, suppressing the muffled groan that was rising in his throat. How's Song Zichu? Don't worry, he's awake. Dean Lin and Jiang Si are treating his wounds. What about that guy surnamed Wu? Is he still alive? I still have so many questions for him. Just thinking about what had just happened made Shirzwan's anger surge uncontrollably. Don't move. Xiao had to use one hand to grab his flailing wrist, finally managing to thoroughly disinfect the wound. The bullet had spun at high speed, causing the flesh to flare out. Even after disinfection, small beads of blood were still seeping from the wound. Xiao picked up a roll of bandage that had been taken out separately from the table, and wrapped it around Shizhuan's arm several times with both hands, finishing the bandage. "How is it? Is it too tight?" He tugged at the edge of the folded bandage, and asked softly. Shizhuan shook his head, his warm hand covering Xiao's hand, gently pushing it away. "I'm fine, don't worry." The skin beneath his palm was unusually cool. Shizhuan reassuredly squeezed and rubbed it a few times. "I want to check on Song Zichu." Anyway, Boss Wu's arms and leg were already useless. He couldn't cause any trouble for the time being. The two pushed aside the students gathered around the cot and approached. They saw that Song Zichu was now fully conscious. Jiangxi was disinfecting and bandaging him, while Old Lin was pressing and rubbing his stomach, asking if it hurt. Without exception, each request elicited a scream from Song Zichu. Seeing them approach, Old Lin briefly inquired about Shizhuan's injuries, confirming he was alright, before pointing to Song Zichu, who was twisted like a caterpillar, and said he shouldn't have any internal injuries. "I checked him all over, but his reaction was too strong. I can't really say. It would be best to take him to a specialized hospital for a checkup." "A specialized hospital? Where can we find a hospital to do that at this time?" Shizhuan felt his head throbbing again. After yelling, Song Zichu noticed Shizhuan and Xiao approaching and quickly asked, "Brother Shi, are you alright?" Shizhuan had already passed out when he was shot. His memory was still stuck on the time he was being held hostage. Since that was the case, Shizhuan didn't bring it up. "How are you feeling now? Is the pain intense?" Song Zichu quickly waved his hand. I'm fine, I'm definitely fine. It's just a little painful." As he spoke, he tried to get up from the small bed. But he had only managed to prop himself up a little, when the pain in his abdomen was aggravated. His back buckled, and he almost collapsed back onto the bed. Fortunately, Jiangxi reacted quickly, supporting the back of his neck with both hands, preventing the wound on the back of his head from experiencing what it meant to be doubled down on. Once this is resolved, we try to find a nearby hospital that's still operating. Although the chances were slim, they still had to try for Song Zichu's health. Song Zichu knew he was in the wrong and shut his mouth. After reminding him again to rest well, Xiao and Shizhuan finally withdrew from his side. Next, they would interrogate the big boss. The two dispersed the students surrounding Boss Wu, looking down at him as he groaned on the ground, clutching his wound. His arms and legs were hastily bound with rags and dirty clothes, bloodstains seeping through the fabric. Seeing the two men arrive, he could only slightly raise his gaze, glaring at them. His eyes seemed to want to slice flesh from their bodies. Ignoring his resentful gaze, Shizhuan squatted down to face him, too lazy to beat around the bush. "What exactly do you want to do in the school lab? Don't think you can pretend to be mute and never explain yourself." Seeing him turn away to avoid the question, Shizhuan didn't press him, but directly reached out and started pulling at his clothes. "What do you want to do?" This time, Mr. Wu finally panicked, frantically waving his hands to try and stop him. But the pain from his wounds made his arms feel like puppet limbs held by strings, difficult to move, and he could only watch helplessly as Shizhuan pulled a cell phone out of his pocket. "Don't let him open it." Mr. Wu's mind went completely blank the moment Shizhuan's fingertip touched the screen, leaving only this one thought. With a strength he didn't know he possessed, he used his injured arm to brace himself on the hard tile floor, attempting to stand up using only his uninjured leg to snatch his phone back from Shizhuan. Clang! Before he could even grab Shizhuan's clothes, Xiao, who had been silently standing nearby, kicked him back. His head slammed against a flower pot against the wall, splashing soil onto the floor. Mr. Wu's eyes were bloodshot, still muttering, "Don't look. Don't look." But Shizhuan and Xiao merely glanced at him before turning their attention back to the phone. Mr. Wu's phone was a brand new model released at the beginning of the year. Its exorbitant price and superior marketing had been the subject of online jokes and memes for months. But such an expensive item probably wasn't a particularly precious treasure to Mr. Wu. No phone case, no screen protector. The bare phone felt smooth and heavy, with a surprisingly good feel. Shizhuan cursed inwardly, "Damn heartless businessman," then pressed the side button, and the screen lit up. Mr. Wu's screensaver was a wooden carving of the god of wealth, the entire image a somber black, lacking any of the brightness one would expect from a god of wealth statue. He tapped the screen again. Mr. Wu's phone required a password to unlock. However, He had also enabled facial recognition, which made things much easier. Shirzwan gave Xia Ao a look, signaling him to help hold Mr. Wu down. Although Mr. Wu twisted his head, unwilling to face the camera, the screen unlocked the instant his face was scanned. Upon entering the main screen, he noticed a limited number of downloaded apps. Some wouldn't even open without an internet connection. Shirzwan paused for a second before opening the photo album. The album refreshed, revealing a staggering 2,000 photos. These weren't selfies or travel snapshots. Most were labels for chemical data, interspersed with a few portraits. Shirzwan's fingers flew across the page, precisely clicking on a group photo. The photo showed 3 people in total, against the backdrop of the entrance to a foreign research institute. However, the signboard at the entrance was written in foreign languages he didn't recognize, and he couldn't pinpoint its location. Boss Wu stood on the far left, with a foreigner to his right, giving a thumbs up to his chest. And the person standing in the very center was someone they all knew well. Li Wansheng? Why is he in the photo? Shirzwan asked, puzzled. He was about to hand the phone to Xia Ao beside him, when he noticed that Xia Ao's expression and demeanor were completely off. His eyes were fixed on the photo, his pupils constricted, and his thin lips pressed into a thin line. He was trembling like a leaf, as if he had seen something extremely frightening. His hands were clenched into fists, his nails digging into his flesh, almost breaking the skin on his palms. What's wrong with you? Let go! Let go! Seeing his near collapse, Shirzwan anxiously reached out and grabbed his clenched fist. His slender hand squeezed into the narrow gap, worried that Xia Ao might hurt himself, and he could only forcefully pry his hand open. But Xia Ao was still trembling. Shirzwan's heart inexplicably ached, as if it were being squeezed by a large hand, making it hard to breathe. Ignoring the surprised looks from the surrounding students, he opened his arms and hugged Xia Ao tightly, gently patting his back. It's all right, don't be nervous. Chapter 78. The once noisy hall gradually quieted down, and more eyes focused on the 2 people embracing in the corner. Feeling uncomfortable under so much attention, Shirzwan tried to escape, supporting himself on his arms. But at that moment, Xia Ao seemed to have finally grasped a lifeline, his large hands gripping Shirzwan's shoulders tightly, as if a hydraulic press was used to force their bodies together, breaking free from the constraints of their skin. Shirzwan couldn't breathe, coughing twice with extreme difficulty. Even his inhalations were rapid and unpleasant. The chest pressed tightly against his chest vibrated muffledly, and Xia Ao suddenly released his arms with a startled joy. Cough, cough, cough. Shirzwan had almost suffocated. Suddenly released, his lungs reflexively tried to inhale as much fresh air as possible, but his throat and nose were a beat too slow, causing him to cough violently. Xia Ao was stunned, watching him cough, as if he were about to cough up his lungs. A pang of sadness struck him, and he softly apologized. His attitude was so sincere, as if he had done something unforgivable to Shirzwan. Shirzwan coughed for a while, then calmed down, raised his hand to cover Xia Ao's mouth, forcing him to swallow his apology, and got back to the point. What's wrong with you? Why such a strong reaction? Was the foreigner in the photo someone he knew? That foreigner is the mentor I mentioned before. Xia Ao felt like he had been holding his breath. After saying this, the breath was released, and his whole expression became listless, his eyelids drooping weakly. Shirzwan vaguely remembered this man. Xia Ao's reaction had been off when they met Li Wansheng before. Later, he learned from Xia Ao that what truly unsettled him was the research institute Li Wansheng had mentioned when introducing himself. His mentor in D country was leading a project at the same institute, yet he had launched a drug into the market before completing clinical trials. He had tried to stop it but failed, and had been forced to abandon his degree and return home. Since this foreign man was Xia Ao's mentor, and Li Wansheng was posing for a photo with him and Boss Wu. Shirzwan frowned. The upcoming questioning wasn't suitable for so many people to be present. He patted Xia Ao on the shoulder, telling him to calm down by himself, then turned and walked towards the security personnel. As he passed Boss Wu on the ground, he deliberately kicked him in the wound, eliciting a scream that made him feel much more at ease. He asked the security personnel to evacuate the students from the hall. It was already late, and their biological clocks were telling them to rest. These kids had come down to help out of kindness, and seeing old Lin stand up and tell them to go back to their dorms, they didn't linger in the lobby. Soon, everyone in the lobby had left. Song Zichu was more seriously injured. Jiangxi wanted to suggest he find an empty room to rest, but Song Zichu stopped him, saying he absolutely had to hear what those idiots had done to his brother Xia. The cleaning lady and security personnel discreetly avoided the area, But Shirzwan, just to be safe, dragged the man surnamed Wu into the laundry room and closed the door to deal with him. Just in case, old Lin was responsible for guarding the door. Mr. Wu was relentlessly tortured, fresh bloodstains left on the floor, and the pain in his wounds had become numb. He could only stare helplessly at the ceiling, at the mercy of the men. With the onlookers gone, Shirzwan squatted down, grabbed Mr. Wu, and lifted his head off the ground, forcing him to stare wide-eyed at a photo on the phone screen. What is your relationship with these two people in the photo? Mr. Wu had 3 gunshot wounds and seemed convinced he was doomed. His lips were tightly pressed together, avoiding Shirzwan's question. Since there was no way out, why should he answer Shirzwan's question? Seeing his defiant attitude, Shirzwan wasn't annoyed. The person in the middle of the photo is called Li Wanxing. He's the one who provided you with the funding to build a domestic laboratory? Upon hearing the familiar name, Mr. Wu's small eyes widened slightly, looking at Shirzwan with some shock. Shirzwan ignored him and continued, "He sits high on the academic committee. He must have done you a lot of favors before. However, he happens to be in the country recently, working on some survivor base. You probably don't know, but a few days ago, he invited me to help him set up the system." So? Boss Wu didn't understand the point of what he was saying. But the next second, Shirzwan very kindly explained, "We won't kill you. We rebandage you, then cut off all your chances of suicide, delivering you perfectly intact to Li Wanxing." In the photo, Li Wanxing, the youngest, was positioned in the very center. The 2 people next to him had bright smiles on their faces, clearly having just finalized a collaboration and unable to suppress their joy. Only Li Wanxing maintained a reserved demeanor, a slight upturn of the corners of his mouth, the smile not reaching his eyes, and he made no grand gestures like the 2 beside him. In that collaboration, Li Wanxing was undoubtedly in a dominant position. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Mr. Wu's eyes showed this level of panic for the first time. Xiao seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Beckel directly launched the unfinished drug through Li Wanxing's connections. Li Wanxing doesn't know me, and now all communication methods have been cut off. He can't contact Becker either. You told me all this, didn't you? Given Li Wanxing's personality, Mr. Wu was merely a pawn and a certain link in his game. If he found out that Mr. Wu had exposed some of his secret dealings, his fate would be obvious. Now that they were in the country, Li Wanxing couldn't escape. This time, Mr. Wu seemed truly struck at a nerve. Ignoring his pain, he scrambled to his feet, clutching Shirzwan's left leg, his previous fearless attitude completely gone. "What do you want to know?" I said. "Don't go looking for Li Wanxing." He clung to Shirzwan's leg, his hands groping frantically. Shirzwan felt a wave of nausea and frowned, kicking him away. But the man surnamed Wu quickly crawled back, trying to hug him again. He seemed terrified of Li Wanxing. Shirzwan exchanged a glance with Xiao beside him. They had met Li Wanxing before. Although he was cunning and seemed to hold a high position, he shouldn't be someone who could instill such fear. Why did Boss Wu immediately change his attitude and beg for mercy when they tried to pin the blame for betrayal on him? He wasn't even afraid of death, yet he feared falling into Li Wanxing's hands. Head bowed again, Boss Wu was still begging for mercy. He tried to persuade them to let him go through an information exchange. "I'm just a middleman, I really don't know much. I can only answer your questions to the best of my ability. What were you planning to do with the lab after sneaking into the school?" Shirzwan asked the same question first. Oldly said, "You built a chemical plant selling contraband in their village?" Yes. But you wouldn't risk being bitten by zombies just to make that kind of stuff." Shirzwan seemed to have anticipated his reaction, his tone chilling. Boss Wu's customers were probably mostly dead by now. In this situation, survival was the priority. Who would travel thousands of miles to find him as a supplier? Boss Wu had just managed a couple of yeses, thinking he could get away with it, but the next second he was exposed, his face turning deathly pale. "I give you one more chance, but don't get any funny ideas." Yes. Shirzwan stood up again, looking down at the person groveling on the ground. Li Wanxing and Becker have started a new research project in Country D about wound repair. It started about half a year ago, but once the drug is completed, it needs to enter the clinical trial phase. The constitution of people in Country D is different from ours. So you're in charge of receiving the drug shipped from abroad and conducting experiments in the domestic laboratory? Boss Wu nodded. Good heavens, smuggling unreleased drugs, bypassing countless procedures. Boss Wu's crimes are enough to send him to the hell of retribution for billions of years. Shirzwan couldn't help but click his tongue, then asked, what did he come back to China for this time? There are zombies everywhere now. Hasn't he given up on testing his new drug? He came back to China to attend a conference in City B, but had to stop in City H due to the zombie outbreak. 3 days ago, he found me, saying he planned to rebuild a laboratory within the survivor base, but lacked experimental equipment and materials, and asked me to search through all the laboratories in City H and help him compile a list of everything he needed. These items were listed in advance by Li Wanxing and given to Boss Wu. Boss Wu meticulously compiled the list, and then Li Wanxing sent people to find the locations and move everything to his so-called survivor base. What exactly is this wound repair experiment about? Xiao interjected. Even after working in the research institute for so long, he was still stunned by what Boss Wu was saying. Beckel was his doctoral supervisor, and his research direction was the same as his, virology, which, in any case, had nothing to do with wound repair. Hearing his question, Boss Wu seemed even more guilty, his eyes darting around, unable to settle on the person for a long time. Seeing that he didn't answer, Shirzwan stomped on his cheek, pressing his head to the ground, unable to lift it. Boss Wu knew that no matter how much he hid, it was useless. Only by revealing everything could he possibly get these devils to let him go. He said he discovered a virus that can stimulate nerves, causing platelet reproduction to multiply exponentially. If a certain number is reached, wounds can heal at a rate measured in seconds. How is that possible? Even Song Ziqiao, lying next to him, who had no knowledge of biology, thought it was absolutely impossible. He's artificially cultivating this virus, and then testing it on people who are high? Xiao's voice was icy cold, like ice frozen for 1,000 years, sending chills down the spines of everyone present except Boss Wu. Boss Wu sensed his anger and tried to explain, "Our goods are free. As long as those people are willing to sign the informed consent form for trial participants, we will provide them with the goods regularly for free. Those who were passively addicted voluntarily sent their bodies into another hell in order to alleviate their physical pain. Do you think the zombie virus might be related to this?" Chapter 79. Jiangxi, who had been silent until now, immediately drew everyone's attention when she spoke. Could the zombie virus be related to the new virus that Li Wanxing and Becker were researching? Why do you say that? Shirzwan asked, puzzled as to why she suddenly made such a guess. Jiangxi lightly scratched her cheek with her fingertips and said, "Didn't Brother Xia previously speculate that the zombie virus might be a virus that damages human brain nerve cells? I'm not an expert in this field, but the two words overlapped quite a bit, and I couldn't help but connect them." Xiao remained silent, but his expression was extremely unfriendly. He turned his questioning gaze back to the man surnamed Wu. The moment their eyes met, Mr. Wu felt a cold sweat almost soaking through his clothes. I don't know. I was in China during the drug development phase, and Becker wouldn't let me participate." He knelt on the ground in a panic, explaining that this was all he knew. The pleading tone in his voice made everyone present suspicious. "Why are you so afraid of Li Wanxing? Logically, you two are business partners. After his unexpected stop in H City, the first person he thought of was you. The two were long-term business partners. While their relationship wasn't exactly close, they at least trusted each other. Li Wanxing shouldn't have killed this Wu fellow because of a few slanderous words from outsiders. But when Boss Wu heard this, he reacted as if he'd seen a monstrous beast. His eyes widened to their limit, and sweat poured from his brow, soaking his hair and splashing everywhere as he tossed his head. Shirzwan subtly pulled Xiao back a step, avoiding his range. No. Don't send me there. I can tell you the location of his base. You can go find him and settle the score. Please don't betray me." He tried to grab Shirzwan's trouser leg to beg for mercy, but was ruthlessly dodged. Panicked even more, he knelt down and cowed out in their direction. His forehead slammed against the hard tiles, and within half a minute, a purplish-red hemorrhage appeared. Shirzwan, intrigued by this, asked, "If we send you there, what will he do to you?" Given what Boss Wu had done in the past, this man deserved no pity, even if he were torn to pieces. "He kidnapped me to test the drugs." The man surnamed Wu's voice was frantic, as if something was stuck in his throat, his sentences fragmented. "Please, that man is the devil. The devil. Please." After the apocalypse, if he can't find suitable subjects, he kidnap unharmed people to experiment on. Wu said that Li Wanxing's project was about wound repair, and how could an unharmed person become a suitable subject? There was only one possibility. Thinking of this, the hairs on their bodies stood on end. Boss Wu was still begging, but they wouldn't listen. Even Song Ziqiao, enduring the pain, sat up from the folding bed. They had to find Li Wanxing quickly, otherwise more people would fall into his hands and be tortured. They never expected that interrogating Boss Wu would yield such a shocking revelation. After a brief discussion, they decided they couldn't waste any more time at the school. Asking Jiangxi to call in old Lin, who was guarding the door, Shizhuan briefly summarized what he had just learned. Old Lin was equally indignant, but the situation at the school was also dire. Even if he wanted to join everyone in punishing evil, he had to stay at the school to handle things due to his responsibilities. As agreed, you take a quarter of the bombs we made during the day. I need to discuss the usage of the rest with the other deans. What agreement? Shizhuan was completely bewildered, and Xiao beside him also looked up at old Lin with a blank expression. Old Lin suddenly remembered that they had secretly made the bet in the car, and the parties involved were completely unaware of the content and stakes. Oh dear, this is terrible. Faced with two pairs of curious eyes, old Lin seemed to have his mouth glued shut, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Jiangxi and Song Ziqiao, as the culprits, were now sweating profusely. If Shizhuan and Xiao found out that they were using their relationship development as a bet again, they would definitely throw them out to feed the zombies. Seeing old Lin stammering, about to reveal what they were doing behind their backs, Jiangxi sprang up from her seat and stumbled over to the group. Nothing, what bet? There's no bet. She quickly changed the subject. So when are we leaving? What about Brother Xiao's sister? Does she want to come with us? Although Shizhuan didn't understand why she was so flustered, when discussing the arrangements, he immediately became serious. The sooner we leave, the better. As for Xia Ting, he looked at Xiao. They had only two purposes for coming to H University. Firstly, to borrow the lab to make a bomb, and secondly, to confirm Xiao's sister's safety. Under everyone's gaze, Xiao paused for a moment before speaking. Ask her later. I won't interfere with her decision. But let's at least rest for another day today. Everyone is exhausted. They've been running around outside, working late into the night, especially Shizhuan and Dean Lin, who had worked for nearly 10 hours straight and then rushed over to capture the man surnamed Wu. Both physically and mentally, they deserved a good rest. In the short time it took to interrogate them, dawn was breaking outside, and the zombies moved more quickly, moving freely outside the windows. Upon hearing this, old Lin suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. There are empty rooms here. You can rest here for a while before you set off. Shizhuan shook his head. We're going straight back to the dormitory building where we were quarantined before. We still have a lot of things left there. Okay, then I won't be with you anymore. I wonder how those students trapped in the classrooms are doing, and whether Lao Huang has found them clean clothes. Dean Lin frowned, still thinking about the students. In that case, we take you there and ask Xia Ting what she thinks while we're at it. Jiangxi suggested. No one objected. Very good. Then what should we do with this guy surnamed Wu? Song Ziqiao, lying on the hospital bed, asked hoarsely. They talked for a long time, but Boss Wu was still lying on the floor, motionless like a corpse. Right, what to do with Boss Wu is still a problem. Shizhuan felt another headache coming on. Song Ziqi was definitely going to leave with them. Taking care of a sick person on the road was manageable, but if they brought Boss Wu along, they probably wouldn't be able to handle it. Old Lin, is there anywhere in the school where we can put him in solitary confinement? We can lock him up there. Just give him a bite to eat each day, as long as he's alive. They weren't judges. Boss Wu's sin should be dealt with by the proper authorities after the apocalypse. The hastily bandaged Wound was still bleeding profusely. He had fainted, perhaps from blood loss. Shizhuan squatted down beside him with a first aid kit, unwrapping the crumpled dried pickled vegetables and replacing the bandage with clean gauze. Old Lin watched his movements. My office next door is empty. Lock him up there. Okay. The final decision was that they would take Old Lin back to the teaching building and find out whether Xia Ting wanted to stay at the school or leave with them. After settling Boss Wu into the office, all the sins should be settled after the apocalypse. Before leaving, Old Lin summoned the dormitory auntie and the security guards, briefly explaining the school's plans. He assured them that they would find a way to clear the zombies from the campus as soon as possible, and that everyone should stay in their dormitories and wait. Bathed in the dawnlight, two cars, one black and one white, drove onto the small road again, heading in the familiar direction. Jiangxi and Song Ziqiao had learned a bit about the situation before setting off and expressed their sympathy for the students' experiences. Comrade Song Ziqiao excitedly stated that if Dean Huang couldn't bring back clean spare clothes, he was willing to donate all the worn and unworn clothes in his bag. Of course, Jiangxi, with his sharp ears and eyes, immediately retorted, "Who wants to wear your dirty clothes? The blood on them could be used for hot pot." You? Jiangxi's tone was threatening, his hand on Shizhuan's stomach subtly tightening. You're so kind, even considering the students' comfort. Shirzwan and Xiao. The car stopped downstairs, Shirzwan leading the way, carrying a familiar steel pipe. Xiao carried Song Ziqiu on his back, while Jiangxi and Lao Lin each carried Boss Wu on one side, until they reached the door of Dean Huang's office. Unexpectedly, he simply pressed down lightly on the doorknob, and the door opened. There was someone inside. The man was cautious, seemingly having heard the approaching footsteps long ago, and had been waiting behind the door. The instant the door opened, a leg swept toward Shirzwan. Shirzwan, now a seasoned veteran, raised his arm to block the attack the moment the force of the blow came. The attacker seemed surprised that his attack had been blocked, and instantly lost his balance, falling backward. Only half of her body was visible from behind the door. It was Xia Ting? Shirzwan was startled and quickly bent down to catch her, preventing her from hitting her head on the ground. After only a day apart, Xia Ting's appearance was beyond their expectations. Her once clean and crisp coat was now tattered, the edges of the sleeves worn open, revealing the elastic underneath. Large patches of blood stained her body and trousers. Combined with the shadow cast by the half-open door, it's no wonder he hadn't recognized her at first. She seemed utterly weak, her body limp like a boiled noodle. Shirzwan struggled to help her back to the sofa. In the process, he inevitably touched Xia Ting's hand. Her once fair skin was now covered in scrapes and abrasions. What happened? The others behind her were also startled by her appearance, and quickly went inside to close the door, asking with concern. As her older brother, Xiao's heart tightened the moment he saw her miserable state. He anxiously asked, "What happened to you? Are you injured? Were you injured by a zombie, or by someone? Where are Dean Huang and Zhu Lin?" His questions rained down like steel balls, but Xia Ting remained listless and weak. However, when he asked the last question, it was as if something key was triggered, and Xia Ting looked up. Her once bright eyes were now dull and lifeless. Looking at her brother, whose face was full of worry, as he examined her injuries, tears streamed down her face. "Brother." Chapter 80. She suddenly burst into loud wails, leaving everyone helpless. The crying was so heart-wrenching, no one knew what she had suffered in the short day since they separated to cry like this. Xiao caught her, gently patting her thin back with his large hand, helping Xia Ting catch her breath, to prevent her from sobbing uncontrollably. Shirzwan quickly grabbed a napkin from the table and handed her one. She sang as she pressed the thin napkin to her face, tears soaking through it. After sobbing for a while, she finally managed to speak. "Brother, brother. I sob, it's all my fault, I should sob." He rushed over and met Xia Ting's red, tear-filled eyes. "I'm so sorry, we got to the activity room, and Dean Huang said he knew the place well, and could just go in and get his clothes. Zhu Lin and I stayed outside, but we didn't expect." She sobbed, her face streaked with snot and tears. "We didn't expect there was a zombie hiding in the activity room. Dean Huang was worried it would escape, and we wouldn't be able to handle it, so he locked the door from the inside." Old Huang Dean Lin could hardly believe his ears, his pupils constricting as he murmured. Actually, he and Dean Huang hadn't known each other for very long. Since he entered H University, they had only had very few interactions. It was mostly large-scale events organized by the university that brought these two deans from different colleges together in the same row. Until this apocalypse, the branch campus dean stepped forward to maintain order, and he and Dean Huang were among the leaders. Shared aspirations and beliefs led them to admire each other, and they became friends as if they had known each other for a long time. But how could he die like this? He thought. They hadn't even had a proper goodbye. For a moment, only Xiao's wailing filled the small office. Old Lin was silent, but upon closer inspection, his wrinkled eyes were bloodshot. He had already been bitten in, and he wouldn't let us open the door, urging Zhu Lin and me to leave quickly. Dean Huang had already decided he couldn't survive the moment he was attacked and bitten by the zombie, but two unharmed students stood outside the door. Opening the door wouldn't save him either, but closing the door might save two lives. So in the end, are you and Zhu Lin alright? Did she come back safely? Yeah. All the activity rooms for the various colleges are next to each other. We got our clothes from the activity room next door, and Zhu Lin took them up to them. Thankfully, at least the students are alright. Having lived to his age, Old Lin could say he's seen many of his companions pass away. Receiving sudden news of death like this wasn't uncommon. But none of them were like Dean Huang, who had been planning their future together just the day before, leaving without a word. He felt a dull ache in his temple, as if someone was drilling into his entire head, dismantling his nerves like useless sewers. Sigh, couldn't he have waited a little longer? He had already made so many bombs. They could have soon gathered to plan how to use them to clear the zombies from the school. They were about to have the chance to stand freely in the sun again. But now, saying anything more was useless. Despite having only been at the school for a few days, Shirzwan and the others had a very good impression of Dean Huang, and even the other leaders they had never met. Now, suddenly forced to accept the news of his death, they felt a lump in their throats, unable to breathe. I go upstairs to check on the students, Xiao said after a long silence, breaking the deathly stillness in the room. I go with you. Finally, Shirzwan, Xiao, and Dean Lin went upstairs together. Xia Ting hastily wiped the wetness from her face, saying she had to go cover Zhu Lin's shift. Jiangxi stayed in the office, keeping an eye on Boss Wu and accompanying a patient. The door opened, and Dean Lin, as if having made a decision, took a deep breath and walked at the front. He clutched something in his hand, his fingertips white from the force, his entire face grim, walking silently at the front. No one dared to refuse him. They quickly reached the classroom door. Just a door away, the soft sobbing inside was jarringly loud. Old Lin took another deep breath and lightly knocked twice on the door with his knuckles. The crying stopped abruptly, followed by the sound of desks and chairs being moved. Zhu Lin opened the door for them. The group quickly rushed inside. You're back. She looked better than Xia Ting, less disheveled, but her red eyes and tear stains showed she had recently had a major crying spell. The students in the middle of the classroom sat on the floor, huddled in small groups, all dressed in clean clothes. But they all probably already knew about Dean Huang's death. A dark cloud hung over them. A knock sounded at the door, and the students immediately looked up nervously towards the front door. Upon seeing that it was old Lin who entered, they completely lost their composure. Dean Lin sobbed. Even Lin Jiahao was crying uncontrollably, rushing forward to hug old Lin for comfort. Old Lin was in charge of the students, while Shirzwan addressed the two still sobbing girls, explaining the main purpose of their visit. He briefly recounted the events of the past 2 days, omitting the mention of Boss Wu's existence out of consideration for Zhu Lin's timidity. Even so, the girl still gasped in surprise. Xia Ting, do you want to come with us? Finally, Xiao asked this question solemnly. Xia Ting lowered her head, not answering immediately. The zombies at the school should be mostly cleared out soon, so there's not much difference between you staying here and not staying, Xiao coldly reminded her. Come with us, your brother Shir and I will take care of you, you have plenty to eat and drink. Although he was urging her to leave with him, his harsh tone made Shirzwan turn her head to look at him. Why is he being so venomous again? This is his own sister. Before coming, he said he would respect her wishes. Shirzwan subtly hooked his hand with her little finger, trying to remind him not to forget his original intention. But Xia Ting, being related to Xiao by blood, seemed very familiar with his behavior, and weakly tugged at the corners of her mouth. I'm not going. Even Zhu Ting beside her looked at her incomprehensibly. In a zombie apocalypse, how difficult it is to reunite with family. Since there is a chance to be together, why choose to separate? But Xia Ting seemed to have made up her mind. Facing the puzzled looks of the crowd, she reiterated her choice once again. She wanted to stay at school. Why? Xiao frowned and asked her. Everyone's still here. There are so many zombies. How can I abandon them? I told you, Dean Lin already has a way to deal with the zombies. You don't need to stay and risk your life. In fact, the school might be back to normal in less than a week. Xiao's emotions grew increasingly agitated as she spoke. Xia Ting wasn't exactly gentle either. Seeing the two about to argue, Shirzwan quickly stepped in to stop them. Hey, stop arguing, little sister, please understand. Your brother is just worried about your safety. After all, it's always more reassuring to have family around. Shirzwan quickly turned his head, leaned close to Xiao's ear, and whispered, Didn't you say you respect your sister's choice no matter what? Why does it sound like a threat now? Xiao, Shirzwan, little sister, don't be angry. He definitely knows he was wrong now. You two should talk it out. Xia Ting remained silent. Having not seen each other for 2 days, had their relationship progressed further? Why was he calling her little sister now? Unconsciously, goosebumps rose all over her arms beneath her tattered sleeves. She rubbed her hands together and said, I don't plan to go with you. Dean Huang died protecting me and Zhu Lin, and if that happens, Dean Lin will be all alone. Even if he's incredibly capable, it won't be easy for him to manage alone. Besides, I just feel that in this situation, having one more person stay to fight might save another life. We're all classmates. Not to mention me, even someone like Arlene, who screams through the hallway while watching a horror movie, is willing to stay. Why shouldn't I? Originally, she was willing to stand guard at the school's main gate after the apocalypse because of this innate sense of responsibility. And Dean Huang's death indirectly deepened her obsession. Xia Ting stared intently at Xia Ao as he explained, his sincerity so profound that he couldn't bring himself to refuse. Everyone present seemed to be waiting for his answer, placing Xia Ao in an awkward position, unsure whether to accept it or not. Finally, he sighed heavily. Don't regret it later. He agreed. For the first time since this morning, Xia Ting felt a sense of joy. Don't worry, absolutely not. While old Lin comforted the little ones on the ground, Shi Zuan and Xia Ao had already told Xia Ting everything they could. Her ears were calloused from the torment. She wanted to escape, but was blocked by the two grown men. Did you hear me? If you encounter a zombie you can't handle, your first reaction is to run. Ugh, I know, master, stop nagging. Xia Ting simply covered her ears, trying to physically block out the noise. Looking at their noisy antics, Dean Lin's earlier gloom finally dissipated a little. Have you all discussed it? Xia Ting, do you want to go with your brother? No, Dean Lin. I stay and be your assistant. To take Dean Huang's place. Good, good. Dean Lin smiled and agreed. In that case, old Lin, let's go back to the dormitory and rest for a while. We set off this afternoon. Shi Zuan raised his wrist, seeing it was almost time, and said goodbye. Okay, be careful on your way, I won't stop you. As parting approached, everyone's tone became serious. No one knew when they would meet again, every minute and second of the present was precious. Before leaving, Xia Ao ruffled Xia Ting's hair again, this time without a roar. My little sister has really grown up. Brother. So, are you and brother sure together now? Chapter 81. Xia Ao's hand, which had been resting on her head, suddenly froze. It felt awkward to remain still, yet not moving was also strange. Zhu Lin, who had been waiting nearby, suddenly heard a shocking piece of gossip. Without even a chance to cover her ears, her eyes widened, staring blankly at the person involved. Her mouth unconsciously opened wide enough to fit a quail egg. Was this something to say? Being so abruptly exposed, like this would make any normal person blush. Shi Zuan felt a surge of embarrassment rise to his cheeks, and he lowered his head to hide it. What more explanation was needed? Everything was understood without words. Xia Ting smiled. All right, then be careful on your journey. After the apocalypse, bring brother Shi home. If mom and dad don't approve of you dating a man, don't worry, I definitely be on your side. Little girl, all she thinks about are these kinds of things. Xia Ao sighed, hands on his hips, and said helplessly, mind your own business. It was getting late, they should leave. Old Lin waved to them, deciding not to see them off. There were many things to do at the school, and he needed to contact other teachers as soon as possible to discuss further strategies. The danger at the school had escalated to such a point that they couldn't let more people die needlessly like Dean Huang. Take care. His last words were to his student from many years ago. After resolving all the remaining issues, they still hadn't managed to pick up Xia Ting. The group could only drive back to the initial quarantine dormitory. Along the way, Shi Zuan could sense Xia Ao's poor mood. He couldn't respond to their attempts to talk to him, appearing distracted. Are you still worried about Xia Ting? Shi Zuan saw his eyelids, which had been dazed for a long time, finally blink, as if he had suddenly come to his senses. You probably hope she can have her own goals and work hard for what she desires, right? In that case, just trust her. She's so organized, her physical condition isn't bad, and old Lin is watching over her, nothing will happen. Shi Zuan thought he was still dwelling on this, secretly thinking to himself that Xia Ao seemed to have a deadly sharp tongue, a single lick of which could kill, but his heart was surprisingly soft. Seeing that he still didn't speak, he was about to continue comforting him. It's not because of that. Huh? Not because of Xia Ting? Then what was he so sentimental about? Unexpectedly, Xia Ao smacked his lips, a look of annoyance appearing on his face. He focused on driving, even taking a moment to solemnly cast his gaze upon Shi Zuan's face in the passenger seat. He asked seriously, do you think my parents can accept their daughter-in-law being a man? You're asking me this kind of question? Shi Zuan practically pointed a finger at himself, craning his neck forward to shout the question. Good grief, he genuinely intended to comfort him. But this guy and Xia Ting were truly siblings, all they ever thought about was nonsense. But Xia Ao didn't seem to find anything inappropriate. He was still conflicted, sighing, probably not. My mom was urging me last year that I'm getting on in years, and should find someone to date, even if it's just practice. With that attitude, they probably aren't so fixated on gender. By the way, what about your family? Even though you cut off contact with your dad, do you need a household registration booklet if you get married? TSK, I wonder if you need that to get married abroad. It won't work in country D. I check again after the apocalypse. I think we should still get a marriage certificate. Towards the end, Xiao was practically talking to herself. Shirzwan didn't say a word the whole time, but the plot had inexplicably escalated to the point of getting a marriage certificate. Shirzwan, He was speechless, but didn't have the heart to shatter Xiao's passionate fantasy. Oh well, who knows what the future holds. 2 cars parked one after the other downstairs in front of the dormitory building. It has to be said that Song Ziqiao made a great contribution this time. 2 days had passed, and the dormitory door was still intact, indicating that no one had caused any more trouble. But the hero was seriously injured, and even walking upright was difficult. Besides, in his condition, he wouldn't be able to climb into bed even if he got back to the dorm, so it was better for him to stay in the car and lie on the soft seat cushions. Jiangxi volunteered to stay and take care of him, and also instructed Xiao and Shirzwan to bring down their belongings from the next room after they went up. Taking advantage of this rare rest time, the group didn't agree on a departure time. They could sleep until they naturally woke up before setting off. Song Ziqiao lay on the seat, barely able to breathe, but still remembered to ask Xiao to inquire about the situation inside, whether any students had come looking for their parents. Although it was a promise he made casually to stabilize the situation, it was still quite heartbreaking if not a single student survived to see their family. With his task in mind, Shirzwan and Xiao got out of the car, carefully made their way through the zombie horde to the dorm entrance. The dormitory supervisor, who had been waiting at the door, wasn't particularly surprised to see the 2 acting suspiciously. Instead, she deftly unlocked the door and let them in. Are you 2 students too? The supervisor didn't recognize them, but judging from their appearance, were they university students? She couldn't quite place it. They looked quite young, but their demeanor and mannerisms suggested they had been through the hardships of life. However, coming at this time, they were probably students. Shirzwan hadn't expected her first question to be this, and asked somewhat strangely, have many students come looking for you these past few days? Yes. The supervisor seemed more puzzled by their question. Didn't you hear that broadcast and come looking for your families? As she spoke, she pulled out the registration form Xiaoting had filled out for them earlier. This column is for the parents' names, and this column is for your children's names. Find them yourselves, and check the blank in the last column. She clearly assumed they were university students, who had heard Song Ziqiao's broadcast and come looking for him. Shirzwan quickly explained, no, auntie, we're not students. He opened the registration book, found his and Xiao's names, and pointed to them, saying to the auntie, his sister is a student, we've been staying here for the past few days. Your parents. Seeing the names, the auntie suddenly realized, hey, you 2 young men look quite young, I really didn't realize it at first. Xiao hadn't forgotten the task Song Ziqiao had given him. Although the auntie's reaction when the 2 of them first came in already gave a good indication of the outcome, just to be on the safe side, having the data back to convey to Song Ziqiao would make it more convincing. Auntie, did you mistake us for the students who came looking for us? Is it because many students have come looking for us these past 2 days? Didn't you hear the announcement earlier? Yes, we heard it. The person who made the announcement is our friend. Upon hearing that they were Song Ziqiao's friends, the auntie immediately became excited. Oh dear, you must thank your friend properly for me. Thanks to him, 4 or 5 children have come looking for us since yesterday, and no one has been causing trouble in the lobby. Where's your friend? Didn't he come? She assumed Song Ziqiao would be following behind, so she peeked out the door, but unfortunately, there was no one there except for a few wandering zombies. Oh dear, I hope something happened to him. If Song Ziqiao himself were here, he would be so proud he'd want to fly to the sky, stepping on everyone present. Shirzwan couldn't help but smile as he recalled the scene in his mind. No, he still has some things to take care of. We're just back to rest a bit and grab some things. We're leaving tomorrow. Why are you leaving already? Isn't it nice staying at this school? The aunt didn't understand their feelings, her brows furrowing, making the hollows of her eyes even more pronounced. But she still respected their choice. All right, you 2 go upstairs and rest. Don't forget to come back here and check your names before you leave tomorrow. Okay. The 2 smiled and turned to go upstairs. Oh, and remember to thank your friend for me. He was a huge help. Okay. Pushing open the dormitory door, the room was exactly as it had been before they left. Some torn plastic wrap remained on the floor, reminding Shirzwan of how the two of them had searched everywhere for it, and wrapped themselves up like mummies. And then, there was that torrential rain. After that rain, who knows how many more zombies will emerge across the country? Who knows when this zombie crisis will end? The upper bunk was a makeshift mattress pieced together from all their clothes. Though rudimentary, it wasn't too uncomfortable for two people to squeeze together. Shirzwan opened his bag and took out 2 packs of compressed biscuits. The bucket by the toilet was still half full of water. They were going to leave watching Survivor Base soon, so there was no need to conserve the water. The two of them simply wiped themselves down with damp towels and changed into clean clothes. After eating, drinking, and showering, they finally lay down on the bed. The long hours of fatigue were etched on their foreheads, and with the quiet breeze outside the window, they gradually drifted off to sleep. They slept soundly through the night. When Shirzwan woke up again, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. He glanced at his watch. They had slept for quite a while. His back ached, as if all the fatigue from 2 days of running and jumping had been compressed into one. He struggled to prop himself up on the bed, lifting half his body, only to find an arm firmly wrapped around his waist, rendering him immobile. Xiao had been asleep, but Shirzwan's movement jolted him awake. "What time is it?" Shirzwan gave him the exact time. It was already very late, especially since there were no streetlights, and the streets were completely dark. If it weren't for the fact that zombies are much less mobile at night, they would never have chosen to operate in the dark. "Are you sure you know how to get to Li Wanqing's base?" During the interrogation of Boss Wu, they found photos of the newly built base in his phone's photo album. Combined with Boss Wu's testimony, they could confirm that the base was built on an abandoned factory site in the east of the city, quite close to the small tenement building Shirzwan rented. Xiao remembered passing through that area when he took someone home. Although it was remote, the open space was large. It was right after the overpass, quite easy to find. That's why he dared to boldly schedule his departure for the evening. He nodded, climbed out of bed, and had Shirzwan pass down all the clothes he wanted to take. There wasn't much, so it was done quickly. "Let's go!" "Okay." Chapter 82. The two returned to the car carrying their belongings, and found that Song Zichu and Jiangxi were already awake. Jiangxi was chatting idly in his seat. Seeing them emerge from the dormitory, he excitedly waved. He was waiting for them to set off together. The bright moon hung high in the sky. It was mid-moon again, like a perfectly round white jade plate, without a single blemish. When was the last time he saw such a round moon? It seemed like it was outside the high-speed rail station window. It's been a month already. The empty road was illuminated by the soft moonlight. Even the finger-sized pebbles in front of the car were clearly visible. But after leaving the school gate, they entered a winding path, flanked by towering, dense forests. Layers of leaves overlapped, leaving only a few scattered streaks of light on the soil. The narrow road twisted and turned, riddled with muddy potholes, making it extremely dangerous even for someone familiar with the route in the pitch black. Turning on the headlights might attract nearby attention, but compared to groping blindly and falling off a cliff, at least they had the ability to manage the situation. Fortunately, both drivers were exceptionally skilled, navigating the winding mountain roads smoothly and steadily to the foot of the mountain without stopping for a moment. On their way to the highway, they passed Old Li's village, now a once bustling place reduced to ruins. The few who had escaped had all flocked to the school. Now, as far as the eye could see, only a few scattered zombies moved slowly among the dark rows of houses. Among these zombies, the number of women was surprisingly high. These women ranged in age from young to old, but without exception, they wore dirty, tattered clothes, their skin dry, cracked, and rough, bearing distinct tan lines. His shoulders were hunched inward, his neck tilted forward, and his gait was rather unattractive. According to Old Li, most of the women in the village were bought to be wives of old bachelors. Some were even extremely greedy, constantly demanding more from the suppliers if one wasn't satisfied. They euphemistically say, they reasoned, if one can't produce a son, maybe another will. It's disgusting. Shirzwan stared at the fleeting scenery outside the window, struggling to suppress the nausea rising in his throat. They had no throne to inherit, yet they insisted on demonstrating their male authority by buying women, taking concubines, and producing sons. Xiao, who had been focused on driving, also noticed the scene outside the window and frowned. Old Li said the boss's factory is built right next to the village, and the raw materials are grown and harvested directly from this area. This village is remote, located on the other side of the mountain, with very few channels of communication with the outside world. What do you mean? Shirzwan didn't understand what he was trying to say. Where do you think the villagers got the money to buy people? In this supply chain, no link is innocent. The sellers, from the moment they choose to enter this black market, are there with the sole purpose of making money. These people, driven by the idea of high risk, high reward, will never ask for a low price. And how did the people of this isolated village, nestled in the mountains, manage to scrape together so much money to participate in this chain? Shirzwen finally understood his meaning, and sarcastically curled his lip. Boss Wu's factory, at least, has boosted local employment. In one village, some people farmed, others processed the produce, and then Boss Wu led them out of the village to sell it. Even if only a quarter of the profits were given away, it would be enough for these naive people to make a fortune. This further solidified their resolve. They had to completely sever the connection between Li Wansheng and Boss Wu. Regardless of whether the zombie apocalypse ended or not, these people absolutely could not be allowed to wreak havoc everywhere. 2 cars, one black and one white, sped along the road. They had originally planned to take the elevated highway, but were stopped by a massive traffic jam at the entrance. Xiao had no choice but to lead the group around and take the lower roads. Although the lower roads were often blocked by abandoned vehicles, the city's roads were interconnected. If one road was congested, they could simply detour to the left or right. Xiao initially seemed a little unfamiliar with the area, but as the bar where he and Shirzwen had first met flashed past the car window, the route ahead seemed to be mapped out in his mind with remarkable clarity. The rest of the journey went exceptionally smoothly, and they arrived near the old tenement building where Shirzwen used to live before dawn. The location was less than 500 meters from the factory, but they didn't drive there immediately. Instead, they parked in front of a small supermarket next to the tenement building. The supermarket's roller shutter door was half open, and in the dim morning light, they could see empty shelves behind the dark doorway. These shelves weren't arranged neatly like in a typical supermarket. They must have been ransacked by people in the neighborhood. The goods were gone, and many shelves were knocked askew or even toppled over. Xiao thought for a moment, parked the car in front, and then called Shirzwen to get out. Jiangxi didn't understand what was going on, but seeing the car in front stop, he also braked and unlocked the back door to wait for the two to get in. He also adjusted the passenger seat higher, so that Song Zichio wouldn't be lying too low and the back passengers wouldn't be unable to get in. What's wrong? Xiao was the last to enter, closing the door behind her. Before even sitting down, she spoke. I just discussed it with Shirzwen. In our current situation, going in directly probably isn't a good idea. We already refused Li Wansheng, and going in rashly now might arouse suspicion. Perhaps due to the establishment of the survivor base, the group looked around at the surrounding shops, most of which, like the supermarket, were empty. Upon closer inspection, a small circle was drawn on the shop door, presumably indicating already visited. They'd probably send people out every day to search for resources, Shirzwen speculated. So I was thinking, could we find a way to sneak in, but preferably without Li Wansheng's sight, so he doesn't know it's us? This request was somewhat far-fetched. He himself knew it was extremely difficult to achieve, which was why he stopped the car to discuss it with Jiangxi and Song Zichio. Jiangxi understood his sudden idea, but they had absolutely no idea what was going on inside the base. How many people were there? Did they need to register to enter? Would Li Wansheng personally check everyone entering the base? At this point, they could only say they had found the location, but they were still completely in the dark. If only someone could suddenly appear and tell them what was going on inside. The four of them leaned back in their seats, all silent, their minds engaged in an intense brainstorming session. Just then, a figure flashed across the road. If Jiangxi hadn't been staring blankly into the rearview mirror, he probably wouldn't have noticed it at all. The person was dressed entirely in black, stealthily approaching them. They were too far away to see the person's face clearly. Jiangxi gestured for the two people in the back to be quiet, his eyes fixed on the figure in the rearview mirror. About a minute later, the figure's face was finally revealed. It was Qin Jianhua. The Qin Jianhua they had first met at the high-speed rail station, the one who later saved Brother Shi and Brother Xiao's lives in the warehouse supermarket. Because of the train windows, the view from inside was very clear, but from outside, it appeared pitch black due to the sunlight reflecting off the windows. Qin Jianhua was probably patrolling this area. Seeing two new cars suddenly parked in front of the small supermarket, cars that hadn't been there yesterday, he cautiously came over to investigate. He was also carrying a sharp knife. He slowly approached, pressing his head against the glass to peer inside. Huh, it's someone familiar? The zombie beside him, attracted by the scent of fresh human flesh, also slowly moved closer. Xiao, sitting on the far side, quickly opened the car door, letting Qin Jianhua climb in. Qin Jianhua, still looking bewildered, plopped down inside. What are you all doing here? The sharp knife in his hand was extremely razor-sharp. With his movement, it flashed coldly through the air, nearly severing a tuft of hair from beside Xiao's ear. Qin Jianhua quickly sheathed the knife in his other hand, giving everyone an apologetic smile. He looked a little thinner than usual, but still quite robust. Xiao didn't bother with pleasantries or explain why they had come here. Instead, she went straight to the point. Brother Qin, how have you been at the base lately? Qin Jianhua hadn't expected him to ask this. He rubbed his cheeks sheepishly with his rough fingers. My daughter and I are doing fine. Although Bosley was a bit fierce when we first met, he arranged accommodation for us after bringing us back, and we work every day in exchange for food. My daughter and I are all alone in this city. We're content with just a place to stay. It was unexpected that Brother Qin would speak so highly of Li Wanqing after so long. What kind of spell did this guy Li cast on them? Shirzwan winked at Xiao, signaling him to ask. Brother Chen, it's like this. After we came out of the supermarket, we were heading home, but we found the house occupied by some strangers. They were armed and outnumbered us, so we thought of going to the survivor base. But, he feigned shame, before I left last time, I boasted that I would never go to Boss Li's side. Now that I'm here, I'm afraid. His acting was quite good. He acted like a tough guy in front of Boss Wu, and now, he was putting on an innocent act in front of Qin Jianhua, too embarrassed to ask for help because of my previous boast. Everyone secretly gave him a thumbs up. Qin Jianhua didn't know that his shy and timid demeanor was all an act, but after their time together at the high-speed rail station and their joint operation in the supermarket, he had completely lowered his guard against these people. Hey, don't worry. Boss Li is very busy, he rarely shows his face. No one needs his approval to enter the base. Just come in with me and register at the entrance. But weapons aren't allowed in the base. He wanted to mention the plasma cannon Shirzwan had handcrafted in a mineral water bottle at the supermarket, but after looking around, he didn't see anything that big. Shirzwan instantly understood what he was looking for and explained, that cannon ran out of power, I threw it away. Ah, threw it away? Such a powerful weapon, it's a shame to throw it away. But Qin Jianhua didn't take it too seriously. If the weapon was really lost, then it wouldn't be surprising that these four couldn't defeat the bandits occupying the house, and ran to the survivor base for help. This explanation made perfect sense. He assumed that Shirzwan and the others were currently without any weapons, and his tone subtly carried a hint of pity. I take you there now. Chapter 83. Qin Jianhua offered the suggestion, even immediately directing Jiang Si to turn the car around and drive towards the base's main gate. Shirzwan quickly grabbed his arm, stopping his hasty arrangements. Brother Qin, aren't you still working? Why don't we go ourselves? Do you know the location of the base? Qin Jianhua asked suspiciously. Yes, we passed the gate when we drove here just now, Xiao explained. He understood Shirzwan's meaning. Both of their cars were now filled with various survival supplies, the most crucial being Shirzwan's package of bombs. These items were their trump card, best kept secret unless absolutely necessary. Even Qin Jianhua shouldn't know. Xiao rarely needed to act, and as a novice driver, he was still a bit inexperienced. You should finish your work first, otherwise it'd be difficult to explain if Boss Li asks. Yes, yes, came a voice of agreement from the passenger seat. Qin Jianhua then noticed someone sitting in front of him. Song Ziqi was slumped in his seat, pale-faced, looking barely breathing. What's wrong, young brother Song? His weakness was obvious to anyone. Shirzwan seized the opportunity, adding, he's injured and has difficulty moving. You should continue your patrol. We help him inside slowly, so as not to delay you. Qin Jianhua had initially offered to help because of the care they had shown him and his daughter, but after their repeated refusals, there was no need to force himself on them. He scratched his short, black and white hair, chuckling, all right, then I continue my patrol. However, half of our patrol mission is to help our compatriots fleeing the area and bring them back to base, so it's not exactly dereliction of duty. Once you're inside, someone will help arrange accommodation and then assign tasks. I be going now. Be careful on your way. We talk again when I get back to base tonight. With that, he said goodbye and got out of the car. Watching his retreating figure, Shirzwan spoke again. We only take one car in, the other will stay outside. He patted Xiao's arm and instructed, could you find a safe place nearby to park? Leave some water and food in the car, and most importantly, that backpack full of bombs. You want me to do this? Xiao was puzzled. This place was closer to Shirzwan's home. Logically, he should know this area better. How did this task fall to him? He was just a poor, lonely country bumpkin who might not even return home once a year. Perhaps Xia Ao's questioning gaze was too piercing. Shirzwan seemed to realize how unreasonable his request was, and awkwardly looked away. What could he do? Although his rented apartment was here, there was no strict requirement that tenants must be intimately familiar with the surrounding city. For the past 7 years of his work, he spent most of his time traveling all over the country, and when he finally got a break, he couldn't even relax in bed at home. Who had time to unlock the geography of H City? Sigh, thinking about it carefully, if it weren't for this damn job. Wait, job. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. My company is nearby. Why don't we park in the company parking lot? The suggestion was perfect. He didn't want to park haphazardly on the side of the commercial street, mainly because he was worried about being targeted by people out looking for food. But a company was different. This place seemed to have a built-in buff. Before the zombie apocalypse, it was a place with extremely high population flow, and after the apocalypse, it was inevitable that there would be concentrated groups of zombies. Few people would risk being surrounded by zombies to go to a company for any purpose. And they didn't need to go into the office building. As long as they parked in the underground parking lot, they could hide in plain sight, and no one should be watching their car. Good idea. Even Song Ziqiao, who was too weak to speak, mustered the strength to express his praise. Shirzwan and Xia Ao immediately returned to their car, with Shirzwan briefly switching to driver. He led the way, and the car drove very skillfully in the familiar direction. This area was where H City initially attracted investment and built numerous factories, a hub for both well-known and lesser-known companies and factories. Most of the well-known manufacturers relocated after the new urban area was developed, resulting in scattered abandoned factories still standing on this expensive piece of land. Shirzwan's company was located less than 800 meters west of the survivor base, very close. To avoid arousing suspicion from the guards at the base entrance, the group deliberately drove around the back before reaching the company. They didn't drive aimlessly on the road in front of the base. The 1-kilometer journey took less than 5 minutes. Shirzwan stared intently at the windshield, his face expressionless as he watched the car drive into this familiar yet unfamiliar place. When he first joined the company campus was expanding, and a new office building was constructed. Being young and financially strapped, and not taking his health seriously, he diligently inhaled formaldehyde for several months. Fortunately, from that time on, he had many business trips, and compared to his colleagues, he inhaled relatively little formaldehyde. Later, after returning from a 3-month project in a mountain city, he learned that a colleague sitting next to him had been diagnosed with leukemia during a routine checkup and had to quit his job. He later heard that the colleague sued the company, and the company had to pay a considerable sum in compensation. The once pristine facade, by today's standards, would easily be ranked in the top 10 of an ugliest building competition. After years of wind and rain, the white walls were covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and the roof drainage was inadequate, resulting in red water stains where the roof met the walls, giving it a weathered look. Even the window glass was filled with thick layers of dust, making it appear like gray cement slabs. Was that idiot boss even in the office on the day the apocalypse first broke out? This thought suddenly popped into Shirzwan's mind. He thought viciously. Whether he was in the office or not, he hoped this brain-dead boss, who constantly manipulated his subordinates and blamed them for every mistake, wouldn't survive the first day. Shirzwan cursed inwardly, his attention inevitably diverted. Seeing the car heading straight for the office building's exterior wall, Xia Ao was startled and quickly grabbed the steering wheel, finally bringing the man's wandering attention back. "Oh, sorry. Shirzwan snapped out of his daze, realizing he almost done something wrong, and quickly apologized. He focused again and drove the car into the underground parking lot. Xia Ao was so startled by his sudden movement that she almost fainted, taking a full 2 minutes to recover. By then, the car was parked in an empty space, and Jiangxi and his companion had parked next to them. "I can't let you drive next time." Xia Ao touched her still-pounding heart and came to this conclusion. Clearly and unequivocally, as long as he was around, she would never give Shirzwan another chance to touch the steering wheel. "I didn't mean to." Shirzwan pouted, knowing he was in the wrong, but unwilling to accept such punishment. Most importantly, it was about his image in Xia Ao's eyes. She couldn't let this small accident make him seem unreliable. However, Xia Ao just smiled, and while he was looking down, she quickly leaned in and, like stamping a seal, gently pressed her lips to the corner of his pouting lips. The warm touch was fleeting. Fine, he figured he was born to enjoy car rides. After parking, the group quickly tidied up their belongings and decided to leave Xia Ao's car in the parking lot while driving Jiangxi's free car into the base. This would reduce the number of times Song Ziqiu needed to be moved, preventing further injury to his wound, and also preserve the beautiful relationship between Jiangxi and her beloved workshop. Shizhuan and Xiaoao took the back seat. The trunk couldn't hold much more, so they had to carry their bags in their arms until Jiangxi drove to the base entrance. The base, converted from an abandoned factory, had a somewhat haphazard appearance. The sign at the entrance had been removed long ago, and a tall iron fence surrounded it. The iron fence, weathered by time, had its black metal surface peeling and blackened, with large patches of crimson rust that looked both glaring and terrifying. Circles of barbed wire stretched atop the wall. Upon closer inspection, the dust on it seemed to have been cleaned, and sharp shards of glass appeared to have been recently inserted. The engine stopped about 5 meters from the gate. Beside the car, zombies attracted by the sound continued to ram into it. Through the car window, Xiaoao saw someone standing behind the glass in the security room next to the gate, watching them motionless, seemingly waiting for the zombies to disperse. About 5 minutes passed, and the zombies, having received no food, left with their heads down. Finally, the figure in the security room moved. The person waved to them, seemingly gesturing for them to come closer. "TSK, this is going to be difficult." Jiangxi hadn't intended to have close contact with the guards when he parked, so his parking spot was a bit far from the security room. The right side of the car faced the security room. Xiaoao pressed his head against the glass, glancing at the surroundings. Confirming the nearest zombie was at least 20 meters away, he rolled down the window. "Can we go in?" The person inside quickly opened the window. "Someone will open the door after the zombies disperse. Hurry up and drive in while there are fewer zombies." With that, as if afraid a zombie would climb in through the window, the person slammed the window shut. Xiaoao had no choice but to pull his head back into the car. "No wonder Li Wansheng wanted to recruit me," Shizhuan murmured during the wait. The base had only very basic defensive measures around it, barely enough to keep out a brainless thief. Even opening the door depended on waiting for the zombies outside to disperse. Then a message would be relayed from the security room to instruct the person inside to open the door. The method was too primitive, and there was no means of retaliation. If a large zombie horde attacked, this survivor base would be razed to the ground in less than 10 minutes. Li Wansheng was hoping he could use technology to address this major flaw in the base. Shizhuan couldn't help but sneer. That man was insatiable. He talked about using a defensive system to deal with the zombies, but once the base was equipped with such a counterattack weapon, the guns would likely be pointed at his own comrades. After waiting for about 5 more minutes, just as Jiangxi was about to lose focus, the massive iron gate slowly slid open to both sides. Chapter 84. The situation inside the base seemed slightly better than Shizhuan had anticipated. The moment the door opened, several burly men, completely covered in armor, rushed out, carrying extremely primitive bows and arrows. The arrowheads grazed the car body as they moved, accurately striking the zombies' necks. The screams of the zombies abruptly ceased, and they crashed heavily onto the cobblestone road. Jiangxi seized the opportunity, started the car, and quickly jumped inside. The door behind them slammed shut with a loud bang. The archers, having completed their mission, turned and carried their tools back to the curb to rest. They weren't uninterested in the newcomers, but certainly not enough to justify their gossip. Seeing the people get out of the car, pairs of eyes shone like flashlights in the darkness towards them. Xiaoao and Shizhuan opened the car door to communicate. However, unexpectedly, the door to the security room opened, and 2 people emerged. One of them was a young man who had just briefly spoken with them and directed them in. He wore black-rimmed glasses and looked very thin, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. The other person was someone they all knew well. It was Chen Yujia, heavily pregnant. They hadn't expected to run into their daughter so soon after seeing her father. "Brother Shi, Brother Xia." Seeing them, Chen Yujia was also pleasantly surprised and ran over to greet them. The man with the black-rimmed glasses was startled and hurriedly came over to help her. Sister Chen slowed down. Shizhuan quickly took 2 steps forward to prevent her from tripping and falling. "Long time no see, don't rush." Chen Yujia smiled sheepishly, placing her hand on her stomach. During their separation, her stomach didn't seem to have changed much, but she herself had lost weight. Shizhuan couldn't help but frown. It seemed their quality of life at the survivor base wasn't particularly good. At least in terms of food, they couldn't obtain enough resources from the outside. With more and more people fleeing, most people were only given very little food each day. Seeing his furrowed brow, Chen Yujia assumed Shizhuan was worried about the impact of her running and jumping on the baby, and quickly explained, "My pregnancy is stable now. This amount of exercise is no problem." As she spoke, as if eager to prove herself, she thrust her stomach forward and patted it firmly twice. This almost scared Shirzwan out of his wits. He took a large step, grabbed Chin Yujia's wrist, and snapped, "Don't worry about the baby. Even if you're not pregnant, running here like that and falling would hurt you badly." Chin Yujia was suddenly reprimanded and was completely stunned, staring blankly at Shirzwan's stern face and Xia Ao nodding in agreement beside him. So the focus was on her? She felt her mind instantly turn into a slushy mess. But now, business was more important. She shook her head, turning her attention back to her work. "How did you get to the base?" Shirzwan repeated Chen Jianhua's explanation to her. "Oh, I see." Chin Yujia first expressed her indignation at their ordeal, then made arrangements. "Brother Shir, you two come with me to the security room to register. Brother Song and Sister Jiang are in the car. Xiao Feng needs to check your belongings." After speaking, she suddenly remembered, all food needs to be handed over after entering the base. The base will have people redistribute the supplies to ensure that at least everyone who comes in to hide won't starve. Hand over all food? Shirzwan and Xia Ao exchanged a glance, understanding the meaning in each other's eyes. Fortunately, they had parked a car outside, deliberately leaving most of the food and water there. Even if they had to hand it over now, the loss would only be a small portion. But Li Wanqing's arrangements at this base. Shirzwan couldn't help but purse his lips. "You require everyone to hand over all food upon entry. Won't anyone protest?" At this time, even a small bag of biscuits could potentially extend one's life by 2 days. Li Wanqing insists on enforcing this requirement within the base. Isn't he afraid of causing trouble? But Chen Yujia seemed completely used to this requirement and didn't find it strange. Boss Li built this base to provide shelter for everyone, so naturally, we should contribute our value to the base to enjoy that shelter. It's like paying protection money to a local tyrant in exchange for preferential treatment. Come with me quickly. With that, Chen Yujia turned and led the way to the security room by the entrance. "Xiao Feng, go check the things in the car." Seeing that she wouldn't say anything more, the two had no choice but to follow. The security room in the abandoned factory could only be described as cramped. But this small space, with living people moving in, gained a bit of brightness. At least it wasn't so lifeless. The registration book was spread out on the table, and the pen caps beside it were tightly closed. Chen Yujia quickly removed the pen cap and handed it to the two people who followed her in. It was business. She needed to supervise them filling in the basic information. Shirzwan took the pen first, his gaze fixed on the notebook. They had done this registration process at H University before, but the two forms were completely different. The one at H University only required them to write their own and their related students' names, as well as their entry and exit times, clearly designed for easy management of on-campus personnel. This one, however, added questions about physical attributes such as height and weight, with the largest blank space in the last column, seemingly for supplementary information. If anyone has a health condition, such as an injury or, like me, pregnancy, they can note it in the last column, Chen Yujia explained, pointing to the outermost area. From her perspective, this information was for the base to better manage everyone's work. But Shirzwan and Xia Ao saw it quite differently. They knew it advanced Li Wanqing's true purpose in establishing the survivor base, which is why these things seemed so jarring. They knew Li Wanqing wouldn't be demanding the physical data of every person entering the base just for this. Chen Yujia didn't understand their thoughts, but Shirzwan, pen in hand, hesitated to write, so she urged him on. Shirzwan had no choice but to begin filling in the blanks. Before putting pen to paper, he suddenly realized that Chen Yujia probably didn't know their names. During their conversation at the high-speed rail station, she had mostly addressed them by their surnames. When they introduced themselves, only Chen Jianhua was present, and even he might not have been able to match the pronunciation with the Chinese characters. After a pause of only about 2 seconds, black ink left a clear mark on the white paper. He wrote 3 characters. Shirzwan. "Hey, brother, your surname is Shir?" He guessed right. Chen Yujia didn't know their real names. Where no one could see, Shirzwan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled and explained to her. "This guy just came back from abroad, and his Chinese pronunciation is terrible. He mispronounced my name the first time we met, so everyone just went with it and started calling me that, like a nickname." He shifted the blame to Xia Ao, while also handing her a pen. Xia Ao had been waiting for a long time. He understood Shirzwan's strategy, so he copied it onto the notebook. His name already contained rare characters, making the compilation very convenient. Lin Shi. Unexpectedly, he had added a surname to himself. Shirzwan glanced at him furtively, giving him a mental thumbs up. With Shirzwan's groundwork laid, Qin Yujia had no suspicions this time. She even urged, "Why don't you register brother Song and sister Zhang's names too?" Song Ziqia's name was relatively simple. Even if they tampered with it, they couldn't do anything significant. Therefore, Xiao Ao only changed one character, from Qiao to Qiao, making it more common. Then, he added severely injured and unable to move to the last column. Jiangxi's name, however, gave him a headache. He couldn't very well call a girl Jiangxi, could he? Xiao Ao hesitated for a moment, then wrote Jiangxiu in the notebook. Alright, registration complete. Qin Yujia took the notebook, looking at the 4 lines of newly printed information. Subconsciously, she felt something was off, but after thinking for a while, she couldn't pinpoint what it was. Never mind, they were such good people, they probably wouldn't lie to her. She casually closed the notebook. This notebook needs to be handed in every day. Someone will be specifically responsible for tracking the daily entry and exit of people. Will it be handed in to Li Wansheng? Bosley is very busy. This seems to be sent to Matilda. Qin Yujia shook her head. Bosley is really kind. I'm pregnant, and Xiao Feng isn't feeling well, so he arranged for us to do registration work here. We get the same food as everyone else. As she spoke, 2 strange blushes appeared on her face. What kind of spell did Li Wansheng cast on them? They all treated him like a savior. Shirzwan and Xiao Ao's hearts skipped a beat. They walked out of the security room. Xiao Feng had already taken all the food out of the car. A table laden with various brands of biscuits and bottled water stood nearby. Men sitting on the curb pointed at the contents, whispering and discussing amongst themselves. Occasionally, a word or two drifted into Shirzwan's ears, seemingly marveling at how much food they had managed to gather in the apocalypse. Jiangxi had been overseeing the entire search. Seeing the 2 finish their work in the security room, she immediately approached them. Is it done? Shirzwan interrupted before she could speak. Jiangxi assumed he was in a hurry and didn't think much of it. It's all done. The food has been handed in. They said it would be distributed at 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. every day. The boy named Xiao Feng, who looked a few years younger than Qin Yujia, prepared to carefully reiterate the base's regulations once everyone was present. He pulled a small notebook from his pocket, filled with dense notes he had taken to complete this task. But everyone who comes in needs to take on work at the base. The specific tasks will be assigned after you submit your registration forms this afternoon. The person in charge will arrange suitable work based on the information you provide. It's Sister Matilda, Qin Yujia interjected. Xiao Feng didn't mind, pushing up his glasses with his index finger. Part of the food in the base comes from each new recruit's contribution, and the rest is gathered by teams of base members from outside. Food distribution is at a fixed time every day. If it's an hour past that time, it means the field crew didn't bring back enough food that day, and everyone will have to go hungry. He said a lot, but at this moment, Shirzwan wasn't most concerned about these things. Chapter 85. After Xiao Feng finally finished explaining according to the notebook, Shirzwan finally had the chance to ask the question that had been on his mind for a long time. So what kind of work will we be responsible for? My friend is injured, so he probably can't do any field work. Xiao Feng reassured them. If you're an adult male of normal build, you mostly be responsible for field work, like finding food. A small number of physically strong men will be responsible for guarding the entrance or important gaps. But some underage children and injured people with mobility issues will be like me and Sister Chen, doing lighter tasks like registration or distributing food at set times each day. He then seemed to suddenly remember something, waving his hand hastily to explain, Don't worry, the food distribution is fair. The more work and the more dangerous the work, the more food and water you get. It's your first day here, so even if you don't have any work you still get food? At this point, he suddenly looked around warily, then leaned closer, covering his mouth with his hand and whispering, The base does occasionally run out of food. At times like these, those who do heavy physical labor are fed first. Those of us who don't do much physical work just go hungry for a day. If you don't get hungry after receiving food, you can stock up on it for emergencies. But whatever you do, don't let anyone else know you have food. There have been cases of people stealing food in the base before, he said, his gaze drifting to the people sitting on the curb nearby. Shirzwan quickly understood his meaning. Xiao Feng was only offering well-intentioned advice. Whether these people were willing to accept it was none of his concern. Then I take you to your accommodations now. He and Qin Yujia always did this. Qin Yujia was responsible for registering people, while he checked the belongings of those entering the base, and then escorted them to the accommodation area. Qin Yujia's work was minimal and easy, so she usually only received a very small packaged bread per meal. If food was limited that day, she would definitely be the first to go hungry. But so what? She had a hard-working father. The average amount they received was actually more than Xiaofeng's. The space in the car became much larger after a pile of food was cleared out. Xiaofeng squeezed into the back seat, drove them to the dormitory building, and stayed with them until they registered at the front desk before leaving. The accommodation area here was directly converted from the original employee dormitories of the abandoned factory. The entire building was quite old, the exterior walls were peeling, and even the lobby ceiling was covered in cobwebs. The receptionist, taking care of one of the injured among them, arranged for their rooms to be on the second floor. However, Jiangxi had to share a room with them, or she would have to share a room with another woman she didn't know. Jiangxi naturally chose the former. To avoid being exposed, Xiao quickly wrote down everyone's pseudonyms in a notebook, so that Song Zichu and Jiangxi would only have a chance to know their new names back in the dormitory. After a whole morning of fuss, it was almost 10 o'clock when the group finally sat down comfortably. "You're quick on the uptake. I think you couldn't distinguish between retroflex and alveolar consonants." Jiangxi was quite satisfied with his new name, but after hearing Xiao and Shizhuan's explanation, he couldn't help but tease them. If Li Wansheng himself had been in charge of processing the registration information, he probably would have seen through it immediately. But he had entrusted this task to Matilda, a citizen of D country, so they couldn't blame them for using such a casual name to fool people. Shizhuan took his bag off his shoulder. After checking, Xiaofeng found that the clothes, towels, and other miscellaneous items inside hadn't been taken. The dormitory they were assigned this time was also a 4-person room, but the space was much smaller than the dormitory at H University. Similarly, the floor and bed boards were covered in dust. A light rub with a fingertip could scrape off a millimeter-thick layer of dust. There were no mattresses or blankets here either, and even more absurdly, the width of the bed boards was roughly estimated to be less than 90 centimeters. Under these circumstances, it was impossible for 2 people to squeeze into one bed. Moreover, Song Zichia's body had to lie flat. Shizhuan climbed the ladder and glanced at the door, then felt a headache coming on. "I go ask the lady downstairs if she has any blankets or anything." "Oh, no need, no need." Shizhuan was decisive and efficient. Seeing him about to leave before he finished speaking, Song Zichio, who was leaning back in his chair looking unwell, quickly stopped him. "I'm much better now. I don't need a mattress." As he spoke, he tried to straighten his back as if to prove he was recovering, but the sharp pain made a bead of cold sweat roll down his forehead. "Ouch. Don't bother," Jiangxi said speechlessly, pressing him back down. "I guess the front desk doesn't have any blankets. I apply for fieldwork later, and check the nearby supermarket for blankets." Song Zichio wanted to argue, but the next second Jiangxi's hand landed squarely on his mouth, silencing his words. "Smells so good." He fell silent instantly. Xiao didn't even notice the satisfied expression on the man's face beneath the slap. He first seriously denied Song Zichia's self-deprecating behavior, then added, "You're not the only one who needs a mattress. Even the 3 of us with iron backs couldn't sleep on such a hard bed. In short, don't take yourself too seriously, but don't underestimate yourself either." For him, Jiangxi made another trip downstairs to confirm that there were indeed no blankets provided. They then gathered again to discuss and determine their next strategy. Song Zichi was injured, he just needed an easy task. Of the remaining people, 2 should go out to find blankets, so they could look after each other. Finally, 1 person should stay in the base to scout. "I stay at the base," Jiangxi suggested. "Besides, I have some things I need to do here." Her tone was serious, as if she were plotting a huge scheme, one that would only benefit them. Shizhuan nodded. "Then Xiao and I will go outside." They had barely finished their discussion when there was a knock on the dilapidated wooden door of the dormitory. Shizhuan glanced at his watch. 10:20, a bit late. He went to the door and opened it. A slender girl stood outside. Several bandages were wrapped around her wrists, and upon closer inspection, a faint pink tinge shone through the back of her hand. "Hello, this is the breakfast distribution." In her other, uninjured hand, she held a registration book, identical in appearance to the one in the security room, but looking more worn. She first checked the names on the register one by one, then took 4 small packets of chocolate chip cookies, and 2 regular-sized bottles of mineral water from the cart behind her. Shizhuan immediately recognized these as items that had been confiscated not long ago. She was quite quick. "Thank you." The 4 packets of cookies easily filled his hands, leaving no room to carry more, so he turned to Xiao and gave her a look to help him take the 2 bottles of water. Xiao was naturally happy to help, taking the water and placing it on the table. The girl at the door, having completed her task, was about to push her cart away when Shirzwan stopped her. She looked at him with her large, watery eyes, unsure what to say. "Sorry to disturb your work, we just arrived at the base today, and don't know much about it yet." Shirzwan deliberately put on a gentle smile. "Didn't you say the food would be distributed at 10 o'clock? We're on the 2nd floor, so by the time it gets to the top floor, it'd probably be over in an hour." He didn't mean to question her, he just wanted to try and find out about the current situation of the people in the base through this girl. But the girl didn't seem to think that way. The moment Shirzwan spoke, she visibly tensed up. "No, I'm sorry, because the girl with me had her wound worsened this morning, and had to go to the infirmary, so I'm alone today. I didn't mean to." She frantically tried to prove herself. "I deliver everything to every room door before 11 o'clock. Shirzwan was startled by her sudden anxiety, and didn't know how to react for a moment. Seeing him standing there dumbfounded, and the little girl outside the door looking like she was about to cry, Xiao quickly stepped forward to take Shirzwan's place, and gently comforted him. "Don't worry, he didn't mean to blame you. He's just worried that you have so many things in your cart. Do you need help?" The girl looked about the same age as Xiaoting, and seeing her cry reminded Xiao of Xiaoting's past hurtful moments. Although Xiaoting was naturally stubborn and rarely cried over anxiety. After hearing his explanation, the girl calmed down a bit. "No need, we're assigned by floor. I only need to be responsible for floors 1 through 4. This employee dormitory building had 8 floors, and covered several thousand square meters. After all, this factory was considered a large, reputable company a few years ago. It was indeed a bit much to ask 2 young girls to distribute things on such a high floor. Despite this, her pace was significantly slower due to the absence of a companion, especially since their dormitory was located in the middle of the floor. At this time, he definitely wouldn't be able to deliver everything from the 1st to the 4th floor in the remaining half hour. "If you can't deliver it on time, will the people in the other dorms yell at you?" Shirzwan poked half his head out from beside Xiao. Otherwise, her earlier nervousness would have seemed too abrupt. The girl seemed surprised by his question and hadn't yet come up with a standard answer, so she improvised. "No, yes, that's right. They wait at the door every day on time, and if we're even a little late, they yell at us." She clearly wasn't a habitual liar. And when she did lie, she stammered, her words were incoherent, and full of holes. But Shirzwan didn't expose her. Instead, he walked past Xiao and out of the room, quickly helping her push the cart. "Don't be so polite. I don't have anything else to do right now, so I go with you to deliver the food. That way, even if those people want to scold you, they have to think twice when they see you with a burly man by your side." He joked, winking at the girl, looking extremely friendly. Especially with his handsome face. Xiao Tian somehow agreed in a daze. Chapter 86. Xiao Tian hadn't expected that her companion, whose wound had worsened, would have to take leave. She thought she'd have to handle all the food distribution alone, but unexpectedly, she met a kind person along the way. This kind person even offered to help her push the heavy cart. She only needed to knock on doors one by one, and hand out the rations of food according to the schedule. Even the steep stairs that had recently given her a headache were easily climbed by the 2 of them, one in front and one behind, carrying the bottom of the cart. Most importantly, the kind person who offered to help her was incredibly handsome. Just looking at his face was enough to boost her enthusiasm for the job. Shirzwan's offer to help wasn't just out of kindness, he also wanted to take this opportunity to learn about the dormitory area. Xiao Tian walked ahead of him, knocking on doors one by one. Each time a door opened, he quickly mentally scanned the number of people and their genders inside. "I'm so sorry, it's a bit late today." Working together, the 2 quickly finished distributing food to the remaining households on the 2nd floor and moved on to the 3rd floor. This was the first house on the 3rd floor, and a man with small eyes opened the door. This was the only house where Xiao Tian took 2 deep breaths before knocking, mentally preparing himself. The man with small eyes first opened the door a crack, and upon seeing Xiao Tian, his lips immediately curled downwards, and he glared at her, uttering a harsh word. "You brat, why are you so late today?" He snatched the mini bread rolls and small cans of drinks from Xiao Tian's hands. But seeing these items, the man with small eyes was very dissatisfied. "Why is there so little food today? Did you secretly take my share?" Xiao Tian seemed to have been harassed by this small-eyed man before, and reflexively began to apologize, his voice soft as he defended himself. "I didn't take anything. Everyone's food allowance is strictly regulated. You didn't do anything yesterday. You went out and didn't bring anything back, so you only got the lowest grade lunch. This lowest grade was usually given to those with physical limitations, who could only stay at the base to do logistical work. However, there were also some physically strong individuals assigned to field work who thought that if they went out, they would definitely get a higher grade for field personnel. So they simply slacked off, finding a safe place to stay after leaving the main gate, and returning to the base empty-handed after sunset. Li Wansheng, being a shrewd person, must have anticipated this situation long ago. Therefore, to prevent widespread laziness and slacking off at the base, someone would specifically record the food each person brought back each day. This performance directly affected the food received the next day. But this small-eyed man seemed to have done this before. Even though he knew why he received less food, he still wouldn't let it go. Your dad works hard all day out there, and this is all I get? Pa! His ugly, squinted eyes glared at Xiao Tian, his pupils bulging to their limit. Damn it, what right does a dead woman like you have to eat and live for free at the base? He spat towards the door as he cursed. The disgusting liquid almost splashed onto Xiao Tian's shoes, but luckily Shizhuan pulled him away from behind. Only then did Xiao Tian notice that his companion had changed this time. He narrowed his eyes to slits. Oh, so that sickly wretch who was with you before is finally dead? This guy's words were awful. Shizhuan hadn't planned to show himself in front of the residents. After all, this wasn't his assigned job, just a temporary replacement, and a new person would arrive tomorrow. He always deliberately concealed himself by leaving the door half open before Xiao Tian knocked, and this time was no exception. But after waiting a minute, instead of Xiao Tian quickly finishing his work, he heard a string of extremely offensive insults. It was utterly disgusting. He frowned, watching Xiao Tian standing alone at the door, being pointed at and cursed. Looking down wasn't right. Looking up wasn't right either. He was completely helpless and on the verge of tears. He was seething with anger, so he took a step forward, exposing himself to the small-eyed man. The food distribution is based on the work you did yesterday. You slacked off yesterday. What are you yelling about here today? Although he didn't actually agree with the rules set by Li Wansheng. If the surrounding shops and abandoned residential areas are completely looted, then in order to obtain food, the field personnel will have to venture into more dangerous and remote places. Over time, the risks they take will far outweigh the amount of food they ultimately obtain. This will inevitably backfire. More and more people will feel that the effort they put in is not worth the reward, either hoarding all the food they find and leaving the base, or an increasing number of people will become complacent and give up, feeling that receiving even a basic guarantee is acceptable. However, the base has only been established for a short time, and the number of people has not yet surged to an uncontrollable level, so problems should not surface in the short term. Regardless of whether Shizhuan's prediction holds true, parasites like Xiao Yanjing will spoil the whole pot at any stage. Xiao Yanjing was surprised that this time the person delivering his meal was a man, who immediately mocked him for not completing his work properly yesterday. He raised a thick eyebrow. Go to hell, you pretty boy. Aren't you just a freeloader too? What are you yelling at me for? He didn't take Shizhuan seriously. After all, in his eyes, a young man like Shizhuan, with his delicate features and long sleeves and trousers that concealed his muscles, was probably the type who spent all his time in the office and rarely exercised. What gave this kind of person the audacity to yell at him while he was out on fieldwork? He hadn't done a single thing, but wanted to put himself in a position and enjoy the rewards it brought. He was more ambitious than anyone else. Shizhuan's head throbbed from the swearing. Whether I freeload or not is none of your business. I get paid for completing tasks, whether I work or not, unlike you, a dog that doesn't know how to guard the door, but barks at its owner. You? The little-eyed man was speechless, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. Unable to win the argument, he cursed again, then actually tried to snatch something from the cart. His movements were swift, aiming and striking directly, as if he had rehearsed this move a million times in his mind. But Shizhuan was even faster. The instant the little-eyed man leaned to one side, he quickly stepped forward, inserting himself between the little-eyed man and the cart. Then, in the blink of an eye, his 5 fingers spread wide, and clamped down on the little-eyed man's forearm with lightning speed. Beautiful fingers dug white marks into the fat. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The small-eyed man hadn't expected him to be so strong. His fingers felt like iron clamps on his arm. Xiao Tian only felt a dark shadow flash before her eyes. When she looked up again, she didn't know how the good guy and the small-eyed man were fighting. She was startled, her face turning pale. No, don't fight. She rushed to Shizhuan's side, urgently pleading, Brother, don't fight. Fighting isn't allowed in the base. If he reports it to Miss Matilda, you be punished. You might even be kicked out of the base. Punished? TSK, Matilda seems to be everywhere. Li Wanxing has given her way too much work. Shirzwan silently complained, but still released her. He didn't care about being punished, but he couldn't expose himself to Matilda yet. They still had to stay in this base. Xiao Tian's voice wasn't quiet in his haste, and his small eyes, right beside him, heard everything clearly. Thinking he had Shirzwan's weakness in his grasp, he lightly rubbed the redness and swelling on his arm with his other hand, which wasn't being held, raised his thick, crayon-like eyebrows, his eyes gleaming with smugness. Did you hear that? I advise you to show me some respect, or I kick you out of the base tomorrow. Shirzwan laughed in anger. What, trying to bully others? Don't you know Matilda won't let you touch her? You? He already threatened him like that. How could this guy not be scared? What you? I advise you to show some respect to young girls in the future. If I see you again, I definitely kick you out of the base, and make you wish you were dead. Before he could finish speaking, Shirzwan ignored the small-eyed girl's reaction, kicking her back into the room and slamming the door shut. The entire hallway fell silent. Xiao Tian, timid but kind-hearted, was worried that even after her attempts to persuade him, he remained unfazed by the small-eyed girl's behavior. Aren't you afraid he'd tell Miss Matilda? She asked, her whole body trembling like a little quail. Shirzwan chuckled at his own imagined scenario. Don't be nervous. Matilda won't kick me out just because I touched his hand. Tears welled in Xiao Tian's eyes. She looked like she'd been bullied and was crying. Shirzwan sighed. He added, Matilda and I know each other. She won't listen to that idiot's one-sided story. He apologized, but he didn't mean to try and establish a connection. He just didn't want the girl to burst into tears in broad daylight. Sure enough, after he mentioned that he and Matilda, who held considerable power at the base, were old acquaintances, Xiao Tian's expression immediately changed. From worry and fear to joy. Then Miss Matilda probably won't believe this man's one-sided story. Shirzwan breathed a sigh of relief. Let's get back to work, time is running out. He glanced at his watch again, he had to hurry. Xiao Tian's expression immediately shifted from joy to panic. Fortunately, the two encountered no further trouble on the way, finally delivering the food to the last room on the 4th floor before 11 o'clock. Xiao Tian flipped through the booklet in her hand from beginning to end, making sure nothing was missing, before preparing to say goodbye to Shirzwan. Around what time will you assign us our work for the next day? Shirzwan called after her and asked. Xiao Tian thought for a moment. Every day, we clear out the personnel who entered the base that day before 3 p.m. This way, we can distribute the tasks while delivering food. You can rest for a bit, this is a rare period of leisure. In the short time, they had exchanged words after opening the door. She had already noticed that most of Shirzwan's group were healthy and strong, and they would likely be assigned to fieldwork. Once they were on fieldwork, their resting time would be very limited. Shirzwan rested his chin on his hand for a moment, then said he understood. Thank you. Then you should go back and rest early too. Okay. I live in 408. If you have any questions, feel free to come find me anytime. Shirzwan nodded, watching her push the cart away. Chapter 87. After parting ways with Xiao Tian, Shirzwan returned to his room and recounted what he had seen and experienced to the others. Xiao had been worried ever since he left, and when he finally returned, she quickly pulled out an empty chair for him to sit down. Based on this calculation, there aren't that many people in the base right now, he said, looking at the numbers in his small notebook. This was a number Shirzwan had written down immediately after returning, taken from his bag. It represented the sum of the number of people in all the rooms he had knocked on. 89 people, limited to floors 1 through 4. Even if all the rooms on the 4th floor and above were filled, based on the number of identical rooms on each floor, the total number wouldn't exceed 300. If that's the case, then the base's current regulations are still reasonable. What do you think will be the arrangements for us this afternoon? Xiao asked Shirzwan. We're definitely going to be field agents. The guards at the gate are already at capacity, adding us 2 wouldn't make a difference. Besides, Shirzwan's expression was serious. Most of the food distributed at noon today came from what we handed in today. This meant the base didn't have much stock. Field agents are what we urgently need right now. Jiangxi might be assigned to field agents or Xiao Tian's team. Xiao Tian's partner's wound worsened, and someone needed to fill in. It depends on Matilda's arrangements. What about me? What about me? Song Ziqiao, lying on the bed, asked softly. This was the question Shirzwan was most unsure about. If it were a single injury like an arm or leg, he could manage to do work like Xiao Tian or Chen Yujia if he persevered. However, Song Ziqia's injuries were severe, making even movement difficult. Sweetie, get some sleep. A good night's rest will allow you to face your fate when you wake up, Jiangxi said helplessly, standing up and patting Song Ziqia's forehead affectionately. Thinking more at this moment was pointless, so Shirzwan finished his lunch. He ate only a little, but his stomach felt completely empty. They had rested well at school the day before, and now even lying on the bed, he couldn't sleep. Shirzwan, always restless, wandered around the room, even going out to the balcony to look down. Unfortunately, the floor was low, so he couldn't see the entire layout of the base. They were lucky. Their room faced south, with sunlight streaming in obliquely through the glass door, bathing the entire room in a soft golden glow. The dormitory building's main entrance was directly opposite the floor below, giving him a clear view of people coming and going. Just then, about 7 or 8 people started to walk out of the main gate. In a corner of the crowd, Shirzwan spotted the small-eyed man he bumped into on the 3rd floor. He looked annoyed, his face etched with impatience. In front of the dormitory building was a paved road about 4 meters wide, beyond which was a parking lot, mostly empty with only a few cars parked there. To the right was a river, spanned by a bridge. Across the bridge was the factory area. 2 people were standing quietly under a tree beside the paved road, waiting. "What are you looking at?" Xiao asked in a low voice, noticing him staring blankly down from the balcony. "It's Matilda and Ansel," Shirzwan murmured. "What were they doing here?" Xiao was equally curious, so she decided to wait with him. More and more people emerged from the dormitory building, all heading towards the 2 under the tree. Looking into the distance, Matilda glanced at her watch and urged them to hurry. Taking this opportunity, both of them noticed she was holding a whiteboard folder in her other hand, standing there like a physical education teacher organizing a physical fitness test, only lacking a whistle around her neck. "Hurry up, don't waste time." Her voice was loud and clear, even from this distance. Her urging made everyone move much faster, quickly forming a basic queue in front of her. Shirzwan counted, there were now 24 people in the queue, most of them male. Matilda then called roll according to the list in her hand, put the folder back to her side. "Everyone who went out on fieldwork this afternoon is here. The area we're exploring this time will be quite far, and Ansel will be with you the whole time. I say it again, behave yourselves. You can hide things, but only if Ansel catches you. If you encounter a situation with too many zombies that you can't handle, ask Ansel for help first. Don't just rush in and get yourself killed." Each rule probably has a precedent behind it, which is why Matilda brings it up in advance. But the team facing her was clearly unenthusiastic, obviously unwilling to be dragged out to work in the middle of the day. Someone had their hands behind their back, standing lazily, one leg almost kicking out. The small-eyed man stood at the very edge of the second row, glancing around nervously. He clearly didn't take Matilda's words seriously. Matilda, unfazed by these people who treated her like a joke, paid them no heed. Her mission was complete. She moved closer to Ansel and whispered something. Ansel then pulled a gun from his waist. The instant the gun was exposed to the sunlight, Shirzwan's pupils constricted, his calm heart feeling as if a stone had been thrown in. Not only was he startled, but the others downstairs, who had been lost in their own thoughts, also stopped what they were doing and stared nervously at Ansel. The previous supervision was very lax, leading many to believe that they could stay in the base doing nothing, eating and drinking for free, without any punishment. Matilda took a step forward, her icy voice seemingly freezing the sunlight. "Mr. Lee has readjusted the regulations. If you fail to bring back anything after 3 consecutive field missions, be prepared to be expelled from the base." Silence fell over the audience. Ansel brandished his gun, scanning the area in front of everyone with an intimidating presence. Now no one dared to slack off, obediently following him across the bridge and leaving. Matilda didn't follow, remaining where she was, watching the last person's back disappear from sight. Ansel's gun is exactly the same style as Boss Wu's. Shirzwan, who had a clearer view, whispered in Xiao's ear, confirming he wasn't mistaken. Guns are completely banned in the country. The one Boss Wu had before must have gotten it from Li Wansheng. Xiao frowned. Ansel has a gun, and he's seen our faces. If we're assigned to field work, if Ansel recognized them, he would immediately report to Li Wansheng, making their clandestine investigation much more difficult. We still have time today, Who? Xiao was about to continue speaking when a cold, questioning voice came from downstairs, followed by a piercing gaze. Almost the instant Matilda uttered her first syllable, Xiao, suppressing the goosebumps rising on her body, grabbed Shirzwan's sleeve, and the two squatted down together. Shirzwan didn't react in time, and was suddenly pulled, losing his balance and falling directly into Xiao's arms. The weight of two adult male bodies pressed down on Xiao's squatting thighs, causing him to lose his balance and land hard on his backside. A sharp pain shot through his tailbone, but wary of being discovered by Matilda, he couldn't cry out. Inside, Jiangxi was doodling in a notebook when she suddenly heard a noise on the balcony. Her gaze turned towards them, and she saw two people embracing on the floor. Shirzwan was straddling Xiao's waist with his legs spread apart. This position made him extremely unstable, and to prevent himself from falling completely, his arms were stretched out and pressed against Xiao's shoulders. Jiangxi, what a terrible position. She didn't know what had happened on the balcony. But Shirzwan and Xiao weren't the type to get intimate without considering the situation, were they? They probably just accidentally fell together. Their current position looked extremely awkward, arms and legs tangled together. They probably couldn't even crawl. Jiangxi hesitated for a moment, preparing to put down what she was holding and help them up. Unexpectedly, as soon as she stood up, Xiao, who was being pinned down, struggled to turn his head towards her and shook it with difficulty. The hand pressed against the floor struggled to lift slightly, waving frantically at her. It seemed he really didn't want her to pass. Jiangxi lowered his backside back onto the stool, quietly waiting to see what they were up to. After a while, Xiao felt her lower body was almost numb. Shirzwan finally raised his buttocks high, carefully using his hands to push himself down onto the ground beside him. His back hit the ground with a dull thud. Shirzwan rolled over, landing face first, and actually crawled directly towards the balcony door. Xiao and Jiangxi stared in disbelief. But it was better than staying there forever. Inside, Shirzwan had already stood up, once again exposed to the bright sunlight, looking down at him. Fine. Xiao copied him, rolling over and crawling back into the house, like Shirzwan. After standing up, he disdainfully patted the dust off his body. What happened to you two? Shirzwan, avoiding the embarrassing encounter he and Xiao had with Matilda, recounted the events downstairs from beginning to end. The most important parts were Ansel's gun and Matilda's warning. If she has to call us together every time before we leave, we be recognized the first time we meet. Shirzwan had a headache. He really didn't know what to do this time. The silence in the dormitory was like a blazing furnace, a single sound holding them captive. After a long while, Jiangxi spoke first. Let's go out. Thinking in the dormitory for an hour might not even produce an idea. Going out might allow us to ask others. That was possible, but Songzichu. Jiangxi poked his head onto the bed. He's already asleep. Just leave him a note, and lock the door for him. That way, he wouldn't be anxiously looking for him when he woke up, and no one would break in because the door was unlocked. Matilda was downstairs just now. Has she left yet? They don't want to run into someone the moment they step outside. That would be the end of the game prematurely. Who dares to look? Shirzwan and Jiangxi locked eyes. Finally, Xiao sighed, cautiously approaching the balcony, inching forward, his eyes fixed intently on the ground below. Nothing, still nothing. Until he stood normally on the balcony and looked down, all he could see was an empty asphalt road. Chapter 88. The three left the dormitory, gently closing the door behind them. The corridor was nearly deserted. Other residents were either resting in their rooms or already assigned various tasks. The shift system was unclear. Upon reaching the stairwell, Jiangxi said goodbye to the two, explaining she planned to check out the rooftop. She carried a portable notebook. The presence of a river had divided the base into two distinct areas. In the area east of the river, the dormitory building was the tallest structure. Jiangxi planned to first go to the rooftop to roughly map out the area, then come back down to fill in the details in the corners. Be careful on your own, the two said, leaving the keys behind. They went down to the lobby on the first floor. The main entrance faced the service desk, with a small open area of about 10 square meters in between, furnished with 3 small sofas and a glass table. For people were leisurely playing cards on the sofas. They didn't immediately approach them, but instead went to the service desk first. The woman, who appeared to be around 50, was kind and gentle, handling their registration with care and responsibility. At that moment, she wasn't working. She was sitting at her desk, watering a pot of grass. Shirzwan didn't recognize the grass. It was shorter than his finger. He approached, deliberately softening his tone. Auntie, what's this? Oh, why are you down here? The woman seemed surprised to see their faces. If you don't rest properly on the first day, you'll be exhausted when things get busy later. It's scallion. Young man, you don't even recognize it? Shirzwan, who never ventured into the kitchen, murmured, Who would have thought that scallions would look so much like weeds when they were growing in the pot? Xiao's muffled chuckle came from beside him. A blush quickly crept up Shirzwan's neck and cheeks. He coughed twice, deciding to skip the topic. Auntie, why did you grow so many things here? He hadn't looked closely when he came to register this morning, but now, peeking under the table, he saw it was completely filled with flower pots. The things growing inside were definitely not flowers or plants, but Shirzwan could only recognize one, bok choy. Bok choy, garland chrysanthemum, peppers, and eggplants. Xiao pointed them out one by one, hoping for a compliment, but instead received a glare. What had he done wrong this time? However, in Shirzwan's eyes, he was just a conspicuous jerk trying to get his attention. The auntie had no idea how the two handsome young men had suddenly started feuding. She only knew that the shorter one on the left lacked any common sense, while the one on the right was quite alright. These young people nowadays, very few can even recognize all the vegetables, let alone know how to grow them. Her plants were all similarly grown, still in their sprouting stage, a lush green expanse. Even someone who regularly went to the market probably wouldn't recognize what they were. Who knows how Xiao recognized them? The auntie then explained that she had joined the base very early. As one of the first people invited to join, she was directly hired by the boss to cultivate the land and help with registration at the front desk in her spare time. Then he started praising Bosley again. He cleared a large vegetable garden by the river and entrusted it to her, claiming her work was the most important part of the entire base, ensuring everyone would have enough to eat. He even found her excellent seeds and lent her his lab for breeding. Lab? Xiao precisely caught the key point in his words. Did Li Wanshan build a lab at the base? Hey, you little rascal, you're already getting carried away after praising me. How can you be so rude? He picked up a pen from the table and lightly tapped Xiao's hand, his tone reproachful. Bosley is our savior. How can you call him by his name like that? Older people can be a bit rigid in these matters, but Xiao didn't take it to heart. He was only concerned about the lab. Auntie, where is that lab? What, you want to go? The auntie raised an eyebrow, looking at him. Shirzwan and Xiao both smiled ingratiatingly, blinking their eyes at the auntie. Any acquaintance passing by would have been terrified by their fawning manner. But the aunt, having seen many people in her life, wasn't buying it. No way. Bosley specifically instructed us that the lab's location cannot be revealed. Besides, even if I told you the location, you couldn't get in. You need a card to get in. The power's out now, Li Wan. Can Boss Li's lab still have power? Shirzwan almost called him by his full name again, but a look from the aunt made him change his mind. Boss Li is researching an antidote for the zombie virus. His subordinates brought in a generator from outside. Of course, it's being used for important business. Of course, the important matter included access control. If someone were to casually barge into the lab and damage Boss Li's research, it would be a misfortune for all humanity. The aunt completely trusted Li Wanxing and immediately began praising his abilities. The thought of such a villain posing as a world-saving saint at the base made Xiao's stomach churn, and his face turned extremely pale. Shirzwan quietly tugged at his hand under the table to comfort him. Then he continued to probe the aunt's intentions. Since we can't get in anyway, why don't you just tell us the location? No, don't try to fool me. I can't tell you. Bosley saved my life, and I will definitely keep my promise to him. She resolutely refused to speak, and Shirzwan had no choice. The two chatted for a few more minutes, trying to steer the conversation towards the lab's location, but the aunt was already alert, cleverly detecting their intentions each time and never revealing her true feelings. With no other option, the two had to leave. A few people were still playing cards on the sofa near the door. Just as Shirzwan turned to leave, he noticed the man on the far left sofa seemed to be watching them. But it was only for a fleeting moment. In the blink of an eye, the man was still looking down, intently recognizing a bomb. Was he mistaken? Time was of the essence, and Shirzwan didn't dwell on it, leaving the dormitory building with Xiao. The entrance led to the paved road where the field team had assembled earlier. Matilda had stood under the tree not long ago. Now, it was deserted. The two wandered around the dormitory area, not seeing anything resembling a laboratory. They almost wandered to the back entrance, where a group of men and women carrying bows suddenly appeared from some corner, nearly executing them on the spot as suspicious individuals. Seeing that they weren't getting anywhere with this area, Shirzwan decisively pulled Xiao to another location. I want to go ask Chen Yujia if Ansel and Matilda always accompany us on field missions. Xiao readily agreed. The two crossed the bridge and returned to the main entrance. It seemed that no new people had entered the base since they arrived. Chen Yujia and Xiao Feng were in the security room, chatting idly. Seeing them approach, Chen Yujia jumped up from her seat. "Brother Shi, what brings you two here?" The small security room was too cramped, so Shi waved for her to sit down. He and Xiao had to stand by the table. He cut to the chase. Ansel just led the field team out. "What's the schedule? Is it just every afternoon?" "Huh? No. Don't worry, someone will tell you the work schedule this afternoon." Chen Yujia assumed they were worried about having too much work assigned to them. Field work is divided into morning, afternoon, and evening shifts. If you're assigned to field work, each person only needs to participate in one shift per day. If someone like Chen Jianhua participates in the morning field work, they can stay in the dormitory to rest in the afternoon and evening. But if you're assigned tasks like mine and Xiao Feng's, you have to be prepared for a long haul. She paused, "But you two will definitely be going out. I saw that the field team had to assemble before departure today. Matilda and Ansel were both there. Ansel is even leading the team. Do they come before each departure?" Seeing that she had relaxed her guard, Shi subtly shifted the topic to something he was truly interested in. "You even ran into Sister Matilda today?" "She's very busy and doesn't show up often," Chen Yujia said. Even Xiao Feng, who had been silent, joined the conversation. "I've been at the base for 2 weeks and have only seen her once. Mr. Ansel doesn't appear often either, so why did he suddenly lead a team today?" He was also a little curious. Ansel wasn't usually in the teams they went out with. Seeing his clueless expression, Chen Yujia looked at him speechlessly, as if to say, "Look at you, not paying attention again." Shi and Xiao listened attentively to her lecture. "Usually, isn't it Brother Zheng who leads the field missions?" "Oh right, you two probably haven't met Brother Zheng yet." Chen Yujia had just said that when she remembered that they were new recruits and hadn't met the Brother Zheng she was talking about. Brother Zheng is also Boss Li's subordinate. Matilda and Ansel are both extremely busy, spending most of their time with Boss Li, but the base can't be completely neglected, so it was handed over to Brother Zheng. But Brother Zheng has a very good temper, he's always smiling and polite to everyone. The base has been established for quite a while, and more people are joining, but the food available nearby has basically been exhausted, so we have to go to more distant places. Sometimes when everyone goes out and finds nothing, Brother Zheng will spread out his share and share it with everyone, as if they found it together. But a few days ago, there was this idiot," she said. He paused abruptly, then turned and bowed slightly to Shi and Xiao with his hands clasped together. "I hope you two don't end up in the same group as that idiot." After that idiot found out Brother Zheng would cover for him, he started acting like a scoundrel every day. He'd go out and find some random place to hide, dragging it out until time was up, then leisurely return to the meeting point claiming he hadn't found anything, and take the portion Brother Zheng had set aside back to base, pretending he found it himself. Over time, even Brother Zheng, with his good temper, noticed. So yesterday, when filling out the list of everyone's collected food, he filled in a blank with the actual quantity. 0, go up. As a result, that idiot discovered he received less food than he was entitled to, and thought someone was trying to frame him, so he insisted on making a scene with Boss Li. Boss Li rarely shows himself, and in the end, Miss Matilda got wind of it first and gave that idiot a good talking to. The final punishment for that person was that he must collect enough food for 2 people on his next field mission, or he would be kicked out of the base. As for Brother Zheng, because he covered for someone else, he was punished with a day off. But for Brother Zheng, it really wasn't a punishment. Chapter 89. The more Shi listened, the more familiar the person she was describing seemed. "The person you're talking about isn't someone with small eyes, single eyelids, thick eyebrows, a rather large nose with upturned nostrils, of medium build, about this tall, right?" Shi gestured in front of himself. He accurately identified the person's facial features. "How did you know?" Chen Yujia was very confused and surprised, staring at him wide-eyed. "Well, it really was that small-eyed guy." Xiao and Xiao Feng beside him were somewhat bewildered. Shi then recounted how he and Xiao Tian had encountered the small-eyed guy while distributing food. Xiao finally matched the 2 descriptions. Yes, that's him. What's his name again?" "Xiao." Chen Yujia vaguely remembered his name, always referring to him as idiot. She flipped through the register on the table, recalling the approximate time this person entered the base, and finally found his name on the page from last Thursday. His name is Xiao Jiabo. Shi and Xiao silently memorized the name, but if the field agents were really assigned to this person's group, there was nothing they could do. Xiao then asked, "The Zheng brother you mentioned earlier, is he only forced to rest today? Is he still leading the team tomorrow?" Chen Yujia, unsuspecting of the two of them, obediently answered, yes, otherwise the base simply doesn't have enough manpower. If you ask me, you two don't need to worry at all. You two are already very capable, and Zheng brother is also very strong. If the three of you team up, wouldn't all the zombies around be wiped out? As she spoke with excitement, she clenched her fist and shook it in the air, as if she could already see the zombies falling to the three men's blades. Even Xiao Feng looked at the two standing beside her with starry eyes. Shirzwan, He refused to be flattered. But with Qin Yujia's words, they felt much more at ease. At least, they wouldn't be captured by Matilda and brought before Li Wansheng right at the start, causing their plan to fail before it even began. They just didn't know what kind of person this brother Feng was. If he was powerful but also fiercely loyal to Li Wansheng, then he would be another huge threat to them. Xia Ao frowned and asked the last question they had been curious about. I heard Li Wansheng is conducting experiments at the base. Did you know? Huh? Qin Yujia's confused eyes already foreshadowed the answer. You only know that Li Wansheng is busy, but you don't know where he is or what he's busy with. Shirzwan didn't give up and continued to struggle. But Qin Yujia and Xiao Feng adhered to the principle that Boss Li saved them, so they should repay the kindness by contributing to the base. They wouldn't be curious or ask about anything else. His eyes were clear as he looked at them. It seemed they would have to find it themselves. Shirzwan exchanged a glance with Xia Ao, then chatted briefly with Qin Yujia and Xiao Feng before decisively saying goodbye. Leaving the security room, the two checked the time again. There were still 2 hours until 5 o'clock. They could wander around the base a little longer. Their main task at the base was to find Li Wansheng's laboratory, collect evidence of Li Wansheng's crimes, and send him and Boss Wu and the others to jail. Walking along the main road deeper into the base, the sycamore trees on both sides swayed their branches in the wind. Suddenly, an impolite gust of wind swept in, blowing hard and scattering many leaves. The base didn't assign anyone to clean up these leaves, resulting in patches of green covering the gray ground. Leaving the vicinity of the gate, the deeper they went, the fewer people there were. The entire road was deserted except for the two of them. Shirzwan looked around to make sure no one else was nearby, then asked, where do you think Li Wansheng's lab is? He wasn't sure what essential conditions were required to build a biological lab, but he knew that his professional explosives lab would have many limitations due to the experimental conditions. Unfortunately, Xia Ao shook her head. Without large equipment, Li Wansheng could use any room as a lab. Unconsciously, the two of them, looking worried, strolled to the main factory building. This 3-storied building occupied a vast area. The main entrance consisted of 2 large iron gates joined together, chained together below the handles. Shirzwan walked to the entrance, glancing down at the coiled, serpentine chains. The metal surface was smooth and shiny, without a trace of rust, indicating they had been recently installed. A key was required to open them. It was clearly the work of Li Wansheng and his group. Do you think the lab is in here? Xia Ao shook her head. I don't know. If Li Wansheng had openly built the lab inside the main factory building, wouldn't that be too conspicuous? But then she considered whether he might be thinking the same thing. So the more dangerous the location, the safer it was. Who knows what strategy Li Wansheng is using? Shirzwan looked up, his gaze sweeping around the exterior of the building. Let's go that way. He pointed to the southernmost corner, where a window was less than 1.5 meters off the ground. With a little effort, the two of them should be able to climb in. Xia Ao walked to the window and roughly gauged the height. It reached his chest. Of the windows on the first floor, except for the one in front of them, the others were all nearly 3 meters off the ground. It was essentially a ventilation window under the ceiling. Behind the window in front of them were toilet stalls, presumably for ventilation. This made it easier for them to climb in. I carry you up first. Xia Ao crouched down, intending to help Shirzwan up first. Shirzwan didn't waste any time or be polite, quickly slipping into his arms. A feeling of being restrained came from the back of his legs, a powerful force lifting him up, watching helplessly as he drifted further and further away from the ground. Be careful. Xia Ao had already stopped. At this point, Shirzwan should have been able to easily leap onto the windowsill, open the window, and slip inside. But for some reason, the leg and his arms wouldn't move, as if it had frozen. What's wrong? Xia Ao asked, puzzled, but he didn't answer. It was as if he was locked in a stalemate with something. The muscles in his arms were swollen and aching from the prolonged exertion, and the dry, soft material of Shirzwan's clothes caused his entire body to slowly slide down in his arms. Xia Ao couldn't free his hands to lift him back to his starting position, and could only wait for him to fall. Only when Shirzwan's toes touched the ground during his descent did Xiao seem to jolt awake from a dream, his body trembling. What happened? Shirzwan didn't explain, but instead pressed his shoulder, and the two quickly squatted down. Outside the factory, there was a deathly silence, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the wind. Shirzwan's expression was frighteningly serious, his brows furrowed, his lips pressed tightly together, the soft red flesh now pale from strain. He didn't speak, and Xiao, realizing the gravity of the situation, immediately shut his mouth as well. Time passed, until his legs went numb from squatting, the only sound in the cramped space the pounding of their hearts. Shirzwan finally raised his arm, his index finger gesturing for silence in front of his tightly pressed lips, then turned slightly to the side, and beckoned Xiao to follow him, before carefully moving along the wall towards the nearby tree. If someone were passing by at this moment, they would see two short, furtive figures weaving through the fallen leaves. Upon reaching the tree, they were about 20 meters from the factory, and this tree happened to be in a blind spot from the window. After crouching and moving for so long, their legs were so weak they almost couldn't stand. A drooping tree kindly provided support for the two young men with trembling legs. Shirzwan braced his hands on the tree trunk, but the fear on his face hadn't yet faded. Ansel is inside. What? Xiao hadn't expected this answer. They had already fought Ansel before. Shirzwan didn't seem to react this strongly just because he saw him inside. And he grabbed Shirzwan's wrist, the rough calluses of his palm rubbing against the fragile wrist bones. He turned his hand over and glanced at the time on his watch. There was at least an hour and a half, maybe even longer, before the noon fieldwork ended. Why was Ansel, the leader of the team, in the base at this time? The next second, he understood the reason for Shirzwan's unusual panic. There are many people in the factory. No, to be precise, living people and zombies who are tied up. Xiao picked him up, and through the bright window, he glimpsed the abandoned factory's now dormant assembly lines. The large machines were covered in a thick layer of dust, almost obscuring their original color. In the center of this old, filthy first-floor lobby, Ansel stood straight, his black suit making him look like a villain from a white country movie. His hands hung naturally at his sides, and upon closer inspection, a cold black glint peeked from between his fingers. A gun. And around him, many people lay scattered and broken. In a state of utter shock, Shirzwan suppressed the piercing scream of run from his cerebral cortex and scanned the crowd, counting everyone present except Ansel. There were 23 people lying on the ground. A more accurate number would be 8 zombies, and 15 still breathing humans. Without exception, these zombies and humans were all familiar faces. They're all the people who went out on fieldwork this afternoon. Shirzwan swallowed hard, unable to believe his eyes. In his initial state of tension, he hadn't been able to match the distorted or struggling faces with those lined up in the midday sunlight, but as his gaze shifted, he spotted a small-eyed figure in the group. This man, a far cry from his imposing demeanor that morning, was now huddled on the dark gray floor, his collar, cuffs, and even his face stained with dried blood. Even so, through the glass and the grime on his skin, Shirzwan could see extreme terror on his face. Unlike the emotions he felt upon witnessing the horrific scene, this fear was directly directed at his own life. Almost a second after Shirzwan noticed Little Eyes, Ansel's muddy combat boots slammed into his cheek. The force was immense. Little Eyes coughed instantly, his saliva laced with blood and foam. He was speaking in a language no one could understand, and Little Eyes died without ever knowing what he was saying. Ansel deftly twisted his neck with both hands, his head drooping limply to the left, facing the window where Shirzwan was. Therefore, he could clearly see those pupils rapidly dilating after death, the gradually unfocused gaze, and the cloudy whites of his eyes, as if carrying an unyielding resentment. Chapter 90. A pale face and cloudy eyes, he lay motionless, facing Shirzwan, who had been outside the window. Ansel, however, seemed indifferent to the life lost in his hands, simply lowering his raised hand back to his side, and turning towards the next victim. What was he doing? Why did he kill all those people who went out on missions today? His body was already sliding down into Xiao's arms. In the last second before hitting the ground, the lingering image in his vision was Ansel grabbing a small-nosed man by the collar and lifting him up. Just recounting what he had just witnessed made Shirzwan feel like he was suffocating from the air in his nostrils. A warm, large hand rested on his back, gently patting him to help him catch his breath, pulling him out of the tormenting nightmare. It's not the right time now. We investigate after Ansel leaves tonight. They couldn't leave this unresolved. Under his reassurance, Shirzwan slowly regulated his breathing. Tonight it is. They didn't know why these people, who should have been outside the base, were in the factory at this time, nor did they know what they had done, or perhaps they had done nothing at all, yet had brought about their deaths. This afternoon, they would find out their assignments, but almost everyone they met assumed they would be assigned to fieldwork. They had to find out exactly what had happened today before heading out on fieldwork. Ansel hadn't noticed them while peeking through the glass window. But staying here was too dangerous, they'd better leave quickly. Xiao nodded, taking his hand to leave. Just in case, they couldn't go back the way they came. He looked around. The factory gate led to a very wide asphalt road, flanked by vibrant green lawns and densely planted rows of sycamore trees. At the junction of the two colors were man-made benches and streetlights, the streetlights covered in dense spiderwebs. The lawn area marked the outermost edge of the factory area, encircling a brick-red wall at its end. The asphalt road ended directly at a gap in the wall. There was no gate, suggesting it had probably been sold as scrap metal years ago, when the factory was abandoned. This way, Xiao tugged at his hand, pulling Shirzwan deeper into the lawn. The irregularly arranged tree trunks and interwoven shadows obscured their figures. The only exit from the factory to the outside was a gap in the wall, and they had to squeeze through the trees for cover. The air was still quiet under the sunlight, but for some reason, after witnessing that scene, a foul smell of blood lingered in Shirzwan's nostrils. He simply lowered his head, not watching where he was going, leaving the task of getting out to Xiao. He only needed to follow. After wandering through the trees for an unknown amount of time, Shirzwan felt as if his head had hit a thick wall. Looking up, he saw they had reached the gap. Xiao stopped and peeked out from behind the wall to check if anyone was outside. After a while, having confirmed, he turned and waved to Shirzwan. "What are you doing here?" A completely unfamiliar male voice came from behind Shirzwan, and instantly, goosebumps crawled all over his body. The two quickly turned their heads away. The moment Shirzwan saw the face clearly, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. Upon closer inspection, wasn't this one of the people playing cards downstairs in the dormitory? He had felt a gaze coming from somewhere, but when he turned around to look, he only saw a few people engrossed in their card game. It's that person. An alarm bell rang in Shirzwan's mind, his muscles tensed, and he stared at the person warily, like a small animal detecting danger. "Who are you? Why are you here?" The person seemed amused by his question. "That's the question I should be asking you. People from the base aren't allowed in this part of the factory area. Look, there's a sign over there." He pointed to a tiny advertising board, about the size of an A4 sheet of paper, leaning precariously against the wall, the words obscured by the leaves of the bushes. "There'd be no way you could see that." The man seemed quite surprised by the sign's sudden appearance, coughing lightly with his knuckles to his lips. "Anyway, you're not allowed in this part of the factory area. You were lucky to run into me this time. Don't let it happen again." He spoke as if he had granted them a great pardon, allowing them to leave alive. At the foot of the red brick wall, the three faced each other in a tense standoff. Shirzwan stared at the curve of his lips, his smile appearing very kind. Two questions in his mind grew stronger. First, what secrets were hidden in the factory area? Second, who exactly are you? This person had been watching them ever since they left the dormitory building. He probably even overheard the questions they asked the auntie. And what a coincidence! The two of them had wandered into this place while searching for Li Wanqing's laboratory, and this man just happened to be here too. Furthermore, according to him, no one from the base is allowed to enter the factory area, so why was he able to swagger in and warn them with such an air of superiority? The man looked at Shirzwan and Xiao's serious expressions, their bodies poised like leopards ready to pounce, and couldn't help but chuckle. "I know you two are new to the base, so you're not familiar with the rules. Plus, there was a problem with the notice board this time, so let's just let it go. You two can leave quietly now, and I pretend nothing happened." His tone was gentle, but his eyes narrowed warningly, as if to say that if he bumped into them a second time, they wouldn't be so lucky. Then he added, "As for me, don't worry, we get to know each other soon enough." With that, he didn't give Shirzwan a chance to ask any more questions, and turned to leave. And the direction he left in was clearly the factory they had just been spying on. "You?" Shirzwan wanted to chase after him to ask, but Xiao grabbed his hand. "Shirzwan? ? Xiao saw the confusion in his eyes, and lowered her voice, whispering, "Let's go outside first." Even though Shirzwan was unwilling, he was pulled out by Xiao, looking back every few steps. The last thing he saw behind him was the man entering the factory through the main entrance. Xiao pulled Shirzwan away quickly, and only after crossing the bridge did she finally release her grip. The strong force left a thick red mark on Shirzwan's wrist. "He's also one of Li Wanqing's men." Before Shirzwan could speak, he preemptively stated confidently. It was already quite obvious. Ansel was committing murders inside, yet this man could walk in openly, indicating he was absolutely aware of what Li Wansheng was doing. But why would this man let the two of them leave? Assuming they had already uncovered Li Wansheng's plan, wouldn't it be safer to kill them to silence them? He said, "We meet soon." Shizhuan told Xia Ao about the man who had been watching them downstairs at the dormitory. The two remained silent. Glancing at their watches, they saw that there was less than half an hour left until 5 o'clock. After what had happened, the two dared not wander around any longer and decided to return to their rooms to rest for a while. When they returned to their dormitory, Jiangxi was already there, chatting with Song Ziqiao. It was unclear what they were discussing, but Song Ziqiao's face was flushed red, and she was even clutching a piece of clothing that belonged to someone else. The moment she heard the door open, she immediately covered her face with the fabric. "Oh, you're back?" Jiangxi greeted the two who entered cheerfully. She quickly left Song Ziqiao behind and beckoned them to look at the notebook she had spread out on the table. This was the result of her afternoon's work. The standard-sized notebook contained a clear structural diagram of this half area. It even detailed the small vegetable patch tended by the auntie under the bridge. Time was limited, so I only drew this part of the dormitory area. Jiangxi pointed to the blank space she had left west of the bridge. "When I have some free time, I go take a stroll around the factory area." After separating from Shizhuan, she first went up to the rooftop to draw the general layout of the entire area, then came down to refine it piece by piece. "How about your side? Did you find Li Wansheng's lab?" Shizhuan shook his head. "I asked many people, but they either obeyed Li Wansheng's request to keep it a secret, or they knew nothing about it, but—" He hesitated, then told Jiangxi everything he had witnessed at the factory window. She gasped upon hearing this, and even Song Ziqiao, lying on the bed, stumbled to sit up and leaned over the railing. Damn, these people really treat human life like dirt. Jiangxi couldn't understand. Why did he kill all those people who went out on field missions? If Li Wansheng's purpose in establishing the base was to kill, why would he go to such lengths? Aren't burning, killing, and looting so many residential buildings enough for him? Is he just providing food and weapons, keeping us here as backup resources to use at any time? There were so many simpler methods, but he chose the most complicated one. Xiao frowned, lost in thought. Of all the people, he probably understood Li Wansheng the best. Although he hadn't had much contact with him, he had worked under Becker for a long time. He understood Becker's style of doing things, and behind it lay Li Wansheng's orders and methods. He recalled what Boss Wu had said that day about the important experiment Li Wansheng was conducting, wound repair. Has he still not given up at this point? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, but at the same time, an extremely bad premonition surged up. Li Wansheng probably wants to use those people as test subjects for his drug research. Huh? Jiangxi let out a blank sound, then remembered the experiment after Xiao reminded him. He wouldn't be trying to use drugs to bring the dead back to life, would he? Holy crap, this guy is a complete idiot. Jiangxi's horror and Shizhuan kicking a stool with a loud thud echoed in the cramped dormitory. They understood Xiao's guess. If that were true, then Li Wansheng's experiment hadn't crossed any red lines from beginning to end. And that inexplicable man, he was currently the one Xiao couldn't understand the most. Which side was he on? Knock, knock, knock. Just as everyone was wondering, there was a knock at the door. Chapter 91. Shizhuan glanced at the time. It was indeed time. He suppressed his anger and opened the door. Standing outside was Xiao Tian again. Perhaps after Shizhuan's help at noon, she had completely lost her fear of the group. Seeing that it was Shizhuan who opened the door, she waved gently at him. "Brother, these are your things." She first took out today's dinner from the trolley and handed it to them. Shizhuan took it and found that he received a little more than he had at noon. The basic set meal of biscuits and water included an extra sausage. But this was strange. Those who went out at noon had returned to the base not long after. What had happened in between? Xiao Tian, unaware of his question, immediately picked up her notebook, ready to announce the fate of the people inside. Shizhuan was a little nervous and told her to come in first. Xiao Tian finally dropped the formalities, entering and closing the door before speaking. "Just as I guessed at noon, all three of you have been assigned to field missions. There are still too few people at the base, so those in better health are going out. Let me take a look. The three of you together are on the morning shift tomorrow night. That's good, you can rest after the mission. One of you is injured, right?" Xiao Tian peeked into the dormitory, scanning the room before his eyes met Song Ziqiao lying on the bed. "Because my previous partner's wound worsened too much, Miss Matilda took her to the infirmary after examining her, so someone needs to fill in. I told her about the situation. Do you want to come with me to deliver the food? But your injury seems a bit serious. If you can't move easily, should I contact Miss Matilda to take you to the infirmary too? She looked at Song Ziqiu with concern. Before the declaration, she had only seen a few people's general physical conditions on the list, but that form was filled out by each person entering the base themselves, making it highly subjective. When filling out Song Ziqiu's section, Xia Ao only wrote abdominal injury, ambiguous and unable to determine the severity of the injury. She thought it was a minor injury that wouldn't have much of an impact, not expecting it to be so serious that he was bedridden and unable to move. Therefore, she immediately lifted the pen cap, intending to re-register in the notebook. Hey, no. Song Ziqiu, who had been lying half dead in bed, suddenly found strength from somewhere and, abandoning his listless posture, rolled off the bed. Everyone looked on with worry. During this time, he was the kind of person who would cry out for ages even to turn over, but now he seemed. All his previous injuries had healed completely, and he climbed down the stairs as if nothing had affected him. He patted his stomach in front of Xiao Tian to show he was perfectly healthy. He was definitely capable of being Xiao Tian's partner. Only Xia Ao noticed a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he passed by. Xiao Tian, standing far away, was unaware of what was happening behind him. Seeing that Song Ziqiu, despite his injuries, could get out of bed and move independently, he nodded, somewhat bewildered. I still have to deliver food to the dorms, so I'd be going now. Oh, and this piece of paper is for you. As she spoke, she pulled a piece of paper from the back of the notebook and handed it to Song Ziqiu. These are some base regulations, and also some things to note for fieldwork. You can take a look, and if possible, take a picture with your phone. I come back to collect it after I finish delivering the meals. Please don't damage it. After saying that, she continued pulling the cart towards the other dormitories. The moment the door closed, the other 3 people inside quickly surrounded Song Ziqiu, who, quite cooperating, let out a groan and was about to fall straight to the floor. Fortunately, Xia Ao, who had anticipated this and reacted extremely quickly, caught him. What happened to you? Shirzwan asked, looking at his face full of pain. Since the injury was serious, going to the infirmary to recuperate, as Xiao Tian had suggested, was a good idea. But she hadn't expected his reaction to be so strong, even enduring excruciating pain to half climb, half fall down the stairs. I don't know. Song Ziqiu was in so much pain, he could barely speak, but his voice still trembled as he explained why he was so resistant. I just suddenly don't want to go. It's like there's a voice in my head stopping me, that once I'm in the infirmary, I never come out alive. This was his intuition. You're a grown man, you don't even have a sixth sense, and you believe in this stuff. Shirzwan teased, winking at him. Get lost. What's wrong with men? What's wrong with men? I think he's right to refuse. Xia Ao's sudden voice interrupted their banter. He had been thinking since Xiao Tian left, and just now, it seemed like a flash of inspiration struck him. Shirzwan and Jiangxi were puzzled, waiting for him to come up with such a right answer, an answer even Song Ziqiu himself didn't know. Did he actually have a clue? Xia Ao coughed lightly, his brows still furrowed. Remember those people Ansel locked up in the factory this afternoon? You mean? Xia Ao nodded. I'm worried that the people who went into the infirmary will end up like the group from the field this afternoon. After all, if Li Wansheng really intended to use those people for experiments, readily available wounded individuals were certainly more convenient and safer than those specifically captured by Ansel. Anyway, those who went into the infirmary were basically severely injured, even incapacitated. Even if they suddenly died due to worsening injuries, it would be quite reasonable, wouldn't it? Upon hearing this, Song Ziqiu felt a chill run down his spine. He had only instinctively refused Xiao Tian, never expecting to unconsciously avoid such a huge disaster. Even Shirzwan and Jiangxi breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect your sixth sense to be so accurate. Shirzwan pondered for a moment. What about Xiao Tian's partner? Should we save her? Xia Ao shook his head. It wasn't that they wouldn't save her. This is just a guess, and we don't even know where the infirmary is yet. We ask her when Xiao Tian comes back later. At this point, he suddenly remembered the piece of paper Xiao Tian had given them before she left, which was still clutched by Song Ziqiu. The group spread the paper out on their desks and began to examine it. The paper had been folded twice, becoming a small square about the size of a palm. The edges were worn, showing signs of having been passed around many times in the past. Unfolded, it was filled with densely packed small characters, all handwritten, neat and clean, without any practice writing. It was unclear who had written it. Furthermore, all the information was clearly and explicitly listed in detailed items, each preceded by a small number. Everyone focused their attention on the specific details. In fact, they had already learned most of it from conversations with Andy, Qin Yuchia, or Xiao Tian, such as the daily meal collection times and the rules prohibiting entry into the factory area. Their main focus at this moment was on the regulations related to fieldwork. The regulations on the paper stated, 1. Daily fieldwork hours are divided into 3 time slots, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m., 12 p.m. to 4 p.m., and 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. Each field worker must participate in 1 time slot each day. 2. Fieldwork times are determined by the leader 1 day in advance and cannot be chosen or changed privately. 3. Search locations are led by the leader. Personnel must not leave the group to act alone or return to base early. 4. Fieldwork personnel must strictly follow the leader's instructions throughout the entire process and must not make decisions on their own. 11. All food found belongs to the base. Anyone found secretly hiding food will be expelled from the base. 12. If field personnel fail to bring back food for 3 consecutive days, they will be punished. Those with serious offenses will be expelled from the base. The last rule, number 12, was likely added just 2 days ago. The handwriting is noticeably different. A beautiful, flowing cursive script, and the ink is darker than the previous rules. The 3 of us are on field duty tomorrow morning. By the time we return, you and Xiao Tian should have already set off to distribute food, Jiangxi instructed Song Ziqiao. Be careful, don't expose yourself to those people. If necessary, have Xiao Tian go. He's now a high-priority individual. If you're feeling unwell, try to hold on as long as you can. We can help you when we get back. Just don't let Xiao Tian send you to the infirmary, Shizhuan said half-jokingly. What if they can't find him when they get back, and then find out he's been sent to the infirmary? By then, it'd be too late to save him. Song Ziqiao, having been through so much with them, is no longer a fool. He raised his hand in a salute to his temple, promising to strictly follow his friend's instructions and not act rashly. The group discussed the items on the paper for a while longer. Jiangxi took out his phone and took a picture just in case. Soon after, Xiao Tian returned with an empty trolley. She was struggling to manage 4 floors by herself, finishing a little over the allotted time. When she opened the door, she looked pitiful, as if she'd been scolded. But there was one last task left to complete. Upon seeing Shizhuan behind the door, she forced herself to muster her strength. Have you finished looking at it? Once they were done, they could return the paper to her. She needed to leave work. But this time, the people inside were determined to delay her departure, coaxing and cajoling her into the room. Jiangxi specially brought out a chair for her to sit down. What do you want? She swallowed nervously, her eyes brimming with confusion. 3 adult men surrounded her. Although there was a very pretty young woman beside her, she was still terrified. Don't be nervous, Shizhuan said, dispelling the 3 men's evil aura. Where is the infirmary you mentioned? Ah, is his injury still serious? I can help you apply for a leave of absence from this job. Xiao Tian panicked, thinking that Song Ziqiao had encountered a problem. Xiao quickly waved his hand. He's fine. Just tell him when and where you 2 meet tomorrow. We're just curious about the location of the infirmary. We be going on field mission soon, and if we get injured, we know where to go when we get back. Shizhuan and Jiangxi weren't as good at making things up as him, but they were quick to agree and nodded in agreement. Xiao Tian breathed a sigh of relief, his smile returning. You don't need to worry about that. If you get injured, Brother Zheng will take you directly there. But the location of the infirmary, actually, it wouldn't hurt to tell you. Chapter 92. The location Xiao Tian mentioned next was a bit unexpected for them. Did you go near the factory today? If you keep walking along the red wall, there's a small bungalow. It looks like it used to be a small shop. They converted it into a clinic. They hadn't noticed this location at all, preoccupied with exploring the factory, and almost got themselves into trouble. Shizhuan didn't dare say that the 2 of them had seriously trespassed into forbidden territory today, even witnessing a murder through a window. He thanked Xiao Tian. Since noon today, he had been very helpful, answering many of their questions without reservation. Xiao Tian waved them off, telling them not to be so polite, then confirmed the work schedule for tomorrow with Song Ziqiao before leaving. The sound of wheels rolling outside the room faded into the distance. You should get some rest. As soon as Xiao Tian left, Song Ziqiao immediately returned to his listless state. Xiao urged him to go upstairs and lie down early, lest his wound worsen, and he wouldn't be able to get up the next day. Several people worked together to help him up the stairs. Song Zichio had slept almost all day and was no longer sleepy, so he simply listened intently to what the three of them were discussing. I want to go to the factory again tonight, Xiao suggested. This afternoon, the appearance of that strange man had forced them to leave early. Initially, they approached that location because they suspected the laboratory might be there. But they hadn't even gotten close to the laboratory before stumbling upon the scene of Ansel's attack. Has that strange man you mentioned left? Jiangxi asked uncertainly. Xiao shook her head, unsure. We don't even know who he is. Shirzwan said indignantly, today's been incredibly unlucky. But he definitely wouldn't let it go so easily. I want to go too. He voted in favor of Xiao's suggestion. Seeing the two hot-blooded young men's morale rising higher and higher, seemingly about to burst out the door at any moment, Jiangxi said coldly, you two are really bold. Since the factory area has been designated a forbidden zone by Li Wansheng, there must be something that needs to be concealed. Do you think he would just put up a sign warning passers-by without any protective measures? What's the difference between that and hanging a sign saying there's no silver buried here? Her words were like a bucket of cold water poured directly over the two men's heads, extinguishing their arrogance completely. Seeing the two of them with their heads down, looking utterly dejected, Jiangxi sighed helplessly. I think you can go, but not today. We only just arrived at the base. We know nothing except for these basic rules and regulations on paper. We could try to find out if Li Wansheng has sent people to patrol outside the factory, or what Ansel's pattern is in arresting people. And that strange man. Jiangxi paused, looking down. He said we meet soon, so let's wait and see. In short, this matter couldn't be rushed. Otherwise, rushing in without any prior knowledge would be a pointless gamble with one's life. A male voice echoed softly from the bed above. Yeah, I think AC is right. You two are still too impulsive. You're certainly offering your critique. Shirzwan rolled his eyes, ignoring the man on the bed, who was trying to make conversation. In that case, let's observe for a couple of days, and see how the field mission goes before making a decision. Their safety was paramount, no matter what. Xiao nodded. Having decided to cancel tonight's operation, the tension that had gripped them all afternoon instantly eased. A feeling of emptiness welled up inside. They hadn't eaten dinner yet. They only eaten a small biscuit for lunch, hardly enough to be considered full. They only drunk a few sips of water each, leaving about half a bottle. Although Qin Yujia and Xiao Feng had told them beforehand to stock up on any leftovers from the first day just in case, to be honest, the amount was so small it wasn't even enough to fill their stomachs, let alone leave any extra. Jiangxi said he'd been drawing all afternoon and his neck was sore. He quickly stuffed a biscuit and a sausage into his mouth, then gulped down several mouthfuls of water to quell the emptiness in his stomach. I'm going to rest now, he said, massaging his neck and swaying his head from side to side as he walked towards the railing. He very proactively chose the bed next to Song Zichia's. Without a mattress and blanket, he'd probably have a sore back and neck all night, so Xiao prioritized finding bedding. Wow, this biscuit is awful. Xiao was thinking when a voice suddenly complained from beside her. Shirzwan had just opened the cookie package and taken a small bite when he almost spat it out. Luckily, since the zombie outbreak, he had cultivated the traditional virtue of thrift. Even though it tasted awful, he endured the scratchy sensation in his throat and forced it down. But he couldn't get another bite in his mouth. Why could anything in the world taste so awful? Shirzwan held the package back up in front of him, examining it closely. He should have figured it out sooner. The purple packaging, the name in the unknown language, and the ingredient list all in a foreign language, except for a white sticker for imported foods with a translation of the ingredient list in Mandarin, all contributed to the cookie's appeal. He wanted to see what ingredients these cookies contained. Wheat, oats, oil, erythritol. No wonder it tasted so bad, the ingredient list was longer than his life. And the added artificial sweetener not only had a strange taste, but was also difficult for his body to metabolize. The key was that it tasted terrible. He subconsciously rubbed the packaging with his fingertips, examining it from left to right, but still refused to put it to his mouth. Give it to me. Xiao sighed, pinching her thumb and forefinger into a beak shape and snatching the supposedly awful cookie from his hand. Although Shirzwan didn't say anything on the surface, the slight upturn of his lips betrayed his good mood. Was being this happy just because he got rid of food he didn't like? Xiao felt a tickle in her heart, staring at him for a long time, then unzipped her coat and reached inside, rummaging around in the lining for a while, seemingly looking for something. After a while, she pulled out a piece of chocolate. Have this. Shirzwan's forehead was full of question marks. Where did you get this? All food had to be handed over before entering the base. To prevent anyone from secretly hiding things, Xiao Feng was responsible for searching everyone who came in. They had all gone through this checkpoint when they entered. It's in my pocket. Xiao pulled open his clothes and pointed to the hidden pocket near his side waist. From the outside, it looked like there was only a slight cinched waist design in that area. No one would guess that there was a pocket hidden inside. That's how he secretly smuggled the chocolate in. Shirzwan took the chocolate. The sound of the plastic wrapping bag rubbing together was particularly noticeable in the empty, quiet room. He had just torn a small opening when he looked up and met two heads peeking out from above the bed. Do you want some? Jiangxi and Song Zichu shook their heads in unison. Even the frequency and amplitude were exactly the same. No, please enjoy it yourself. Jiangxi rolled over, turning his back to the two people on the floor below with an indifferent expression. If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. Why be so sarcastic? Shirzwan muttered to himself, then brought the sweet chocolate to his lips, about to take a bite. Eat it, eat more. Don't let Xiaoji's kindness go to waste. If you really share with us, he'd be hiding under the covers tonight, reflecting on whether he should wait until everyone else is around to give you extra treats next time. Shirzwan, Xiao, Oh no, he almost noticed my still frowning brow. The two finished their dinners. The oatmeal cookies weren't very tasty, but they weren't inedible either. After eating the two small packets, all the moisture in his mouth was drained, forcing him to gulp down several mouthfuls of water from his bottle. The food was meager, but he had enough to drink. He refused the remaining half-bar of chocolate Shirzwan offered. Keep it. Eat it as an extra treat next time you're hungry. Shirzwan didn't refuse, and put the remaining half into his backpack. The night deepened, and moonlight streamed through the glass, casting a cold, white glow in the room. They had to get up early the next day, so Xiao urged Shirzwan to go to bed quickly, while she drew the curtains on the balcony door, leaving only a very narrow gap. A peaceful night passed. The next morning, Shirzwan was awakened early by a commotion outside his window. Struggling to open his eyes, his head groggily pressed against the bed railing. The cold metallic touch instantly snapped him out of his daze. He sat up abruptly, the bed creaking under his weight. What's wrong? Xiao, who was sleeping on his stomach, felt the shaking and slowly moved his arm away from his face. A month had passed since the zombie outbreak, and H City was now in May. The temperature was rising. Even if you didn't cover yourself with a blanket at night, you wouldn't experience symptoms like a sore throat the next day. But this also meant they would face even more serious problems later. Once May ended, H City would enter the rainy season. Continuous rain combined with rising temperatures would soon turn the entire city into a giant oven. And they knew that normal people could mutate into zombies if they accidentally drank rainwater. They feared that in a while, all the southern cities would be plunged into disaster. Shirzwan sat on the bed, his mind finally returning to its usual sharpness. The noise outside gradually became clearer to him. It was an unfamiliar male voice calling them to wake up over a loudspeaker. Shirzwan hadn't taken off his watch while sleeping, and now, using the sliver of light filtering through the curtains, he could make out the numbers on the dial. It's 5:50. Get up. Get up. He sprang out of bed, slapped the still drowsy Xiao, and nimbly climbed out to wake the still sleeping Jiangxi. Even Song Zichu was awakened by their early morning commotion. Fortunately, their living standards had been lowered to the bare minimum. Getting up required almost no extra preparation. Just a sip of water, a couple of rinses, and swallow. That was it for morning washing up. Let's go! Chapter 93. The three of them shouldered their bags and prepared to leave. They had already hidden most of the original contents of their bags in the car before entering the base, and any loose items they had brought with them had been sorted out and placed on the table in their dormitory the night before. Equivalently, they were carrying 3 empty bags. This was something Shirzwan and Xiao had secretly learned the day before while watching the field operations assemblies from the balcony. The dormitory door was pushed open, and a series of hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor, mostly heading towards the stairwell. These people seemed to be heading to the same place as them. Shirzwan randomly followed a burly man, with a crew cut, who came from the far right of the corridor, and they went downstairs together. The scene downstairs was exactly the same as what they had seen yesterday, except that the men playing cards around the round table were gone, and the cleaning lady wasn't sitting at the front desk. Upon exiting the dormitory, they looked up to see a gray-blue sky, with a hint of orange-yellow tinged at the edge of the land. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, making them feel comfortable. They followed the honey badger into the crowd, These were the people who had gone out on the field with him that morning. Because there were so many people, and the situation was chaotic and disorderly, the wide asphalt road was almost completely blocked. Quiet down, everyone, and line up. A calm male voice came from the back of the crowd. Scherzwein felt the voice was somewhat familiar, but with the distortion from the loudspeaker, he couldn't immediately recognize who it was. Until the crowd in front of him gradually dispersed, and they coordinated to form lines, the familiar face under the tree was finally revealed. The man standing under the tree, directing them to line up, was clearly the stranger they met at the factory gate yesterday. The man seemed to notice his gaze, and through the bustling crowd, winked playfully at him. His beautiful, almond-shaped eyes fluttered like butterfly wings. Before Scherzwein could react, a sudden, powerful force gripped his arm, pulling him aside. The man vanished from the gap in front of him, replaced by a pre-assigned position and a bald head directly in front of him. Scherzwein, His forearm bore red and white welts from a hand gripping him tightly, the pain seemingly seeping deep into his bones. The culprit, however, glared at him angrily, as if he had committed some heinous crime to deserve such treatment. "What's wrong with you?" Scherzwein asked, bewildered. He prided himself on his friendly tone when asking questions, claiming it was absolutely gentle and understanding. If he were currently running for class counselor in junior high, he wouldn't need to campaign. His performance alone would guarantee him first place. However, his only client seemed completely unimpressed, coldly turning his head away and letting out a barely audible snort. Scherzwein, who on earth offended him? Seeing his utterly bewildered expression, Xiao's anger flared even more. She even pulled Jiang Si to the back of the row, seemingly determined to isolate Scherzwein. He just couldn't understand it. Scherzwein scratched his head, racking his brains for a long time without figuring out what was wrong. Fortunately, at that moment, the strange man under the tree raised his megaphone again and began announcing today's schedule. "The lines are all lined up. I call out names from the list now. If your name is called, answer yes. We set off once everyone is present." His temper seemed much better than Matilda's or Li Wanqing's, at least judging from his outwardly friendly demeanor. He smiled throughout the roll call, his almond-shaped eyes undeniably beautiful, drawing everyone's gaze. Scherzwein, hearing his name called, almost didn't react, pausing for half a second before quickly replying. A chilling gaze remained fixed on him from behind, as if trying to carve a pattern into his very being. "All right, everyone's here. I just want to say a few more words." The man with peach blossom eyes crossed out the last name on the list with a pencil, and put the folder aside. "There are quite a few new members in today's field team, so let me briefly introduce myself. My surname is Zheng, and I'm responsible for leading the field team out to find food every day. If you have any problems along the way, feel free to come to me." His surname is Zheng? Scherzwein remembered that Xiao Tian and Chen Yujia had both mentioned that the team leader on the field missions was surnamed Zheng, meaning brother Zheng. Now everything made sense. And also, Zheng deliberately dragged out the last syllable, the smile that had appeared on his face vanishing instantly. "You all probably already know about the base's new regulations, right? A few days ago, someone went too far, completely disregarding me, secretly hiding food right under my nose, and blatantly publicizing it in the dorms. Well, that's how it got. It's reached the higher-ups, and new regulations have been issued." Zheng's tone turned cold. Yesterday, Matilda and Ansel personally led the team, taking out those who didn't understand the situation. The higher-ups won't be as kind as I am in rescuing people. Whether those people deserve to die or leave is entirely up to them. He was referring to the field team from yesterday noon. Scherzwein's eyes narrowed, his gaze fixed on him. But who knew that Brother Zheng seemed to have radar in his head, locking onto him the instant his gaze swept over him, his peach blossom eyes curving into a smile again. "Unfortunately, I'm too soft-hearted. Even so, I still hope to do my best to ensure everyone's safety outside the base. However, the higher-ups have also imposed strict regulations on me. I can no longer use what I find as a safety net." He raised the folder in his hand again, tapping the open list page lightly with a pencil stub. "This records your results from the previous 2 attempts. You all know how well you did before, right?" Before he finished speaking, some people in the team involuntarily lowered their heads, and some even began to whisper among themselves. But none of this affected Brother Zheng at all. "For some of you, today is your last chance. Pay attention." His sharp gaze swept across the audience, and seeing that everyone had heard, he immediately reverted to his initial approachable demeanor. "All right, let's go." It must be said, his maneuvering was incredibly smooth, first a slap, then a sweet treat. Scherzwein even suspected this man might be a disciple of his former boss. The group followed behind Zheng Ge, moving towards the main entrance. Xiao, who had originally been behind him, now stood to his right due to the change in direction. Smiling Tiger? Huh? What? Shirzwan didn't hear clearly, only saw his lips move slightly, and heard only the chatter of the people around him. But when he asked, Xiao stopped talking, his mouth seemingly glued shut. Shirzwan, so much trouble. He glanced around at the people. The others were either focused on following the group or constantly chattering with their neighbors. No one should have noticed them. Shirzwan lowered his head, and where no one could see, his hand cautiously reached to the side. The first grasp was weak, holding only air. The second finally secured a large, warm, dry hand. Don't be upset. The almost coquettish tone coming from him was particularly jarring. As soon as Shirzwan finished speaking, he felt 2 blushes instantly creep up his cheeks. Fortunately, he spoke very softly. Apart from himself and Xiao, no one else should have noticed the commotion. Cough cough. 1 second he was relieved, the next he was stabbed in the back by a cough from behind. Damn it, he forgot about Jiangxi. Shirzwan, caught in such an embarrassing scene, was instantly at a loss, his hand seemingly unsuitable for any position, and he instinctively tried to let go of Xiao's hand. But just as he was about to loosen his grip, Xiao tightened his hold on his hand, pulling him back. Don't move, just hold on like this. Shirzwan, dude, do you even know what embarrassment is? He wasn't planning on coming out in front of so many people. For the rest of the way, Xiao held his hand without letting go, and even Jiangxi, perhaps used to it, didn't criticize their shameless behavior. It wasn't until the line stopped at the base gate that Shirzwan felt a gentle pinch on the back of his hand, followed by a sudden loss of warmth. Shirzwan avoided Xiao's gaze, looking ahead to avoid his eyes. But as soon as he looked up, he saw Brother Zheng carrying a plastic box out of the guardhouse, followed by Qin Yujie and Xiao Feng. I'm distributing weapons now. Stay in line and don't move. He then began distributing weapons one by one according to the line's order. Shirzwan glanced into the box through the crowd. Though called weapons, the contents were a mixed bag: steel pipes, knives, utility knives, each with varying degrees of lethality. But whatever you received was what you got. No one was allowed to choose. Qin Yujie and Xiao Feng helped him, and when they saw Shirzwan and the others hiding at the back of the line, they stood on tiptoe and waved to them. The line wasn't large, and it was soon Shirzwan's turn. Zheng Ge walked up to him, carrying the box, and said with a smile, I told you we see each other soon. So miss me? His eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled, like a cunning fox. But Shirzwan felt the gaze from behind return, like a thorn in his back. He suppressed his unease and forced a smile similar to Zheng Ji's. I didn't expect Zheng Ge to hold such a high position in the base. I was blind to your greatness. His tone was sarcastic. But Zheng Ge seemed completely unfazed by his retort, pulling a sharp and long sword from the box. He picked it up somewhere. This weapon would be incredibly lethal against zombies. Should he give it to him? Shirzwan pointed uncertainly at himself. The silence quickly broke when the surrounding people saw the weapon he received. Envious and jealous glances felt like knives scraping at his bones. Why? Shirzwan wanted to ask why, but Zheng Ge immediately grabbed the boxes and left before he could speak, not lingering or giving him a chance to ask. Soon, everyone had been given their supplies. Could you please open the door for us? Zheng Ge handed the boxes to Xiao Feng, then briefly spoke with the person in charge at the door. The familiar, burly men prepared to take their positions again, and the door slowly opened, revealing the long-awaited outside world. The group, which had been whispering and chatting just moments before, immediately fell silent, everyone staring nervously outside. They were about to officially set off. Hooray! Chapter 94. The moment the door opened, the nearby zombies, drawn by the smell, swarmed forward. At least 7 or 8 zombies were seen rushing towards the group. Fortunately, everyone present was used to this scene and quickly raised their weapons to meet them. Brother Zheng, standing at the very front of the group, was the first to react and charge forward. He held a half-meter-long steel pipe, its inner wall extremely thick, which made a dull thud when it struck a zombie's neck. But the zombie's body only swayed, pausing for half a second before baring its fangs and lunging at his head again. Seeing that the sharp teeth were about to pierce his neck muscles, Shirzwan was also startled. Unexpectedly, Brother Zheng remained calm, quickly crouching down on the spot, his thigh muscles tensing, twisting at an exaggerated angle, his entire body like a bowstring ready to be released. The zombie missed its target, its body jerking as it turned around, still trying to bite. But all of this was actually Zheng Ji's deliberate act. He used a crouching motion to move away from the zombie, and in the mere fraction of a second that the zombie used its sense of smell to refocus, he swiftly drew a curved knife from his waist with his left hand. Pressing his elbow against the zombie's shoulder blade, the knife cleanly sliced across the zombie's neck. Thump! The corpse crashed to the ground, dark blood flowing like a small stream. Zheng Ge remained standing, not even lowering his head. He seemed to notice Shizhuan's gaze fixed on him, sharply turning his head to catch Shizhuan's eyes before he could look away. A few drops of the zombie's black blood splattered on his face, combined with the corpse at his feet, made him look utterly terrifying. He himself seemed completely oblivious, instead smiling at Shizhuan with his charming eyes before immediately throwing himself into the fight against the zombies. Now Shizhuan was truly baffled as to what this man was up to. The two shouldn't have had any interaction before yesterday, so why was Brother Zheng's attitude towards him always so strange? Did you know him before? You see, it wasn't just him who felt this way, even Xiao had the same feeling. Shizhuan finally detected the sour jealousy in his tone, which must be the reason for the strangeness that had started that morning. But now they were outside, surrounded by several zombies, who were treating them like a ready-made buffet. He shook his head at Xiao, indicating that he didn't know what was going on either. We talk about it later. With that, he picked up his long knife and joined the fight against the zombies. Although it was unclear what Zheng Ji's motives were towards him, it had to be said that the longsword he gave Shizhuan was undoubtedly one of the best melee weapons in the base. Even without any prior training, as long as he aimed before the zombies got close, his ranged attacks were incredibly accurate. No wonder the people around him looked at him so strangely when Zheng Ge handed him the sword. Dude, that's really cool. Shizhuan swung the sword again, saving a young boy who was almost blown in the head by a zombie. The boy looked young, with dyed pink hair, the roots of which had already grown out in messy black. The sword grazed his ear and flew forward. The zombie fell beside him, just millimeters away from seeing the moon that night. He stumbled towards his savior, making no attempt to hide his admiration and praise. Brother Zheng never shared this knife before, he always kept it for himself. I never expected it to end up in your hands today. He chattered on and on, but Shizhuan felt a sudden, overwhelming shock. This was Brother Zheng's knife? He'd seen the man's movements with the steel pipe and curved knife so fluid and efficient, assuming that was his usual fighting style. It turned out he'd given him his most prized weapon. Let's go! Xiao finished off the last nearby zombie. Unable to clean the blood from his hands, he wiped it on a roadside stone. The group continued forward, but Shizhuan remained rooted to the spot, his gaze unfocused, his thoughts unreadable. A pink-haired kid next to them kept chattering away, oblivious to Shizhuan's complete lack of attention. He stepped forward, coldly interrupting Shizhuan's daze, grabbing him with his clean hand, and catching up with the team that had already moved ahead. Today we're searching a residential area 2 kilometers away. This is the first time our base has been there. This time we're only searching the storefronts outside the complex, Zheng, the team leader, explained briefly as he walked forward. 2 kilometers, not actually that far. No wonder they chose to walk instead of drive. Shizhuan only thought of that, but the pink-haired kid, who had just been rescued, and was now clinging to him, was much more excited. Seeing the puzzled looks on the faces of his benefactor and his friend, the pink-haired kid enthusiastically explained, "Before, we searched places that had already been searched nearby. All the food that was supposed to be taken was gone. When it was our turn, there was nothing left, causing many people to return to base empty-handed. But now there's a new rule. Failing to bring back food from fieldwork for 3 consecutive days will result in punishment, and many are counting on this fieldwork to save their lives." Just then, Brother Zheng led them to a new, unexplored area, meaning the chances of finding food would greatly increase. Look at that bald guy. The pink-haired guy pointed to the bald man next to Brother Zheng. This man was a head taller than Brother Zheng, but he was bowing his head close to him, looking subservient. This guy was in my group for the last 2 fieldworks, and I never seen him find any food. I don't know if he's just incredibly unlucky, or if he's just trying to slack off and mooch off Brother Zheng's relief supplies. He curled his lips speechlessly, seemingly disapproving of the bald man's actions. Shizhuan looked at him with some suspicion. "Did you meet your KPIs for the past 2 days?" To his surprise, the pink-haired guy shook his head frankly. No. His confidence was so strong that Shizhuan couldn't believe his ears. He assumed the pink-haired girl was only indifferent, because she had already met her KPIs, offering an outsider's perspective on the bald man. "Then you?" Shizhuan asked uncertainly. "Oh, as long as you can live, you can live. Don't force yourself to do what you can't." The pink-haired girl waved her hand, even trying to reassure Shirzwan and the others not to put too much pressure on themselves. Brother Zheng only said that if we can't find food for 3 consecutive days, we'd be punished. At worst, I'd be punished by not eating, and at worst, I'd be kicked out of the base. Although I feel very safe with so many people in the base, leaving doesn't mean I can't survive. After sharing his optimistic prediction, he proved to everyone that he wasn't just an optimistic idiot who always looked on the bright side. Everyone's suffering so much right now, maybe becoming a zombie isn't such a bad thing. Everyone, well, that's true complacency. If everyone who couldn't sleep due to anxiety and panic could absorb even 1% of the little pink-haired guy's attitude towards life, the stability of society would be greatly improved. 2 kilometers wasn't a long distance, but the little pink-haired guy's mouth never stopped the whole way. Shirzwan was curious how he produced so much saliva. He talked for almost half an hour and his mouth didn't seem dry. But because of this, they learned that the little pink-haired guy's surname was Wang, and before the zombie apocalypse, he was a student at a nearby vocational college. When the zombie outbreak occurred, he was carrying a bag of takeout garbage from the previous night downstairs, preparing to go to work at 8 a.m. Unexpectedly, just as he threw the bag into the trash can, someone came running towards him, shouting, as if some ferocious beast was following him. Although his grades weren't great, he spent his free time watching disaster movies of all kinds. When he saw the person chasing his classmate, its face contorted in a grotesque grimace, its running posture crooked and unsteady, its elbows and knees stiff as if they were made of cement, he immediately thought of the zombie apocalypse movie he recently watched. But those movies only featured the main characters. In many movies, even the main characters didn't survive, so what could a nobody like him possibly do? At that moment, he felt like a tentacle-covered worm was crawling through his brain, an itch followed by a stinging pain that made him instantly turn around and run back to his dorm without a second's delay. He scurried up to the 4th floor and locked his dorm room, leaving his 3 roommates still in bed. Hearing his frantic footsteps, one roommate woke up, groggily asking if he'd forgotten his books for class. The pink-haired guy was terrified, frantically locking the door, his hands and legs trembling like leaves. His roommates, unaware of the situation, were jolted awake by his behavior. They scrambled out of bed and opened the balcony door, only to find themselves in a living hell. The hallway was filled with noise. For the first few minutes, they could hear students running or talking, but later it was mostly screams and the howls of zombies. Their dorm had temporarily escaped disaster thanks to the pink-haired guy's quick thinking, but as the tension subsided, a much bigger problem loomed before them. They didn't have enough water and food. In the disaster movies and novels Xiao Pink-Hair had read, the protagonists were either brave and resourceful enough to rush to a nearby supermarket to stock up on food the moment a zombie outbreak occurred, or the author gave the protagonist a huge cheat code, allowing them to be reborn and travel back in time to prepare for the disaster. But he didn't fit either of those categories. Xiao Pink-Hair and his roommates racked their brains in their dorm room, but couldn't come up with a solution. Looking at the food that could barely fill half the table, Xiao Pink-Hair put his hand on the doorknob for the 10th time, unable to bring himself to step out of the safe zone. Perhaps it was from that moment that their dorm room was destined not to become the protagonist group that would defy the odds and break through the apocalypse. After much agonizing, none of the 4 dared to go out, so they decided to stay in their dorm room until they ran out of food. Maybe the zombie crisis wasn't that serious, and the government could control the situation within a week? But unexpectedly, a week passed, and peeking out from the edge of the balcony, they saw more and more zombies roaming the campus. Without internet signal, they couldn't receive any outside news, and their anxiety grew until all their food ran out. The pent-up negative emotions suddenly exploded. One roommate, unable to face reality, chose to jump from the building. The other 2 roommates mustered their courage and tried to go to the school supermarket to find food under the cover of darkness, but after locking their door, Little Pink waited for 2 days without them returning. What happened to them? Were they trapped in the supermarket, found a place with plenty of food and chose to stay, or were they mutated into zombies before reaching their destination? Little Pink didn't know, but the hunger in his stomach wasn't enough to sustain him through the night. In the end, he decided to take a gamble before dying and venture into the zombie-infested streets. Chapter 95. He was lucky. He ran into another dorm room as soon as he left, also out of food and preparing to search for supplies. Little Pink-Hair went with them to the school supermarket for some food, and then accompanied them to the parking lot to find their car. These students were locals, and seeing Little Pink-Hair had nowhere to go, they invited him to come home with them. But Little Pink-Hair was a grateful person. Although he had nothing to offer, not wanting to be a burden and disturb their journey home to find their families was a good deed. In the end, these kind students drove away from school, leaving little pink hair at a supermarket near the school. The supermarket had already been searched by people in the neighborhood. The shelves were empty. They left little pink hair enough food for 3 days, and then left. Later, he hid in the supermarket for 2 days, and happened to run into a field team from the base, who were scavenging for food nearby. Jung-gu took him in. "You barely escaped with your life. Why don't you cherish it?" Shirzwan asked him curiously. After listening to his recounting of his experiences after the zombie outbreak, Shirzwan even felt that the goddess Nuwa must have given this guy an extra lucky buff when he was introduced. If any one of those elements had been missing, they wouldn't have met the little pink-haired guy today. But the little pink-haired guy scratched his head, remaining nonchalant. "I'm so weak, surviving this long is just good luck, but luck always runs out. I die sooner or later, anyway." Having said that, he seemed to think he had uttered something extremely philosophical, proudly raising his head slightly. "Alright. We're here. Today's search area starts from the fruit shop here, and goes all the way to the real estate center at the end of this road. Remember, don't turn left or right after you reach the end." Before they knew it, they had finished their 2-kilometer hike. Brother Jung, leading the way, cleared away 2 zombies that pounced on them. He clapped his hands lightly to attract everyone's attention, gave a few brief instructions, and then dismissed them to search for food in different directions. "Hey, let's hurry up." Seeing the group scatter like birds, little pink hair immediately became anxious, grabbing Shirzwan's wrist and rushing towards the small supermarket. Besides him, most of the group's first target was also the only small supermarket on this road. Even Jiangxi couldn't help but smile. "Little pink hair, weren't you supposed to be indifferent to life and death? Why are you working so hard now?" This logic was completely different from what he had just described. Faced with her teasing, the pink-haired girl insisted on defending herself. "I'm doing this for your own good. Look at you 3 newbies, so slow. You won't be able to grab anything, and you might get kicked out of the base. She's actually quite nice." The 3 of them smiled, as they saw the slight blush creeping up his neck. Arriving at the supermarket entrance, seeing so many heads crammed into the narrow doorway, they now understood why the pink-haired girl was in such a hurry. The field team only had 25 people in total, and even with Brother Zheng, that made 26. Now, at least half of them were crammed into this small space of less than 100 square meters. But as soon as they entered, the appearance of the supermarket was bound to disappoint everyone present. Aside from a few rotten vegetable leaves remaining in the neatly arranged plastic crates, the upright shelves were almost entirely empty. A few scattered small packages of snacks lay on the floor, but by the time they were noticed, they were quickly picked up and stuffed into pockets by quick-witted individuals. "Damn it, what a son of a bitch!" A foul curse suddenly rang out from nearby. Shirzwan looked up and saw the bald man who had been sticking close to Brother Zheng earlier arguing with a middle-aged man. After only a second of observation, they understood the cause of the dispute. It seemed the bald man couldn't outscratch the snacks, and was now trying to steal them. He snatched a small bag of jelly from the middle-aged man's arms, and kicked him in the stomach. His strength was immense, the man he kicked had no time to resist, and his back slammed heavily against the shelf behind him. Several people nearby heard the commotion and tried to intervene, but upon seeing that the troublemaker was a bald man, they stopped their attempts to help. Some even turned and left, seemingly wanting nothing more than to avoid getting involved. The bald man glanced down at what he had just snatched, a small bag of jelly with only 5 pieces inside. Normally, he wouldn't even bother looking at something like this, yet he had to snatch it from someone else. However, he glared fiercely at the middle-aged man groaning and leaning against the shelf. What the hell? Trying to get there before him, he swaggered away, completely unconcerned about the man he had kicked. Shirzwan's gaze quickly swept across the supermarket. Brother Zheng isn't here. That idiot always does this, always taking advantage of Brother Zheng's absence to snatch things from others, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, the pink-haired boy said indignantly. He always saw the bald man stealing other people's things. At first, he tried to stop him, but the difference in strength was too great, and he was knocked down by the bald man in one move. Later, he could only watch helplessly as the boy bullied others. He does it on purpose when Brother Zheng isn't here. If Brother Zheng were here, he definitely wouldn't let him bully people like this. Seeing the pink-haired boy's wide eyes and clenched teeth, Shirzwan found it amusing. He raised his hand to rub the boy's pink hair, but it was stopped halfway by a hand that suddenly appeared from the side. It was Xiao again. Shirzwan, enough already, this character should probably end soon. On the other side, The middle-aged man who had been kicked and crashed into the shelf staggered as he tried to get up from the ground. But when he got up, he braced himself against an empty shelf, momentarily losing his balance, and almost caused the entire shelf to wobble and collapse. Jiangxi reacted quickly, rushing forward to support him. Shirzwan and Xiao jogged over and braced themselves against the shelf to prevent it from falling further. The middle-aged man regained his footing, the spot on his stomach still throbbing with pain. He coughed twice and thanked them. "Thank you." Shirzwan shook his head. They hadn't even reacted to help when the bald man kicked him. They didn't deserve such thanks. "Uncle, are you alright? Should I go tell Brother Zheng to let you rest?" Jiangxi only released his arm after the man regained his balance. Yeah. That bald guy always picks on people when Brother Zheng isn't around. This time, let's go straight to Brother Zheng, and he never dared to bully anyone again." The pink-haired girl waved her fists, as if she was about to rush out of the supermarket. But the middle-aged man involved remained calm and expressionless, his deep brown eyes fixed on the pink-haired girl until all her bravado vanished, before slowly speaking, "No, that's not true." "Why?" the pink-haired girl asked, puzzled. The middle-aged man sighed. "Guess why it's such a coincidence. Every time that bald guy makes a move, that guy surnamed Zheng isn't there." A sarcastic smile lingered in his eyes. Leaving behind this sentence, without waiting for any reply, he turned and left the aisle to continue looking for food, leaving the pink-haired girl completely bewildered. "What does he mean?" the pink-haired girl asked, utterly confused. It's normal that she didn't understand the middle-aged man's words. After all, she was still a student who hadn't yet entered the workforce. Shirzwan was quick this time, finally managing to ruffle the fluffy, soft pink hair. Ignoring the jealous look in his eyes, he spoke gently, his voice almost coaxing. "Don't worry about this anymore. Hurry up and find something to eat. If you go back empty-handed again, even if your brother Zheng is amazing, he can't guarantee your safety." He glanced around. Everyone else was busy, their feet never stopping, while this group, seemed to be chatting idly. "I'm off then. Good luck to you guys too." With that, the little pink-haired girl skipped away. After he left, only the three of them remained in the shadows of the shelf. Jiangxi leaned against the other shelf, arms crossed, legs idly crossed. This brother Zheng seems kind, but he's actually too lazy to deal with disputes within the team. No matter who gets the food, the amount he ends up with won't change. As long as it doesn't escalate to the point where the entire operation can't proceed, he simply ignores it. She spoke softly, revealing what the middle-aged man hadn't said. "This brother Zheng." Shirzwan frowned, unsure how to define this person. Every action from beginning to end had been unexpected, especially giving him his personal weapon. Shirzwan's fingertips traced the long knife in his hand. The hilt was wrapped with impermeable soft tape, so it didn't feel rough to the touch. "He seems to be paying a lot of attention to you." Suddenly Xiao, who had been silent all along, spoke up. Instantly, even the air was filled with a pungent smell of jealousy. Jiangxi, being pragmatic, didn't want to get involved in their emotional entanglement. After saying goodbye, he went to find food at another shop. This time, Xiao made no attempt to hide his feelings. His dark eyes stared intently into Shirzwan's eyes, a dark, brooding intensity seemingly hidden within them. "Yesterday at noon, you let us go when we bumped into each other at the factory gate, and today you even gave me your weapon," Xiao said, shaking the fruit knife in his hand. This brother Zheng was quite biased. He gave Shirzwan a nearly meter-long sword, practically invincible in ranged combat. Furthermore, it minimized the chance of zombies getting close enough to injure the wielder, reducing Shirzwan's chances of being hurt by zombies to a minimum. But Xiao only received a short fruit knife. Every fight with a zombie required extreme caution. A moment's carelessness and those sharp claws would be on his head. Even Jiangxi only received a thin steel rod. It was as if the differential treatment was blatantly obvious. Shirzwan shook his head, "But I never seen him before. Why was Brother Zheng so interested in him, when they were complete strangers? It can't be that he fell in love with me at first sight," Shirzwan said half-jokingly, but as soon as he looked up, he met Xiao's eyes, which were filled with suppressed emotions. I was just kidding. I have nothing to do with him. How could he fall in love with me at first sight? Ha ha, impossible, impossible. Who said it's impossible?" A third person suddenly squeezed into the small space that had only housed two people. Chapter 96. Shirzwan and Xiao turned their heads sharply, facing Zheng Ge, who was leisurely leaning against the shelf, carrying a steel rod. The steel rod hung at his side, covered in black and red grime. Even the tips of his black combat boots looked like they had been soaked in blood, gleaming red. The bag fixed to his back seemed to contain something new. It had looked light before, but now hung heavily at his waist. He leaned against the shelf, showing no embarrassment at having overheard Shirzwan and Xia Ao's conversation. This was also the first time Shirzwan truly had a chance to seriously observe this man's face. Although everyone called him Zhengge, he didn't look very old, probably only in his early 30s. Especially his beautiful almond-shaped eyes, and the eye bags that automatically appeared when he smiled, making his face appear even more delicate and youthful. If it weren't for the stubble on his chin, at first glance, he would only look like a college student in his early 20s, the kind of age who could be buddies with that pink-haired girl. He had just done something outside. Not only were his steel rod and boots splattered, but his dark blue windbreaker, exposed skin, and even his face were covered in blood and disgusting yellowish-white liquid. In the dimly lit room, in the narrow space between two rows of shelves, combined with his pale skin and alluring peach blossom eyes, it looked like something out of a horror movie, incredibly oppressive. You? Shirzwan had just opened his mouth, about to take a step forward, when Xia Ao grabbed his arm and pulled him back to his spot. The person pulling him took a step forward, half their body blocking his way, adopting a protective stance. What exactly do you want? Xia Ao was too lazy to repeat meaningless platitudes, like when did you get here? Or how much of that conversation did you hear? He went straight to the point, hoping Brother Zheng would explain his strange behavior. Brother Zheng was still leaning against the shelf. He first saw Xia Ao's intimate actions, grabbing Shirzwan's wrist and pulling him behind him, while the other party showed no discomfort or struggle. What he considered inappropriate behavior seemed perfectly natural between the two, as if their intimacy was simply expected. Before he could even say anything, this man preemptively questioned him on behalf of Shirzwan. Brother Zheng couldn't help but smirk, his tone dripping with sarcasm. What? You even have to be wary of someone falling in love at first sight? Who do you think you are, meddling so much? He looked at Xia Ao provocatively as he spoke. The raised eyebrow ignited Xia Ao's anger. So Shirzwan was staring at his eyes the whole time? They weren't even that good-looking, terribly ugly. He grabbed Shirzwan's hand and flung it in the air. We're a couple. Why should I let you interfere? Some people don't live by the sea, but they meddle more than the ocean itself. Maybe he was a pig in his past life, locked up in a pigsty every day, and now he's been reincarnated as a human to take revenge on human society. Since dating Xia Ao, this guy had been so well-behaved for so long, he almost forgotten about his sharp-tongued personality. Shirzwan's hand was being held, but his thoughts had already drifted away. To be honest, as long as that sharp tongue wasn't directed at him, it actually sounded quite pleasant. He admitted it? Who knows if it's just your one-woman show, fantasizing about a relationship between you two? Are you so starved for love that you're paranoid? Did I fabricate this whole story just to hurt you, a single dog? Xia Ao laughed in exasperation. Is your next step to sue animal rights activists for dog abuse? That's awful. And the argument between the two grew louder and louder. Although most people in the small supermarket left after not finding any food, a few stubborn individuals were still searching in the nooks and crannies. If these people heard him, Shirzwan would probably lose all face. So he quickly spoke up, squeezing the large hand pressed against his own, signaling Xia Ao to stop. He is indeed my boyfriend. If he's trying to pursue me, then forget it. Zhengge, you guys. Shirzwan, thinking he had prevented a morally reprehensible extramarital affair, looked at Zhengge seriously after speaking. Seeing his distressed expression, he comforted him. Don't be sad. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why hang yourself on this one tree? Oh, by the way, here's your knife back. If it was because of a secret crush that he was being given preferential treatment, then he didn't need it. Shirzwan took the long knife from his waist, saying he would return it to its rightful owner in the next second. Zhengge, shocked. Oh, don't worry, we won't leak this out. Your authority in the base won't be affected in any way. Shirzwan assured him, noticing that Xia Ao beside him didn't react, and even tugged at the man's arm. Xia Ao was in a great mood when Shirzwan introduced her as his boyfriend for the first time. She raised her head slightly and nodded twice, agreeing not to hold a grudge against Brother Zheng. But in Zheng Ji's eyes, it was nothing short of petty behavior. A smug little thing. Ugh. Disgusting. It was just a joke, but Xia Ao's reaction suddenly stirred up his wicked sense of humor. Oh, you two are actually together? I never would have guessed. But it's alright, I don't mind. He took a step forward and grabbed Shirzwan's hand. Ah sure, I don't mind you dating someone else right now. I can wait for you. While displaying his deep affection, he even took a jab at Xia Ao. Look at him, He looks like he'd be very popular in the gay community. People like that are always womanizing. Would someone like that be popular in the gay community? Shirzwan looked at Xiao uncertainly. Thick, large eyes, a high nose bridge, and sexy thin lips, indeed very handsome. Wait. They had deliberately used fake names when registering on the list. As complete strangers, the only way Zhengge could learn his name was through this method. He should have called him Shir. Would two such different tones be easily confused? He wasn't like Xiao, a recent returnee from abroad. He couldn't have just made up a random excuse and stumbled upon it by sheer luck, could he? If none of these were the case, then how did he know his real name? Xiao instantly realized the loophole in the word person and cautiously stepped back, pulling Shirzwan around the waist. But for some reason, seeing their actions, Zhengge also realized he had let something slip. He burst into laughter, ignoring everyone else in the small supermarket. You're exactly as your father described you. Smart, rebellious, highly vigilant, but very soft-hearted. Footsteps approached. Shirzwan was already in a daze when he heard his father appear. Zhengge, seeing his blank stare, didn't waste any more time on small talk. He took off his bag, pulled out 2 packs of biscuits and a bottle of water, and handed them to Shirzwan. These are what you just found. Remember, it's for one person. He then gave Xiao a meaningful glare, the message clear. Don't get involved, find it yourself. Of course, Xiao wasn't interested in his handouts, crossing his arms and looking down at Zhengge. The sparks between them were about to ignite. Fortunately, someone walked by the shelf at that moment, and Zhengge, feeling it inconvenient to stay any longer, gave a few words in a normal tone, as if speaking to everyone else, and left. The passerby, curious, intended to squeeze in and strike up a conversation with Shirzwan and Xiao, but before he could even reach the narrow gap between the shelves, he was stopped by Brother Zheng. From a distance, it sounded like he was being questioned about his half-hour haul in the small supermarket. Taking this opportunity, Shirzwan quickly pulled Xiao away from the other end. For the rest of the time, they obediently followed the group, searching for food. Although Brother Zheng had given Shirzwan some extra food, he wasn't so pathetic as to consider such a small amount of supplies as his achievement for the day. The amount of food they found, calculated according to the base's food distribution method, was enough for more than 20 people to have a meal. Just before the rendezvous time, they didn't forget to rummage through the small supermarket's warehouse for 4 small blankets, hoping they wouldn't be confiscated upon returning to base. Along the way, searching each shop, they killed quite a few zombies, and during this time, they truly understood why Xiao Tian and his team revered Zheng as a god of field operations. The 3 of them had fought their way through since the zombie outbreak, dealing with hundreds of zombies. However, they could only barely handle the highly unpredictable nature of outdoor zombies, nearly getting clawed several times. But Zheng was like a tireless machine, programmed with a specific combat sequence. Whenever a teammate was in danger, they would shout, and he would instantly rush over and kill any zombies that suddenly appeared. His combat prowess was incredible. Shirzwan sheathed his cheating long sword, utterly amazed. At 9:30, Zheng blew his whistle to gather everyone. Perhaps because all the nearby zombies had been killed, they didn't see a single zombie during their assembly. The entire street was deserted. Zheng stood at the front of the group, his stench of blood even more intense. His down jacket was soaked in foul-smelling blood. He seemed unable to bear the stench himself, so he simply took off his jacket and tossed it aside. Line up. Everyone's had a hard day. Hope you all found food in this new place, he asked. Someone in the audience, empty-handed and resentful, was about to speak, but was interrupted a second later by the bald man in the front row. Got it. Got it. Thanks to Brother Zheng for finding this new place. I packed a whole backpack full. He even took off his backpack to show Brother Zheng. His entire bag was bulging, looking almost as big as Shirzwan's backpack, which contained 4 blankets. Everyone present knew that he hadn't found all this stuff himself. There were faint rustling sounds from below, but they were either scared away by the bald man's fierce glare or interrupted by Brother Zheng's words. Since that's the case, let's head back. This spot is far. It should take about half an hour to walk back. He remained smiling, seemingly oblivious to the strange looks from the crowd below. Those whose things had been stolen by the bald man were seething with resentment, but had nowhere to vent. But Brother Zheng had already turned his back and led the group back. Thinking it wouldn't waste everyone's time, he hesitated, then swallowed back his words. Shirzwan and his 2 companions walked at the very back of the group, deliberately slowing their pace as everyone else moved forward, whispering among themselves. What's going on with Brother Zheng? Jiangxi had just learned from them that Brother Zheng had approached them after she left the small supermarket. Brother Zheng's attitude toward Shirzwan was incredibly strange. If it really was a crush, she had never seen anyone handle a crush like this in her life, and most importantly, it didn't make sense. The person in question, however, kept his head down, lost in thought. Chapter 97. What's wrong? Xiao asked worriedly, leaning closer to inquire about his situation. I don't know. I suspect he might be someone my father hired. Shirzwan himself wasn't sure. He first shook his head in confusion, then froze. The key was that Zheng Ge had mentioned at the supermarket that he looked exactly like his father. How had he communicated with his father? Also, how did this person recognize him? The name on the list was fake, and he didn't look like his father at all. Everyone who had seen his mother said he resembled her more. Let's talk to him after our field mission today, Xiao suggested, noticing his deep concern. Okay. Back at the base, Qin Yujia and Xiaofeng came out with a basket to retrieve their weapons as soon as they entered. Seeing that everyone in the team was present and the trio had returned unharmed, Qin Yujia suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Zheng, probably exhausted as well, brought out a chair from inside, drinking water while watching them. This round of fieldwork was over, and after less than an hour's rest, he had to lead another team out again. The workload was terrifying. The follow-up work back at base naturally fell to Xiaofeng and Qin Yujia. After putting away their weapons, the two of them each brought out an empty box and a notebook from the security room. It was time to start tallying the food they had found that morning. The rustling sound suddenly stopped, plunging into an eerie silence. Everyone was tense. Xiaofeng carried the box from behind, while Qin Yujia recorded the contents of everyone's possessions in the notebook. The line was neatly arranged. Qin Yujia went around to the very front and started. The first person was the bald man. Let me tell you, I found the most stuff on this mission. You better write that down. The bald man patted his bulging bag forcefully. The plastic bags inside rattled together. He was extremely smug. He put the heavy backpack on the ground, readily unzipped it, and prepared to take things out one by one. Cookies, ate treasure porridge, chocolate. He pulled out a pile of things, including 13 bags of a certain brand of sandwich cookies alone. I found more by myself than the entire team found this morning combined. I deserve some reward, right? The bald man emptied his backpack, squatted down, and stared at Qin Yujia with a menacing glint in his eyes. No wonder he was stealing other people's food. He was waiting here. Qin Yujia was registering the food in her notebook, but the bald man's rapid-fire, menu-like pronouncements were clearly causing her a lot of trouble. She practically lost her grip on the pen before she finished. Staring at her like that, her heart tightened. There's no rule saying the person who finds the most food gets a reward. Pa! To her surprise, the bald man suddenly spewed out a spittle, walking straight towards Qin Yujia. You idiot! You think you can kick someone out of the base if they don't find food in 3 days? I brought back so much stuff. Either I take half, or you cancel this punishment. As he spoke, he seemed about to throw a punch at Qin Yujia's face. Ah! Stop! Just a second before the hard fist landed on her face, Shirzwan rushed forward, his hand outstretched, blocking the fist. Where did you come from here? The bald man was all muscle. Before the apocalypse, his profession was unknown, but he was quite adept at threatening people and causing trouble. When he swung his fist at Qin Yujia, he only used half his strength. After all, she was a delicate pregnant woman, and he didn't need to exert so much force. He just didn't expect this young punk to appear out of nowhere and suddenly catch his fist. And he was quite strong. Even half his strength would have been enough to give an ordinary adult man a run for his money. Unexpectedly, this person not only caught it, but even managed to forcefully shake his arm away. Hey, where did you come from? What, while I'm being chased by zombies, you still have time to find a lover in the base? The bald man's previous sentence was directed at Qin Yujia. Little brother, this woman's pregnant so much. Can you still have fun? Being called a brother by this bald man was already disgusting enough, but his malicious speculation was even more nauseating. Some people talk about garbage dumps, but have no morals whatsoever. They open the garbage can lid to everyone they meet. Having spent so much time with Xiao, Shirzwan hadn't expected his ability to curse without using profanity to improve day by day. What, you think you're yours just because you snatched someone else's stuff and put it in your own trash heap? You? Before they arrived, the bald man had already established his dominance in the base. Coupled with his constant display of closeness with Brother Zheng, others dared not speak out even when their belongings were stolen. Furthermore, even if they didn't find anything during fieldwork, Brother Zheng's protection ensured nothing would happen. This was the first time The bald man had been humiliated in front of so many people. He racked his brains, trying to come up with something even more disgusting, but his barren brain couldn't produce a single word besides those meaningless phrases. Since he couldn't win through verbal abuse, he had no choice but to fight. This pretty boy was definitely no match for him. The bald man's face flushed red, veins bulging on the back of his hand, intending to launch a sneak attack while Scherzwan was out of sight. But before he could even swing his arm, his wrist was gripped by a tremendous force. He turned his head, and the person holding him was another pretty boy wearing glasses. But the strength gripping his wrist was completely opposite to the unyielding force of this face. You guys? What's all the noise about? A leisurely voice broke the tense atmosphere. Brother Zheng. It turned out to be the guy surnamed Zheng. The bald man, as if suddenly grasping at a straw, excitedly looked in the direction of the newcomer. These idiots can't find their things, and are trying to pin the blame on me. You have to stand up for me. Scherzwan, A face like that pretending to be weak is truly disgusting. The bald man thought Brother Zheng was there to uphold justice for him, completely disregarding the feelings of everyone else present. He knelt on the ground in a second, pleading his case to Brother Zheng. These people probably stole things from others, and are trying to shift the blame onto me. Bullshit! You clearly stole other people's things and kept them for yourself. I saw it all. The pink-haired girl, who had been hiding behind, saw the bald man about to successfully shift the blame onto his new friend. I never seen such a shameless person. Yeah. He's the one who took it? He's already taken credit, and now he's trying to shift the blame. He's disgusting. As soon as one person spoke, the other's resentment towards the bald man gradually poured out. The commotion almost turned the base's main entrance into a marketplace. The bald man hadn't expected these cowards to have the guts to gang up on him, and a vein bulged on his temple. You idiots, watch out, or I get Brother Zheng to kick you all out of the base. He'd been able to stay in the field team for so long entirely thanks to Brother Zheng's cold treatment, which indirectly built up his public image. Hearing him use Brother Zheng as a shield again, the anger of those present intensified. Some even threatened to take the matter to Matilda, and kick both the bald man and Brother Zheng out of the base. Ahem, when did I become your subordinate? Seeing that he was about to be expelled from the base, Brother Zheng finally spoke up. His tone was chilling, almost icy. But that was only how the bald man perceived it. He thought that by approaching Brother Zheng so many times without refusing, he had tacitly allowed him to cultivate this relationship. Why was he undermining him now? His eyes were filled with disbelief. Brother Zheng, Brother Zheng raised his right hand, making a silencing gesture in front of his mouth. The base's rules have been revised. I was punished for protecting all of you before, so from today onwards, I will no longer favor anyone. He then grabbed Scherzwan's hand and glanced at his watch. My time is tight. I don't have time to play detective games with you. As for what exactly happened, who stole whose food, I will leave that entirely to my friend. He grabbed Scherzwan's hand and waved to everyone present. I hope you will all cooperate with him and sort these things out before I get back. His beautiful peach blossom eyes narrowed into slits as he spoke, yet a threatening aura still emanated from them. It was as if he were warning everyone that if they dared not cooperate with Scherzwan, they would be going against him personally. Only the sound of silent breathing filled the room. Only Scherzwan, his hand gripped tightly, was in a daze. Who's here? Him? Was the person Brother Zheng was pointing at him? The circle around his wrist felt as hot as a branding iron. Before he could break free, another gaze swept over him. Xiao was staring intently at the two of them. His gaze was even more scorching than the temperature on his wrist. Alright, I'm leaving now. Good luck. Whether it was Xiao's staring tactic working or not, Brother Zheng actually released his grip. However, his next action was even more unexpected. He leaned down and whispered in Scherzwan's ear at an extremely close distance. So close that a tiny breeze between their lips ruffled the stray hairs beside Scherzwan's ear, tickling him. A slight tickle ran down his cheek. Go for it, baby. Though whispered, the words were loud enough for the bald man and Xiao, who were closest to them, to hear clearly. The bald man turned pale upon hearing this, stunned, forgetting even the last vestige of reason that might have formed in his mind. Xiao, on the other hand, felt provoked. Why get so close when you're supposed to be talking? He didn't even realize that his nails were digging into his palms, his fierce gaze almost tearing his prey apart. Zheng, seeing his provocation succeed, felt a surge of accomplishment, no longer caring about Scherzwan's life or death. The task had been completed, he just needed to finish the next shift and find out the results. He never shied away from causing trouble, enthusiastically bidding farewell to Scherzwan before turning to gather the next team. His departing figure alone revealed his immense joy. Shirzwan, Chapter 98. Brother Zheng simply packed up and left, leaving Shirzwan with a mess that was practically a hot potato. The things he had to deal with were already giving him a headache, and before leaving, this guy had deliberately provoked Xiao, making his already difficult situation even worse. Fortunately, before he made that outrageous move, he and Xiao had already guessed that his actions weren't really about being interested in him. Otherwise, dealing with him alone wouldn't have been enough. Shirzwan would have also had to distract himself from appeasing Xiao. After Brother Zheng left, the field team started making noise again. Even the personnel, who had been guarding their concealed positions, gradually gathered around to join in the fun. Xiao Feng stood to the side with an empty box. There were so many things scattered on the ground, he didn't know whether to pick them up or not. You should know whether you found these things yourself or not. So many people saw it. Xiao's grip on his hand was still there, the force causing the bald man to drop the bag he was holding back to the ground. You guys. The bald man hadn't expected things to escalate like this. Especially the last thing Brother Zheng said before leaving. What did that mean? His eyes were fixed on Shirzwan. What exactly is the relationship between this pretty boy and Brother Zheng? You bald bastard. I advise you to honestly return everything you stole to everyone. The reason everyone tolerated you before was because of your good relationship with Brother Zheng. Now it seems you were the only one trying to curry favor. He almost forgot the pink-haired girl had just led the protest against the bald man, standing very close. That joke the guy surnamed Zheng made earlier had definitely stuck in his head. He winked at Shirzwan, as if to say that he'd take care of the matter. Brother Zheng is willing to give power to Brother Shir. That's what you call a good relationship. A one-man show only shows your shamelessness. Shirzwan, his vision went black. Just when he couldn't see his future, Jiangxi actually squeezed through the crowd again. Hey, when did you and that Zheng guy get so close? Enough already? Shirzwan's eyes threatened. Jiangxi coughed twice, ending the joke. Let's get this over with quickly. We don't know how things are going with Song Zichu. She whispered in Shirzwan's ear, urging him. She almost forgotten about that guy. Shirzwan stepped forward and grabbed the bald man by the collar. He tried to struggle, but Xiao held his wrist tightly, unable to break free. Slap. The bald man had just started his insults, when he was struck hard before he could finish his first sentence. His cheek swelled up visibly, his head was slapped to the side, and the buzzing sound of the impact still lingered in his ear. If you're going to be rude, learn to keep your mouth shut. I hate it when people say that. Shirzwan's voice was icy. Everyone's busy, we don't have time to waste here with you. All the food here today is to be returned to its rightful owner. Don't you dare steal anything from others again. Otherwise, your fate won't be as simple as being kicked out of the base. The last sentence was a blatant threat. The bald man was already surrounded by a group of people, all their eyes fixed on him like blades. Frankly, it wasn't a pleasant feeling. No one would feel a shred of pity for him. His current state was merely the culmination of all his previous misdeeds. The bald man lowered his head helplessly. Shirzwan didn't wait for his reaction, but instead ordered everyone to claim their stolen food from the pile on the ground. The bald man was still being held down, forced to watch helplessly as the food in front of him dwindled until Brother Zheng led the noon field team to the gate. By then, there wasn't a single item left on the ground. Of all that food, not a single piece was what he had found himself. I won't let you get away with this. The bald man glared at Shirzwan, his eyes bloodshot. At first, he tried to use his fierce gaze to stop the crowd from taking the food from him, but after one or two people succeeded, the others, seeing he was no longer a threat, became even bolder. Some even picked up their spoils, stood up, and deliberately spat in his face. It was utterly humiliating. Brother Zheng hadn't expected them to handle things so quickly. He'd been thinking of putting an end to the matter before he left, but upon arriving, he heard this. Oh, so you're still thinking about revenge? He held the long knife Shirzwan had used that morning. The bloodstains had been wiped dry, but the lingering stench of blood was unmistakable. He slapped the bald man's cheek with the tip of the knife in utter insult. Behave yourself, wait for me to come back, and maybe I spare your life. With that, he stood up. Everyone, now that this matter is settled, please register and go back to rest. Satisfied, the group dispersed with their spoils, leaving only a few of them with the bald man. Brother Zheng gave them a final instruction. Please take him back to the dormitory. Ask the receptionist to put him in the solitary confinement room. I deal with the rest when I get back. Shirzwan nodded. He was now acting like a great benefactor. Brother Zheng's last task for them was to put the bald man in the solitary confinement room. Shirzwan had only mentioned it briefly, and received the right to skip the line and register early for free. He was incredibly powerful. After registration, he helped Xiao escort the bald man towards the dormitory area, carrying his backpack which was now only covered by a blanket. The receptionist, having likely been at the base for a long time, was quite experienced. She reacted quickly when she saw them escorting the man through the gate. Before Shirzwan could speak, she immediately pulled a key from a drawer and led the way. The solitary confinement room was actually just an empty, dusty little room. There were no windows. Once the door closed, it was pitch black. The bald man tried to struggle, but he was no match for Xiao's strength. He stumbled and was locked inside. Bang bang bang. Let me out. Sigh, another afternoon of arguing. The aunt took the key back and put it in her pocket. Xiao stretched her wrists, which had become stiff from all the time. Do people often lock up in this room? The aunt thought for a moment. More often when the base was first established, but it's been much less recent. What happens to the people locked up here? Jiangxi continued to ask. I don't know, but Xiaosheng always takes them away. They were probably kicked out of the base. I haven't seen those people since. The three quickly exchanged glances, greeted the aunt, and said they were going back to their rooms. The people who were taken away might not have been expelled from the base. I suspect. I know, let's talk about it when we get back. Xiao interrupted Shirzwan's speculation. They were on the stairs, and it wasn't safe to discuss this. Unexpectedly, they bumped into Song Zichu and Xiao Tian, who had just finished distributing food, as they reached the second floor. Hey brothers, you're back. After spending more than a day together, she no longer felt the same timidity she had when she first met Shirzwan and the others. Song Zichu lagged behind her, and the two were preparing to carry the empty cart up the stairs. Upon seeing that the people who came were his companions, his empty eyes immediately lit up with a bright light. Brother Xiao, could you help me? I need to go to the restroom. He seemed to be in excruciating pain, barely able to hold on, but halfway through his sentence, he remembered he had to pretend to be fine in front of Xiao Tian. He stamped his feet anxiously, as if he couldn't hold on for even a second longer. Jiangxi's first reaction to his miserable state wasn't pity, but rather amusement. My bad. She stepped forward to Song Zichu's side, taking his place and lifting the trolley. I do it. The two girls carried the trolley down, and Song Zichu followed the two who had just returned from fieldwork back to the dormitory. As soon as he entered, his legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground, but luckily Xiao caught him. If you really can't hold on any longer, just say so, and we think of something. Song Zichu was helped to a chair, clutching his stomach as he finally felt a little better. He immediately waved his hand. No need, I'm fine like this. By the way, how's it going on your end? Any new developments? Shirzwan opened his backpack and pulled out 4 blankets, tossing them into Song Zichu's hands. This isn't all? Song Zichu asked incredulously. How could that be? Shirzwan shook his finger. Do you think your brother is the kind of person who would boast about getting even the smallest thing? He was being too cheap. The blankets were just a bonus. The most important thing was the intelligence he gathered from a field mission today. Shirzwan recounted his encounter with Brother Zheng that day, connecting him to the stranger who had let him and Xiao escape at the factory gate yesterday. Song Zichu's brain overloaded. He almost mistook it for Brother Zheng actually being interested in Shirzwan, chasing after him despite Xiao's death glare. Although he didn't advocate such behavior, he was still willing to support someone with that kind of audacity. Before he could finish expressing his opinion, Xiao's fist landed on his head. It forcefully silenced his unspoken words. Just then, the dormitory door was pushed open. Jiangxi, what had this idiot done to provoke someone now? She opened the door to see this filial piety scene, her hand still on the doorknob, and couldn't help but sigh. Excuse me. Xiao Tian appeared from behind her. Shirzwan had also been watching the drama unfold for a while. Seeing the two return, he quickly made way. They thought Xiao Tian was there to discuss some work-related matters, but she hadn't expected to bring them such juicy gossip. However, they already knew this juicy gossip not long ago. Do you remember Xiao Jiabao? Shirzwan couldn't immediately match the name with any face. It's that little-eyed guy, Xiao Tian prompted. Now everyone remembered. Yesterday, when Xiao and Shirzwan sneaked into the factory to spy, they witnessed the little-eyed guy die at Ansel's hands. Sure enough, this was the very thing Xiao Tian had come to gossip about. This morning when I went to collect today's food, Miss Matilda gave me a new list, saying there had been changes in the base's personnel. At first, I didn't pay much attention, since people coming and going is normal, until I got to Xiao Jiabao's dorm and realized he wasn't there. Because Xiao Tian was often bullied by the little-eyed guy, she was mentally prepared as usual when she got to his dorm, but the usual insults didn't fall on her. Chapter 99. Their dorm originally housed 3 people, but today when I opened the door, only one was inside. At this point, Song Zichu finally remembered which dorm it was from this morning. No wonder Xiao Tian's expression was so strange after opening the door. What did they say back then? The only remaining man in the dorm, upon seeing the two of them, looked visibly panicked, trembling as he asked Xiao Tian if he had seen Xiao Jiabao and his other roommate. The two were assigned to the same group for fieldwork at noon, but they never returned. It seems Ansel didn't handle the aftermath properly to others. The 25 people who went out for fieldwork yesterday noon seemed to have vanished into thin air. Then I secretly looked through the list of those who went out for fieldwork yesterday noon, and compared it with the old and new lists Miss Matilda gave me. I found that all the fieldwork personnel from yesterday noon had been removed from the list. This was inevitable. After all, no one survived, so there was no need for them to occupy a place on the list. Xiao Tian was astonished by her discovery, but for some reason, no one else reacted with surprise after she finished speaking. Just as she was feeling bewildered, Xia Ao asked, "Did large groups of people suddenly disappear from the base frequently before?" Xiao Tian found an empty stool, sat down, rested her chin on her hand, and searched her memory. It seems like it happened about 2 weeks ago. I hadn't come to the base yet at the time. My roommate told me about it. Her boyfriend was assigned to a field mission, but he didn't return for a long time. She didn't receive news until the next day that the team had encountered a large group of zombies and been wiped out. Could this major change in the roster be because of this? If so, while someone like Xiao Jiabao certainly deserved to die, there were still quite a few people among the 25 who were usually very friendly to her. Xiao Tian lowered her eyes, looking very upset. If this was also due to a zombie attack that led to the total annihilation, seeing her dejected look, Shirzwan didn't tell Xiao Tian what they had witnessed yesterday. Regardless of what explanation Matilda or Li Wansheng might give later, this matter could only be kept to themselves for the time being. If they rashly revealed the matter, it could very well cause chaos in the base. Those who were completely unaware of the situation couldn't be allowed to die needlessly because of this. By the way, speaking of your roommate, is she feeling better? Jiangxi remembered that Xiao Tian had mentioned last time that her roommate, who was also her former work partner, had to stop working due to worsening injuries, which allowed Song Zichu to get a more relaxed job. Since it was a convenient topic, he might as well use her to change the subject. You mean her? I don't really know much about her. So that's it? She mentioned her female roommate was taken to the infirmary. They're such good friends. How come she hasn't even visited her once? Xiao Tian noticed the doubt on her face and quickly explained, I went to the infirmary last time, but Miss Matilda was there. She said the patient needs to rest, and now, no one except the sick or injured can go in. She wanted to go in and visit, but Matilda stopped her at the door. Wait a minute. Shirzwan felt something flash through his mind. Were the infirmaries open normally before? Yes, otherwise why would I have suggested Brother Song go to the infirmary last time? The field team thought it was just a normal field mission, but they didn't expect to be brought back by Ansel and locked up in the factory as soon as they left the base. Xiao Tian's roommate was sent to the infirmary due to worsening injuries, but was prevented from receiving any visitors. Shirzwan guessed he had connected the two events. Xiao Tian, do you have the field records for the group of field personnel from yesterday noon? He didn't have high hopes when he asked, thinking that if all else failed, he could try to get the information from Brother Zheng when he returned. But unexpectedly, Xiao Tian slapped her thigh, indicating that he had asked the right person. She had just saved all the contents of the paper lists to her phone to figure out the connection between the two lists. Shirzwan quickly took the phone she handed him, and the group gathered around to look at the screen. If you only looked at the basic information like height and weight, you would only think that there was no connection between the information. But Shirzwan moved the enlarged image to the two sections on the far right. One column recorded the physical notes each person filled out upon entering the base. The remaining columns recorded their fieldwork results over the past week. Looking at the 25 lines, it's easy to see that those grouped together either had minor injuries, such as fractures or sprained ankles, or more serious injuries that, with perseverance, could be overcome during fieldwork. In the early days of the base, there was a shortage of personnel. Even with these minor ailments, they were still assigned to fieldwork to maintain the base's basic food supply. Besides these people, Everyone else hadn't found a single morsel of food during a week-long field mission. Shirzwan and Xiao exchanged a glance, seeing the same thought in each other's eyes. Now, all the clues pointed to the experiment Li Wansheng was conducting in a hidden location. The disappearance of the field team and the forbidden medical room likely meant that Li Wansheng was short of subjects and was trying to capture people from the base. It wouldn't hurt to keep those who could contribute to the base, and his selection process allowed those who couldn't or didn't want to serve to make the last bit of value. Xiao Tian was unaware of the brainstorming session hidden in their silence. She was still worried about her roommate. "Do you think I should go and plead with Miss Matilda? I go in and not say anything. It won't bother anyone. I just want to see how Ling is doing." They had to find Li Wansheng's laboratory as soon as possible. As long as the experiment didn't stop, Matilda and Ansel could find new people in the base to capture for experiments at any time. Furthermore, according to Xiao Tian, the last time a field team was completely wiped out occurred was more than half a month ago. Such a large-scale operation, which is highly suspicious, would not have been undertaken by Li Wansheng unless absolutely necessary. The only possibilities are that he needs a significantly increased number of test subjects, or that something happened to the previous test subjects, necessitating a replacement. We can't let them continue to act with such lawlessness. We must at least apprehend Li Wansheng before the next large-scale disappearance. Shirzwan raised an eyebrow at Xiao. "Let's go check out the factory tonight." Xiao understood his meaning immediately, nodding slightly out of Xiao Tian's sight. Afterwards, they chatted with Xiao Tian for a few more minutes, managing to persuade her not to try anything at the infirmary for the time being. Only after she made a promise did they finally let them leave. Li Wansheng is a real beast. After Xiao Tian left, Jiangxi compared his guess with the additional information from the two, understanding the possible truth hidden behind the disappearance. "Are you going to the factory again tonight?" Xiao nodded, briefly explaining her thoughts. "It's already May, and it gets dark quite late. If they want to operate covertly under the cover of night, it would be best to wait until after 7 p.m. However, the base is more active around that time. To be on the safe side, it would be best to wait until after 8:30 or 9 p.m. before heading to the factory." Their fieldwork ended at 11 p.m., and they needed to be back in their dormitory before then to stop Zheng and find out what kind of hidden relationship existed between him and Shirzwan. This meant they had very little time to operate at night. "Can you come with us tonight?" Xiao asked Jiangxi. After all, the factory area was designated a restricted zone by Li Wansheng. He couldn't leave it unprotected. Either he sent someone to guard it, or Matilda would patrol the area. If Jiangxi was willing to go with them, having another person keep watch and be aware of the surroundings would allow them to respond promptly to any emergencies. Jiangxi, of course, said no problem. She was already furious about everything Li Wansheng had done, and naturally wanted this matter resolved as soon as possible. That left Song Zichu. "Is your injury any better today?" Xiao walked to Song Zichu's chair, supporting his head against the backrest with one hand and grabbing the hem of his shirt with the other, lifting it up completely. "Ah! You, how could you not say a word beforehand?" Song Zichu's face turned bright red in an instant. His stomach felt chilly from the wind, and he instinctively tried to struggle to pull his shirt down, but he was no match for Xiao's strength. Grabbed by her hand, he could only watch helplessly as his smooth, white stomach was exposed to everyone's gaze. Of course, what he truly cared about was Jiangxi's gaze. "No, don't look, AC." It was too embarrassing. Jiangxi knew exactly what he was thinking. "Behave yourself, finish the checkup quickly, and rest for a while, don't waste time." Song Zichu's pleading eyes were useless against her. Under Jiangxi's cold threat, Song Zichu finally obeyed, obediently leaning back in his chair, exposing his soft belly. Although his expression still showed he wasn't very willing, as long as he turned his face away and didn't move, it was considered extremely cooperative. Xiao took the opportunity to get closer to examine the bruises on his abdomen. So much time had passed, and Song Zichu hadn't shown any symptoms like vomiting blood, so it seemed his internal organs weren't damaged. However, the bruises were truly frightening to look at, large patches of bluish-purple, with even a few areas showing red veins under the skin. "It's not too serious, it healed with some rest." If this had happened before the zombie apocalypse, he could have recovered completely in a week of bed rest. But to survive at the base, he couldn't be given a quiet place to recuperate. Shirzwan sighed, rubbing his smooth belly with pity. "You suffered, hang in there a little longer." It was slippery, quite fun. He rubbed it again. "Enough. Don't think I don't know you're just after my body." Chapter 100. Because of a momentary lapse in judgment, Shirzwan was labeled a pervert. Retracting his hand in frustration, he wished he could find a time machine and go back 5 seconds to chop off the hand he extended. He turned to leave this painful place, but unexpectedly met Xiao's strange gaze. "1, I really have no interest in his skinny, white-skinned belly. Do you believe me?" Even he himself sounded unsure of himself. Why did he have to be so impulsive? What could Xiao say? She could only believe him. After all, her own perfectly defined 8-pack abs weren't something she could achieve overnight. Besides, One couldn't possibly have such terrible taste, could he? Now that their plan for the evening was set, they couldn't waste any more time. To ensure the plan's success, they needed to prepare more thoroughly. Especially, they needed to anticipate various unexpected situations. After a quick bite to eat, the group began their intensive planning. Although Song Ziqi was injured, she didn't sit idle. For the evening's operation, Jiangxi suggested using the afternoon to complete the map of the remaining half of the base south of the bridge. Having a good understanding of the terrain would prevent them from getting lost in case of an emergency. However, she couldn't be trusted to go alone, so Song Ziqi volunteered to protect Jiangxi despite her injury, acting as a lookout while she drew the map. One and Xiao weren't heartless either. They didn't intend to let someone who couldn't even walk properly protect another girl. One offered to go with them, but Song Ziqi repeatedly refused. Coupled with Jiangxi's indifferent attitude, he couldn't say anything more, and could only watch the two leave the room one after the other. Only he and Xiao remained in the dormitory. The two took out their notebooks and began discussing their evening plans. They had agreed with Jiangxi to be back before 5 o'clock to review all the information from both sides. Time flew by as they focused on their thoughts. Before One could even process it, there was a noise outside the door. Looking up, he saw the balcony outside the window was bathed in the orange-yellow light of the setting sun, like a glass of brewed orange juice. How did it go? Xiao finally looked up, stretching her neck, which had been stiff all afternoon, and asked the two who had just entered. Seeing Song Ziqi's smug expression, his lips practically curling into a smile, he must have had a very fruitful day. Sure enough, Jiangxi opened her notebook and showed the two of them its contents, densely packed, detailing even the path in the grove where they had hidden that day. "Wow, your drawing is amazing." One took the notebook from her and examined it closely. Although he already knew that Jiangxi, as an architect, was exceptionally talented in drawing architectural plans, seeing it again still left him speechless with amazement at her abilities. The notebook was about the size of an A4 sheet of paper and could be laid flat. The vertical lines of the binding perfectly aligned with the bridge corridor. The left half showed the entrance to the factory and the grove of trees, while the right half depicted their current location. The drawing only showed a section of the factory building represented by a simple line and square. This time, Jiangxi and Song Ziqi saw a no entry sign as soon as they arrived at the entrance. Song Ziqi noticed Matilda from nearly 50 meters away, but we didn't dare go in to avoid being discovered. That was an extremely nerve-wracking experience. There was no one else on the road besides the two of them, so Jiangxi relaxed her guard, walking and drawing with her notebook and pen. Fortunately, Song Ziqi acted as a dutiful bodyguard this time, staying close to her. From almost 50 meters away, they noticed a figure loitering near the factory building. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was Matilda. He quickly pulled Jiangxi, who was still engrossed in drawing, aside and slipped behind a nearby trash can. There lay a piece of abandoned blue steel sheet, bent from its fall, one corner pressed against the wall, casting a shadow that perfectly concealed their figures. Jiangxi was momentarily stunned when he was grabbed, but quickly recovered, didn't struggle, and immediately hid inside. Coincidentally, the folded steel sheet left a narrow gap between itself and the wall, allowing them to observe Matilda's location outside. She was doing something there. When Song Ziqi found her, she was facing away from the factory gate, turning her head from side to side. Now, when they looked again, she was already walking towards them. When she was less than 5 meters away, Song Ziqi felt his heart pounding in his chest, and he dared not move an inch. Would they be discovered? If Matilda found them, he would rush to Jiangxi immediately. He wouldn't allow Jiangxi to die before him. Only the silent air remained. Even the sound of his Adam's apple bobbing sounded no different from the pounding of a drum set. Fortunately, Matilda didn't continue forward. She seemed to have just passed by to check things out, and after confirming there was nothing amiss, she turned and left. When the two emerged from behind the corrugated iron roof, the road was once again deserted. Even so, they dared not make a sound, cautiously retreating from that direction. Turning a corner, they realized they had been hiding at the back of the building. This was the infirmary that Xiao Tian had mentioned earlier, converted from a small shop. Suspecting Matilda was inside, the two had to lower their voices and carefully take a detour to leave. After this ordeal, they dared not wander in this direction again. They quickly scouted the surrounding area and prepared to head back. On their way back, they passed by the same spot again, but didn't see Matilda. Jiangxi suddenly suggested they take this opportunity to observe Matilda's movements. If there were any patterns, it would be extremely helpful for their operation that night. So the two of them stealthily found a spot to hide, making sure Matilda wouldn't bump into them as soon as she left the infirmary, crouching in a small corner. Later, when Matilda came out, the two of them, seemingly possessed by some unknown audacity, actually followed her directly. They followed her until she entered the infirmary again. The sun had already set, and Jiangxi glanced at his phone and realized it was almost their agreed time, so the two hurriedly ran back. Are the lines on this map Matilda's route? Shirzhuan pointed to a newly opened page on Jiangxi's map, a simplified version. The biggest difference from the previous page was that these simple lines were interwoven with arrows. Although densely packed, once the starting point was found, the entire operation was clearly displayed. We were crouching there the whole time. Later, Matilda came out, and Ansel was in the infirmary. They exchanged a few words before Matilda left. Oh, right. Jiangxi remembered something and quickly reached into her pocket, pulling out her phone. They were communicating in gibberish. Song Zichu and I couldn't understand a word, so we recorded it and brought it back. She then opened the corresponding audio file, and the phone automatically started playing. A string of gibberish flowed out naturally. Fortunately, Xiao was efficient. Although the audio was compressed and somewhat distorted when recorded into the phone, his keen ears, honed from 7 or 8 years in the country, still managed to discern what the two were saying. However, the content. Xiao frowned after listening. Ansel stopped Matilda, saying that the girl who arrived a couple of days ago wasn't doing well and might need to be reassigned. Matilda told him not to rush things. She speak with Li Wansheng tonight to see if the test subjects need updating. If so, they can send her over to replace her. If not, they have to find a way to bring in a new person. It wasn't necessarily the exact words. Xiao reorganized the language after listening, making it much clearer and more understandable. The audio evidence essentially confirms that Li Wansheng and his group, taking advantage of the apocalypse, used the survivor base to gather survivors there, but in reality, they only intended to use these people as a reserve source for their human experiments. When they ran out of subjects, they could simply make one or more people in the base disappear under various pretexts. For him, the zombie apocalypse had ironically become the perfect protective shield. After a brief exchange with Ansel, Matilda said she needed to patrol again, and would go back to Li Wansheng that evening to discuss the matter. The conversation ended there, and Matilda left the infirmary to patrol. This map shows her patrol route, Shirzhuan said seriously, looking at the drawing in his notebook as if trying to memorize every detail. Jiangxi hadn't expected that his accidental afternoon of squatting would actually yield such useful information, and he was momentarily excited. Great. Quickly take pictures with your phones, and we just follow this route to avoid her tonight. But she'd be going to see Li Wansheng tonight, and their conversation didn't reveal the specific time. Xiao reminded them. It's not that we can't avoid her along this route, but it's best to be prepared for any unexpected situations that might arise. The others nodded, understanding his concerns. While they were discussing, there was another knock on the dormitory door. Shirzhuan glanced at the time. It was indeed almost time for dinner distribution. He opened the door, and standing outside was Xiao Tian. Hello, I'm here to see Brother Song. Everything's ready. The trolley was downstairs. It would be difficult for her to carry it alone. Shirzhuan glanced back at Song Ziqiao, who was still slumped in his chair. He sighed. He let him rest and recover as much as possible if he could. Otherwise, given the current trend, once they actually find Li Wansheng's location, a major battle is likely to ensue. Unexpectedly, it turned out that both he and Xiao were helping Xiao Tian deliver food. Shirzhuan took the bread and water from Xiao, and then Xiao Tian handed them to the people in the dormitory. To be honest, his current role seemed unnecessary. Fortunately, they worked quickly, finishing in less than half an hour. Xiao pushed the cart downstairs. Xiao Tian suddenly conveyed a very important message to them. Chapter 101. You mean Li Wansheng will be at the base tomorrow afternoon? Xiao Tian nodded. I overheard Matilda and Auntie talking about it downstairs just now. Matilda was downstairs just now. Jiangxi and Song Zichu instantly felt a chill run down their spines. They had only just come upstairs, and it seemed they had barely passed Matilda. If they had been even a little slower, they would have definitely bumped into her. I didn't hear very clearly because she was a bit far away, but it seemed like she was arranging a new position, recruiting people from the base to help in the lab. Xiao Tian relayed everything he heard, word for word. After speaking, he went back upstairs to rest, leaving the 4 people in the dormitory unable to recover for a long time. What does he mean by wanting to recruit assistants for the lab? Does he need people to help him test drugs, or people to help him advance the drug's progress? Song Ziqiu truly didn't understand. For so long, their understanding of Li Wanqing's methods for acquiring test subjects was that he would create various accidents to make those people disappear from the base. If there were covert methods, why would he need to conduct such a blatant activity? Xiao's gaze drifted aimlessly to the balcony floor, bathed in the setting sun, remaining silent for a long time. The information they had received was too little to support their deductions about Li Wanqing's motives. Furthermore, the workload for the evening was heavy, and they hadn't yet finished compiling the information from both sides. The 4 of them had no choice but to focus on the unfinished work. Once the sun began to set, the time passed incredibly quickly. Almost in the blink of an eye, it was night. At 9:30 p.m., Shirzhuan, Jiangxi, and Xiao, having made thorough preparations, pushed open the dormitory door. Song Ziqiu remained in his room to recuperate, trying to regain his mobility as quickly as possible. Passing downstairs, he saw the same group of people huddled on the sofa playing cards as before, only Zheng Ge was missing. The Andy saw them leave, offering only a casual greeting, and didn't pay much attention. Stepping outside, moonlight spilled onto the road, draping the pebbles in a white veil. Under the cover of night, the group quickly reached the spot where Jiangxi and Song Ziqiu had hidden that afternoon. They deliberately circled around from the back, avoiding the main entrance of the infirmary. According to their afternoon's discussion, they needed to stake out this spot for a while, waiting for Matilda to emerge from the factory area or while she went to the lab to find Li Wanqing before making their move. Under the moonlight, the air seemed to stand still, utterly silent. About 10 minutes later, Matilda appeared at the factory entrance to the left. Following the patrol route map Jiangxi had drawn that afternoon, she would first search the open area to the left, where only a short path led to the underground parking lot. It would take her about 5 minutes to confirm that there was nothing amiss in that area. Then she would circle around from the rear to check the main entrance again. This time was the most dangerous for them. When Matilda went around to the main entrance, the corrugated iron roof would completely lose its shielding effect. They needed to use this time to quickly move to the other side of the infirmary wall. About 8 more minutes passed, and Shirzhuan, his legs numb from crouching behind the pillar, finally heard her footsteps returning. His ears, which had been resting, instantly perked up, his back pressed against the wall, too afraid to move. His gaze pierced the darkness, landing on Matilda as she walked towards them. Unlike the time he'd seen her at the supermarket, today she wore only a thin baseball jacket and loose pants. The jacket was unbuttoned, the hem fluttering slightly with each step. Shirzhuan keenly noticed an unnatural bulge at her waist, presumably where she kept her gun. Her route was exactly as Jiangxi had recorded. After finishing her patrol, she wouldn't glance back at their hiding place, but would directly detour towards the infirmary's main entrance. Bang! The door slammed shut, not loud, but it sounded exceptionally loud in the quiet night. This sound was like a signal, announcing that they could finally stop living in fear. Shirzhuan breathed a sigh of relief and was about to emerge from behind the pillar when his collar was suddenly grabbed from behind, causing him to stumble and fall straight into Xiao's arms. He looked at the person behind him in confusion, blinking as if asking what had happened. Xiao raised his left index finger, gesturing for him to be quiet. Immediately afterward, Shirzhuan heard 2 people talking coming from the infirmary next door. It was Matilda and Ansel, speaking in some incomprehensible gibberish. Shirzhuan thought to himself, that big guy really should take some time to learn Mandarin, otherwise, his journey to China is going too smoothly. But the only person who understood him was holding his hand tightly, preventing him from moving, so Shirzhuan had no choice but to wait patiently. The conversation was brief, lasting less than 10 sentences before silence returned. Xiao didn't immediately translate, but instead gestured for everyone to head towards the factory. As they approached the gate, the sign they previously overlooked caught their eye. This time, the group had grown to 3, but they still chose to ignore it. Walking through the gate, a long path led to the factory entrance. What had appeared merely somewhat dilapidated during the day now, shrouded in night, revealed dark, corroded marks on its grayish-white walls from years of rain. The branches and leaves of the tall trees rustled in the wind, their jagged forms appearing menacing against the darkness, creating an eerie atmosphere. The group didn't immediately head into the factory. Instead, they slipped into a grove of trees beside the path. Using the bushes for cover, Xiao crouched down and translated everything he overheard into a language the other two could understand. Matilda has already taken that girl to Li Wanqing's place. Li Wanqing said he wants to make the most of her before she dies. Make the most of her? Jiangxi repeated incredulously, almost losing his voice. How could he so brazenly say such disgusting things? Shirzwan also frowned, mentally sending this man to the execution rack. Xiao knew before them, and in the minute he ran over, he had convinced himself countless times not to rush into the infirmary to question Li Wanqing's location. But even so, it wasn't over. He took a deep breath, feeling the heavy air pressing on his chest, before speaking again. Tomorrow afternoon's fieldwork will be cancelled. At 2 p.m., Li Wanqing will gather everyone at the open space by the main gate. Both of them will be there to maintain order. That guy surnamed Zheng is here too. Matilda and Ansel's conversation was very brief, that was all. To save time, the group decided to hurry into the factory. Shirzwan led the group to the window they had previously broken into. A single day had passed, and the dust on the windowsill seemed unchanged. But they weren't sure if Brother Zheng had cleaned up after they left yesterday. Using the same method, Shirzwan climbed onto the windowsill using Xiao's back and pulled the window open. The dust on the glass had turned his entire palm black. Shirzwan didn't care about that. After pushing open the glass window, he leaned half his body inside and discovered it was the factory's toilet. Both rows of stalls were closed, pitch black, and only a sliver of moonlight allowed them to confirm that no one was inside. The windowsill was less than half a meter off the ground. He easily jumped down. Next was Jiangxi. When she jumped, Shirzwan helped catch her, and she landed lightly as well. Last was Xiao. With no one to help him, it was more difficult for him to get in. He took a step back, carefully observed the situation, and finally chose to kick one foot against the wall at the bottom, using the momentum to propel himself up. Then, he grabbed the windowsill with both hands, using the muscles in his arms to lift himself onto the windowsill. Shirzwan was waiting inside to catch him, and he caught him as he jumped. In fact, the windowsill wasn't even up to his thighs. Even jumping without warning wouldn't have hurt him. Once all three were inside, Shirzwan turned and closed the window, before taking a small flashlight from his bag. The flashlight was only about the size of a palm, with low wattage, illuminating only a small area in front of them. The group looked up to observe their surroundings. They were in what appeared to be the factory's women's restroom. 2 rows of stalls were neatly arranged, the doors only waist-high, forcing them to awkwardly stare at each other after finishing their business. A little further ahead was the sink area, the porcelain basin covered in red rust, the once gray faucet now blackened beyond recognition. Looking up, they were met with a huge mirror, similarly covered in black grime and rust. Shining the flashlight on it, the light radiated irregular semicircular marks outwards from the center, scratches on the mirror. The restroom door was closed. Shirzwan gestured for silence, then switched off the flashlight, gently pressed the doorknob, and the door opened. The instant the door opened, a rush of cold, damp air mixed with the smell of rust filled their nostrils. A careful sniff revealed 2 subtle differences in the rusty smell. One was the ordinary smell of rusted metal, the other emanated from human blood. The factory remained deathly silent, but Shirzwan dared not turn on his flashlight yet, cautiously moving forward only by the moonlight filtering through the windows. Every corner of this place silently testified to its long period of abandonment. The white paint on the walls was blackened by something unknown, the lower half covered in mold, and the corners were densely covered with cobwebs. Scattered steel frames and parts lay piled on the floor. In the center of the factory were several long, narrow assembly lines, now frozen in place due to the power outage. Shirzwan took a step forward, deliberately turning around and pointing to the ground, warning the 2 beside him to watch their step. A little further ahead was the empty space, where he had watched Ansel deal with the small-eyed men through the window yesterday. But there was no one there, as if nothing had ever happened at that spot. Shirzwan crouched down, carefully examining the ground, and discovered that some bloodstains remained, not yet completely cleaned. Buzz? What was that sound? As he crouched down, a faint sound seemed to emanate from underground. Chapter 102. Shirzwan, disregarding cleanliness, immediately knelt on the ground, almost prostrate himself, and listened intently with his ear pressed against the ground. Buzz, buzz. The sound was rhythmic, even somewhat familiar. But he couldn't immediately recall where he had heard it before. Jiangxi and Xiao, standing beside him, looked bewildered at his sudden prostration and serious expression. What's wrong? Xiao crouched down and asked softly. Shirzwan listened for a while longer, confirming it wasn't his imagination, then tugged at his sleeve, urging him to listen as well. Xiao listened for only 3 seconds before immediately recognizing the source of the sound. It's a generator. They had heard the same sound when they borrowed a generator at Xia Ting's school to open the lab door. Jiangxi gasped sharply, someone down there? It's probably Li Wanqing's lab. The two on the ground helped each other to their feet, Xiao brushing the dust off Shirzwan. There was the sound of a generator running on the basement level, but why would there be a need for electricity in a completely abandoned factory? Combining their suspicions from the past 2 days, the only possibility was Li Wanqing's lab. They hadn't expected that after considering so many places, they would end up in such an obvious location. Where can we get down? After confirming that no one was in the vast factory, Shirzwan finally turned on his small flashlight and scanned the interior. Fine dust particles floated in the narrow beam of light. The factory's floor area was a perfectly rectangular shape. The elevator was right next to the restroom where they were, but the emergency staircase was nowhere to be seen. The group, shoulder to shoulder, crept along the wall, inching their way forward, until finally discovering the obscured stairwell door behind a mountain of clutter. Moving the debris aside, they found the lock had been removed long ago. No wonder they deliberately piled things up to hide it. The three of them worked together to clear the clutter and entered the stairwell. Shirzwan switched off his flashlight again. The stairwell had no windows, and after Xiao closed the door at the back, he was plunged into complete darkness. He had to walk at the front, carefully placing each step with his toes to ensure a firm footing before letting his entire foot land. The short half-minute climb took 5 minutes. Finally, they reached a complete landing. Shirzwan was a little disoriented from the winding stairs. He nudged Jiangxi, signaling her to take out her phone. The phone screens had been deliberately dimmed to their lowest brightness before they entered, yet they were still remarkably bright in the absolute darkness. Jiangxi unlocked the phone and immediately half-covered the screen with his other hand, then looked around. The door was here. Shirzwan first peered through the small window in the door, confirming it was equally dark and empty inside, before slowly pulling the door open. The three slipped inside. Under the dim light of the phone screens, the scene inside the factory's basement was utterly astonishing. Looking around, the center of the factory was an empty space devoid of any machinery, but now, countless corpses were neatly arranged on the ground. These corpses were head to head, foot to foot, arranged according to designated areas. At the feet of each corpse lay a piece of paper with a specific number written on it. Shirzwan stared blankly at the scene before him, involuntarily taking a small step forward. But he slipped on something, nearly flying off. Luckily, Xiao grabbed his collar in time. He pulled his foot back, shining his phone light on his feet, and discovered that the culprit that had almost embarrassed him in public was a baby outfit. Xiao, still holding Shirzwan's collar, looked down and saw the same white baby romper. Li Wanqing didn't even spare a baby. A surge of anger ignited in everyone present. Where was that person now? Shirzwan straightened up again, rapidly scanning the room with his phone. But all he could see was darkness. Don't move. Xiao pressed down on his restless, shifting body, and after he calmed down, gently tapped the tip of his ear with her index finger. It was like a bird pecking at it, slightly ticklish. Xiao's intention was to calm him down and have him pinpoint the generator's location by ear. If they could find the generator's location, it wouldn't be too far from Li Wanqing's laboratory. However, the factory was spacious, and the generator's hum, echoing from countless impacts against the walls, had distorted the sound by the time it reached their ears. In this direction. Jiangxi quickly confirmed the direction of the sound, to the left, in the darkness. Xiao tried listening again, but couldn't quite make it out, yet still chose to trust Jiangxi's judgment. Let's go check it out. The group headed to the left, and as the generator's roar grew louder, Shirzwan and Xiao confirmed that they were definitely on the right track. Sure enough, this path led to a wall. If they hadn't gone straight down to the basement after circling the first floor, they would never have noticed anything amiss. But when Shirzwan placed his palm against the wall, he could clearly feel that the basement's area was much smaller than the ground floor. Shirzwan carefully felt the wall with his fingertips, finally finding a very narrow crevice near the outer wall on the right side. He gently pressed his right hand on it, and the crack actually caved in. The narrow line gradually widened, eventually becoming a passageway as tall as a person. The noise that had been muffled suddenly exploded in everyone's ears. A faint yellow light leaked from the passageway. Shirzwan returned the phone to Jiangxi and carefully stepped inside. The passageway was wide, but less than 50 meters long, with a door on each side. The generator was placed at the end of the corridor, its wires running through the ventilation ducts into the room. The light source was from the ducts and the crack in the door. The three tiptoed quietly to the doorway. Just then, they heard voices coming from inside the room. "Boss, the woman who was brought in earlier isn't doing well. She's been vomiting blood since she woke up." A young woman's voice spoke first, seemingly rushing to report this to Li Wansheng in a hurry. But Li Wansheng seemed preoccupied with something else, replying to her question only after several seconds, his tone unhurried. "It's alright, don't worry about her. The vital signs monitors are all attached, right? Let me know when the readings drop a bit, and I give her an A83 injection." The entire sentence he uttered was utterly flat and emotionless, as if he didn't care at all about the girl's life or death. In a fit of anger, Shirzwan almost rushed in and smashed Li Wansheng's head, but Xiao grabbed his hand in time. Warm skin encircled his hand, and he quietly waited for any movement from inside. After a few seconds, Li Wansheng asked again, "How's the preparation for tomorrow? The form you asked me to make is complete, but finding a target might be difficult." "That's not your concern." Li Wansheng's tone was cold and hard. "I already found the pregnant woman, the woman who registers at the gate. When you recruit her tomorrow, make the offer quite attractive. She also has a father at the base, so you can consider both sides when offering her terms. Also, we need people with good physical fitness. Make sure to check their medical records from the past year to see if there are any out-of-range data, and pay attention to any chronic illnesses. Make a list of about 20 people, and then give the list to Matilda. She find a way to make these people disappear from the base legitimately. As for the assistant," Li Wansheng finally paused for a second. "I decide that myself tomorrow, you don't need to worry about it." "Okay." The girl, having received her answer, quickly left. Silence returned to the side of the wall. Shirzwan was still holding Xiao's hand, the three of them awkwardly pressed against the doorway. He looked up and met Xiao's gaze. They had previously guessed that Li Wansheng was using the job fair as a cover to actually find new candidates for himself, but they hadn't expected him to be trying to kill two birds with one stone, solving two problems at once. He had just mentioned needing healthy individuals as test subjects. Xiao wasn't sure what the specific requirements would be. Given the living conditions of modern people, if the standards were strict, the entire base might not be able to find anyone who could meet Li Wansheng's requirements. But regardless, they couldn't continue to watch more people fall into Li Wansheng's hands. And then, there was Chen Yujia. Before parting at the supermarket, she had offered to leave with Li Wansheng and the others, simply hoping to have a safer place at the base while pregnant. Unexpectedly, in that moment of hesitation, Li Wansheng had already planned her future in his heart. They absolutely couldn't let him continue to act so lawlessly. They had been squatting there for quite a while, and apart from the female assistant occasionally reporting a few data points to Li Wansheng, there had been no other noise in the room for a long time. Shirzwan's legs were getting a little numb from squatting, so he simply stood up and moved towards another door next to him. The room on this side was dark and quiet, as if no one was inside. He turned to Xiao and gestured, asking if they wanted to go in and check. "That's incredibly bold," Xiao thought to himself. But after a long while, there wasn't a sound from the next room. Perhaps no one was really there. He turned to Jiangxi to confirm, and after receiving a positive answer, he gestured for Shirzwan to open the door. Another narrow, dark crack slowly opened. Xiao grabbed Shirzwan by the collar, pulled him behind him, and quickly peered inside. The dim light illuminated the interior, and after confirming that no one was inside, Xiao stepped aside to let the two in. The door closed again, and now they could finally use their flashlights with peace of mind. The slanted beam of light illuminated the small space they were in, and Shirzwan realized that the room they were in was a records room. A metal cabinet stood in the corner, its dust wiped clean, and the various documents inside were neatly arranged, secured to the sides with binder clips. There was something written in marker on the side of the binder clip. C1D1? What's this? Shirzwan asked, staring at the markings. The first day of the first treatment cycle, Xiao explained. This was actually an abbreviation used in clinical trials. Unexpectedly, Li Wansheng, who practically treated international regulations like trash, was actually willing to comply with standardized rules in this area. Xiao casually pulled out a stack of documents, and found they were all medication records from subjects in Li Wansheng's project. Every visit was clearly documented, including numerous adverse events, including deaths, involving individuals with no prior medical history. He spread these records out on the small table beside him, and had Jiangxi take out his phone and photograph each page. This could very well be crucial evidence for bringing down Li Wansheng in the future. Chapter 103. The three of them started working like an assembly line, but there was simply too much data in the cabinet. Jiangxi held up his phone and took pictures for 10 minutes, but still couldn't finish. The number of photos in his phone's album had already jumped to 2,000. Just then, a voice sounded outside the door again. "Boss, her heart rate has stabilized and dropped to 30. Prepare the blood collection needle and vacuum blood collection tube. I'm coming over now." After Li Wansheng finished speaking, there was a brief silence in the conversation. After about 10 seconds, a voice appeared again. First was Li Wansheng's voice. "I start the injection now. I draw blood in 10 minutes and observe her reaction." What followed was probably the process of the needle being inserted into the woman's vein. Shirzwan had disliked injections since childhood. Even without hearing any sound, just imagining the scene made his skin crawl. Xiao seemed to notice his unease and gently patted his back twice. Just then, a piercing scream erupted in the dark basement. The three people hiding in the archives were startled, caught completely off guard. But the two in the adjacent lab seemed unfazed, their voices calm and methodical as they proceeded with the aftermath. "Tighten the restraints," Li Wansheng commanded. The woman on the hospital bed was writhing in agony from the unknown drugs. The cotton clothes rubbed against the leather, the bed frame shaking so loudly it could be heard even in the next room. Her screams continued, until finally her voice was completely gone, the sound like sandpaper, harsh and hoarse. "Boss, something's wrong. She's starting to show signs of mutation." A series of hurried footsteps followed by a dull thud, as if something had hit the metal bed. "Damn it! It failed again. Didn't the experiment with number 28 not produce any mutation reactions last time? Chen Yi, what are her vital signs now?" Chen Yi's assistant quickly reported the data displayed on the instruments to Li Wansheng. The values were critically low. Even a layman could instantly understand that the woman lying on the hospital bed was on the verge of death. Shirzwan clenched his fists, his fingertips digging deep into his flesh, the pain desperately pulling him back from his rage. But Li Wansheng seemed determined to uphold his terrifying belief in making the most of everything. He asked Chen Yi how much time had passed, clearly hoping to draw another vial of blood from the woman before she completely mutated or died. 8 minutes. The assistant glanced at the time and reported. Only 2 minutes remained, but the woman's condition was deteriorating rapidly. Her throat seemed to have completely lost its sound, her chest heaved desperately, producing only a terrifying gasp, like a broken old fan. The restraints were being pulled and twisted by her movements, making a hissing sound as if they were about to burst. 9 minutes left. Chen Yi was also anxious, constantly checking his watch and counting down the seconds. If he couldn't successfully extract a vial of blood from her this time, Li Wansheng would definitely go berserk again, looking for something to vent his anger on. Every minute felt incredibly long at that moment. The instant the second hand struck 12, Chen Yi immediately unpacked the blood-drawing needle, connected it to the vial, and aimed it at the woman's vein. The restraints loosened slightly due to the woman's struggles. Li Wansheng pressed half his body against her to prevent further movement. Red blood slowly flowed from the thin, transparent tube into the bottle. After drawing enough, Huang Yi immediately removed the needle. Ah! The woman, drawing strength from somewhere, seemed to have been building up for a long time before finally unleashing this roar. Separated by 2 walls and a passageway, Shirzwan could only hear the sound of something being knocked over, along with a sense of panic. 11 minutes and 8 seconds, completely transformed into a zombie. The assistant shouted in panic, his voice even cracking in his haste. Bang! A gunshot rang out, ending it all. What did she mean just now? Zombies? Shirzwan wondered if he was malfunctioning. How could Li Wansheng's experiment be related to zombies? Even Jiangxi was bewildered, having a slight guess, but it was too bizarre to voice. Holy crap, no way. The three looked at each other, and in the end, none of them dared to voice their suspicions. Xiao was silent for a moment, then said, "We find a way to confirm this later. Let's leave here now." He had just glanced at the time. It was already 10:30. Staying any longer might not be safe. They could decide what to do after leaving. He closed the file and put it back on the bookshelf. Although he hadn't photographed everything, the amount he had was enough. Just then, a sound came from outside the door again, the sound of the door next door being pulled open. The three of them immediately felt a chill run down their spines. Shirzwan had already turned off his flashlight. The room they were in wasn't very big, it was just right for 3 people, the kind of room where it would feel cramped if anyone else came in. Most importantly, there was nowhere to hide. A huge filing cabinet stood in the corner, crammed full of documents. Besides that, the room contained only a small desk. If Li Wanxing and his group were to push open the door at this moment, they would definitely bump into the three of them face to face. Lift that side up a bit. Li Wanxing's voice came first. The two men seemed to be carrying the woman's body out together. Their footsteps passed by the doorway. The people inside dared not move, afraid of making any noise that would attract the attention of those outside. Fortunately, after Li Wanxing and Chen Yi moved the body out, they returned to the laboratory, and Shizhuan and the other two finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now that things had come to this, they couldn't stay here any longer. While Li Wanxing and his assistant were diligently exchanging data inside, Shizhuan opened the door to the filing room, and the three of them sneaked out through the corridor. Of course, they didn't forget to restore everything to how it was before they came. After leaving the basement and returning to the factory lobby, Jiangxi's heart, which had been pounding wildly with tension, finally calmed down a little. Jiangxi finally breathed in the fresh air, and was about to start cursing when Xiao stopped him. Let's go back first. He also had a lot to say, but he didn't know exactly when Matilda would arrive. They should immediately climb out the toilet window the way they came. With that, he turned to grab Shizhuan by the collar, but unexpectedly grabbed nothing. Where did he go? Xiao looked up blankly, only to find that Shizhuan had already run ahead of them, carrying something in his arms. It was too dark in the factory to see anything. Tap tap tap. Oh no, Matilda's here. Let's go! Footsteps sounded outside the factory gate, followed by the rattling of the lock. Xiao didn't even need to listen carefully to recognize the weight of the footsteps as Matilda's. Urged on by him, the group quickly slipped into the restroom. The door was restored to its original closed position, allowing them to narrowly escape Matilda and leave the factory area. The journey back to the dormitory went smoothly, and Jiangxi even jokingly remarked that it was rare for them to have such good luck together. As soon as they entered the dormitory building, they saw Song Ziqiu sitting on the sofa playing cards with those people. He waved enthusiastically when he saw the three of them return. Brother Song, are these people your friends? Shizhuan was startled by the skinny, pointy-faced boy next to Song Ziqiu before he even got close. They spent the entire evening outside in a state of constant anxiety, while Song Ziqiu comfortably played a game of sworn brotherhood here. Before he could even feign anger, Song Ziqiu suddenly stood up, stretching his arm out to put it on Shizhuan's shoulder. These guys are all my buddies. If you see them, just say hello. We're all friends. Little skinny monkey and his gang, seemingly having been somehow persuaded by Song Ziqiu, actually jumped up from their seats enthusiastically after his introduction, vying to greet them. Shizhuan? ? He felt his hand being gripped and shaken forcefully, looking at Song Ziqiu, but the man, already arrogant, didn't even glance at him. Alright, it's getting late. Everyone should go home and rest. Okay, brother Song. You have to tell us the sequel to the story you told us today. Little skinny monkey said reluctantly. Alright, I know. Hurry up and go back. Song Ziqiu waved quickly. After Skinny Monkey and the others left, Song Ziqiu was immediately surrounded by three people. Song Ziqiu. What are you doing? What are you doing? Shizhuan's tone was unfriendly. I didn't expect you to be so capable. We only been gone for a little over an hour, and you already become familiar with this group. Sensing that he was just teasing, Song Ziqiu grinned mischievously. Don't worry, I definitely didn't just waste time playing around. I have an important purpose. An important purpose? Shizhuan asked him with amusement what important purpose he could have, but Song Ziqiu pouted and refused to say. Fine. Shizhuan didn't find it strangely amusing to be entangled with a man in the lobby. He shoved him aside, saying, Alright, let's get upstairs. Back in the dorm, the three could finally catch their breath. Shizhuan chugs half a bottle of water before recovering. How were your results tonight? Did you find the lab? Song Ziqiu, the only one who hadn't gone out with him, asked curiously. Xiao nodded, and gave him a general account of what had happened that night, including how Xiao Tian's former roommate had been tortured before dying, injected with drugs, and turned into a zombie. Damn it! How is that idiot still alive? When we were at the supermarket, Brother sure should have taken him down with him while he was fighting off the zombies. Song Ziqiu slammed his fist on the table, filled with righteous indignation. The key question now is, why does the drug Li Wanxing made turn normal people into zombies when injected into them? This was the question Shizhuan couldn't understand the most. Xiao had previously mentioned that Li Wanxing's experiment was about window repair. How was that connected to zombies? Consult professionals for professional matters. Zhuan turned his gaze to Xiao, only to find him with his head bowed, silent for a long time. What's wrong? He stepped forward, placing a hand on Xiao's shoulder to ask, but found his entire body trembling. What happened? Zhuan was startled by his appearance, his voice becoming tense. After a long while, Xiao finally raised his head. I was wrong, I didn't even notice. Chapter 104. What did he see? The other three present didn't understand what he meant by that. But Xiao's current state was clearly off. Zhuan reached out and grabbed his clenched fist, gently prying open the fingers that were embedded in his palm. Don't rush, speak slowly. A brief silence fell over the room. The others didn't urge him, but waited quietly for Xiao to speak. After a while, he finally calmed down with several deep breaths and explained some strange things he had suddenly remembered noticing at the research institute. At that time, as Becker's student, he naturally participated in Becker's research project. But as students, he had no access to the project application stage. He could only do miscellaneous tasks like data recording. Becker hadn't explained the project in detail when introducing it to them. Until he left the country, he only knew that the project involved using viral cells to promote white blood cell activity to accelerate cell repair. After being kicked out of Becker's lab, he harbored a delusion for a time that he could expose the foreigners' misdeeds through other means. Therefore, he investigated many things during that period. He also heard rumors that some people experienced problems after being injected with the marketed drug. Some people seemed to suddenly develop mania, smashing things in their homes. Others suffered from pica, eating raw meat at night by clinging to the refrigerator door. But all these reports were suppressed. Even when he went to the media company with evidence, he was turned away due to insufficient evidence. Thinking about it this way, Li Wancheng's plan had actually been in motion long ago. Mania, pica, isn't that just zombies? Jiangxi exclaimed in shock. So, the earliest source of the zombie virus was Li Wancheng, but he was extremely cunning. When things broke out, he simply disappeared, actually changing locations and pretexts to continue his experiments. That's why Xiao, in the instant he realized it, thought it was his fault. If he hadn't given up before returning to China, or if he had brought this matter back and amplified it online, perhaps this disaster could have been avoided. Damn it, that Li Wancheng! Song Zichu, burning with anger, jumped up from his seat and slapped Xiao on the shoulder. Xiao, wake up! What does this have to do with you? Get your act together, let's take him down. In his view, this wasn't Xiao's problem at all. Li Wancheng wielded so much power. The fact that Xiao had been kicked out of multiple companies every day indicated that he had already cultivated relationships in various places. Even if Xiao swallowed his pride and went to the company entrance to unfurl a banner, Li Wancheng would likely turn a white lie into a black one, pinning the blame on Xiao and deporting him, while Li Wancheng could still swagger around doing his projects. Xiao had a headache, his hand resting on his brow, lightly rubbing it. Reason told him he was merely a victim in this whole affair, but... Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the dormitory door. Zhuan abruptly looked up towards the door. Who could be knocking so late? He stood up, opened the door, and found Zhengge standing there. This man seemed to have just returned from outside, still damp from the night air. His jacket was gone, and he was now only wearing a gray short-sleeved shirt. He leaned against the door, looking down at Zhuan with a smile in his eyes. Seeing him, Xiao's annoyance vanished. He sprang up from his seat and rushed towards the door. What are you doing here? Zhengge smiled, a smirk playing on his lips at his aggressive appearance. Can't I come if I have nothing to do? Xiao, acting like the queen, blocked Zhuan's path, determined not to see the two of them together. Even knowing that Zhengge didn't have any special feelings for Zhuan, seeing those infuriatingly flirtatious eyes blinking back and forth, Xiao wanted to punch him in the face. Zhuan quickly grabbed his arm, pulling him back. Xiao wanted to say something, but Zhuan quickly covered his mouth. While controlling the person wriggling in his arms, he invited Zhengge to come in and sit down. The door closed, and as Zhengge walked in, he gave him a sidelong glance, his eyes gleaming with smugness. Xiao, shocked. He was even angrier, but business was important. Taking advantage of everyone turning their backs to move to their seats, Zhuan quickly turned around and gave him a light peck on the cheek. Actually, there was no need to be angry. Xiao thought, he's actually quite magnanimous. How could he lose control of his emotions over something so trivial? The five of them moved chairs and sat around in the center of the dormitory. Because there was one less chair, Song Zichu very generously offered to sit on the table. The desk was wider, and since he still had an injury on his abdomen, sitting here was more comfortable as he moved around. Brother Zheng clasped his hands in thanks, then leaned back in his chair, his waist against the back, and slowly began, "I know you have many questions about me, so I took pity on you and came over as soon as I finished work. Ask away your questions." He slightly raised his chin at the end, indicating that he allowed them to speak. Although he was in their dormitory, this man acted like the host, showing no sign of politeness. "Fine." Shirzwan tried desperately to find a thread in his completely muddled mind. The first question he asked, and the one he cared about most, was, "What exactly is your relationship with my dad?" "I knew you asked that." Brother Zheng casually crossed his legs. Back then, the young master just walked away from City B, showing absolutely no mercy. Poor old man, all his phone numbers and chat apps were blocked, and nobody around you knew where you gone. He was referring to the time when Shirzwan, a senior in college, suddenly learned of his mother's death in the line of duty and, due to his father's extremely cold reaction, fled from City B to City H without a word. But what happened back then has nothing to do with me. I was just a lowly employee under your father, occasionally taking on odd jobs and running around. A month ago, I was assigned to come to City H to bring you, this big shot, back. Brother Zheng waved his hand, winking to signal him to focus on the latter part of his statement. He wants me to go back to City B? Shirzwan couldn't understand, and immediately scoffed, someone like him. Even if I died silently here, he wouldn't drop his pile of damn work to come and collect my body. His voice was extremely cold, filled with the accumulated disappointment Shirzwan had felt towards his biological father over the years. His mother's death during his senior year of college was merely a trigger. Xiao sat beside him, listening to him mock his father, even himself, and her heart clenched. She grasped his hand resting on his knee. "I won't interfere in your father-son's emotional strife, but the boss is offering a very high salary, and he insisted I bring you back." Brother Zheng shrugged. He'd done his job for a pittance, and he willingly worked for Shi Yongchang for so many years, never once considering changing employers. "Isn't it because Shi Yongchang gave me way too much?" Shirzwan rolled his eyes at him. "It's the end of the world. What use is money to you? You might turn around and get bitten by a zombie, some money you earn but don't live to spend. You're wrong about that." Brother Zheng wagged his finger at him. "With my abilities, surviving until the end of the apocalypse is no problem at all. And your dad is living comfortably in his big villa in City B. Both sides are fine. The only thing to worry about is the mission itself, which is you. As long as you obediently come back with me, the final payment your dad made for me, while not guaranteeing a life of wealth and luxury, will certainly allow me to live a comfortable, carefree life from now on." Shirzwan, Just how much did his idiot dad offer? Song Zichu and Jiang Si, standing nearby, had been watching the drama unfold from the very beginning. They didn't know about Shirzwan's family situation beforehand. They were clearly not present when he confessed, but judging from Xiao's distressed expression, they were the only two excluded. "I really didn't expect it. Shirzwan's family is actually quite wealthy. Judging from his usual unpretentious manner, no one would guess." After explaining his purpose, Brother Zheng leaned back in his seat with an air of nonchalance, waiting for Shirzwan's answer. But his expression seemed to have a built-in voice, saying, even if Shirzwan refuses today, he'd find a way to tie him up in a sack and carry him back. Shirzwan didn't answer his question directly, but instead asked another question: "Why were you at the base if you were coming to pick me up? What's your relationship with Li Wansheng, and why are you helping him?" "Hey, young master, you have quite a few questions." Brother Zheng switched legs, and continued crossing his legs. "I'm not stupid. Although the boss's requirement was for me to confirm your safety as soon as possible and bring you back, I couldn't find you at your house on my first day here. I can't just wander around the streets, can I?" At this point, a hint of pity appeared in his eyes, as he looked at Shirzwan. TSK, I really didn't expect it, young master, that you live in a place like this in H City. I was thinking of just waiting at your house all night. If I couldn't find you, maybe I see you come back. I didn't expect your little shabby house to not even have a door. Zombies are using it as a living room." He had gone to the door with a knife, with plans A and B all prepared, practically made thorough preparations, yet he was still caught off guard by the young master's empty door. The instant his gaze met the chaotic scene inside the house, and the endless stream of zombies coming and going, he even came up with an excuse to resign, feign illness, and return home. His hands trembled as he held up the photo, his gaze darting between the image and the faces of each zombie, only slightly relaxing when he confirmed the young master wasn't among them. "You had nowhere to stay, and you were nowhere to be found, so I had to go out and look for you. I happened to run into a guy surnamed Lee on the street. He saw how swift and skilled I was at killing zombies, and insisted on hiring me to join his team. Mentioning this, he even sighed dramatically, seemingly troubled. There's no way around it. Excellent people shine wherever they are. So he paid you a salary, and you worked for him? Brother Zheng nodded, but his eyes remained closed. If his tail could materialize, it would probably be wagging in the air by now. Shirzwan was speechless. Shirzwan didn't want him to have an easy time. You're getting paid twice for one job. Okay, when you see my dad later, he give you a 50% discount on the final payment. Brother Zheng, shocked. Chapter 105. Hey, young master, please don't. Brother Zheng admitted he'd been outmaneuvered by a kid so much younger than him. Young master, you're a magnanimous man, what can't you joke about with wages? To curry favor with Shirzwan, he even pulled back his crossed legs and sat upright on the floor. Leaning forward, his eyes gleaming with nothing but greed. Shirzwan, Communicating with this kind of person was truly exhausting. So nonchalant, seemingly completely unreliable. Even when discussing serious matters, the conversation would inexplicably veer off to other topics. Shirzwan rubbed his brow wearily, feeling utterly weary. And what about Li Wansheng? How did you manage to find me and rise to a high-ranking position in the base? Mentioning this, everyone present unconsciously leaned forward, waiting for Brother Zheng's explanation. Being stared at so intently by so many people, even Brother Zheng couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Hey you guys. Don't get so close. Shirzwan's tone was threatening. Alright, I tell you. That's more like it. The group withdrew, their oppressive aura dissipating, and quietly waited for Brother Zheng's explanation. Brother Zheng paused for a moment, then looked up, his eyes filled with icy coldness. I first met Li Wansheng near the young master's house. I was just about to go out to find some food when I ran into 7 or 8 zombies ganging up on me. If you want to survive, you have to fight, right? So I grabbed a stick and went to fight. After I finished fighting them off, I turned around and saw that idiot surnamed Lee standing by the roadside, leisurely watching the whole thing. There were 2 people there. One was covered in blood and supplies. The other stood on the curb, his clothes perfectly still. Zheng was speechless. How could someone stand silently by, witnessing him fight the zombies the whole time, without offering a single helping hand? Fine, if they wouldn't help, they wouldn't help. He was about to turn away when the person, who had been quietly observing, suddenly stopped him, inviting him to join some kind of base. Because he had a mission, his first instinct was to refuse. But Li Wansheng offered him an incredibly high reward on the spot. If he joined the base, and led a team out to find food every day, he could earn more than Shi Yongcheng offered. What could he do? Of course, he had to accept. There was no way around it. The offer was just too much. Zheng thought, 2 jobs wouldn't interfere with each other. After the apocalypse, he would receive 2 huge sums of money, upgrading his comfortable life to a life of abundance. Such a good deal, why not take it? And so Li Wansheng coaxed and tricked him back to the base. But this idiot really knows how to exploit people. Brother Zheng gritted his teeth in anger. He pays a lot, but he never skimps on the work either, treating me like 3 people. He carried all 3 field missions a day on a single donkey. He had been calculating his sunk costs, and felt it would be a waste to leave halfway through, so he kept putting it off. He finally convinced himself to give up the high reward he hadn't yet received, determined to leave the base and find the young master. But before he could even leave, the young master beat him to it, and showed up at his door. Zheng shrugged. That's it. He felt he had explained the whole story clearly. Shirzwan, So, his relationship with Shi Yongcheng was merely a thin layer of employer-employee. His only purpose in coming to H City was to find him, and bring him back. Since his mission didn't include inquiring about his love life, there was only one reason this guy kept provoking Xiao, pure masochism. Xiao was speechless, feeling rather unsteady in their frequent, explosive interactions. You say you're doing this for money, but do you know what experimental project Li Wansheng is currently working on? The first time they encountered Zheng was outside the factory gate. Back then, Zheng immediately urged them to leave. If he said now that he knew nothing about Li Wansheng's dirty tricks, Xiao absolutely wouldn't believe him. Sure enough, Brother Zheng first gave Xiao a serious look, then chuckled, I know, but Li Wansheng didn't tell me himself. Like you guys, I found out by chance. He always finds various excuses to bring people from the base into the lab, turning them into his experimental subjects. At first, he just nitpicked during fieldwork. Those who couldn't bring any benefit to the base were conveniently eliminated this way, killing two birds with one stone. I tried to share food with others during each field mission, thinking I could get away with it that way, but eventually, the truth couldn't be hidden forever. Mainly, there were a few people who didn't understand the situation, insisting on creating a hole in the paper, which they couldn't patch themselves, and Brother Zheng couldn't clean up the mess either. But you two are really arrogant. Zheng pointed at the two people in the seats, clinging to the window without a care in the world, especially since Ansel was fighting inside that day. What if the young master had died with you? What would I do about the remaining payment? The main target of his attack was still Xiaoao. But this time, Xiaoao couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. It was he who volunteered to go to the factory to investigate that day, essentially putting Shizhuan in danger. TCH. Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with him. Alright, now that we confirmed he's one of us, we can speak frankly. Song Zichu stepped in to smooth things over. He gave Shizhuan a look, asking if he wanted to bring Zheng on board. Silence fell again in the room. Shizhuan hesitated for a moment, head down. Since it was someone his father had found, and he had explained things so clearly, there shouldn't be any problems. He reached out and squeezed Xiaoao's palm, saying, "Go on, tell me." For the next 10 minutes, Brother Zheng listened to the story of how these people were tricked by Li Wanxing at the supermarket, then met Boss Wu and learned of the conspiracy behind it all, leading them to the base. The dramatic story could fill a novel. After listening, he immediately gave a thumbs up, his gesture full of admiration for the four people present. It's amazing you guys have survived this long. Song Zichio thought he was being genuinely praised, scratching the back of his head and chuckling sheepishly. Shizhuan, please stop joking around and get serious when we're talking business. Brother Zheng shrugged, indicating he would shut up. So what are you planning to do? Of course, we should first collect evidence of Li Wanxing's illegal and criminal activities, and then find a way to stop him from harming more normal people. Shizhuan slammed his fist on the table. What happened tonight only strengthened his resolve. He couldn't bear to watch more and more people fall into Li Wanxing's hands and lose their lives. Brother Zheng didn't answer him immediately. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold, leaving Shizhuan standing alone, somewhat embarrassed. Brother Zheng's gaze was so sharp that he felt somewhat at a loss. Not receiving a response, he had no choice but to sit down again alone. Why aren't you saying anything? Brother Zheng sighed, his gaze sweeping over the others present. Is this what you all think? He received nods in response. Brother Zheng said helplessly, you guys are really fearless, aren't you? You've been tricked so many times, and still don't know how to behave. Sigh, I know you're young and like to take on these world-saving jobs, but Li Wanxing's matter isn't something that can be solved with just a few words. He had already learned Xiaoao's previous identity, and now he gestured with his lip, using it as a ready-made example to warn everyone. Isn't this a ready-made example? Li Wanxing couldn't have stayed in this position for so long without some real power. I'm afraid before you even present the evidence, he already be gone. I'm not trying to discourage you, but I'm worried about whether I can get the final payment for this operation. Brother Zheng earnestly advised, completely forgetting that the oldest person present besides himself was already 27 years old. He treated them all like children. Xiaoao couldn't stand being looked down upon, so he asked Jiang Si for his phone. We already got the evidence. We just need to find a way to control Li Wanxing. We don't need you to do anything with us. We just want to ask you for a small favor. Oh! Tell me about it. Brother Zheng gestured for him to come in. We have some things outside the base. Could you help bring them in? This morning, after returning from fieldwork, Xiaoao noticed that only Brother Zheng wasn't searched when he came in. If he could help bring back the bomb Shizhuan made. Shizhuan hadn't thought of this before, but as soon as Xiaoao mentioned it, he immediately transformed into a devout lapdog, almost kneeling before Brother Zheng and kowtowing to him. Seeing the gleam in their eyes, wagging their tails, and staring at him pleadingly, Brother Zheng's mischievousness resurfaced, and he deliberately dragged out the last syllable. I have my dad give you more money when we get back. Deal. Brother Zheng readily agreed, his mind already filled with a huge reward he hadn't yet received, and he strode out the door, beaming with pride. The room fell silent for a brief second, then erupted into a lively discussion. Song Zichio, ignoring his stomach injury, pounced on Shizhuan. We were all living peacefully as ordinary people. How did you suddenly become a young master? Confess. Shizhuan was choked, almost unable to breathe. I was wrong, I tell. Faced with the two menacing gazes, he could only submit. Xiaoao, always eager for drama, hadn't bothered to come to his rescue. Shizhuan glared at him, then slowly began to recount his love-hate relationship with his father in a concise manner. Compared to the version he had told Xiaoao, it was probably a third less of the story. But it was enough for Song Zichu to stand up for him. I never seen such an incompetent father. If you ask me, you were right to leave back then. Jiangxi wasn't as impulsive as him. Hearing this, he frowned. Your relationship with your father is so bad. Then when you told Brother Zheng you were going back with him, was that true? These words immediately tensed everyone present. Xiaoao was especially worried, gripping his hand tightly. How could that be? Shirzhuan answered in less than a second. He absolutely refused to leave with Brother Zheng to find his cold-blooded father. But didn't you also promise to let your dad give him? Jiangxi reminded him uncertainly. Anyway, it's just a matter of words. He can't even get the original final payment, let alone what I added. Chapter 106. Shirzhuan had a clever plan. In other words, he was trying to get something for nothing. But no one present thought he had done anything wrong. Anyway, Yu Yongchang would cover for him. He had owed his son so many years. What did it matter if he lost some money? Oh, right. Shirzhuan pulled a dark object from his bag. What's this? Song Ziqiao, who was standing at the wrong angle, could only see a small corner of the object. He took 2 steps back and finally saw clearly what Shirzhuan was holding. It was a walkie-talkie. Did you take this from the factory just now? Xiaoao remembered that when they were about to leave the factory, Shirzhuan had indeed been alone for a short while. Matilda was outside the door at the time, and in the rush, he hadn't had time to ask him what he had taken. After returning to the dormitory, Brother Zheng knocked on the door immediately, and he had completely forgotten about it. Shirzhuan nodded and laid out the entire walkie-talkie set on the table. It consisted of 1 walkie-talkie and 2 headsets. The headsets were small. Their size meant they were completely hidden by hair when worn on the ears. Song Zichu was incredibly quick. Before Shirzhuan could even examine it, he grabbed the walkie-talkie and started fiddling with it. Hey, this walkie-talkie doesn't have any batteries. Jiangxi noticed the moment he opened the back cover. Oh right. Without batteries, this thing was practically useless. Song Zichu immediately lost interest and listlessly tossed it onto the table, where Shirzhuan caught it. Hey, you little brat, don't throw it around like that. Shirzhuan wiped the dust off the walkie-talkie, reopened the back cover, and examined the inside. This spot was supposed to be connected to a lithium battery, but it was empty. Do you have a solution? Xiaoao leaned closer, watching his movements, and whispered in his ear. But before Shirzhuan could answer, Song Zichu interrupted. No way. Even if Brother Shir is incredibly skilled, he can't just conjure electricity out of thin air. The only thing they had to generate electricity was a power bank, but the wiring didn't match the walkie-talkie at all. Even if Shirzhuan could create plasma pulses and build bombs, the current conditions were too limited. Song Zichu didn't believe he could easily solve this problem. He's not a mechanical genius. If he could just casually connect this walkie-talkie to power, I pay for Brother Jing's help. You pay if you have the money? Jiangxi rolled his eyes at him. But Song Zichu remained unmoved, seemingly 100% certain that Shirzhuan had no way of powering a walkie-talkie without a battery. But the next second, Shirzhuan, with a sly smile, confidently told him that he truly could be a mechanical genius. Don't worry, Xiao Song, give me 2 hours, and I make sure you obediently hand over the money. Seriously? You actually have a way? Shirzhuan raised an eyebrow at Song Zichu. You can try to recall the money and password in your bank account. Given Brother Zhang's salary, the amount shouldn't be small. With that, he pulled out his long-unused cell phone from his bag. His old, domestically made mobile phone, used for over 4 years, had a failing battery. After the apocalypse, he turned it off to save power, and now, turning it back on, he found the battery only a paltry 50%. Keep in mind, he had fully charged it. What are you planning to do? Xiaoao stared at his actions, curious about his next move. Do you guys have any sharp, thin pieces? Shirzhuan examined the back of the phone, finally rubbing his thumb along a small seam where the back was glued together. Holy crap, you're not planning to take the phone apart, are you? Song Zichu exclaimed in shock. As a modern person, he had never considered what life would be like without a mobile phone. Even in the apocalypse, chasing zombies, he couldn't bear to part with his little phone. Only when he had it by his side did he feel safe. All the sharp weapons they were carrying were confiscated during the body search. Finally, Xiaoao found a pull tab from a discarded soda can on the corner of the table. The thin piece of aluminum, though much softer than a knife, was barely enough for Shirzhuan's needs. He held the small metal piece in his hand, repeatedly scraping the sharp edge against the seam of the phone's back panel. Only after the 68th attempt, The aluminum foil finally managed to cut a narrow slit in the adhesive of the back panel. Shirzwan then pulled out his ID card from his bag, widened the gap slightly, and then, with a burst of strength, used both hands to remove the back cover. As he worked, he said, "Back in the factory, I was thinking about whether Li Wansheng could recruit one of our assistants for the lab from the base tomorrow." "You mean?" Xiao quickly agreed with him. "If this walkie-talkie could be repaired, their operation would be much easier. If even one person could get into Li Wansheng's lab, it would be much easier to gather evidence or provide intelligence than it is now. But Li Wansheng has seen every one of us. Even if we're strong enough to be selected, we'd be exposed immediately in front of him." Jiangxi felt the plan wasn't very feasible. If we had everything we needed, we could use makeup to change our appearance. Unfortunately, they had nothing at the moment. "Are you good at makeup? How good can you be? Can you tell anything unusual up close?" Facing Xiao's question, Jiangxi confidently guaranteed, "I love cosplay in college, and my makeup skills are top-notch. If you give me a box of skin wax, I can sculpt a completely new face for you." This was quite confident. At least, Xiao felt that Jiangxi's makeup skills were on par with his bomb-making skills. "In that case, let's try to find a nearby cosmetic store. These aren't necessities in the apocalypse, so they should be easy to find." "Seriously? We're really going to infiltrate?" Jiangxi hadn't expected him to be serious. "Who's going?" "I go with the headset on. You and Shirzwan will stay outside. If anything changes, tell me via walkie-talkie. The sounds I hear should be transmitted directly to the ground via the headset." His expression was serious, as if he decided to take on this role the very first second the plan was proposed. Jiangxi hesitated. Could she really sneak into Li Wansheng's lab just by using makeup? Even though she was quite skilled at makeup, the risk was too high. "Shirzwan, what do you think?" She tossed the question to the person who was engrossed in his work. Anyway, they were now a couple, and if it came to persuasion, Shirzwan had a much greater say than her. Unexpectedly, only a dozen minutes had passed, and he had already removed the phone battery. Scattered parts and circuit boards covered the table, and no one dared to approach, all stepping back. They were afraid that a breath might accidentally blow a small component away, rendering Shirzwan's phone unusable. But he himself didn't seem particularly concerned, the small parts rolling around on the table as he spoke. "Someone has to go. He has a medical background, is familiar with lab equipment, and is more in line with Li Wansheng's requirements." He then looked up at Xiao, his eyes full of apology. Logically, no one present was more suitable than Xiao. Emotionally, as Xiao's boyfriend, he was the last person who should push him into this mess. "Don't worry," Xiao ruffled his hair, telling him not to overthink it. It was already late. They had been busy all night, and it was nearly 1 a.m. Except for Shirzwan, who hadn't finished his work, everyone else was free. In the afternoon, Xiao Tian told them about the fieldwork arrangements for the next day. The three of them had to get up early the next morning. Xiao offered to hold the flashlight for Shirzwan by himself, telling Song Zichu and Jiangxi to go and rest early. Fortunately, Shirzwan was very efficient, finishing the task that was supposed to take 2 hours in just 1.5. The two quietly tested the walkie-talkie to make sure it worked perfectly, and finally went to bed at 2:30 a.m. The next morning, the four were woken up by Zheng Ji's shouts. Still half asleep, they got out of bed, quickly brushed their teeth, and went downstairs to meet up. With Zheng Ji's protection, only Shirzwan was left to handle all the tasks, while Jiangxi and Xiao went straight to a nearby cosmetics store upon arrival. Shirzwan had an extra task at the time. After carefully confirming that there were no troublemakers, and no large groups of zombies surrounding them, he led Zhengge to where they had parked earlier, and stuffed all the bombs they had made at school into Zheng Ji's bag. The bag was heavy. Zhengge, carrying the bag that was almost completely weighed down by his weight, remarked that his years away from home hadn't been wasted, he had indeed honed his skills. Back at base, the two mingled casually for a while before it was time to return. The bomb, placed in Zheng Ji's bag, successfully slipped through security without arousing suspicion. The afternoon's field mission was cancelled, so Zhengge simply carried their bags directly to their room, where he noticed the walkie-talkie that Shirzwan had just repaired the night before. TSK, if you ask me, why did your dad even pay me to find you? Someone like you, even if you don't run rampant in the apocalypse, could at least make a name for yourself, even more flamboyant than Li Wansheng. Oh! Shirzwan held out his hand to him. In that case, don't bother with the final payment, and don't bother with the deposit, just return it to me. See, you're in a hurry again. Zhengge had nothing to say, just chuckled. The group finalized the plan. Xiao would apply for an assistant position and infiltrate the lab. Junggu would be responsible for monitoring Matilda and Ansel's movements and providing updates. While carrying out their fieldwork, Shirzwan and his team also provided Xiao with advice and acted as a communication bridge. All done. A relieved voice came from the side. Jiangxi had finished. Shirzwan and Junggu quickly turned around to look and found that Jiangxi's boasted makeup skills were not an exaggeration at all. Xiao's originally handsome face was now covered in makeup, making him look unremarkable and easily overlooked in a crowd. Even up close, at a normal social distance, the artificial traces on his face were completely invisible. These are all high-end brands. The effect is even better than I expected, Jiangxi said, shaking the cosmetics in his hand. With everything ready, they were about to depart in less than half an hour until 2 p.m. Chapter 107. At 1 p.m., Li Wansheng finally finished all his work for the morning. There wasn't much to it, but the sample from this morning had a problem, resulting in the waste of a test subject and forcing a rescheduling that took a long time. According to today's work schedule, he needed to grab a quick bite to tide him over before rushing to the recruitment fair. He took a bag of biscuits from his drawer, casually tore open the packaging, and popped one into his mouth. Half an hour earlier, he had arranged for Chen Yi to go ahead and set up the venue and notify everyone at the base. This selection process was quite complex and would likely take a considerable amount of time. He would leave the basic tasks to Chen Yi as usual, but he had to personally handle the selection of assistants. He quickly finished the biscuits, leaving some crumbs in the bag. He glanced at them briefly and expressionlessly tossed the bag into the trash can. On the table was a list of everyone currently at the base. He took a sip of water and opened the list. The densely packed forms recorded the assigned tasks for each person. Unlike the forms outside, the first column of names was marked with detailed red annotations, carefully distinguishing who was eligible to participate in the trials and who was not. He flipped through 2 pages, his gaze lingering on 2 familiar names, Qin Yujie and Qin Jianhua. He hadn't originally planned to bring these 2 back to the base. Qin Jianhua was slightly better, although older, he was quite capable at physical labor. But the young woman, heavily pregnant, was inconvenient to go anywhere, and would become a burden if they encountered zombies. However, being useful in another way meant he hadn't brought her back for nothing. Unfortunately, that same day at the supermarket, the genius who concocted bombs refused to go with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to painstakingly cultivate a virtuous image and organize so many people to maintain base security in shifts. It was almost time. He reorganized the list and got up to leave the basement. So many people. Song Zichu stood in the crowd, nearly knocked over by someone who wasn't paying attention. Looking around, at least 200 people were crammed into the open space in front of the factory. A woman stood at the front, holding a megaphone and trying to maintain order. But in the noisy environment, it was better than nothing. Xiao recognized the voice as that of Li Wansheng's assistant, whom they had met in the factory the previous night. What was his name again? Chen Yi. Shirzwan whispered in his ear, "Remember, you shouldn't know her name right now. Don't give yourself away." He had learned his lesson in similar situations before, so he specifically reminded Xiao of this. Everyone line up. The only thing cancelled today is the afternoon's fieldwork. Finishing early will allow everyone to go back and rest for a while. Brother Zheng arrived. As soon as he arrived, the crowd quieted down visibly, and soon they had lined up in 8 even rows as instructed. To avoid attracting attention, Shirzwan and the other 2 had to separate from Xiao beforehand. Before leaving, Xiao even squeezed his fingers to reassure him. Hidden under his hair, Xiao stood alone at the very end of the leftmost line. The lingering warmth on his fingertips faded rapidly. Even though reluctant, Shirzwan forced himself to focus, looking intently ahead. His eyes met those of Junggu at the very front of the line. Zheng winked at him. Li Wansheng arrived. He took the megaphone from Junggu. "Everyone, thank you for your hard work." The crowd fell silent. It's been over a month since the zombie apocalypse began. During this time, everyone in the base has worked together, united and striving to survive until now. Today, I have some good news to share. As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes turned to him. Even standing in the line, Shirzwan could hear people around him whispering, speculating about what his next announcement would be. What was he going to say? Through the throng of heads, Shirzwan saw that familiar face with an exaggerated smile. Unlike his cautious demeanor in the supermarket, his expression now betrayed his overwhelming excitement. Since the apocalypse, my friends and I have been diligently researching solutions to combat zombies. Until today, I want to solemnly announce here that from this day forward, we humans will no longer be swarmed by zombies, reduced to mice being chased by cats. As he spoke, he pulled a syringe from a nearby suitcase. Just a week ago, I developed a drug that, once injected into the body, can mobilize all the body's cells to begin self-repair. In other words, once you're injected with this medicine, no matter what injury you suffer, you be completely healed in a matter of moments. What? What does that mean? It seems like injecting his medicine will cause injuries to heal automatically. Holy crap. That's practically like being immortal? The crowd erupted in heated discussion after Li Wansheng finished speaking. Only Shirzhuan and his group stood dumbfounded at the back of the line, like oddities among the crowd. The surrounding noise isolated them. How could he suddenly produce a completed injection? This medicine was clearly still in the experimental stage the night before, and had even just sent a dying woman to her death. Looking into Li Wansheng's eyes again, the smile masking his dark, unfathomable pupils was like a bottomless abyss. As normal people, they couldn't imagine how this man could come up with so many insidious and vicious schemes. Now that they had a plan, they absolutely couldn't let Li Wansheng's scheme succeed. Shirzhuan felt a chill creep into his heart. It was springtime, almost summer, yet the cold wind felt like a persistent demon, clinging to his legs, leaving him nowhere to hide. He looked up, using the people in front of him as cover, to continue looking at Li Wansheng. This man watched as the crowd below was easily manipulated by him. There was no questioning, only excitement, and he couldn't control the upward curve of his lips. Unfortunately, the laboratory's production capacity is limited. Currently, there are only 12 finished products. I convened this meeting today to select 12 physically excellent warriors willing to fight for the base to be injected with it. Me. I want to. A muscular man was the first to raise his hand. Following him, more people were stirred up, raising their hands in an attempt to be among the first to evolve into humanity. It must be said that Li Wansheng was quite adept at the push-pull tactic. Faced with the crowd shouts, he immediately withdrew, building suspense. Because the number of spots is limited, everyone please line up over there. The specific spots will be selected. Thank you for your hard work. As soon as he finished speaking, people rushed in the direction he pointed. With nearly 200 people present, the pushing nearly caused a stampede. Shirzhuan almost had his foot stepped on, hurriedly pulling it back from under the shoe of the person in front of him. Once the line at the front cleared, those of them mingling at the back would be completely exposed. They couldn't be exposed to Li Wansheng yet. Realizing this, Shirzhuan quickly pulled two others into the crowded throng. Li Wansheng was very satisfied with the crowd's reaction. The loudspeaker, which had just been put down, was raised again. There's another matter I'd like to ask of everyone. To expedite the mass production of the drug and benefit more humanity, I need to invite a colleague with a medical background to join my laboratory. If you think you meet this requirement, you can line up here. He spoke as he walked to another table and stood there. Unlike the previous rush, this time everyone looked at each other, but no one moved aside. Even though Li Wansheng offered the condition that the colleague joining the lab could be the first to use the new batch of drug after it was produced, the line chattered, but no one moved. After a long while, finally a middle-aged man wearing glasses squeezed out from the crowd. Because he was the only one in the open area, many eyes were on him, and he scratched his head awkwardly. I'm an orthopedic surgeon. The last time I did this kind of experiment was when I was doing my PhD. It's been many years since I'd done it, but if no one else comes. He spoke softly, but loud enough for a few people nearby to hear. 3 or 4 more people broke free from the crowded line and headed this way. Xiao quickly slipped in during this opportunity. Brother Xiao, will this work? Song Zichu asked worriedly. The other line was shorter, and Xiao was fourth in line. It wouldn't be long before it was his turn. But their line had been rearranged neatly by Chen Yi. An extra row of people on the left completely blocked the view. They couldn't see what was happening on Xiao's side. This time, both earphones were on. One was in Xiao's ear, and the other was being worn by Shirzhuan. With so many people around, they couldn't possibly discuss it loudly in public, so only Shirzhuan could hear the live broadcast from the other side. About 10 minutes later, Xiao's voice came through the earpiece. Hello. What's your name? Lin Xiao. I used to work at a local research institute, specializing in virology. Xiao's new face presented a completely different style from his original face. His original face was undeniably dashing and handsome, a perfect balance between softness and sharpness. But now, Jiangxi had deliberately darkened his face with foundation, and his cheekbones had been patted a few millimeters higher with hair wax, but the overall impression was completely different. Now it exuded a wild, flamboyant energy. Sure enough, Li Wansheng didn't recognize him. Shi Zhuan on the other end of the earpiece finally breathed a slight sigh of relief, secretly giving the other two an okay sign where no one else could see. Next, Li Wansheng asked Xia Ao a few professional questions. Although he couldn't understand the questions at all, Shi Zhuan could still tell from Xia Ao's quick responses and Li Wansheng's reaction that Li Wansheng was satisfied. Everything was proceeding smoothly according to plan. Next, the person in front of him quickly finished and left the table. Shi Zhuan regained his composure and looked up to meet Qin Yi's eyes. She held a pen and a list in her hand, her expression serious. Is her name Shi Zhuan? Yes. Shi Zhuan nodded. Please tell me your measurements. Okay. Chapter 108. Shi Zhuan was startled by the question, but when he looked up at Qin Yi, her expression was serious and showed no sign of surprise. Seeing that he hadn't answered for a while, and was even frowning and urging him on, okay, she was only asking to assess his physical condition. He didn't hesitate any longer and gave her the numbers. Next, Qin Yi asked a few more questions about past physical examinations and did a few simple tests. After registering him on the list, she called the next person's number. Shi Zhuan squeezed through the line, weaving between the tightly packed people, and hid behind a nearby pillar. As expected, Xia Ao was also squatting there. How's it going on your end? Has Li Wansheng's result come out? Shi Zhuan also squatted down, and the two whispered to each other, their shoulders brushing against each other. Someone asked, and he said the results won't be out so quickly. After he and Qin Yi discuss it, the candidates from both sides will be announced together. However, there were very few people in the line he was in earlier, and he had only briefly listened to the conversations between others and Li Wansheng. If Li Wansheng's selection criteria were entirely based on professional relevance and familiarity with the lab, then he was almost certainly the one chosen. But I came here as soon as I finished, so I don't know about the others. Xia Ao turned his head to look at the sparsely populated line on the far left. After he left, there were only 3 people left behind, and no other competitors. To be honest, from going abroad to pursuing his doctorate, he had hardly encountered any major setbacks in his studies or profession. Even getting into the largest research institute in the country was a direct, exceptional admission by Becker. Awards and scholarships were plentiful from childhood. Never before had he felt so nervous, so worried about whether he could successfully infiltrate. The small corner fell silent for a moment, eerily quiet. Shi Zhuan rarely saw Xia Ao like this, silent, his entire being tense, even his eyes filled with obsession. He gently placed his hand on Xia Ao's shoulder. Don't think about it anymore. If it really doesn't work, we think of something else. Okay. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Si and Song Zichu finished their interview and walked towards the corner. Shi Zhuan stood up, stretched his stiff legs, and turned to see people following behind them. Hi. Long time no see. Chen Yujia waved excitedly at him. Qin Jianhua stood beside her, his eyes fixed on her, afraid something might happen to her. You two are here too. Shi Zhuan hurriedly stepped forward, simultaneously gesturing behind his back to Xia Ao, who was still hiding behind a pillar. The man quickly pretended to be a passerby and left. Why are you so happy? Shi Zhuan acted as if nothing had happened, speaking to Qin Yujia as usual. Before Qin Yujia could speak, Qin Jianhua interrupted. That little assistant said during her interview that her chances of being selected were very high, so she's been happy ever since. To be honest, what's there to be happy about? This drug hasn't even been released to the market yet. Who knows if it has all the necessary qualifications? And you're pregnant. He didn't completely believe Li Wansheng's words. After all, it concerned Qin Yujia's health, and a father would always have more to worry about. But Qin Yujia completely ignored his words. Boss Li is from the Imperial Life Research Institute. Even someone like me who never follows the news has heard of him. The medicine he developed to fight zombies is for the fate of all humanity. Qin Yujia pouted, her mood clearly dampened by her father's dampening. The father and daughter argued about this for over an hour before they approached Jiang Si and the others to greet them. Look, Brother Shi and the others are here too. You're just overthinking it. Qin Yujia pointed at Shi Zhuan and the others, defending herself. If the medicine works, you won't have to worry about my safety all the time. But the two started bickering, oblivious to everyone else. Shi Zhuan wanted to stop her, but he didn't know where to begin. By the way, Sister Chen, how many months pregnant are you? Your belly doesn't look much different from a month ago. Jiang Si interrupted, ending Shi Zhuan's predicament. Ah? Qin Yujia was facing Qin Jianhua a second ago, then her hand touched her swollen belly. It's been 6 months. It's probably because I've been running around since the apocalypse, and I haven't been eating much, so I haven't been getting much nutrition. Jiangxi noticed the sadness in her eyes. Actually, she must have been suffering a lot too. What should have been a normal day of welcoming a new life had suddenly turned into being trapped on a high-speed train, surrounded by hideous zombies. To survive, she had to carefully hold her belly and struggle to stay alive. Sometimes, when she was alone at night, she probably felt self-loathing. But they couldn't let Qin Yujia become a victim of Li Wanqing's experiments at this moment. I just suddenly realized that Li Wanqing described the main function of the medicine as promoting wound healing. But if we wait a few more months, you inevitably bleed during childbirth. If the wound heals too quickly, then your baby. Qin Yujia's hand on her stomach suddenly froze. Right? She hadn't considered this necessity. Then, what should we do? Her eyes were panicked, and she didn't know where to put her hands. Little Jiang, what do you think I should do? I listened to you. Because this was a problem she hadn't considered, Jiangxi had brought it up, so she now saw Jiangxi as her only lifeline. She nervously grabbed her hand. Seeing her anxious and helpless appearance, Jiangxi couldn't admit that she actually felt a sense of relief. Since Qin Yujia could change her mind, things were much easier. She glanced at Jiangxi on the other side, then smiled and softly comforted him. Don't worry, Qin Yi and Li Wanqing haven't left yet. Go over and explain things to them, there's still time. The recruitment had just ended, and Jiangxi glanced to the side, just as Qin Yi was tidying up the list on the table and standing up to collect it. The timing was perfect, the people who had just finished hadn't dispersed yet. If Qin Yujia could go over now and express her unwillingness to Li Wanqing in front of so many people, Li Wanqing, for the sake of his own face, was unlikely to force Qin Yujia onto the list. Did you hear that? Go quickly. Rarely receiving support for his idea, Qin Jianhua hurriedly urged his daughter to go over there and explain, fearing she might change her mind again at any moment. Qin Yujia trembled with anxiety, instinctively wanting to seek Jiangxi's help. But the group couldn't be exposed to Li Wanqing yet, so she had no choice but to avoid Qin Yujia's gaze. Finally, Qin Jianhua accompanied her. How's the situation? Did Brother Xia say what Li Wanqing's attitude is? As soon as the Qin father and daughter left, Song Ziqiao, who had been quiet, hurriedly asked. Don't worry. Shizhuan briefly recounted what he had heard through the earpiece, along with Xia Ao's own speculation about the outcome. Song Ziqiu and Jiangxi's wildly beating hearts finally calmed down. Everyone present was shown to Qin Yi. Li Wanqing officially announced the end of the afternoon's activities, and the gathered crowd finally dispersed. The group's position allowed them a clear view of a small area surrounding Li Wanqing. Therefore, they clearly witnessed Li Wanqing's face darken instantly, when Qin Yujia explained to Qin Yi why she had voluntarily given up the injection opportunity. Many people nearby hadn't had time to leave, and upon hearing her words, they only felt they had one less competitor, not considering anything else. In fact, they were extremely happy. This put Li Wanqing in a difficult position. Even with his face as black as coal, he could only force a smile and say, I understand. This matter was half resolved, but many problems remained. The three didn't dare linger and quickly returned to their dormitory. Pushing open the door, they found Xia Ao already inside. 10 minutes later, Brother Zheng also knocked and entered. Shizhuan and Xia Ao were about to explain the results again, but Zheng Ge seemed completely uninterested. He raised his hand to silence them, then spoke up himself. The results will be out this afternoon. You don't need to waste your time worrying about this. His expression was unusually serious. Before I came here, Li Wanqing stopped me, saying that one of his colleagues would be coming to the base in the next few days, and he wanted me to pick him up. Li Wanqing's colleague. Shizhuan frowned. Did he say who that person was? Zheng Ge shook his head. He wasn't very clear. He only told me it was a foreigner in his 40s. It's Becker, Xia Ao said. Becker? Why would he suddenly come here? Shizhuan didn't understand why this person would suddenly come to the base. Could it be that something went wrong with Li Wanqing's experimental project? I don't know, but we need to hurry. Xia Ao picked up his phone and looked at his face. Even the slight sweat hadn't affected his makeup, so he felt relieved. Zheng Ge, having given the clear reminder, plopped down on a chair in the corner of the dormitory and closed his eyes to rest. He still had to lead fieldwork that night. Li Wanqing really wasn't treating him like a human being, relentlessly exploiting him. Now that they knew Becker was also coming to the base, they needed to speed up their preparations. Ideally, they could take him down as well. Tonight, Jiangxi and I will go to the factory area again. We find a place to hide the bomb there, Shizhuan suggested. In case of an emergency, they could quickly respond by simply detonating it. Once the results came out this afternoon, Xiao should be able to legitimately follow Li Wansheng into the lab. With someone inside to provide backup, the bomb planting operation would go more smoothly. Then you guys be careful. I also want to contribute to our operational plan. Song Ziqiao, seeing that the three of them had already decided what to do tonight in just a few words, snorted twice, not wanting to be outdone. What are you planning to do? Shirzwan asked. After all, Song Ziqiao's expression suggested he was plotting something extremely sinister. Even he felt a chill run down his spine just looking at him. Humph, Li Wansheng boasts about his ability to manipulate public sentiment to achieve his goals. Well, I show him the true power of a professional. When it comes to stirring up trouble, no one in the entire base is better than me. Chapter 109. Shirzwan was very curious about what kind of scheme he was planning. Since all he needed to do that afternoon was wait for Li Wansheng's results, and there was nothing else to do, he simply sat down in his chair, his eyes fixed on Song Ziqiao. Song Ziqiao felt a little nervous under his gaze, but having already made his promise, he asked Jiangxi for some blank sheets of paper from his notebook. 10 sheets in total, laid flat on the table. Then he picked up a pen from the side and began to scribble on the blank sheets. Base news. These 4 large characters started at the top, deliberately bolded by Song Ziqiao, the black ink particularly eye-catching. Having painstakingly drawn such thick font on an A4 sheet of paper with a regular thickness pen, Song Ziqiao mentally planned the layout with satisfaction and confidently continued writing. Shocking. The base leader, instead of sleeping in the middle of the night, was having a secret rendezvous with a foreigner deep in the forest. As far as I know, our base leader has always presented himself as a great scientist fighting for humanity's fight against zombies. His new drug has even piqued my interest, but unfortunately, given my status, I can't be among the first to be injected. I had already let this matter go, but just yesterday, while taking a walk to relieve my sorrows, I accidentally passed by the factory and happened to run into the head of the base and At this point, Song Ziqiao's pen suddenly stopped. He looked up at Xiao. Xia, what does your idiot mentor look like? Give me a few keywords to hint at. Xiao, already stunned by what he had written, opened her mouth wide, and upon hearing this nickname, she gave him a sharp rap on the head. Who are you calling Xia? Song Ziqiao was displeased, pursed his lips, and even put down his pen. Hey! I may not be as good as you in academics and post-apocalyptic survival, but in this professional field, you absolutely have to call me Big Brother. Song Ziqiao put one hand on his hip, raised the other hand to make a gun gesture, and poked it at Xiao's waist. Hurry up! Shirzwan and Jiangxi, how childish. Finally, Xiao sighed and cooperated with his good big brother, writing down the facial features of a foreign man in his 40s, with dark brown curly hair and a light-colored scar on his nose. Song Ziqiao was smug. After thinking for a while, he actually managed to write a few sentences that made Li Wansheng and Becker's rendezvous in the woods sound sinister and terrifying, reminiscent of an underground organization on the streets. And so, most of the page was filled with text. In the last small gap, Song Ziqiao drew a box containing additional annotations. I don't know much about the foreign man, but according to sources, he works at the Imperial Life Science Research Institute. Just recently, a student from Country D revealed that a PhD student at the institute, leading a cell repair research project, used connections to illegally market a drug that hadn't completed clinical trials, causing many buyers to experience severe adverse reactions after taking the drug. And among these adverse reactions, the most frightening is, these victims would directly eat thawed raw meat. When I found out, I got goosebumps. Are you sure this will work? Xiao watched as Song Ziqiao drew the final period, the shock still lingering in his mind, along with persistent doubts. The thin A4 sheet of paper felt so heavy that even Shirzwan and Jiangxi hesitated to lift it from the table. Song Ziqiao was exasperated by their hesitant and skeptical expressions, his head throbbing with frustration. He raised his voice. You don't have to believe me. Just wait until all those die-hard fans of Li Wansheng in the base criticize me, and you see how powerful this trick is. As he spoke, he threw the pen back on the table, leaning halfway down as if he were about to snatch the paper and tear it up, refusing to let any of them see it. Zhengge, who had been feigning sleep, suddenly opened his eyes and interjected, I think his plan is quite feasible. Tearing down the hypocritical facade Li Wansheng has cultivated in front of everyone before a direct confrontation prevents him from becoming an enemy of the entire base in the end. Even if most of them are ordinary people, their sheer numbers mean they can't be underestimated. Gaining the upper hand in public opinion first is a good move, giving them a head start on later strategies. Finally, someone agreed with his strategy. Song Zichu almost rushed forward to hug his leg and become Zheng Ji's man. But the man immediately poured cold water on his enthusiasm the next second. However, this last part. If the source is one of you, directly exposing the information like this might be a bit dangerous. That's not a big problem. I infiltrate the lab under a different identity right away. Even if there's a culprit, Li Wansheng and Becker won't be able to find Xia Ao in the base. Since the parties involved said there were no problems, the method was successfully approved within the dormitory. For the remaining time, Zheng Ge went back to his resting place to wait for the evening's work and couldn't join the others. Meanwhile, Shizhuan and the other three slept soundly in bed, conserving their energy. At 4:30 p.m., Xiao Tian knocked on the door, calling Song Zichu to come downstairs to get food. Around 5 p.m., the door was knocked again. The two stood outside, bringing dinner and the results of the interview at noon. As expected, Xia Ao was indeed chosen as the only assistant personally selected by Li Wansheng. Because she had drastically altered her appearance with makeup, Xiao Tian deliberately had her slip into the bathroom, pretending she wasn't in her room. Xiao Tian didn't suspect anything. However, there was another piece of news that surprised everyone present. Shizhuan and Jiangxi were both selected among the 10 to receive the injection. Congratulations. Xiao Tian's congratulations were genuine. You two are amazing. It's a pity that people like us can't even do fieldwork, let alone be selected for the first batch of injections. She didn't know that she had actually dodged a bullet. Hey, don't think like that, maybe. Ahem. Song Zichu suddenly spoke up, and Shizhuan, worried he might accidentally let something slip, quickly coughed to interrupt. Xiao Tian didn't understand, but she couldn't waste time outside their dormitory. Bosley said the injections are tomorrow afternoon, and Miss Matilda will take everyone there. Also, tell Brother Lin he's going over tonight. Pack your things. Miss Matilda will rearrange the accommodations and meals. She come to pick you up around 8 p.m. The message was delivered, so there was no need to linger. She proactively pulled Song Zichu towards the next room. Matilda will be here tomorrow afternoon. As soon as Xiao Tian left, Xia Ao emerged from the bathroom. He had completely changed his appearance, but the others looked exactly the same. Matilda would recognize them instantly. Do you need me to continue applying makeup? Jiangxi rummaged through her bag and pulled out foundation and skin wax. Although it was a lot of work, the makeup she done for Xia Ao had completely activated her old muscle memory. Doing makeup for 2 more people wouldn't be a problem. But Shizhuan took a deep breath and refused her suggestion. No need to hide it anymore. They figured out what Li Wansheng was up to by setting up this base, and they have evidence. Next, they just need to round up Li Wansheng, Matilda, Ansel, and Becker all at once, handing them over to the local government or having Zheng take them to City B when he leaves. The only problem now is that Becker hasn't arrived at the base yet. Li Wansheng asked Zheng to take him to the factory after he arrives, which should be within the next day or 2. Tonight, I sneak into the factory and plant the bombs. Tomorrow, I go see Matilda and Li Wansheng in person. Didn't he desperately want me to design the base's defense system? He's finally got me here. He better throw me a nice welcome back dinner. He crossed his legs, having prepared so much, he now felt a sense of calm. Since he had done everything he could leave the rest to fate. The afternoon was short. By the time Song Zichu returned from work, it was already 6 o'clock. Xia Ao had to hurriedly pack her things, including the blanket that had only been laid out 2 days ago, which also had to be packed into her bag. As darkness fell, large clusters of clouds blocked out the last rays of sunlight, making the room dark and gloomy, almost indistinguishable from nighttime. Song Zichu and Jiangxi moved 2 stools to the balcony and squatted down to continue copying Song Zichu's base news. To keep up with their current pace, after Shizhuan and Jiangxi went out tonight, Song Zichu would be handing out flyers alone inside the building. He would try to slip them under the door as discreetly as possible and run away. The rest would depend on the instinct of human gossip to spread the word throughout the base. Inside the dormitory, in the middle of the corridor, Shizhuan leaned against the stair railing, watching Xia Ao take out his ID card, place it on the table, and then fill the gaps in his backpack with a neatly folded blanket. You have 2 earphones. I removed the battery from the other one, take it as a spare. Be careful not to let Li Wansheng see you. Keep an eye out when you're changing the battery. If you need to contact us urgently, but it's convenient to talk, just tap 3 times on the earphone, and we be there as soon as possible. I asked Jiangxi, as long as your makeup doesn't get wet, a little sweat won't be a problem. For the first time, Shizhuan could empathize with the kind of scenes depicted in TV dramas. Parents sending their child off to university for the first time, mentioning every little detail, talking until their mouths are dry. And Xiao, like an extremely sensible child, was still willing to listen to his anxieties even when time was tight. They had staked everything on this operation. Even leaning against the metal bar, Shirzwan felt his heart pounding like a pile driver, tormenting his chest, causing the metal on his back to vibrate slightly. Don't worry, I won't do anything dangerous. The main objective this time is to transmit intelligence and prevent your group from injecting the drug. Xiao raised his hand and pinched Shirzwan's earlobe, hidden beneath his hair. The tension and worry on his face were obvious to anyone. He was simply worried that Shirzwan, in his haste, would disregard his own safety and put himself in a perilous situation. This time it's quite dangerous, but you and Jiangxi will be here tomorrow afternoon, and we all be seeing each other again soon. He tried to soothe Shirzwan's tense muscles with a gentle voice. Chapter 110. In just one day, even if something were to happen, it wouldn't be anything too serious. Besides, Li Wansheng is currently even more eager for stability than they are. His primary goal is to complete the drug trials on this batch of 10 people safely and smoothly, so he's likely less concerned about other matters. Most of the issues at the base have fallen on Matilda's shoulders. Meanwhile, Zheng Ge is helping them gather information about Matilda's situation. In this way, they're not entirely clueless. At 7:50 p.m., it's almost time for Matilda's appointment. To avoid Matilda coming up and confronting Shirzwan and the others, Xiao went downstairs early with his bag to wait. Before parting, Song Zichu and Jiangxi also stopped what they were doing and ran over to see him off. It really is only one day. There's no need to be so nervous. Xiao chuckled, noticing Song Zichu's shifty eyes. It's like I'm about to heroically sacrifice myself. Shirzwan, standing nearby, widened his eyes. How could this guy be so sarcastic, even criticizing himself? He jumped up and slapped Xiao's nose and mouth. Spit it out. Xiao left. Shirzwan crouched on the balcony, cautiously peeking out from the edge of the wall. Worried about being noticed by the perceptive Matilda, he could only probe with extreme care. If Matilda made even the slightest movement downstairs, he would dart back into his hole like a gopher. Only when Xiao followed behind her, the two of them crossing the bridge, their figures slowly disappearing from sight, did Shirzwan stand up straight, relieved. Great, at least Matilda didn't recognize Xiao. Half an hour after Xiao left, Jiangxi and Shirzwan stood at the door, carrying backpacks full of explosives. Before this, the two had made some preliminary plans. There was a small recessed area under the assembly line on the first floor of the factory, a very well-hidden spot. The number of remote-controlled bombs was small, so the placement of this small section had to be carefully considered, aiming to detonate them first to trigger a chain reaction. Song Zichu's health had improved considerably. At least, he could walk normally without problems. They had used the remaining time to help copy several leaflets, bringing the total to 8. After Jiangxi and Shirzwan left, he planned to distribute these leaflets, hoping to get them through a few loudspeakers to spread the news as quickly as possible. Be careful when you go out, Song Zichu said to the two outside the door. Alright, hurry up and go in. Jiangxi adjusted his shoulder strap, weighed his bag, and shifted its position. Let's try to get your good news when we get back. Song Zichu patted his chest and gave a thumbs up. Shirzwan closed the door and focused his gaze on the long dark corridor. At the end of the corridor was a small window. Moonlight shone through the dusty pane, illuminating only a small area above their heads. Every night, it was as if they had stumbled into some completely enclosed cave, pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. The two of them, flashlights in hand, descended the stairs. On the first floor, only the receptionist and a few young men playing cards on the sofa remained in the lobby. Like some kind of fixed location NPC, no matter the weather, they would always encounter these people as soon as they came down to the first floor. Seeing them come down so late, carrying 2 large bags, the aunt greeted them curiously. Why are you down so late? Where are you going? Her tone wasn't inquisitive. It sounded like a casual question after bumping into them. But Shirzwan remained vigilant. Good evening, Auntie, he said, making up an excuse on the spot. Brother Zheng came this afternoon carrying 2 large bags of lab supplies, saying they were paper, pens, test tubes, beakers, and stuff. He was going to deliver them to Bosley, but he was in such a hurry that he forgot them. We're going to take them to the infirmary. Sorry, Brother Zheng, only by using your name could he get the aunt to stop asking questions. Oh, it's that kid. I saw him leaving this afternoon so leisurely, I can't believe he could forget something so important. Upon hearing that the items were for Li Wansheng, the aunt, without even asking any questions, urged the two to hurry up and not be late. Do you know where the infirmary is? If not, I can take you there. She stood up as she spoke, about to step over the counter to lead the two, but Jiangxi quickly stopped her. Auntie, we know, no need, don't trouble yourself. Xiao Tian told us the location last time. We can go by ourselves. Really, no need? No need. Jiangxi heard her own voice tremble slightly, her eyes darting around, even avoiding direct eye contact with the auntie. Let's not waste any more time, auntie, we're leaving. The more she said, the more mistakes she made. She really didn't dare stay any longer. With that, she grabbed Shirzwan's wrist and ran towards the door. As they passed the group of young men playing cards on the sofa, the skinny, pointy-faced boy who was calling Song Ziqiu his sworn brother led the way, and several of them jumped up from the sofa, greeting the two of them enthusiastically. Shirzwan and Jiangxi quickened their pace, practically fleeing. These young people nowadays. The auntie watched their retreating figures, shook her head helplessly, and sat back down in her chair. Damn, that scared me to death. Shirzwan only stopped when the two had reached the bridge, patting his chest and letting out a heavy sigh of relief. He almost thought he failed before even starting. If he really lost here, it would have been utterly disastrous. Luckily, they reached this area, and the streets were deserted. There wasn't a soul in sight. The two finally felt a little relieved. Just then, the walkie-talkie strapped to Shirzwan's waist emitted a faint, intermittent sound. The vibration of the speaker rubbed against the thin fabric of his clothes, sending a shiver down his spine. He quickly took the walkie-talkie from his waist. Knock, knock. 2 crisp knocks came from the speaker. This was something they had agreed upon before Xia Ao set off. If he arrived at the location, he would first use the knocking sound to signal that Shirzwan and the others should pay attention to what was to come. You're Lin Xiaoyou? The first, more distant voice belonged to Li Wansheng. Yes. This morning you said you had worked in the local clinical lab, so I trust you. My workload here is quite heavy, and there won't be time for you to learn. I hope you can jump right in. Li Wansheng's voice carried a smile, but they all knew his true nature. They could only detect a threat in those 2 short sentences. It was as if any behavior from Xia Ao that contradicted his self-introduction would immediately result in his replacement. And how to handle this? The reference point was the poor souls in the lab who had been injected with drugs and turned into monsters. Shirzwan's heart pounded on his end of the walkie-talkie, while on the other end, Xia Ao, being given the instructions face-to-face, was equally nervous. From the moment he entered the factory, Li Wansheng made no attempt to conceal what he had been hiding for so long. From the corpses scattered across the center of the basement to the hidden door concealed in the wall. The biggest problem was that Xia Ao had already seen these places before. Even the most shocking scene would be difficult to evoke the same emotions in a second encounter. He could only desperately recall his thoughts from the previous night, yet he couldn't express any disapproval of Li Wansheng's experiments. In the end, his awkward, exaggerated, and deliberate performance played exactly what Li Wansheng wanted. Understood. Only 3 words came through the walkie-talkie microphone, but the voice trembled just right. Chen Yi will briefly guide you through the next tasks. Report back to me after you're done. Don't bother me at other times. Li Wansheng's tone was cold. From today onwards, you live here in the factory. You're not allowed to leave without my permission. Yes. The walkie-talkie fell silent again. Xia Ao had disconnected the headset. It seemed his message had been conveyed. We're going to the factory now at the perfect time. Jiangxi looked up at him, puzzled, not understanding why he suddenly wore such a confident expression. Li Wansheng didn't want Xia Ao to bother him, which means he has urgent work to handle. He helped stall Chen Yi. Matilda just left the factory, and won't be back anytime soon. Shirzwan had roughly calculated the time Matilda spent patrolling the infirmary twice during their last night's infiltration of the lab. There was about an hour and a half in between. Shirzwan glanced at his watch. It was just past 8:30. They could have at least an hour and a half to set up on the first floor if they rushed over now. Let's go, hurry! With their previous experience, this time the two easily climbed through the toilet window. Shirzwan put his backpack on the ground and slowly started taking things out. A long production line stretched from one end of the factory to the other. They had limited explosives and had to choose the most cost-effective deployment method. Shirzwan first took out an explosive device that required ignition to detonate from his bag and hid it in a hidden compartment beneath the countertop. This location was slightly off-center from the door. It was almost invisible unless one looked closely. However, a major drawback of this location was the limited amount of gunpowder inside, meaning that even if it exploded, it wouldn't cause significant atmospheric damage. Jiangxi, can you check if the pulleys on top of that machine have been removed? Shirzwan looked around, his gaze finally settling on the top of the tall machine. There was a dark area there. Judging from the machine's basic configuration, it was a pulley system, but the distance was too great to see clearly. Jiangxi looked in the direction he indicated and quickly shone her flashlight in. It's a pulley, and the ropes on top haven't been removed either. She asked curiously, what are you planning to do? Shirzwan voiced his concerns. With limited resources, their most important task now was to find a way to maximize the effectiveness of their limited explosives. Shirzwan was silent for a moment, then a bold idea popped into his head. Keep an eye on things outside. I go and untie the other end of the rope. After saying that, without waiting for Jiangxi's response, he took out a folding knife from his bag and walked towards the large machine. Chapter 111. The pulley's position was fixed. It hadn't been used for years, and the once black rope was now covered in dust. Even rubbing your palm against it left a dark gray mark. Shirzwan climbed onto the platform, illuminating the top and bottom with his flashlight, roughly measuring the rope's length with his eyes. Then he turned his head, his eyes searching the factory, finally settling on a nearby beam. The beam was about half a meter wide, but it wasn't flush with the ceiling, leaving a gap of about 30 centimeters. Since the entire ceiling was blackened by some unknown soot or fumes, this small gap would have been completely unnoticed unless he was standing on the assembly line workbench. The blackness of the ceiling perfectly matched the color of the rope he held. If he could pull it up, it would blend in seamlessly. Operating with one hand was inconvenient, so Shirzwan roughly gestured with the flashlight before handing it to Jiangxi. What are you planning to do? Jiangxi asked, taking over the task of lighting his room. That beam over there, do you see it? Shirzwan pointed to the location. Just as he had deduced, this small gap was completely invisible from the ground. Only after he pulled Jiangxi to stand on the control panel did she notice the spot, following his finger. Are you planning to place the bomb there? Yes. Shirzwan gave an affirmative answer. The pulley system, supported by the robotic arm, was suspended high in the air, almost level with the beam. The two were less than a meter apart. The bomb was fixed below the control panel, its power limited, unlikely to cause a significant disturbance. Even if it exploded, if the target wasn't close enough to that small area, a dry bomb wouldn't even cover the costs. This rope is long enough. I plan to tie a remote-controlled one to the roof beam. When Matilda or Li Wansheng walks to this position, the beam will collapse after the detonation. This roof beam stretched across the ceiling, at least 20 meters long. If the bomb hit in the middle, the falling debris alone would be enough to kill those people. Even so, Shirzwan still felt it wasn't enough. Xiao was currently in Li Wansheng's hands. Without sufficient leverage, he absolutely couldn't ensure his safety at a crucial moment. He wouldn't allow anything to happen to Xiao. He needed to make the explosion even more powerful, so powerful that Li Wansheng, overwhelmed by its force, would choose to concede defeat. Shirzwan looked up at the ceiling, then at the sturdy rope. Jiangxi stood quietly beside him, not disturbing his thoughts. After a while, he blinked rapidly, a bright light shining from his eyes. I understand. He grabbed Jiangxi's wrist. We set up the other places first, and after that, it'd be about time for Matilda's second inspection. I need to go to the parking lot during this time. The parking lot? Jiangxi raised his voice. Yes. Just now, it suddenly occurred to him. The rope could be folded and pulled to the roof beam using pulleys, connecting the two spaces. Explosions above and below, yet they wouldn't interfere with each other. But what if gasoline were poured all over the factory, and the ropes were soaked in it too? The factory would be engulfed in flames in an instant. Jiangxi suddenly understood, and wholeheartedly agreed with the suggestion. The factory smelled strongly of mold and old engine oil. Even if gasoline were poured all over the walls and floor, it wouldn't look out of place. The two glanced at the time and quickly hid the bombs in other corners. In the end, besides the remote-controlled bomb specifically reserved for the roof beam, they still had half a backpack's worth left. Although they still had some bombs left over, Shirzwan didn't intend to abandon their plan. Saving one would give them a better chance of winning when facing Li Wansheng later. It's almost time, let's go! Jiangxi calculated that there were still 10 minutes before Matilda's next patrol. They're here. Shirzwan climbed down from the empty bucket by the wall, dusted his palms, and followed her out of the factory through the toilet. They managed to avoid meeting Matilda at the same time. The base area was large, and the parking lot was opposite the factory. It would take at least 5 minutes to walk there, even at a brisk pace. Neither of them dared to waste a single moment. It was already 10 o'clock, and they had to plant the last bomb before the field team returned at 11. Without any other containers, Scherzwan rummaged through the junkyard and found a dark plastic bucket. They didn't know what had originally been inside, but after unscrewing the cap and taking a sniff, they almost fainted from the pungent odor. Scherzwan held his breath, trying to ignore the acrid smell, and then used a tube to pour gasoline into the bucket. He filled about half a bucket, then stopped and screwed the lid back on. Then he quickly rushed back to the factory. The round trip took less than 15 minutes. Passing the infirmary, Jiangxi paid special attention to the sounds inside. Matilda and Ansel were both there. The two exchanged glances, confirmed everything was all right, and then quickly disappeared into the factory. He wondered what Xia Ao was doing at that moment. No new sounds came for a while. Scherzwan thought, next time we meet, he'd definitely give that person a good scolding. This time, to protect Li Wansheng in the confrontation, he had exhausted both his body and mind. Ready? Jiangxi asked softly. Scherzwan snapped out of his thoughts, hummed in agreement, and, under the light of Jiangxi's flashlight, cut the rope with a knife, holding one end and tying it around his waist. The dirty rope left a ring of black stains on his clothes. Jiangxi watched his movements, swallowing hard. Too dangerous. Scherzwan finished tying the rope around his waist, then groped around on the complex machine for a while, finding a comfortable handhold. His forearm muscles tensed, and he lifted his entire body up. The veins on his arms bulged as he raised his hand to find the next suitable grip on the robotic arm, his attention to detail even extending to his fingernails. Are you all right? Jiangxi asked from below. Li Wansheng and the others were in the lab downstairs. She didn't dare speak loudly. Her hoarse breath sounded somewhat comical. Scherzwan's hands were both hanging there, giving him no chance to respond. His not letting go and falling was his answer. Even a minute felt incredibly long. He had only climbed a third of the way up the robotic arm. Climbing up this upright, smooth surface meant that the longer it took, the more exhausted he would become. He was already panting heavily after reaching this point. But he couldn't rest. If he stopped to rest, the rest would be even more difficult, and his hands would lose even more strength. He had to keep pushing forward. Scherzwan gathered all his strength in his hands, ignoring the redness and bleeding from his palms caused by the ropes, and with a burst of energy, he charged to the very top of the robotic arm. While gripping the metal bars, he kicked his legs, finally stepping onto a small protruding structure, slightly relieving the pressure on his palms. Scherzwan took a deep breath, feeling his heart pounding in his chest, restless and pounding. It took a minute for him to calm down a little. He looked down. Jiangxi was still standing at the bottom, looking at him with concern. So he pulled out one hand and gave a thumbs up downwards. Jiangxi returned the thumbs up. No more time could be wasted. Scherzwan, having rested enough, raised his head again and looked towards his target location. The roof beam was at least half a meter away from the robotic arm he was currently on. Now, high in the air, facing the direction of the beam, that half-meter distance seemed even more distant. He swallowed hard. Even in his most reckless years in his early 20s, traversing mines and bridges across the country, planting bombs, weaving through thick smoke and flying rocks, he had always done what he was good at and confident in. Never before had he entrusted his life to a short rope around his waist like this. 3 meters above the ground, a fall would immediately alert those below with a loud thud. Jiangxi couldn't drag him to a hidden spot and conceal himself within a minute. Their plan would be exposed in an instant. It has to succeed. Scherzwan's eyes were fixed on the gap in the beam. He twisted his body to the left, gripping the mechanical arm, simultaneously using his waist muscles and legs to swoop down like an eagle spreading its wings. Jiangxi's heart leaped with his movements, not daring to blink. It has to succeed. It has to succeed. It has to succeed. Please, it has to succeed. Scherzwan moved nimbly, adjusting his upper body the instant he jumped, raising his long arms and grabbing tightly at the beam. Great. His hands hooked into the gap. The next second, he mustered his strength and pulled himself up, successfully landing on the beam. Huff, huff, huff. Scherzwan's mind went blank as he lay panting on the beam. He did it. He did it. A surge of extreme joy rushed to his head, and the veins near his temples throbbed. The pain from his hands, raw and chafed from the rope around his waist as he leaped through the air, all surface now, no longer fueled by adrenaline. But he had no time to think about any of that. He had successfully jumped over. The most difficult step of the task was complete. Time was of the essence, and Scherzwan dared not remain prone. He gestured once more to Jiangxi below to confirm safety, then abruptly rose and knelt on the roof beam, untying the rope from his waist and securing it to the beam. He wrapped it several times, making it secure enough. He had Jiangxi use a stick to bring the gasoline can up, open the cap, and the strong smell evenly spread across the beams and ropes. Finally, he placed a remote-controlled bomb in the center of the beam, then Shirzhuan climbed back onto the mechanical arm along the taut rope, slid down the arm, and returned to the ground. After this ordeal, his once clean dark blue jacket was now covered in black and gray stains. He looked utterly disheveled. The smell of gasoline practically permeated him. All done, let's go back. Shirzhuan's first reaction, after getting down, was to check his watch. He didn't realize it until he saw it was already past 10:40. They couldn't stay here any longer. With that, he unceremoniously wiped the sweat from his brow with his dirty jacket, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and prepared to leave. Wait a minute, Jiangxi called after him. Don't be in such a hurry. She took out a handkerchief she had prepared from her pocket, pulled one out, and told Shirzhuan to wipe the blood from his hands and the dust from his face. Then she told him to take off his coat. If you get covered in dust, people will definitely suspect something when they see you back home. True. Shirzhuan calmed down, took off his coat, and put it in his bag. The two of them took a deep breath, and before leaving, Shirzhuan tapped his earpiece to signal Xiaoao and the others that they were about to leave. Chapter 112. Finally, the two successfully entered the dormitory before the field team returned. But the two dusty-looking men were startled by the crowd surrounding them as soon as they entered the lobby. The small sofa that originally seated 3 people was now packed with people, and even the auntie, who had been at the front desk, had come out to chat enthusiastically with everyone. Shirzhuan and Jiangxi were greeted by voices as soon as they entered. The two struggled to squeeze through the crowd and saw Song Ziqiu and the skinny little monkey standing in the middle. It was the skinny little monkey who had just called out to them. He was the first to spot them through the crowd, calling out to them while tugging at Song Ziqiu's sleeve, making him look in their direction. Brother Shir, you're back. Song Ziqiu immediately stopped talking and approached the two. The previously lively chatter suddenly fell silent, staring curiously at the two newcomers. Shirzhuan, in just a few hours, what kind of trouble has Song Ziqiu gotten himself into? Song Ziqiu was unaware of his thoughts. His eyes were fixed on Jiangxi's disheveled hair and the dust on her clothes. She looked like she'd been out for a long time, withered and exhausted. He wondered if she was injured. Jiangxi, Jiangxi, cough cough. What's going on? The last question was asked softly, her deliberately lowered voice only reaching Song Ziqiu's ears. Even if Song Ziqiu was as carefree as he was, he couldn't possibly confess his entire operation, from planning to infiltrating the camp, in front of so many people. After you left, someone slipped a flyer under the door. It said something about Song Ziqiu used his acting skills, honed since middle school when he'd been faking illness to skip class, gossip about Boss Li, gossip about Li Wansheng? He knew the origin of it, but how long had it been? How could it spread so fast? Shirzhuan was somewhat shocked, his mouth agape for a second before he asked, Huh? Oh. What is it? He feigned complete ignorance, asking Song Ziqiu with curiosity. There's so much written on the paper. It says Boss Li met with a foreign man in private, and the research institute where that man works has been exposed. The drug's approval process is flawed? An insider also revealed that the side effects of the drug he developed were severe. Like a zombie. I wonder who came up with this scoop, exposing Boss Li's dirty laundry. Song Ziqiu, innocent, Shirzhuan, eyes wide, blinking, hey, I'm here. Look at this. The dorm supervisor, her face contorted with anger, tore a piece of paper from the table and shoved it into Shirzhuan's hand. I thought Xiaoli was a sensible, well-behaved child, but I never expected her to be hanging out with someone like that. Shirzhuan and Jiangxi took the paper and carefully read the information. Not at all. After copying it for Song Ziqiu so many times, they practically knew the passage by heart. But now, surrounded by so many people, they had to pretend it was their first time seeing it, sighing as they read. They knew the importance of playing the part. Fortunately, the others didn't pay much attention to the two of them. Their gazes lingered on them for only a few seconds before they turned their attention back to the contents of the flyer. Foreigners? I never seen a foreigner in the base. And how does this author know so much? All communication with the outside world was cut off after the zombie outbreak, and it says that Li Wansheng suppressed all news about the drug's side effects. Where did this person find out? Isn't this contradictory? Someone pointed out a loophole in the text. The author himself. Song Ziqiu lowered his head guiltily. There really hadn't been any foreigners in the base, because they hadn't even arrived yet. He just introduced them earlier, borrowing them for now. Fortunately, there's a lot of talk, and only a few people have the clear logic of that person. Most people were blinded by the lively atmosphere. Some even threatened to rush to Li Wansheng and teach him a lesson. Ahem, friends. Song Zichio coughed twice, drawing everyone's attention to him. We just got a tip-off. We can't just recklessly rush towards Li Wansheng without thinking. Putting everything else aside, Bosley has Matilda and Ansel by his side. Those two are strong enough to kill us 7 or 8 times over. Then what do you suggest we do? A voice came from the crowd. The skinny guy next to Song Zichio, hearing someone question Song Zichio, immediately became unhappy, stretching his neck and shouting back, "How dare you talk like that? Damn it! You dare insult me!" Seeing that the two sides were about to argue, Song Zichio quickly spread his hands to calm them down. Everyone calm down, don't rush. I wanted to say, tomorrow Li Wansheng is taking 10 people to him for injections, right? We should do this. The weather in May was relatively stable, especially recently with mostly sunny days and gentle, warm sunlight. In another 2 weeks, H City would enter the rainy season, with rain for 7 or 8 out of 10 days, and not a single day of sunshine. Having slept soundly all night, Shirzhuan couldn't sleep well with someone missing from the room. He opened his eyes early the next morning, looking at the light filtering through the curtains. It was still early. It would be a long time before Matilda came to pick up the 10-person trial team. Shirzhuan rubbed the bridge of his nose, waking himself from his sleep. He slowly sat up in bed. He wondered what Xia Ao was doing. He turned his head to look at the walkie-talkie beside the bed, which had been on all night but hadn't produced any sound. This made him somewhat worried. Buzz, buzz. Just then, a buzzing sound came from the speaker of the walkie-talkie. Shirzhuan immediately perked up his ears, held the walkie-talkie to his ear, and waited quietly. Get everything ready. Matilda will come to pick them up in half an hour. Yes. Chinny nodded, followed by a series of footsteps, one light and one heavy, which could be inferred from the distance to be Chinyi and Xia Ao. The footsteps stopped, and the person wearing the headset finally spoke. The list is ready. Are all the injections here? Do you need them taken over? 10 hours had passed since he last heard Xia Ao's voice. The voice, unheard for so long, now came through the hard plastic casing, sounding somewhat hoarse. Did this guy not sleep well the night before? Shirzhuan frowned, refocusing his attention on the conversation itself. Matilda would be picking them up in half an hour. It was only 5 o'clock now, meaning she'd be down at the dormitory building around 5:30. So early. Was Li Wansheng planning to have them avoid the sight of the rest of the base? Just then, Song Zichio and Jiang Si, on the next bed, slowly opened their eyes, struggling to sit up. They were almost scared to death by Shirzhuan, who was sitting silently with his head down on the bed. Song Zichio rubbed his eyes. What are you doing? You scared me to death. Xia Ao contacted me. Matilda will be back to pick them up in half an hour. So early. Song Zichio glanced at the time, equally shocked. He's trying to cut off all escape routes, leaving no way out. Jiang Si sat for a minute, finally struggling to shake off his drowsiness. Could you ask Xia Ao what Li Wansheng's attitude is? Is he planning to tie us all up and use us as guinea pigs as soon as we arrive? Or will he continue to pretend to be a benevolent person and trick us into getting the injections? The words spoken into the walkie-talkie microphone would be directly transmitted into Xia Ao's earpiece. Xia Ao could hear their questions clearly, but her answers depended on the situation. She had to hint at them in various subtle ways. Shirzhuan repeated Jiang Si's question into the microphone. There was initial silence on the other end, followed by a brief pause before Xia Ao began her performance. Sister Chinyi, when the people arrive, should we just have them line up for the injections? Do we still need to act? Are you stupid? If they all turn into zombies after being injected all at once, you fight them. Didn't Bosley say to come one at a time? The rest of you wait on the first floor. Li Wansheng, standing nearby, sneezed. It sounded like someone was crickets chirping at his drug research. On the other side, Shirzhuan almost didn't react for a second when he heard Chenyi curse. By the time he realized what was happening, Xia Ao was already labeled an idiot and miserably continuing his work. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, the vibration of his earphones brushing against Xia Ao's ear cartilage, a tingling sensation. But Xia Ao couldn't scratch his ear in front of Chenyi, so he had to endure the itch. Thank you for the information, Teacher Xia. May you live a long and peaceful life. That was all Shirzhuan said quickly, then abruptly muted his earphones. Xia Ao, So heartless. Meanwhile, Shirzhuan, having received the new information, quickly shared it with the others, considering whether the discussions from the previous night needed to be revised. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. Finally, he slammed his fist against the door without hesitation. "Who is it, in such a hurry so early in the morning?" Shirzwan reluctantly climbed out of bed, and as soon as he opened the door, he was met with Zheng Ji's anxious and flustered expression. "What's wrong?" Shirzwan asked, puzzled. Zheng Gu looked around frantically, making sure no one else was in the hallway, before lowering his voice and whispering, "I just got news from Li Wansheng. The foreigners are arriving tonight. The helicopter is flying to the nearby open space." He didn't dare breathe too long. "You must delay until tonight." With that, he hurried away, as if some monstrous beast was chasing him. "But how about Matilda?" Shirzwan sighed, watching his retreating figure with regret. He ran too fast, leaving him no time to ask anything. For example, Becker's exact arrival time, and whether he could still be there tonight. Time was short. Not long after Zheng ran off, Matilda's assembly bell rang. Whistles of complaint echoed down the corridor, but despite their reluctance, those on the list rallied and headed downstairs, eventually gathering in the lobby on the first floor. Matilda waited outside. The people in the lobby exchanged glances, quickly reviewing the results of their discussion from the previous night, before stepping out in unison. Chapter 113. Thank you all for your hard work, but because there are many precision instruments in the laboratory, Boss Lee wants everyone to wait on the first floor for a while, and enter one by one according to the order on the list, Matilda explained, leading the group into an open area of the factory. Shirzwan and Jiangxi stood at the back of the line, looking left and right. It was their first time entering through the main entrance, and they found it quite novel. But the most important thing was to confirm whether they had left any clues when they left yesterday. It seemed that apart from the slightly stronger smell of gasoline, there was no difference. But only those who deliberately remembered and compared could notice such a change in concentration. Inside the factory, Ansel was already waiting. But he was like an emotionless robot, standing silently against the wall, strictly carrying out his surveillance mission. Matilda took out the list, reading a name and looking up. When she read the last two names on the list, her mind froze in midair. Shirzwan. Here. Shirzwan raised his hand, claiming the name. Matilda finally noticed the two people who had been hiding at the back of the line. The two blinked, seemingly innocent. But the scene of Shirzwan carrying a giant cannon and wreaking havoc on zombies at the supermarket not long ago was still vivid in her mind. Matilda, She only noticed these two now. Was this a mistake on her part? Since these two were here, then the other two. Only two names remained on the list. She didn't know the shorter man, but where was the tall, strong man who often hung out with Shirzwan? According to the selection rules, Matilda was absolutely certain that the person would make it into the top 10. She frowned, ignoring the others' questioning gazes, and walked up to Shirzwan. Where's your friend? Shirzwan feigned ignorance, blinking again. Who are you talking about? Isn't my friend right here? Don't pretend you don't understand. You know who I'm asking about. Matilda's face was cold, ignoring his playful grin. The two remained locked in a stalemate, and she thought this would force Shirzwan to speak. But the next second, his lips trembled, his nose twitched, and a tear slid down his cheek. Matilda, shock. Do you know how fragile human life is in the apocalypse? We had become close friends, but I never expected, just that one day when I suggested we split up, and then... He spoke, tears streaming down his face. Matilda hadn't expected his sudden outburst. Her taut, cold face cracked instantly, her eyes revealing visible confusion and panic. Speaking of confusion, Jiangxi beside her was no less so. Her eyes widened slightly, and she didn't blink for a long time. Was the person Shirgu was talking about Xiao? That's outrageous, but, crying like that, it's hard for most people not to believe it. If Jiangxi hadn't been with them, and already knew the situation, he probably would have been fooled by his tears too. But it has to be said, his tactic was quite effective. At least Matilda was completely convinced, and stopped focusing on the people who weren't present. Then why did you come here? She changed the subject. At the supermarket, Li Wansheng had invited him to join the base, but he had flatly refused. His attitude clearly showed he was absolutely unwilling to dedicate his body to work. Yeah, so I'm just using my status as an ordinary citizen to enter the base. Isn't that great? No need to be a laborer for your boss. I can just go out and run errands and make a living. Shirzwan adopted a nonchalant attitude, actually waiting for Matilda to say what he expected. Sure enough, after a brief silence, Matilda sighed and said, Wait a minute, I need to talk to the boss about this. Hey, why talk about that? I'm eager to try out the miracle drug developed by the great researcher." Matilda was speechless, not wanting to pay him any attention, and turned to walk towards the stairs. After she left, only the 10 people who had been tricked and the human surveillance Ansel remained on the first floor. With him in charge, the others didn't dare to cause trouble, and could only wait quietly in place. Jiangxi cautiously moved closer to Shizhuan. "Are you sure Li Wanshan will let you go for now?" This was the plan they discussed last night. Most of it was public knowledge, but this small part actually involved Shizhuan's speculation. It could even be called a gamble. A gamble that Li Wanshan would spare his life for the sake of the base's security system. In fact, the success rate of this plan largely depended on this one condition being met. The waiting process was the most agonizing. Shizhuan put his hands in his pockets, his head aimlessly turning around, glancing at the dark spots in the corner of the wall, then at the unseen bomb on the rafters. He was wearing a black windbreaker today, with large pockets so spacious that normally you could easily slip both hands inside. This jacket was one he bought in college. It was expensive, high quality, and well-fitting, and wouldn't look outdated even after 10 years. His favorite thing to do, when wearing this jacket, used to be to shove his hands into the wide pockets and show off, but today he opted for the trouser pockets instead. With a twist of his body, the hem of the jacket gently bumped against his lower abdomen due to its weight. Both pockets were stuffed full. One was a walkie-talkie, the other a button for a remote-controlled bomb. Thank goodness, he casually stuffed this jacket into his backpack when he packed. If it were something else, it might not have had such a good effect. The pockets were full, but it was completely undetectable from the front. Time flew by in a tense and anxious atmosphere, and some people in the group began to whisper questions, testing Ansel's judgment. Finally, footsteps sounded at the stairwell entrance. Matilda stepped into the lobby, and almost a second later, Li Wanshan appeared in their sight. Li Wanshan had sharp eyes. In just a second, he pinpointed Shizhuan's location in the crowd. He quickly walked up to Shizhuan and quietly looked at his face. It had been half a month since they last met at the supermarket, but aside from the fatigue from long hours of stress and sleepless nights, Shizhuan didn't look as disheveled as the others. Even in the dimly lit factory, his eyes were still frighteningly bright. He remained silent, but Shizhuan couldn't wait any longer and spoke first. "Boss Li, it's been a long time. I wonder if you still be interested in letting me work for you again." Matilda, standing to the side, was puzzled. Who was it that just moments ago told her she didn't want to work for anyone, that being a regular citizen was perfectly fine? She took a step forward, about to speak, but was stopped by Li Wanshan's outstretched hand. "Oh!" He raised an eyebrow. "When I invited you last time, you were extremely reluctant. Why are you bringing it up today?" "Well, after spending a few days at Boss Li's base, I realized how much you contributed to saving humanity, and it made me want to do my part too." Shizhuan blinked innocently. "Well, since leaving the supermarket, we've been constantly on the road, and we run out of food. We can't just fill our stomachs with water. We were all ready to die, but then we happened to stumble upon this survivor base you built while driving around. For us, who are on the verge of death, it's like a drop of water in the desert." Li Wanshan had grown up abroad, as had Matilda, and Ansel couldn't understand a word they heard. The three of them were unaware of how exaggerated the description was, and how outdated the metaphor was. Seeing his sincere attitude, Li Wanshan rested his chin on his hand, and began to weigh the pros and cons. Currently, the base has about 180 people, with about 100 able to go out to find food each day as a field team. To appease the discontent, everyone is given 1 full day of rest each week. Even so, food shortages are still frequent at the base. If it weren't for that guy surnamed Zheng who pays for his services, and can do the work of 10 people, this base would probably have gone out of business long ago. Although his purpose in establishing the base was always to provide enough subjects for his experiments, a crucial condition was that he needed a reserve pool. Due to the nature of his experiments, he needed a reserve pool that he could readily access once the experiments reached a certain stage, rather than resorting to sending Matilda and Ansel out to arrest people only when urgently needed. This man before him. Li Wanshan looked up at Shizhuan. He had already witnessed this man's talent in bomb making. If he could be used for his purposes, one reason would be to build a security system for the base, freeing up half of the guards at the entrance. These physically stronger subjects would be more suitable as test subjects for a certain group, and would certainly possess higher abilities than some of the current personnel in fieldwork. Secondly, it would improve the performance of weapons. Which is more effective against zombies, cold weapons, or firearms? He knew the answer without anyone prompting him. "So what does Mr. Li think?" Shizhuan's lips curled into a smile, as he stared intently at Li Wansheng, awaiting his answer. A calculating glint appeared in his smile. A cunning little fox awaited its opponent to fall into its trap. Li Wansheng, eh? He felt like he'd been tricked, but without any apparent purpose. Oh well. Can you handle large-scale engineering? The base is vast, and the amount of explosives needed won't be small. Shirzwan waved his hand. You don't need to worry about that. I've been a workhorse for 7 years. Rising from a junior engineer to a project team leader, this small request is easily achievable. However, what? I suppose Boss Li doesn't have the means to obtain so many materials in the apocalypse. Li Wansheng raised an eyebrow, acknowledging his statement. So? Shirzwan continued to smile. He was still in complete control of the conversation. I know where the materials are, but in return, I need manpower and space. Li Wansheng fell silent. The base was already short-staffed, and Shirzwan was going to take another batch. Li Wansheng began to question whether this deal was worthwhile. How many people do you need? Finally, he sighed, a concession. For now, a dozen or so should be enough. We need them to help move materials. It won't take long. Everyone here seems to be in good physical condition. Why don't you get us the injections quickly, Mr. Li, and we can set off today? Chapter 114. After Shirzwan finished speaking, no one dared to utter a sound. Even the sound of a bird's wing accidentally striking the glass was extremely clear in the vast factory. Even though they had discussed today's strategy the night before, the other 8 people selected for the drug trial group along with Shirzwan were extremely panicked. They were terrified that Li Wansheng would say okay at any moment, and then the icy medicine would spread through their veins to their hearts, turning them into mindless monsters. In fact, not only them, but even Shirzwan was even more nervous. A bead of sweat rolled down his scalp and into the back of his collar, hidden by his hair. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. Li Wansheng still didn't speak, and he didn't dare to interrupt. The two stood facing each other, locked in a stalemate. After about 2 minutes, Li Wansheng finally spoke slowly. No need. You guys prepare the security system first. There's been a temporary problem with the medicine. We don't have enough, so we have to wait a while. However, he kept rambling on, but Shirzwan's mind was completely blank. At that moment, only one thought remained in his mind. He made the right bet. Li Wansheng was willing to temporarily forego immediate profits for the sake of future convenience. Capitalists like them excel at weighing pros and cons, playing the long game. Short-term gains are hardly enough to satisfy their ambitions. Committing crimes is like a surefire way to make money. As long as they invest time, the reward can be 10 times, or even 100 times. Are you listening to me? Li Wansheng noticed that he seemed distracted, his eyes wandering off somewhere. Shirzwan quickly snapped out of his reverie. Ah? Oh, okay, no problem, no rush. We can set up the security system first, and then administer the injections. But Mr. Li, you absolutely must reserve our spots. Everyone here is really looking forward to being among the first to receive your medicine. The people he mentioned nodded rapidly, expressing their sincerity. Yes. That's right, Mr. Li, we've been waiting for this for a long time. Li Wansheng, He was actually that popular? He hadn't expected yesterday's scarcity marketing to be so effective. Seeing the slight smile on his lips, the doubts in Shirzwan and Jiangxi's hearts dissipated. Next, Li Wansheng briefly assigned Shirzwan some tasks. The remaining 9 members of the group were no longer responsible for any fieldwork and could focus entirely on helping Shirzwan collect materials and assisting him. As for the location, Matilda hesitated, but Li Wansheng still gave him the entire first floor of the factory, on the condition that he not jump over the lines in the stairwell. Shirzwan was quite satisfied with this outcome. After all, his goal wasn't actually to build anything for Li Wansheng, who knew if Li Wansheng would even still be at the base by tonight. After a brief explanation, Li Wansheng returned to the basement. Matilda originally intended to return to the infirmary to continue her work, planning to have Ansel accompany them, but after a moment's hesitation, perhaps considering the language barrier, she decided to go with them out of the base herself. The small team ran into today's field crew at the base entrance. Zheng was taking weapons out of a crate and distributing them to the team members one by one. Shirzwan noticed that Qing Yuqia's father, Qing Jianhua, was also among them. Shirzwan stood next to Matilda. As he approached, Zheng looked up at the two of them. What are you doing here? He only glanced quickly at Shirzwan before focusing his attention on Matilda. Matilda didn't understand why he was suddenly so tense, even displaying a guarded posture. However, the two hadn't interacted much before. Usually, a nod from 5 or 6 meters away was considered deep communication. We have something to do outside. Give me the crate after the field crew finishes distributing the weapons. She didn't want to argue with Zheng, and simply urged him. What is this young master up to now? Why are they all standing next to Matilda after such a short time? Weren't they avoiding Matilda and Ansel? Zheng Gu looked at Shirzwan again, puzzled. Who knows? To avoid arousing the woman's suspicion, he didn't even dare to linger his gaze. But this one glance was all it took for him to see the young master's mischievous yet troublesome face. This world is really something. Making money is hard, Zheng Gu sighed. He had signed an agreement with Li Wansheng. Matilda was a regular soldier, while he was just a temporary thug, and all tasks had to prioritize her side. Zheng Gu didn't dare waste any more time, quickly assigning tasks to the remaining person and handing the plastic basket to Matilda. The longsword, which he should have taken himself, was back in the basket. Shirzwan watched his twitching eyelids, but finally, under Matilda's burning gaze, he picked up the long sword. You're not even using your own weapon today? Oh, I wanted to change things up today. As he spoke, Brother Zheng picked a kitchen knife from the basket. A cold, sharp glint flashed, looking even more formidable than the long sword. Shirzwan, eh? For the next while, Shirzwan and Matilda walked at the head of the group, leading the way to his former workplace. The explosives materials inside were plentiful and complete, untouched by anyone since the apocalypse, all lying intact in the laboratory. This was also the first time Shirzwan had returned to the place where he had worked for 7 years after the apocalypse. The place that had once filled him with oppressive anxiety was now almost a ruin. Upon entering, he was met with several familiar faces rushing towards him. One of them was a brain-dead zombie who had subjected him to long-term PUA, pick-up artist, tactics. Now, it had become a grotesque, screaming zombie. Shirzwan raised his knife and swung it through the air, a head falling cleanly and decisively. Matilda was startled by his action. What grudge did he hold against her? Shirzwan smiled, his eyes crinkling as he looked at her and said, No, I don't know this person. Who would believe that? Everything went smoothly after they entered the company. With Shirzwan, this local, the team didn't take any detours, heading straight for the laboratory. They grabbed the supplies and equipment and immediately carried them back. With Matilda, the human weapon, protecting them throughout, they even returned to base before Zheng Gu and his field team did. I won't be watching from here anymore. The boss is downstairs. I hope you abide by the agreement and not try to cross that line. Back in the factory, Matilda left Shirzwan with this warning before departing. The suppressed silence in the group finally erupted like boiling water. Oh my god, I was so scared. I really thought I was going to turn into a zombie today. Who wasn't? I can't believe this method actually works. Someone excitedly tried to shout, but was stopped by someone nearby. Quiet down, are you crazy? That guy surnamed Li is downstairs right now. After what had just happened, everyone was even more convinced that Li Wansheng intended to use them as test subjects. There was a 99% chance they would turn into zombies after the injection. The previously noisy group instantly quieted down and moved closer to Shirzwan and Jiangxi. Boss, what should we do next? He hadn't expected to be the boss all along. Jiangxi almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He wondered what Xiao downstairs would think if he knew. Shirzwan accepted his new identity in a second. He looked at the various materials laid out on the assembly line and said, Let's get to work. Really? We have to work? The man asked, puzzled. Shirzwan rolled his eyes at him. What else? If Li Wansheng suddenly decides to come up and inspect the work, and finds us all lying on the floor so comfortable, do you think he still let us live? That makes a lot of sense. But in the end, considering that no one present except him had any relevant knowledge, even though a few were curious about the handmade bombs, Shirzwan still sent them to the outside of the base to survey the data. If even one person lost their grip and accidentally dropped the gasoline and bombs they had planted here, they wouldn't see the moon tonight, let alone deal with Li Wansheng and his group. Only Jiangxi and Shirzwan remained in the vast space. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Jiangxi breathed a sigh of relief. What's the next step? Shirzwan shook his head. We don't know when Becker will arrive at the base. We can't make any rash moves before then. All the traps at the base have been set up. We just need to make sure Becker comes here as soon as he arrives, and Ansel and Matilda must also be here. As for now, it seemed they had nothing else to do but complete the tasks assigned by Li Wansheng. Just as the two were at a loss, very faint footsteps came from the stairwell. Who is it? Shirzwan turned around quickly, only to find it was Xiao. His voice softened instantly. Why are you here? Xiao practically ran to their side, immediately scanning Shirzwan from head to toe with her eyes. Only after confirming there were no injuries did she breathe a slight sigh of relief. Li Wansheng asked me to reorganize the information and number of corpses, so I took the opportunity to come and see you. You? I have a feeling I'm not in this, Jiangxi said ominously, her banter slightly easing the tense atmosphere. Xia Ao calmed down and confirmed the situation with him. Upon learning that Shirzwan had successfully become the person in charge of building the base's security system, he immediately frowned. How could you dare gamble in front of Li Wansheng if you weren't absolutely certain? He was worried about his safety again. Shirzwan casually pushed away the hand that landed on his forehead. Oh, I'm fine. Don't talk about that. What's going on with you? Li Wansheng won't let me participate in the research and development, but when he wasn't looking, I still secretly used the equipment to check the ingredients of this medicine. He suddenly stopped, pulling a small, sealed test tube from his pocket. It contained only a small amount of liquid. I took a little from each finished product, and that's how I collected this much. I must find a chance to send this back first. Chapter 115. Shirzwan took the test tube. The glass still retained a slight warmth, Xia Ao's body temperature. This was crucial evidence. He gripped the test tube, his heart sinking. Xia Ao, worried that lingering too long would attract Li Wansheng's attention, quickly gave a few instructions and slipped back into the stairwell. The hard glass wall pressed against his soft hand. Shirzwan couldn't let this crucial evidence remain in the factory. What would happen next was completely uncertain. Therefore, he sent Jiangxi to return the test tube and exchange information with Song Ziqiu. He stayed behind to craft bombs according to Li Wansheng's instructions. After all, what he made might ultimately be used against Li Wansheng himself. He'd just have to suffer then. Building a security system for such a large base was an incredibly complex project. In fact, the easiest part was arguably crafting a few bombs when all the materials were available. More importantly, the data calculations around the base are crucial for determining the required number of bombs and the method of repositioning. If Jiangxi were to handle these tasks, it would certainly be much more efficient, but their goal was to buy time. In that case, why waste his talent? Shirzwan's hands didn't stop working until 8 p.m. During this time, Li Wansheng came up to inspect the progress 3 times. Seeing him constantly engrossed in his work, with 7 or 8 finished pieces piled up beside him, he nodded in satisfaction and left. At this point, Shirzwan was truly exhausted. With age, his cervical spine could hardly withstand such a high workload. He greeted Li Wansheng, saying he finished the work tomorrow, but actually, after returning to his dorm, he ate a quick bite and headed out again. This time, unexpectedly, he bumped into Brother Zheng, who was leaning back on the sofa, as soon as he reached the lobby. No field work tonight. Shirzwan plopped down next to him, the walkie-talkie in his pocket pressing uncomfortably against his thigh, forcing him to stand up and adjust his posture. Jiangxi and Song Ziqiu sat on the opposite sofa. I'm going to pick up Becker, so tonight's work is cancelled. After saying this, Brother Zheng glanced at his watch. Li Wansheng just told me the latest time is around 9 o'clock. I'd be there right away. Song Ziqiu exclaimed in surprise, so fast. Even with Jiangxi and Shirzwan gone all day, he hadn't forgotten his publicity work. By this point, everyone in the base, except for Li Wansheng and Matilda Ansel, who kept their positions extremely distant, knew about these rumors. Meanwhile, thanks to Song Ziqiu's silver tongue, the fact that they were going to act that night was deliberately kept secret. They were even planning to teach Li Wansheng and his gang a lesson starting tomorrow. However, it seemed they wouldn't have to wait until tomorrow. Shirzwan clenched his fists, watching Zheng get up and walk towards the door. Although all the preparations had been done to the best of their ability, they couldn't help feeling worried and nervous as the time approached. Shirzwan took a deep breath and stood up from the sofa. It's getting late, let's go. At 2 in the morning, Becker, accompanied by bodyguards and the captain, boarded the private jet. He had finally finished his work in Country D. His partner, Friedrich, had gone to Country Z a month earlier due to some issues with the arrangement of test subjects, only to be stranded there by the sudden outbreak of a zombie crisis. The spacious private jet was now crammed with coolers, firearms, and ammunition. 2 bodyguards, the pilot, and himself, along with a key researcher from the lab, just 4 people, were squeezed together so much that it was incredibly uncomfortable to sit anywhere. But it didn't matter. Baker looked at the control panel in the cockpit. The coordinates displayed were incredibly close to what he expected. They were about to enter Country Z. At 7 p.m., Becker used the radio to signal Li Wansheng, informing him of his approximate arrival time. At 8:50 p.m., The gleaming silver private jet landed on a large lawn in the factory area, the cold night shattered by the loud noise. The two bodyguards, dutiful as ever, opened the cabin door and disembarked first, guns at the ready, scanning the surroundings to eliminate anything that might pose a danger to their master. They glanced around and spotted a black car in the distance, hidden in the darkness, its features obscured. The next second, a man stepped out of the car. Who? Both bodyguards were foreigners, their deep-set features hinting at a cold, ruthless edge. Zheng was thankful he studied some English for work abroad, allowing him to automatically translate the two foreigners' words into Mandarin in his mind. I'm said by Li Wansheng to pick up your boss. But even after he gave his name, the two men remained bewildered. Then another foot stepped out from behind the hatch. Your surname is Zheng, right? Friedrich told me you can communicate with me. In the dim moonlight, Zheng could make out the speaker. This man was exactly as Xia Ao had described. In his 40s, dark brown curly hair, a light-colored scar on the bridge of his nose. His lips were completely pursed when he spoke, forming a straight line, matching Zheng's preconceived notions of Germans. Perhaps due to his close relationship with Li Wansheng, this foreigner could even speak a few words of Mandarin. Now you can take us there. His tone was really cold. Zheng Ge pursed his lips, opened the trunk to make it easier for them to load their things, and then opened the car door. Including him, there were now 5 people present. There were enough seats, but they had quite a lot of stuff. This car was already a very spacious SUV, but with all the stuff crammed in, at least 2 seats were taken away. This? Zheng Ge hesitated. Beckel immediately understood his dilemma. Is Friedrich's base far from here? Not far. Zheng Ge shook his head. Go out this way, walk straight for 2 blocks, then turn left. It was indeed very close. Otto, you and Henry go over there. Becker gave a clear order. A slightly younger man in white, who came out behind him, nodded, and stayed outside the car with one of the bodyguards. Then, what about me? A nervous voice came from the side. The speaker was wearing a strange-looking hat, which he hadn't had time to take off. Hearing that he wasn't included in Becker's arrangements, he immediately rushed forward in a panic. This guy definitely didn't fly the plane for Becker willingly. Zheng thought. Sure enough, the next second he heard Becker's cold voice again. As agreed, you completed your work. I release your son when we get to D country. Now, you can go wherever you want. After saying that, he and another bodyguard got into the car. The car windows were sealed shut, isolating them from the outside world. Becker. Mr. Becker. I beg you, The pilot tried to rush forward to plead with him, but was stopped by the glass window. Zheng sighed, looking at his utterly undignified appearance, clinging to the car door and begging desperately. Li Wansheng's base is just ahead. He receives outsiders. You can go there yourself. But, having been tricked by Becker once, he already knew this man was no good at all. And how could Li Wansheng, who colluded with him, possibly be a good person? But in front of so many people, Brother Zheng could only say so much. He glanced at the man, then got into the driver's seat and started the car. The black SUV drove steadily forward under the cover of night. Is Friedrich at the base now? The Becker had remained silent since getting in the car, only speaking when they entered the factory. He's in the laboratory over there in the factory. He told me to wait for you and take you there directly. Brother Zheng turned the steering wheel, and the car entered the sloping road leading to the factory. As he turned, his gaze instinctively swept into the rearview mirror, instantly spotting 3 furtive figures lurking in the bushes, waiting for their arrival. Zheng Ge, On the other side, Becker, hearing him mention the laboratory, finally showed his first smile since getting off the plane. Friedrich is a genius. To build a laboratory under such circumstances and dedicate himself to drug research, he's a genius that comes along only once in a century. He was proud of the existence of people like Li Wansheng, proud to be able to work on the same research as such a genius. But these words took on a completely different meaning in Zheng Ji's ears. A genius. Disregarding human life, using the development of humanity as an excuse to satisfy his own selfish interests. A chilling coldness spread through his eyes, and his hands on the steering wheel began to tap restlessly. He wondered how the young master's preparations were going. We're here. The SUV stopped at the factory gate. Zheng Ge unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car first. The bodyguard in the back helped Becker open the car door. An eerie silence permeated the factory area at night. The temperature has risen significantly in the past 2 days, but the evening breeze still feels a bit uncomfortable. Mr. Becker, Bosley is on the basement level. I take you there. Okay. Becker nodded, then told his bodyguard you stay here. Once Otto and the others arrive, Bring the things from the trunk in. The bodyguard obediently stopped. All right, Mr. Zheng, we can go in now. Zheng shrugged, let out a long sigh, and led Becker inside. Well, they gone in. Shirzwan and his two companions crouched in the bushes, watching Zheng's car drive into the vicinity of the factory, and then the people in the car got out one by one. Unsure of the bodyguard's abilities, they didn't dare approach, remaining motionless at a distance of about 10 meters. Right? Shouldn't we tell Brother Xia first? Song Zichu suddenly thought. Becker was Xia Ao's doctoral advisor in the country, so the two should be quite familiar with each other. He wasn't sure if Becker would see through Xia Ao's facade immediately. The most crucial point was that Xia Ao and Becker had a very unpleasant falling out before Xia Ao left the country. Becker knew his attitude towards his experiment. Shirzwan felt Song Zichu's words made perfect sense, and quickly pulled out his walkie-talkie from his pocket. Buzz? Attention, Becker has entered the factory building, and Brother Zheng is leading him towards the lab. Chapter 116. Buzz, buzz, knock knock knock. A familiar knocking sound came from the other side, indicating that Xia Ao understood. But Shirzwan was still very worried. Currently, there were 3 people in the lab, Li Wansheng, Chen Yi, and Xia Ao. If Brother Zheng and Becker went over, there would be 3 people on the other side, while they only had 2. There was one of Becker's bodyguards at the factory entrance. If anything unexpected happened, Becker could call out, and this person could rush downstairs in half a minute. The most crucial problem was, they all had guns. No matter how strong Brother Zheng was, he had no way to deal with firearms now that he was empty-handed. Not to mention Xia Ao. They had to find a way to get in. Shirzwan's bright eyes quickly searched the surroundings. The car stopped at the only entrance to the factory area. The sign that read no entry had fallen to the ground again. Shirzwan's gaze lingered for a moment on the far left corner of the wall, a vague idea forming in his mind. He patted Jiang Si and Song Zichu on the arm, signaling them to follow him. To avoid the bodyguards at the door, they took a long detour before sneaking to the corner Shirzwan had spotted. How did we get here? Jiang Si asked, though he had followed silently. Shirzwan pointed to the scattered bricks on the ground in the corner. If we pile these up, we can climb over. And once they were over, there was a small grove of trees. They wouldn't be seen at all. The 3 of them worked together very quickly, piling up a small step in almost 2 minutes. Shirzwan stepped on it to test its sturdiness. It didn't collapse. So the 3 of them, supporting each other, climbed over the corner of the wall into the factory area. Buzz? Just then, the walkie-talkie in Shirzwan's pocket beeped again. He quickly stopped, hid behind a tree trunk, and took out the walkie-talkie. The group listened nervously to the voice coming from the speaker. Buzz? Friedrich, your laboratory is very good, more complete than I expected. Becker's voice revealed extreme satisfaction. Can I see how far your latest research has progressed? After all, we can only get partial answers from telegrams. Of course. Li Wansheng's voice was tinged with laughter. I accompany you to see it myself. Zheng Qi, you can leave now. He called out Zheng Ji's full name, and Shirzwan almost didn't react for a moment when he heard it through the machine. Then, footsteps came through the microphone, but it was unclear whether the sound came from Zheng Ge leaving, or from Becker and Li Wansheng approaching. The lab was quiet for a moment, seemingly because Zheng had left. They heard Becker continue, Friedrich, won't you be interfering with your work tonight by accompanying me to check on your research progress? Of course not, Li Wansheng explained. Let me introduce you. My 2 assistants are both from China. China? Becker's voice paused for a moment. Friedrich, I was just heartbroken by those Chinese people. Are you really going to let me work with them? Li Wansheng, Xia Ao and Chen Yi, The silence in the lab was deafening. After a long while, Becker, seemingly realizing he'd been left hanging, finally showed a hint of embarrassment. Well, my new student is a girl from a neighboring country. She always says I'm too serious, so I've been trying to cultivate new communication habits. It seems you don't like it. Just be yourself, Becker. Li Wansheng sighed, then introduced the 2 assistants to Becker. Chen Yi's part was over quickly, but when it was Xia Ao's turn, the atmosphere on the other end of the walkie-talkie froze again. Shirzwan leaned against a tree trunk, his palms already damp with sweat. He thought, Xia Ao must be just as nervous as he was, perhaps even more so. Would Becker discover he was his former student? In the thick darkness, even breathing sounded grating. The 3 hid in the woods, awaiting the outcome of their trial with their companion a few dozen meters away. What's wrong? Li Wansheng's throat was dry from talking. He turned around and saw Becker standing there silently, looking puzzled. No, nothing. Becker paused. I've been staying up too late, and just now I mistook your assistant for one of my former students, the one I was complaining about to you about the other day. Him? Li Wansheng knew who he was talking about. He and Becker had seen at least a dozen people like him in their careers. They initially clung to their ridiculous notions of justice, but in the end, they swallowed everything they shouldn't have said for money and for their degrees. However, the student Becker mentioned did have some backbone. After Becker threatened him with his degree, he immediately dropped out and even tried submitting articles to media companies. What a pity, unambitious trash should go back to where he belongs. Now that the zombie apocalypse has broken out globally, that person is probably long dead. Li Wansheng thought, nothing can stop them from researching a drug that truly promotes human evolution. This crisis is a calamity for humanity. With their drug, humanity will complete an unprecedented evolution. Over here, Shirzhuan felt a biting chill despite the May breeze. A bird landed on a branch above his head, shaking down a leaf that slowly drifted to the ground in front of him. He knew this was the signal they should begin their operation. Let's go! Shirzhuan tore his sweat-soaked back off the tree trunk. While they were nervously eavesdropping, the remaining 2 members of Becker's group arrived at the factory entrance, unloading items from the truck piece by piece and carrying them into Li Wansheng's laboratory. Just now, they finally finished moving everything and all crawled into the factory. Shirzhuan and the others went to the familiar entrance first. As soon as they peeked out, they met Zheng Ji's face, who had been waiting for them in the restroom. He stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the door, his brows furrowed. Watching Shirzhuan and the others climb in, he lazily raised an eyebrow, as if to say, "Why did you take so long?" Li Wansheng was introducing someone to Becker just now. I was worried about Xiao's situation. TSK, Shi Yongchang paid me to find the Shi family's young master, but I didn't expect to find a love-struck fool. Zheng Gu, as always, teased. Shirzhuan, The tense atmosphere eased slightly. Jiang Si and Song Ziqiao, who had just climbed in, overheard their conversation and almost burst out laughing. All right, you two stop joking around. Jiang Si paused, then gave a quiet order. Zheng Gu shrugged, returning to a serious expression. What are you planning to do now? Li Wansheng and his men all had guns. A direct confrontation wouldn't work. Get Xiao out first. I'm more worried. Although Becker hadn't immediately connected the two, the familiarity in their behavior was hard to erase given their long-standing acquaintance. If Xiao were discovered now, leaving him alone in danger would be too perilous. Song Ziqiao, I think it's a good idea. We still have freshly made bombs from today. At worst, we blow them up one by one. All 4 agreed. Shirzhuan took out his walkie-talkie again, tapped it with his fingers, and began to speak. Xiao, we reached the restroom on the first floor of the factory. How's the situation on your end? Could you confirm the number of guns for us? When Xiao saw Becker enter from the laboratory, the anger that had been suppressed in his chest since the apocalypse suddenly ignited. The scorching flames almost burned through his chest. Especially when Becker, with his repulsive face, mocked every student who had ever tried to struggle under him. Xiao struggled with all his might to restrain himself from impulsively throwing a punch at Becker's face. After all, Becker was accompanied by 2 bodyguards with guns. During his observations over this period, he noticed that even Li Wansheng always carried a gun at his waist, never taking it off. If they were to engage in a direct confrontation, the other side could easily kill him. Just then, Shirzhuan's voice came through his earpiece. This slightly calmed his anxious mood. He asked him to observe the number of guns the other side carried. In fact, his attention had been focused on this matter the moment Becker and the others entered. He had asked the right person. But how to relay the information to them upstairs? He turned and surveyed the lab. Chindy was beside him, holding a blood sample taken from the previous subject before his death. Li Wansheng had asked her to help test samples from different time periods. Li Wansheng was explaining the lab setup to Becker as agreed, with Becker's assistant following behind them, listening attentively. The 2 bodyguards were dutiful. One stood guard beside Becker, while the other stood at the door, not shifting his position for a long time. Xiao looked down at the work Li Wansheng had recently assigned him. Perhaps considering his relative newness to the lab, Li Wansheng, though firm in his words, hadn't immediately handed him all the formal content. Most of the time, he was still recording data and archiving documents. Boss, the subject data from May 10th is ready. Should I send it next door? Li Wansheng was engrossed in his presentation when Xiao abruptly interrupted him, frowning slightly before waving his hand without even turning his head. The implication was that he should send it over. Having received permission, Xiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief and headed for the door with the documents. He planned to briefly exchange intelligence with Shirzwan and the others in the adjacent archives room. With the generator constantly humming, his voice wouldn't be heard by the bodyguards guarding the door. Unexpectedly, the moment he turned around, a pair of eyes fixed on him. Xiao closed the archives room door. The dusty space now surprisingly made him feel a bit more at ease. He tapped the earpiece as agreed and received a response from Shirzwan. Li Wansheng has a gun, always tucked into his waistband. Both of Becker's bodyguards carry guns, but he himself doesn't know it. Xiao mentally counted as he relayed the numbers to the person opposite him. Understood. Shirzwan's voice was slightly distorted as it reached his ears through the electronic device's distortion. Can you come out now? We can start the operation. Beckel's bodyguards are at the door. We can't go upstairs without Li Wansheng's permission. The lab door has been open ever since Beckel arrived. If I try to run, the people inside will see me immediately. It sounded like every avenue was blocked. Shirzwan even considered rushing downstairs to rescue him. What about the body on the basement level? We can help make some noise. While you're out checking, we quickly rendezvous. I try. Chapter 117. Xiao disconnected from the earpiece, put the document back in its correct place, and then pushed open the door and walked out. He had only taken one step forward when he met the gaze of Becker's bodyguard. Perhaps because of a guilty conscience, Xiao felt his heart pounding wildly in his chest, as if it were about to leap out. The bodyguard's gaze was like a sharp needle, stripping him bare from head to toe, piercing deep into his bones. Their eyes met, but Xiao didn't utter a word, simply walking past him and heading into the laboratory. Li Wansheng and Becker were still moving between the workbenches, seemingly unaware of his return, still intently studying the old-fashioned microscope that Li Wansheng had somehow acquired. Boss. Xiao silently walked up behind Li Wansheng and spoke softly. I already organized the files next door, but when I passed the door just now, I thought I heard some strange noises coming from that open space outside. Should I go check it out? Strange noises? Li Wansheng still didn't even spare him a glance. There are corpses everywhere outside. What strange noises could there be? Xiao's brain raced like a spinning wheel. Before he could come up with an excuse, Becker beat him to it. Becker placed his hand on Li Wansheng's arm. Friedrich, since he says there's something going on outside, let him go check it out. Okay. Li Wansheng's dark eyes fell on Xiao, and after a long pause, he gave permission. Xiao felt like he'd been granted a pardon. His usually sharp mind had momentarily lost its ability to think due to the tension and urgency. He quickly exited the lab again. This time, he didn't even glance at the bodyguards guarding the door, heading straight for the lobby. Click-clack. Thump-thump. As soon as he left the generator's noise zone, a few discordant sounds actually emerged. Xiao looked in the direction of the sound and found several people hiding near the stairwell, tapping on the railing and making strange noises. Seeing him emerge, Song Zichu waved him over. After they reunited, they hurriedly ran up the stairs, leaving the foul-smelling basement. Although the first floor was equally dark and gloomy, a small amount of moonlight shone in, preventing them from feeling too uneasy. The four finally escaped the eerie place and leaned against the wall, catching their breath. Zhenggu, worried that Matilda and the other woman might suddenly appear and ambush them, temporarily left the group to guard the factory entrance. Are you all right? Now that he had a moment to himself, Shirzwan finally managed to see Xiao's face clearly in the bright moonlight. Makeup concealed his originally sharp features, but upon closer inspection, a slight smudge of makeup could be seen around his nose. However, this was something that could only be noticed when social distancing was involved. Given Li Wansheng and Becker's way of interacting with people, at least this detail had been well concealed from beginning to end. I'm fine, don't worry. Xiao quickly hugged Shirzwan, then got back to the main point. Li Wansheng and his men all have guns, and they obtained all the evidence they needed. Let's go! With that, he immediately grabbed Shirzwan's hand, urging everyone to leave quickly. But just then, bang! A bullet struck the ground at his feet. Xiao turned his head in alarm, not even recognizing who it was, when another bullet flew towards him. This time, it was aimed directly at his face. Damn it! Shirzwan reacted first, grabbing Xiao's hand and slamming him to the ground. The two landed hard on their backsides. Damn, this person is exactly as you described, Brother Xiao. I thought your high school Chinese grades were good enough to handle a foreigner. Even at a time like this, Song Zichu's focus was still wandering. Xiao pushed himself up, pulling Shirzwan, who was beneath him, to his feet. The two stumbled to their feet, not even bothering to wipe the dust off their clothes. Xiao turned to face Becker, who held a gun in one hand. His expression was mocking, and the two bodyguards beside him were also pointing their guns firmly at them. Xia, long time no see. I thought someone like you would have died long ago. Seeing you here is truly unexpected. Becker's words were a sincere compliment. After all, in his mind, a simpleton like Xiao, obsessed with justice, should have been killed on the very first day after the apocalypse. Beside him, Li Wanqing's gaze was fixed on their group, sinister and filled with hatred. You guys are really bold. He laughed angrily. Although I don't know what you took, you don't think this will bring down our experimental plan, do you? This experiment was established for the progress of humanity. In this era, without my medicine, humanity will only be driven off this planet by zombies. All humanity will gladly welcome this progress. That's just how he is, arrogant and conceited, a complete cut above Becker. And it's precisely because of this that a disgusting experiment, violating all human morality, could proceed so smoothly in broad daylight. Faced with 3 gun barrels as dark as black holes, the 4 dared not make a move. Becker's primary target was Xiao, and seeing him still silent, he grew somewhat annoyed. Hand over what you took, or none of you 4 will leave here alive. He spoke as if handing over the items now would guarantee their survival. Xiao knew perfectly well that Becker, with his style, would never leave any hidden dangers for him. Using his clothes as cover, he subtly tugged at Shirzwan's sleeve, then stepped forward, blocking his way. Becker, being your student is the most humiliating thing that has ever happened to me. Becker was completely unaffected by his words. The muzzle of his gun did not shift an inch. Xiao continued, you know better than any of us how this zombie apocalypse broke out. The semi-finished drug that Li Wanqing presented was only 2 parts. The other part was the drug Becker had launched without any approval process before Xiao dropped out of school and returned home. Many people, unaware of the truth, accidentally purchased your drug and experienced all sorts of strange adverse reactions. After you expelled me, I searched extensively on the platform and finally found 2 patients who had been injected with your drug and subsequently exhibited bizarre behavior. Just recalling the day he found the address in the chat box, the patient's agonizing cries upon entering, and the sorrowful looks of the family members, a wave of immense self-reproach washed over Xiao. He then tried to contact local media to expose the potential side effects of the drug, but all the platforms he could reach refused to listen. Even social media platforms completely blocked the news, and even posts criticizing the drug were banned before they could be seen by others. These repeated failures frustrated Xiao, who eventually returned to China dejectedly. But these patients may not survive the apocalypse, but I recorded the entire process of visiting the victims, and considering the documents you have in the archives, committing these illegal and criminal acts on our soil is enough for my country to bring you to trial. Even if Li Wanqing and Becker possessed diplomatic immunity, the crimes they committed brought disaster to all of humanity, and Country D would not risk international repercussions by protecting these 2 parasites. Becker's composed expression finally changed. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he raised his hand to give the order to the bodyguard beside him. Move! Tonight, I will not allow any of them to leave here alive. Inside the vast factory, the air thick with tension. Almost the instant Becker gave the order, a bullet ricocheted from the gun barrel of the bodyguard on the left, heading straight for Xiao. Watch out! Shirzwan shouted, grabbing Xiao's hand and pulling him forcefully to the side. The bullet grazed Xiao's sleeve and struck the wall. But the 2 had barely dodged it, and before they could even regain their footing, 2 more bullets came hurtling towards them. No, we have to get out of here quickly. Jiang Xi's thigh was grazed by a bullet, the surface skin burned, and now it stung painfully. Shirzwan, bracing himself against the ground, and using the large machinery as cover, glanced back. Becker and Li Wanqing were heading back towards the stairwell. From a distance, Shirzwan heard Becker urging Li Wanqing, didn't you bring the project approval document with you? Destroy that document, pin the blame on some unlucky guy, it won't get us caught. Shirzwan pondered the document Becker mentioned. They had never seen it before. Even the archives next to the lab only contained a portion of the experimental data. But that made sense. Why would Li Wanqing leave such an important document in an easily visible place? Just as he was thinking, a bullet fired by a bodyguard somehow struck the bomb he had hidden. The bomb didn't contain much gunpowder, but it was exactly what he had prepared as the detonator. In an instant, bright flame surged up the roof along the spilled gasoline, and the bomb on the beam, having received a signal, exploded again. The solid concrete crumbled under the impact, and chunks of cement, engulfed in flames, crashed to the ground. Almost within seconds, the factory was engulfed in flames. Run! Song Zichu and the others hadn't heard Becker's earlier words, including Xiao, who had been briefly separated from him to avoid bullets. The flames and smoke from the explosion blurred their vision. The gunfire stopped. It was unclear whether the two bodyguards had been killed by falling beams or whether the smoke had blinded them, preventing them from firing indiscriminately. The flames, like the claws of hell, seemed intent on dragging everyone present down. Song Zichu continued shouting. His position was closest to the exit, but somehow he had the audacity to stand still, waiting for Jiangxi and Xiao to reach him. He shouted for a while, then turned to find Shizhuan still hiding behind the machine, not moving an inch. He felt a surge of anxiety, even considering running towards him. "What are you all still doing here?" A voice rushed towards them from the doorway. Brother Zheng had been guarding the door for them for a long time, but instead of seeing them emerge safely, he heard an explosion from inside, followed by rapidly spreading flames. His heart tightened, and he rushed in to check the situation, only to see the young master motionless, while the other children were trying to run back. "You guys go out first. I remembered I left something downstairs. I go back." Shizhuan didn't know how he could come up with such a lame excuse, but he had to admit his brain had completely shut down at this moment. Having casually uttered this, he actually ran through the raging flames towards the stairwell where Li Wansheng and the other man had left. Shizhuan. Xiao turned his head, and almost had his heart leap out of his body at the sight. "Damn it!" Zheng Ge was also startled by his unexpected action, and couldn't help but curse. "You guys go out first. I go catch him." "I go with you." Xiao realized his voice was trembling as he said those 6 words. He watched Shizhuan's figure disappear into the black smoke and flames. He couldn't waste time, he had to catch up quickly. Chapter 118. I'm speechless. Neither of them listens. Brother Zheng gritted his teeth in anger, watching the two figures run away. He'd definitely make sure Yongchang pay more when they got back. Despite his anger, he still obediently chased after them. He was speechless. He really owed the Shi family something. Shizhuan had broken away from the group. When asked if he was panicking, the answer was definitely yes. Even though he worked with gunpowder year-round, he had never needed to be so close before. And because of this long-term exposure, he understood the power of fire better than anyone. A single mishandling could cause the entire mountain to collapse. And now, he was personally traversing the flames he had created himself. He had originally been standing only 20 meters from the stairwell door, but those 20 meters felt exceptionally long today. By the time he reached the door, Li Wansheng and Becker had already disappeared into the dark stairwell. The flames behind him spread incredibly fast, almost simultaneously reaching the stairwell entrance. He didn't dare hesitate any longer, taking a deep breath and running downstairs. In the dimly lit, narrow corridor, the generator's hum continued. Shizhuan slipped through a hidden door, hearing Becker's voice beside him. "Friedrich, grab the documents and get out of here. My bodyguards are holding them up. They shouldn't be able to get here for now." At the same time, a woman's panicked screams rang out. "I want to go. I want to go too. Bosley, you clearly said you guarantee my safety if I helped you finish the lab work." "Shut up, you damned woman." "Ah." A scream pierced the laboratory door and reached Shizhuan's ears. It was Chen Yi. What had they done to Chen Yi? The thick smoke behind him was slowly closing in. Caught between two attacks, Shizhuan steeled his resolve. He figured retreating would mean being burned alive anyway, so he might as well rush in and grab the document with Li Wansheng's signature. His gaze swept across the corridor, finally settling on a wooden stick propped up behind the generator for adjusting its height. Although he knew a wooden stick was like tofu against a gun, Shizhuan still held it close, even if it was just for a little peace of mind. At least, his free hand went to his pocket. He casually slipped one into his pocket after helping Li Wansheng make the bomb this morning. Although the others had been destroyed in the explosion, he still had this one as a last resort. Come on, the worst that can happen is death. Shizhuan mustered his courage and charged into the room. He was horrified by what he saw as soon as he entered. Chen Yi had turned into a zombie. Her once handsome face was now grotesquely contorted, with bullet holes in her shoulder and head, blood spurting from them. In that moment of shock, another bullet struck Chen Yi's neck, nearly severing it, leaving only half a piece of flesh connecting it. Even so, this piece of flesh acted like strong adhesive, firmly holding Chen Yi's head to her neck, refusing to break even when she was thrown to the side with a sudden movement. Damn it, how can this woman be so unkillable? Becker hadn't even had time to sheath his gun before Chen Yi chased him, forcing him to hide behind a table. The The option of dodge seemed to have disappeared from the minds of those who had become zombies. Chinny crashed straight into the table, smashing a hole through the wooden surface. Shirzwan stumbled upon this scene as soon as he entered the lab. Li Wansheng and the others were too busy escaping to notice him standing in the doorway with a stick. Chinny, however, sensed the approach of a new living person. His head, riddled with holes, slowly turned towards him. Ha ha! The rough breathing sounded like fingernails scraping against metal, scraping against his eardrums. Unexpectedly, Chinny didn't change direction and head towards him. Instead, he turned back, pushed aside the half-broken table, and continued towards Becker and the others. The zombies aren't going that way. Becker's assistant, Otto, was so frightened he sat down on the ground. Seeing Shirzwan enter, Chinny merely glanced at him without taking any further action, shouting in his direction. Li Wansheng and Becker seemed to realize that ordinary gunfire wouldn't harm Chinny, and decisively abandoned any thought of confronting her. They scrambled to their feet and rushed towards the door. Regardless of why Chinny chose not to attack Shirzwan, they couldn't just stand there and wait to die. Otto frantically scrambled to his feet, but before he could take 2 steps forward, Chinny's claws hooked onto his back. Ah! Sharp fingertips pierced through his clothing, blood trickling out. The next second, the sharp claws pierced his vulnerable neck. Otto lay on the ground, his life force slowly fading with the flowing blood. But surprisingly, Chinny didn't instinctively bite the motionless Otto. Instead, he glanced at him and continued chasing after Li Wansheng and the others. She doesn't bite. She's conscious. Seeing this, Li Wansheng forgot all about running away and stood there, shouting in surprise. Shirzwan's eyes swept over, and saw the document clutched in his hand. At this moment, Li Wansheng was immersed in marveling at Chinny's consciousness after becoming a zombie, even his grip loosening slightly. Just then, taking advantage of his momentary lapse in attention, Shirzwan swiftly reached out and snatched the document from his hand. Friedrich! Becker's shout pulled him back to reality. Chinny was already very close to them, and behind them, Shirzwan tossed the document aside. Li Wansheng snapped out of his daze, glanced at Chinny again, and decided to leave the dangerous area first. The thick smoke from the flames that had scorched the walls had already spread to this intersection, the choking smell tormenting his poor respiratory system. Beckel, chase after him. The documents can't fall into his hands. Li Wansheng pushed aside the smoke in front of him, drawing his gun from his waist and attempting to aim at the figure ahead. Shirzwan gripped the paper tightly in his hand, the edges crumpled from his grip, but he paid no attention to it. His heart felt like it was about to leap out of his body, shaking him violently. Only one thought occupied his mind: run. Bang! A gunshot rang out from behind. Shirzwan was surrounded by thick smoke and flames, unable to see anything. He could only grit his teeth, feeling like his lungs were about to explode, and lunged in a random direction. The next second, he landed in a warm embrace. Shirzwan instinctively tried to struggle, but the hands binding him felt like tightly bound chains, rendering him immobile. Don't move. It was Xiao's voice. Immediately afterward, he heard another gunshot from the same side as him, fired in the direction he had just come from. Thud. The sound of a bullet piercing flesh was chilling. Damn it! Who is it? It was Becker who had been shot. His painful scream pierced through the thick black smoke. In the chaos, Shirzwan heard staggering footsteps and the hoarse roar of a zombie. Chinny chased after them. Get out of here quickly. The fire's too big. If it keeps burning, no one will survive. Shirzwan flinched at the sudden outburst of a male voice. The hand on his shoulder immediately patted him gently twice to calm him down. Don't worry, it's Brother Zheng. The smoke was getting thicker. If they stayed any longer, they really would die. Xiao released his arm and grabbed Shirzwan's free hand. Come this way, quickly, lie down a bit. Wait. Shirzwan suddenly broke free from Xiao's grasp, grabbing Xiao's wrist first. His hand felt unusually cold in the scorching heat, like a stone just pulled from the seabed. But this step seemed to have exhausted all his remaining strength. In his pocket. Chinny. In his pocket? Xiao followed his hand and reached into his pocket, pausing for a moment when he felt the hard shell of an object inside. Zheng Ge was currently holding a gun, covering the two men's retreat. Xiao quickly understood Shirzwan's meaning. Glancing behind him, the figures were indistinct in the smoke. But for Zheng Ge, it should have been done. He pinched his palm and shouted, Zheng, get out of the way. The next second, he pulled a bomb from Shirzwan's pocket, ignited it using a nearby flame, and threw it into the depths of the smoke. At the same time, he grabbed Shirzwan's hand and rushed towards the stairwell without looking back. Boom! Another explosion erupted in the factory. The poor building, abandoned for so many years, never expected to suffer such a calamity. Running in a fire is extremely difficult. All motor organs tend to malfunction due to the toxic smoke and scorching flames. When they returned to the stairwell, the flames had completely spread along the handrail to the basement. Having been in the smoke-filled scene for so long, Scherzwan's lungs were compressed to their limit. It felt like fine needles were scraping deep inside his throat, making even breathing extremely difficult. Along with the decrease in lung air, his limbs gradually lost strength. Xiao had been walking upstairs at the same time as him, but worried about Zheng Ji's situation of being outnumbered, she fell behind and turned to check. Suddenly, the man in front of her went limp, falling straight backward, head first. Xiao quickly turned around and stepped forward to catch him. "Are you alright?" He himself didn't realize his voice was trembling excessively. Scherzwan wanted to respond, but he was too weak to speak. The words stuck in his throat. "Just a little longer, I carry you." Xiao panicked at his condition and quickly squatted down, placing him on her back. "Don't fall asleep, we be out soon." Just a little longer. Having been at the fire scene for so long, Xiao was also experiencing difficulty breathing. But when her eyes met Scherzwan's drooping eyelids and increasingly unfocused gaze, all physical discomfort vanished from her mind in an instant. Only one thought remained: faster, faster. Footsteps approached from behind, but Xiao had no time to guess whether it was Brother Zheng, Li Wansheng, or Chen Yi. All her strength was concentrated in her legs. The first floor of the factory was completely engulfed in flames and black smoke. The raging flames had already scorched his clothes. At first, it was just burning hot, but as the clothes melted and clung to his skin, it caused a knife-like pain. Xiao could no longer distinguish whether the sweat sliding down his forehead was hot or cold. The road ahead was blurry and indistinct. He searched his memory for the correct exit. "Xiao!" A bright shout pierced through the noise outside, penetrating his eardrums. "Over here!" Xiao lost the ability to think, and couldn't even spare the thought of who was shouting. He quickly pinpointed the direction of the sound. Disregarding everything else, he closed his eyes and rushed forward. "Help! Help! Is there water? He's on fire! Quick! Brother Shi, wake up! Brother Xia! Don't sleep!" Xiao felt the red light before his eyes dissipate. The weight on his back slowly lifted, and his eyelids felt like they were inlaid with stones, too heavy for him to open. A series of noisy sounds rushed toward him, but it felt like an insect had crawled into his ears. The persistent tinnitus overwhelmed all other sounds, and finally, as his vision gradually darkened, he lost consciousness and passed out. Chapter 119. When Scherzwan regained consciousness, he found his limbs like sponges soaked in 10 pounds of water, glued to the bed, and completely immobile. His throat felt like it was on fire as soon as he opened his mouth, incredibly uncomfortable. He slowly propped himself up, holding onto the bedside, and found he was alone in the room. The room was dimly lit and small. A window was just over a meter from the bed, now covered by black curtains, creating a comfortable resting environment. Scherzwan sat on the bed for a few seconds, waiting for his consciousness to return, before slowly getting off. His feet felt like they were stepping on cotton. If he hadn't grabbed the table next to him in time, he probably would have fallen flat on his backside. Damn! The terrifying experience of the night could only be pieced together in fragments in his mind. The last memory was of his head pressed against Xiao's neck, which was damp with cold sweat, and him repeatedly telling him not to sleep. How is he? Where is he now? Scherzwan straightened up again, intending to walk towards the door, when his eyes caught sight of a crumpled document on the table. Although crumpled, the writing was still legible after surviving the fire, which was a good result. This was the document he had risked returning to the basement last night to retrieve. Opening the cover, the name of the person in charge, Becker, was clearly written in the first column, while Li Wansheng's foreign name was listed in the approver section. The approval result was passed, the red stamp standing out starkly against the white paper. With this document, they could definitely bring down Li Wansheng and his gang through legal proceedings. Scherzwan looked at the standard English on the paper, and the anxiety that had gripped him all night finally subsided. Perhaps Song Zichio and the others were worried he would be anxious to find this document when he woke up, so they had deliberately left it on the bedside table. He quickly flipped through the remaining pages, but since he lacked the specialized knowledge to understand the rest, he put it back and headed towards the door. He was anxious to know how Xiao was doing. He pushed open the door to a brightly lit corridor that led to the dormitory lobby to the left. The reception desk was empty. He wondered where the cleaning lady had gone. However, he could hear the sound of several people talking from the sofas a little further ahead. Shirzwan, supporting himself against the wall, swayed as he walked out. Because he had lost all strength in his limbs, his feet barely made a sound as he walked, like a ghost, to a corner of the lobby. He raised his hand and placed it on the shoulder of the person on the sofa. Ah! The person was startled and jumped up from the sofa, leaping higher than the seat. The skinny, pointy-faced man was sitting comfortably on the sofa when a pair of icy hands suddenly crawled onto his shoulders and neck, almost scaring him so much he cried out for his parents and knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging for forgiveness for all the wrongdoings he had committed in his life. His knees were almost touching the ground when he opened his eyes and realized that the person who had attacked him was Shirzwan. "Brother, it's you!" The skinny man's weak knees straightened again, but the next second he reacted with another jolt. "Why did you wake up so quickly? Are you feeling unwell? Why don't you go back to bed?" His face was full of anxiety. It was clear that Song Zichio had said something to him. Shirzwan patted his shoulder again, trying to calm him down. "Where are your brother Song and the others? And the guy who carried me out?" "Oh!" The skinny guy must have memorized the answers beforehand. As he answered fluently, "Brother Song and the others are still at the factory. The fire last night was too big, it took them a long time to put out. They need to check if there are any remaining documents or anything. As for the handsome guy who carried you out yesterday." Shirzwan's heart skipped a beat as he spoke. "Sister Jiang specifically told me to tell you not to worry. He's not seriously injured, he just got some burns and needs some time to heal. Otherwise, like you, he inhaled too much smoke and passed out." "What about the others? Did Brother Zheng survive the fire? Did Li Wansheng and Becker escape? Where are Matilda and Ansel?" He was about to ask when the skinny guy interrupted him. "Sister Jiang told me you have a lot of questions to ask after you wake up, so she asked me to wait here for you and take you straight there." The skinny boy pointed to the bread and water on the table. "Do you need something to eat? You've been unconscious for over 10 hours since yesterday." Shirzwan didn't have much of an appetite, picked up the water bottle on the table, took a swig, and gestured for the skinny boy to lead the way. Actually, there was no need for him to lead the way. The lively sounds of people around the factory area were enough to indicate their location. The two had just passed the no-entry sign when a familiar voice called out to them. "Brother Shir." Qin Yujia, supporting her large pregnant belly, hurried towards them with Qin Jianhua's help. As she approached, she scanned him from head to toe with the same look, finally letting out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness you seem all right. Yesterday, Xiaogu almost scared us to death carrying you out while you were unconscious." As she said this, she suddenly remembered something and feigned anger. "You even changed your names." "I knew I hadn't misheard. It was Shir." Before Shirzwan could speak, Qin Jianhua raised his hand and tapped her on the head. "Use your brain. Li Wansheng and Matilda were there at the supermarket. If you used your real names, wouldn't you have been exposed long ago?" "Oh, I know." Seeing the father and daughter bickering, Shirzwan smiled and remained silent. "By the way, Brother Shir, are you going to find Brother Song or Brother Xia now? Brother Song and the others are checking the situation in the factory, and Brother Xia is in the infirmary." Shirzwan's smile froze for a moment. "I go to the infirmary first." He knew the route, so he didn't need the Qin family father and daughter to lead the way. He and little skinny monkey could go by themselves. The short distance felt incredibly long, yet he unconsciously quickened his pace. Little skinny monkey felt like his legs were about to fly alongside him, but understanding his anxiety, he didn't say a word, just silently stayed by his side. He could only be at ease when he saw Xiaoao was alright. The moment he pushed open the infirmary door, the strong smell of alcohol assaulted his nostrils. The small room wasn't large, and almost immediately upon entering, Shirzwan saw Xiaoao lying on the bed, eyes closed, even his breathing extremely weak. "Brother Shir." The pink-haired boy sitting on the chair next to them immediately stood up upon seeing the two enter. Shirzwan nodded, walked to the bedside, and reached under the covers to grasp Xiaoao's hand. The slightly cool touch cleared his mind a little. "Brother Shir, don't worry, he's just asleep right now. He'll be fine when he wakes up," the pink-haired boy said, lifting the corner of the blanket. "His arms and calves were burned, there are some blisters, but it was treated quickly. If he takes good care of them, they might not even leave scars. He inhaled smoke longer than you, so he hasn't woken up yet." Shirzwan completely ignored the last sentence. When the blanket was pulled back, he saw the horrifying burn marks on Xiaoao's arms and legs, and his heart clenched. He reached out cautiously, wanting to touch him, but worried it would hinder Xiaoao's wound healing, so his outstretched hand remained suspended in midair. It must hurt terribly. Shirzwan thought to himself. Xiao suffered this injury in his place. If he hadn't made a fuss when he returned, or had found an excuse to prevent Xiao from following him, perhaps Xiao wouldn't have been left with such large burn marks. Oh right, and his hair got a little burned, it looks a bit ugly. I hope he won't despair because of it when he wakes up. But don't worry, there's a doctor at the base who examined him. It's just that his hair is a little burnt, nothing else is damaged. In fact, the pink-haired girl saying Xiao's current hairstyle was a bit ugly was actually a euphemism. His bangs were almost completely burned off, and the hair on the top of his head was at least half its original length, with the remaining strands curled and charred. His pillow was covered in black ash. Even his glasses, which he had worn for over a month during the apocalypse without being knocked off by zombies, perished in the fire. Poor Xiao would wake up as a bald, blind little boy. Thinking of this, Shirzwan realized his lips had inappropriately curled into a smile. The two people who had been observing him silently breathed a sigh of relief when they saw him smile. Well, at least his internal organs weren't damaged, and he was still alive. That was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Where are the others? Are they all right? Shirzwan paused for a moment, then asked. Before losing consciousness, he clearly heard Xiao mention that Brother Zheng was covering their retreat, but they hadn't seen him yet. His breathing tightened. Sigh. I still can't compare to his lover in the young master's heart. Even though my situation is far more dangerous, he's still the first one to rush over to see this kid, holding his hand for ages, and still not letting go. A nonchalant voice came from behind Shirzwan, from the doorway they had just entered through. He turned around and saw Brother Zheng leaning against the door, lazily teasing him and Xiao. Of course, after he said that, Shirzwan's hand was far from letting go. How are you? Isn't it obvious? Brother Zheng gestured for him to focus his attention on his arm. He wasn't even wearing a coat for convenience. His upper arm was wrapped in thick bandages, unable to exert any strength and hanging limply at his side. Shirzwan frowned. So serious, at least he'd been shot. What happened after yesterday? After the factory caught fire yesterday, you suddenly said you needed to go back to find something. I said I'd come find you myself, but your good boyfriend insisted on following you. Then he saw you frantically running out of the lab, clutching a document like it was your most precious possession. Beckel's two bodyguards were hit in the head by a falling beam and passed out instantly. I picked up their guns. After Xiao carried you on her back, I was responsible for covering their retreat. Unexpectedly, not only Li Wanqing and Beckel chased after them, but there was also a female zombie following behind them. I never seen. These zombies, with gaping holes in their necks, seemed completely unaffected, relentlessly chasing and biting Li Wanqing and Becker. And strangely enough, Becker, despite being bitten, showed no signs of mutation. Finally, you threw a bomb, which landed right on the female zombie's head, blowing her to pieces before finally calming her down. It was just a pain in my old back. After being shot by Li Wanqing, I still had to drag a weakened, unconscious Becker out of the fire. Zheng Ji's tone was lighthearted, almost joking, but every word emphasized how perilous the previous night had been. Besides, Shirzwan also precisely grasped the key point in his words. Baker's arm is broken? What about Li Wanqing? Baker's arm was bitten off by the female zombie, but he was in such a hurry to escape that he rushed forward without uttering a sound. However, he lost too much blood, and in that kind of environment, he quickly ran out of strength. Li Wanqing's condition is similar to yours. He hasn't woken up yet, but I already arranged for someone to keep an eye on him. If you're curious, you can come with me to see him now. Shirzwan nodded, gesturing for him to lead the way. Upon arriving at the location, he realized what Zheng Ge meant by having someone watch him. In reality, no one was specifically assigned to watch him. However, he and Becker were lying in the middle of the factory, visible to passers-by, which was a form of someone watching in effect. Brother Shir, you're awake. Shirzwan had barely stood there for a minute when he saw Song Ziqiao, covered in soot, running towards him. Jiangxi, standing beside him, looked only slightly better, his once fair hands now covered in soot. What are you doing? Shirzwan asked. Song Ziqiao dusted off his hands. Last night, the three of you went back into the fire. Jiangxi and I thought it wouldn't make a difference if you lost 2 more lives, so we suggested we try to put out the fire. As soon as we came out, we saw everyone had been drawn to the fire, carrying buckets of water to put it out. Although fetching water bucket by bucket from the nearby lake was quite strenuous, there were many of us, and after you came out, it took you over an hour to finally extinguish the fire. Fortunately, nothing serious happened last night. The wind kept the fire contained within the road, preventing it from spreading into the nearby woods. Otherwise, the fire would have been completely out of control. Jiangxi nodded. We were all terrified when Xiao carried you out. He just fell straight forward while you were still on his back. I was worried his nose would be smashed open. Not only Jiangxi, but passers-by who were busy working nearby also gathered around, chiming in. Yeah, young man, your boyfriend is much more reliable than my ex-boyfriend. Best of luck. Haha, I was there. Her boyfriend was also unconscious, but he was holding her hand really tightly. My roommate had to pry them apart for ages. More and more people gathered around, their tone teasing, but the atmosphere was relaxed. Shirzwan stood in the center, but his thoughts were elsewhere. He thought, it's finally over. They held the evidence. As long as it was made public, Li Wanqing's entire supply chain would be wiped out. The truth behind the zombie apocalypse was finally about to be revealed. After a while, the crowd finally dispersed. They had initially thought that something might remain in Li Wanqing's lab after the fire, but the blaze had buried all the evil deeds beneath ashes. Although the founder of the base had left, no one intended to abandon this place. Being able to unite everyone to find food and fight zombies through this medium meant it had its value. Almost everyone present supported this decision. Where are Matilda and Ansel? Shirzwan suddenly noticed something strange. Ansel and Matilda hadn't appeared since last night, and they hadn't been seen since. Jiangxi shook his head after hearing this. We don't know exactly what happened. After Xiao carried you out, we saw Ansel suddenly rush in, and then he came out of the factory about 10 minutes later. Li Wanqing was unconscious, but he wasn't seriously injured. Ansel, on the other hand, was in a terrible state. He was probably hit by a burning beam. When he came out, his head and face were covered in blood, and he died shortly afterward. What about Matilda? Matilda. Her situation is even stranger. When we tried to take you and Xiao to the infirmary, we found her shot and lying on the ground, already dead. Dead? Shirzwan was shocked. He never expected such a strong woman to end so suddenly. Was it suicide? Or was she shot after an argument with Ansel? With her dead, the lights went out, and no one knew what had happened in the infirmary last night. Shirzwan had only been awake for a short time, but Jiangxi and Song Ziqiu had ordered him not to do any work, so he had to return to the infirmary to wait for Xiao to wake up. Finally, after he counted Xiao's eyelashes for the 40th time, the only spot on her face not burned twitched slightly, and then opened. You're awake. The first thing Xiao heard after opening his eyes was Shirzwan's voice. He tried to sit up, but a hand pressed him back down. Lie still. Xiao, How domineering. Despite silently cursing inwardly, he didn't dare utter a single word in the face of Shirzwan's serious expression. The two stared at each other, until Shirzwan's eyes began to sting, his rims reddened, and the next second a tear slid down his cheek. Xiao, shock. Why are you crying? Don't cry, don't cry. Such a weak attempt at comfort. He wasn't actually crying? Was it just dry eyes causing physiological tearing? Shirzwan threw himself into Xiao's arms, burying his head in his neck, his body trembling with laughter, making it appear from Xiao's perspective that he was crying even harder. He was so startled that he poured out every comforting word he could think of, but the crying of the person in his arms only grew louder. Shirzwan nestled between warm skin, his face hidden beneath the cover, feeling his heartbeat vibrate through his collarbone and near his ears. He thought, it's so good to be alive. The fire only destroyed the factory area, having minimal impact on the entire base. Even without Li Wanqing and his gang, life went on, though the lack of organization made some tasks less convenient. But who would take over as base leader? This was a very serious question. Shirzwan and his group, having defeated the main villain, were naturally the frontrunners. Song Ziqiu proactively declared himself unfit for the role. Jiangxi was too lazy to handle such matters, and Shirzwan devoted himself entirely to researching how to help Xiao recover better, learning so much from the base's doctors that he could practically take the medical licensing exam. Finally, with unanimous agreement from everyone at the base, the auntie responsible for watering the flowers and vegetables and managing the dormitories ascended to the position of base leader. Although Shirzwan and his group claimed they had no designs on the position, they were still willing to stay and fully cooperate with auntie's work. For example, the security system that Li Wanqing had previously suggested could actually be tried now that they had more time. Meanwhile, regarding how to deal with Li Wanqing and his group, not long after that day, Li Wanqing was done. He was clearly dissatisfied with his loss, shouting and yelling in the center of the factory, completely disregarding his previous image and demanding to be untied. This couldn't continue indefinitely, who knew what this man might do without help. Finally, after discussion, they decided to hire Becker's original captain to fly them to City B. Zheng Ge said that before he left to receive the mission, Shizhuan's biological father had already contacted the central authorities, mobilizing all available resources to assist in the fight against the zombies. International criminals, like Li Wansheng and Becker, could only be truly dealt with if handed over to the central authorities. Becker's pilot, who had no sense of belonging here, readily agreed upon learning that the people of B City would help him return to D country after completing this flight. "Young master, are you sure you don't want to come with me?" Zheng Ge leaned against the plane door, one arm hanging down, the other in his pocket. Becker and Li Wansheng were bound and gagged inside, and had been injected with sedatives. Just in case, Zheng Ge also found a muscular man to fly with him to B City. Plus, they had guns, enough to handle almost any emergency. Shizhuan shook his head. Xiao's burns have been excruciatingly painful these past 2 days. Perhaps the initial numbness suppressed the pain, causing it to flare up so fiercely. He spent most of these days setting up the base's security system. Whenever he has a spare moment, he checks on Xiao's wound healing or takes him for walks to help him relax. Jiangxi and Song Zichu are even busier. H City is about to enter the rainy season, and they need to stock up on enough food to avoid going out in the rain. In short, everyone has their own things to do. Tell Shi Yongchang that I go back after the zombie apocalypse ends. Okay. Brother Zheng agreed readily. Alright, you two hurry back. I hope you remember my kindness then, young master, and make up for the outstanding payment I couldn't get this time. Brother Zheng waved and got into the cabin. Soon after, the plane took off, its roar gradually piercing through the clouds and reaching a place they couldn't see. Zheng also took with him the crucial document that could convict Li Wansheng and Becker. It's believed that the zombie apocalypse will end soon, and the truth will come to light. Alright, hurry back. Let Xiaoge stand in the wind for so long. Don't let his wound get infected. Song Ziqiao, why are you saying so much? Shizhu has been treating Xiaoge like a treasure these past few days, so don't jinx it. Xiao, thank you for taking me home back then. You're welcome. After all, you were so pitiful back then. If I hadn't taken you home, you would have been homeless.